Hey guys, how are you? If you happy, then like this video for daily updates. Chapter 1. I am not reconciled. Leng Mingyue slowly opened his eyes, feeling a splitting headache. Where am I? In 2040, the zombie virus broke out in the world. Leng Mingyue struggled to survive in the last days. He did not awaken the fire ability until the second year. How many times he passed by the god of death. After 8 years of hard work, he finally stood at the peak of human beings. Cultivated the fire ability to level 10. There are rumors that if you upgrade to level 11, you can become a god, and you can completely wipe out the zombies on the earth. When Leng Mingyue broke through the 11th level and was about to succeed, his brother and his favorite woman stood behind him and gave him a fatal blow. Leng Mingyue looked around. It seemed to be a university dormitory. Where am I? The last memory is his brother Li Ming attacking him with level 9 ice power and his woman Zhao Shui with level 9 gold power at the same time. Leng Mingyue, who had crossed the 11th level with one kick, was pulled back again. I'm not dead. Looking around, memories flooded, and then I remembered that this is the dormitory in college. Leng Mingyue pinched his thigh. Hiss, it hurts, I am reborn. Picking up the mobile phone next to the bed shows November 10, 2040, which is back to 10 years ago, and there are 3 days before the end. Haha, God gave me a chance, I want revenge. Li Ming and Zhao Shui is ABCH. Sitting up from the bed, I found a fingernail-sized fragment in my hand. What is this? The fragments suddenly floated up and flew into Leng Mingyue's forehead in an instant. FK. What is this? She won't be taken away right after she was resurrected. When I was in college, I read a lot of novels. After getting up and moving around, I don't feel much. There are scenes of rebirth, and no matter how strange things are, I can accept them. What exactly flew into my head, I couldn't figure it out. I picked up the mineral water on the table and wanted to take a sip, but suddenly the mineral water disappeared, and I looked confused. Feeling something extra in the head, Leng Mingyue closed his eyes and sensed the head. What is this? This is. There is a small thatched cottage behind one space. A piece of information appeared in my mind. It turned out that Leng Mingyue was attacked when he was about to become a god. The not yet fully formed godhead protected Leng Mingyue's consciousness and returned to 10 years ago, and then he was reborn. After reading the information, I began to observe this space. According to my visual inspection, it is close to 100 acres, which is very spacious. I walked into the thatched cottage with a table, a chair, and a bed. There is a small well next to it. Inside the well is a spiritual spring. Every day, 10 pieces of godhead fragments will flow out. Jin liquid. According to Leng Mingyue's level, the production of ectoplasmic liquid will also increase, and the outer space will also expand accordingly. Open your eyes and take a long breath, finally understand the reason for rebirth. There are still 3 days before the end of the world. This time I am prepared. I can't live so hard anymore. Think carefully, take care of those who have bullied me and betrayed me one by one. Liquidation. Thinking back to the dormitory, it was a 4-person dormitory with only 3 people living there, besides myself and my good brother Li Ming from the previous life. There is also Jianjun. Jianjun is a 200 Jin fat man. The relationship between the 3 before the end of the world was very good, but because Jianjun was too fat and too slow to survive the early days of the end of the world, Li Ming followed him to the top of the world, and he only cared about his cultivation, so he didn't know when he hooked up with his woman together. In this life, I want to lose weight for Fatty Qian and solve Li Ming's problem in advance. Li Ming and Fatty Qian were not in the dormitory this weekend. Leng Mingyue found a notebook and pen, and began to record some important opportunities and important people in his previous life. The most important things to survive in the last days are weapons, food, supplies, and means of transportation, all of which are written in the notebook. Chapter 2. After looking at the time, it is already past 6 p.m., and the record is almost done. I will write it down when I think about it, and put the notebook into the change space. It's so convenient to have any time space. I poured another cup of hot water and put it in to see if the change space could keep it fresh. After about an hour, I took it out, but it was still hot to the touch, and the temperature did not drop. The Godhead space should be static in time, so that the things put in will not be afraid of deterioration. My stomach is growling. Fill my stomach before thinking about the next step. Leng Mingyue came to the cafeteria, smelled the aroma of vegetables, and took a deep breath. Being able to eat a bag of instant noodles in the last days is definitely the happiest thing. Quickly went to the window and said to the lady in the cafeteria, "First, bring me 2 chicken legs, 1 piece of braised pork, 1 piece of stewed beef, another deep-fried prawn, and 2 bowls of rice." The aunt looked at Leng Mingyue alone, and said, "Young man, if you order so much by yourself, it won't be a waste. Usually, one person can be full with one dish." I didn't want to explain more to my aunt, so I said, "We eat in the same dormitory, not me alone." The aunt also stopped talking and cooked food quickly, and found a corner where there was no one and started to gobble it up. Although it is no problem to eat when the level is high in the later stage, the number of mutated animals increases in the later stage, and the size is large, but the ingredients for cooking are not complete, and it is still not as delicious as it is now. Back in the dormitory, I caressed my pregnant belly. I am an ordinary person now, so I should eat less in the future, so as not to be stuffed to death. It is uncomfortable to put such a large space without some supplies. Opened the mobile phone online banking to check how much money he had left, looked at the balance of 15,323 yuan, and silently turned off the phone. I just came out of the orphanage to work and study, and I went to college after adding student loans. If you don't have money, you can store supplies. Just as he was thinking, the door of the dormitory was pushed open, and Li Ming and Fatty Qian came back. Fatty Qian asked, "Has Mingyue eaten?" Leng Mingyue gave Li Ming a cold look, and replied, "I've eaten." Li Ming didn't find Leng Mingyue's hostility. Fatty Qian turned on his computer and started playing games. Leng Mingyue started searching for nearby supplies with his mobile phone. Although he didn't have money to buy, would he still need money after the end of the world? How happy it is to buy for 0 yuan. There is a vegetable market about 2 kilometers away from the school. Although there are vegetables in the vegetable market, there are many people. Because the vegetables have the shortest shelf life, the vegetables are collected first. I also checked several vegetable wholesale markets, where are the grain depots, hardware stores, clothing wholesale markets, and water plants. These are urgently needed supplies after the end of the world. I looked at the time and it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. I haven't slept peacefully for many years, and I am always on guard against the surprise attack of zombies. It was a very comfortable sleep. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Li Ming called to get up for dinner and go to class, but Leng Mingyue ignored him and continued to sleep. "It's the end of the world, what class do you still have?" I slept until 9:30 in the morning and got up to tidy up, and took a taxi to the vegetable wholesale market. Turned around. Look at how many exits there are, how many commanding heights there are, and how many large cold storages there are in this market. Most of them are all kinds of meat. Then I took a taxi to the grain depot, where about 250,000 tons of rice, 100,000 tons of corn, and 100,000 tons of wheat are stored. It is very big. If I take it all away after the apocalypse, I will not be able to eat it in 10 lifetimes. Leng Mingyue wiped his saliva and returned to the dormitory. These plans can only be collected after the outbreak of the end of the world. I found a place in the school where no one was around. In my previous life, I was a fire-type supernatural power. When I reached the 10th level, I waved a 100-meter sea of flames, which was quite powerful. He wants to try to see if he can awaken his abilities in advance in this life. Close your eyes to sense the fire element, slowly gather it in your hand and use your mental power to control it to form a fireball with a diameter of 10 centimeters, and it is done. Sure enough, the fire ability from the previous life is still there, but the power is too small. I have to practice from scratch. At this moment, he remembered that he still had spiritual spring water, and to see how it would improve him, he extracted a bowl of spiritual spring water with his mental strength and drank it. It was sweet and refreshing. Slowly, like a ball of fire slowly burning in the stomach, the muscles, bones, skin and flesh of the whole body seemed to be burning, and he gritted his teeth in pain. It took about 10 minutes for the pain to subside slowly. Shit. Is this Ling Chuan poisonous? It's not for drinking. At this time, Leng Mingyue found that there were a lot of black impurities coming out of his body, so he hurried back to the dormitory and washed it well. Could it be washing the tendons and cutting the marrow? Feel comfortable. Run the fire element again, and a fireball with a diameter of more than 1 meter appeared in my hand, almost igniting the dormitory, so I quickly accepted the ability. It seems that Ling Chuan is still a good thing, and it greatly improves the ability. The current fireball is estimated to be level 3. The strength is also nearly doubled. I didn't go out the next day. Now it's very convenient to check information on the internet. I need to check some more information, as well as maps of the whole country. I found a printing shop, printed them out, and put them in the Shenge space. After tossing around, it was dark. Back to school. After a satisfying meal in the cafeteria, I will sleep in the dormitory, preparing for the end of tomorrow. On the morning of the third day, 80 people around the world will turn into zombies at 9 o'clock. At 8:50 Leng Mingyue is already in the largest vegetable wholesale market and can't wait. Some of the warehouses are too big, and Leng Mingyue has already closed some of them, so I can't tell from the front. Hurry up, no one can stop me from collecting vegetables. There are a lot of people in the wholesale market at this point. Thinking about where to start killing so many zombies, if it weren't for drinking the spiritual spring yesterday, the ability was strengthened, and the physical fitness was improved, I would not have dared to wait in such a dense crowd. At exactly 9 o'clock, suddenly, an ant who bought vegetables turned white, and threw herself at the owner who sold vegetables, biting her. There were still a lot of people watching the excitement, and more people began to turn into zombies, and the crowd became chaotic. Some people were crying, and some people called the police with their mobile phones. Regardless of the panicked crowd, Leng Mingyue clapped his hands and began to work, avoiding the crowd, and came to a semi-trailer truck pulling potatoes. All the potatoes in the cart were collected in the Shenge space. Haha, not only a lot of land was collected, but also a car. Post-apocalyptic cars are also a very precious resource. I found another semi-trailer for pulling cabbage. This one is a little less, so I only have a half truck, so I don't mind taking it away. At this time, those who can run have almost run away, and the rest are zombies and those who have been bitten and cannot run. 2 zombies ran towards this side, waved a fireball and exploded the 2 zombies. Continue to collect vegetables, pumpkins are taken away, tomatoes are my favorite, cucumbers are good enough, thick enough, long enough, ahem. Take away the beans. More than 100 tons of various vegetables have been harvested. At this time, there is no one in the vegetable market, and the dangling zombies are walking towards this side. They cannot be harvested. The zombies must be eliminated before continuing to work. It's a pity that there are too few vegetables in the cart. Chapter 3. Human beings have just turned into zombies, their movements are stiff and their movements are slow. A dozen zombies were walking towards this side. Leng Mingyue stepped into a relatively large shop, and there were also a lot of vegetables in this shop, so they put them all away. I found a steel bar about 15 meters behind the door and held it in my hand, which was quite easy. Although the fire ability has been activated, the first level ability can cast about 10 fireballs. The zombies that have just become are easy to kill, so keep the ability for emergencies. At this time, the zombie had already arrived at the door, and he picked up the steel bar and stabbed it between the eyebrows of the zombie. The crystal nuclei have not yet formed in the zombie's head, and it will take half a month for different colored crystal nuclei to form in the zombie's head. At that time, the zombies were upgraded to level 1. Different colors have different abilities. They are divided according to gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Red is fire, gold is gold, blue is water, green is wood, and brown is fire. Soil system. The vast majority are white crystal nuclei, and the speed and strength of zombies with white crystal nuclei will increase. Only one colored crystal nucleus can appear in 100 zombies. After easily disposing of the dozen or so zombies, they went to the vegetable market again. I also saw a small box of goods. I opened it and saw that it was a car of onions. It was not bad. This small car was estimated to be 1 ton, which is less. Take it away, and take it away with the car and the goods. I almost took away the wall covering, and when the mice came, they would leave with tears in their eyes. The next one, this is a seasoning shop, this one is good, a bag of 100 caddies of salt, there are about 20 bags. 50 boxes of soy sauce and vinegar, 200 boxes of various hot pot bases, this is good, I wiped my saliva, if I can have a hot pot meal in the last days, it would be beautiful to think about. Xanthoxylum bungianum, star anise, cinnamon bark, fragrant leaves, I don't look at them in detail, I even put them away on the shelves, so that they will be easy to find for future use, and the harvest will be full for the next family. A few more zombies gathered at the door, and now killing zombies without a crystal nucleus is a waste of energy, so they went around to the back window and jumped out, successively closing in more than a dozen smaller stores. Basically all kinds of vegetables are available, and I walked to a very large cold storage in the middle of the wholesale market. The zombies in Leng curry were eliminated, and the cold storage was opened. There were rows of pork inside. The cold storage was very large, estimated to be about 100 tons. It is a beauty to be able to eat a meal of braised pork at the end of the day. After collecting this cold storage, I opened a smaller one next to it, which contains beef and mutton, about 50 tons. It is no problem to eat meat every day after collecting these. There was a sound on the second floor of the cold storage. Leng Mingyue slowly went up the stairs. It turned out that there were 3 people on the second floor, a cleaning aunt with a mop, a young lady with a computer, and a 40-year-old woman who seemed to be the proprietress. Seeing Leng Mingyue coming up, the woman asked, "Are you here to save us?" Leng Mingyue, hee, well, I'm here to visit the vegetable market, excuse me, goodbye. What else does the woman say? Leng Mingyue hurried downstairs and emptied out other people's cold storage, so let's run. I didn't intend to save people, and the safe zone has not yet been established, so it's the same everywhere. It will take 2 months for the military to start to establish a safety zone. The small personal safety zone may be earlier, but it is not safe. Several stores have been closed one after another. I found another larger store, and when I entered, I saw that it was a radish wholesale store. This shop is full of radishes, white radishes, crispy radishes, red radishes, carrots, a lot. Just as he was about to enter the space, he suddenly saw a little white rabbit on the pile of carrots, holding a carrot while gnawing on it, while looking at Leng Mingyue, his eyes were very agile. It can be seen that this rabbit has mutated and already has an IQ. The mutated rabbit meat must be delicious, so I want to grab the spicy rabbit meat for dinner. The steel bar swung towards the rabbit, and the rabbit suddenly disappeared, and I got a big FK. What's the situation? Very, very rare space-type mutant beasts. In the last 10 years, the number of space-type people and beasts I have seen can be counted with 2 hands. If you can catch it as a pet, you can wake up with a smile in your dreams. After chasing around the house for half an hour with a steel bar, it took several fireballs to fail to catch up with the rabbit. Leng Mingyue was so tired that he squatted at the door sticking out his tongue, and the little white rabbit was still gnawing on carrots. How can we catch and subdue this rabbit? Chapter 4. Can't keep up with the damn rabbit. I don't want you anymore, put all the radishes in this warehouse into the Godhead space. The rabbit suddenly saw that the carrot he liked had disappeared, so he stood up suddenly. Leng Mingyue chuckled, I can't catch you, I think you have nothing to eat, what should I do? This wholesale market has already collected almost all of them, and there are still some scattered ones, leaving some for the survivors. There are too few scattered ones, it is not worth the time, there will be better ones later. When he came out, he found the rabbit following him. It seems that you have a good idea. If you have no food, you still have to follow me obediently. He took out a carrot from the Godhead space and shook it at the rabbit. If he wanted to eat the carrot, he followed his brother, and the carrot would be enough in the future. Look at the rabbit is not moving. It suddenly occurred to him that the spiritual spring of space had greatly improved himself, and would it also have an effect on mutant beasts? Next to it is a shop selling pots and pans. There are many plates and bowls in it. After the apocalypse, the tools for eating have been lost, so I found a small bowl. He took a bowl of Ling Chuan and put it on the ground, then took a few steps back. The rabbit came over cautiously, smelled it and began to drink, drinking faster and faster. Rabbits have very weak intestines and stomachs, so they must drink very clean water. Of course, Ling Chuan water is definitely no problem. After drinking, he walked to the feet of Leng Mingyue and rubbed his calf with his body. Hey, you are a rabbit, you are not a cat. It seems that this spiritual spring is very attractive to mutant beasts. Said to the rabbit, if you still want to drink, follow me and be my pet. I saw the rabbit nodded. Could it be that Ling Chuan can also increase the IQ of the mutant beast? Maybe after drinking for a while, the rabbit will be able to talk. Now that you've decided to follow me, I'll give you a domineering name, I'll call it Universe Invincible Little White Rabbit, how about it? The rabbit gave Leng Mingyue a blank look. As if talking idiots. Leng Mingyue saw the rabbit's expression, okay, let's call it Xiaobai first, and change it later when we have a better name. Rabbit, is it so casual? Are you serious? Xiaobai, let's go. Leng Mingyue is walking ahead, the protest is invalid. Leng Mingyue also took over all the bowl shops, big bowls, small bowls, large and small plates, all kinds of long and short chopsticks, big and small spoons. We have a lot of space, and we charge for everything we need. The wholesale market has already collected almost all of it, and it has already accepted a mutant beast that knows the space system, which has already exceeded the task. It's getting dark now, let's go back to school to see my two roommates, and get rid of Li Ming as soon as possible in this life. There is also Jian Fatty, who can help. Avoid hordes of zombies and deal with a few sporadic ones. When we came to the road was now blocked, and the cars were all crowded together. How to go back so far? There is no taxi. The current zombies are all level 0, and the crystal nucleus has not yet formed on the head. Those who are brave enough can now deal with the zombies. There is no way to go by car. I found a battery car on the side of the road. Well, this is a car anyway. Greeting Xiaobai to sit in the front box, riding a small electric donkey to school, suddenly thought that there were several Force shops not far on the way back, or else I would pick up some cars along the way. There are also cars on the road, but they are all damaged, and many of them have blood stains inside. The current zombies can't catch up with the battery car, avoid the cars on the road, and bring Xiaobai close to the door of the Force store. Not as crowded as the vegetable market. There are only 3 people here, and the blood is all over the floor. It should be that one person turned into a zombie, and then bit the other 2. Command Xiaobai. Xiaobai looked at Leng Mingyue without moving. Hey! You are still not obedient to raising you with a spiritual spring. When I was talking to Xiaobai, the 3 zombies had already come over. There was no way to knock down the 3 zombies with a fireball. Okay, let's start to collect the car. First look for the keys. I don't have the keys, and I don't know how to repair cars, and the car can't be opened. I found a lot of keys in a counter drawer. I put the corresponding keys in the car and put them in the Godhead space. I am quite satisfied with taking a few Wranglers and a few Great Wall Cannons. I am very satisfied, and the rest of the cars are not worth mentioning. Hurry up and get rid of ordinary cars, the road conditions will be very bad in the future. We still need a few RVs. Even if we don't drive them, it would be nice to let them out every day, but unfortunately there aren't any here, so we'll collect them later. He came out with Xiaobai and finally arrived at the school before dark. But the zombies in the school are too dense, even if the main character of the Reborn with a cheat goes in, he will still be delivering food. Seeing more than 1,000 zombies wandering around the school gate, they rode a small tram to the side fence, found a place without zombies and jumped in. Li Ming and Fatty Qian should be in class when the zombies broke out. Nothing happened, and this life should be fine. It's too late today, let's find 2 more tomorrow, both of them are in class, and there shouldn't be many zombies in the dormitory. When I went back to the dormitory downstairs, I saw that the uncle who was the gatekeeper had also turned into a zombie, and he saved the old man. When I got to the 3rd floor, there were a few students in the corridor who hadn't attended class. They smelled people and rushed over. Leng Mingyue didn't kill on the 3rd floor. It was disgusting to dirty the corridor, and I didn't want to live there. Bring the zombies to the 1st floor, and 2 more from the 2nd floor, overtake them at the door of the dormitory building and lock the door of the dormitory building. Back at the dormitory, I took Xiaobai with me, took a rest, had been hungry all day, and got something to eat, only to find that all the food I bought in the vegetable market was raw and there was nothing I could eat directly. I found a few packets of instant noodles in the dormitory, and there was still half a bottle of water in the thermos, which should be enough to boil the noodles. He took out 2 carrots, gave one to Xiaobai, and ate one by himself. I ate a pack of instant noodles. I took 2 bowls and Xiaobai and I each had a bowl of Lingchuan water. It was very comfortable to drink, and relieved the fatigue of the day. Only the first time you drank it, it had the effect of washing the essence and cutting the marrow. Drinking it again can only relieve fatigue. It should also speed up the recovery of the ability. Good stuff, save a little more. Chapter 5. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years, but I take revenge from morning to night, and I've given Li Ming an extra 3 days of life. Lying in bed thinking about how to deal with finding Li Ming tomorrow. The end of the world has just passed, and humanity has not been completely wiped out. So you can't do it directly. Xiaobai jumped on Leng Mingyue's body. Alas, everyone else is a cat, I am a rabbit. Fortunately, the rabbit is also very soft. Xiaobai's appearance is not bad, the whole body is snow white. There were roars and howls outside from time to time that night. Find a closet and block the door tightly. Gradually fell asleep. At 8 o'clock in the morning, I was still hesitating whether to go to the teaching building or the cafeteria first. There is no hot water anymore, and I can no longer eat instant noodles. Let's go to the cafeteria first, get something to eat, so that I can work hard. There are more zombies wandering around the campus than yesterday, it must be the students who ran out last night and lured the zombies out. Now I only have a 1st level ability. Although I drink the spiritual spring water to strengthen it, I can deal with dozens of zombies no problem. I looked outside and there are at least a few hundred. I took Xiaobai up to the top floor, where some students secretly drank beer bottles. The cafeteria was in the north of the dormitory. I took a few bottles to the south gate and threw them out vigorously. The sound was too low, and only a few nearby ones were attracted. This doesn't work, I'm looking for one with a louder sound, but I couldn't find it after turning around. At this time, I thought that in the Godhead space, many people collected cars yesterday, took out a car that didn't look pleasing to the eye, and threw it from the top floor. There was a huge sound. Attract the zombies. Picking up Xiaobai, he rushed downstairs, jumped out from the window of the north gate, avoided a few zombies, and rushed into the cafeteria. When the zombies broke out, they were in class, and there were only chefs in the cafeteria. Find the back kitchen and quickly deal with a zombie wearing a chef uniform. After searching around, the food from yesterday morning was no longer edible. Alas, I have to do it myself. There are still a lot of kitchen reserves in schools with tens of thousands of people. Although the electricity has been cut off, the vegetables and meat in the refrigerator are not damaged yet. Grain, rice, noodles, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar are readily available, and the most important thing is that there are more than a dozen half-person high gas tanks with room for income. I will use gas for cooking in the future, and there are shredded cakes in the freezer. Let's make a simple one, egg fried pancakes. In the future, I can cook anywhere. Although I can't cook anything delicious by myself, it is no problem to fill my stomach. 15 minutes to cook and eat. In the last life, on the third day of the last days, someone drove away from the school gate and accidentally bumped into an oil tank truck. The violent explosion attracted some zombies from the school, and they ran out from the toilet of the teaching building. They survived only after reaching the school's small supermarket. The school is already in the suburbs, and the chances of surviving outside the school are still very high. I can't wait in this life, there are still many materials with a short shelf life waiting to be collected. If it weren't for Li Ming's obsession, I wouldn't want to come back after leaving school. Now I have to find Li Ming and kill him before collecting supplies. The car noise was very effective in attracting zombies just now. After leaving the cafeteria, I found a few teachers' private cars, piled them up in front of the teaching building, then ignited them with a fireball technique, and ran to the side to hide, waiting for the cars to explode. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the first car finally exploded. The loud sound shattered many glass windows in the teaching building. Many zombies rushed out, and some jumped from the broken windows on the second and third floors. The zombies rushed out to the front of the explosion, and Leng Mingyue climbed into the teaching building through the back window and went up to the 5th floor. In their last life, they hid in the bathroom on the 5th floor, smoked and closed the door, so that they survived. Looking down from the window, there are already over 1,000 zombies in the square in front, so it is not easy to escape when going downstairs. Thinking of this, he took out 2 gas tanks from the Godhead space and threw them down from the 5th floor. The huge explosion blasted many zombies away. Slowly and completely, they rushed over, and threw 2 from the right side of the window. There were not many zombies who could stand up. They walked to the door of the men's toilet and pushed it, but it couldn't be pushed. Sure enough, there was something blocking it. He knocked on the door and said, "Is there anyone inside?" A trembling voice came from inside, "Are you a human or a zombie?" "Nonsense, can zombies talk? Open the door and I'll save you." There was the sound of moving heavy objects inside, the door opened and there were 6 people and 2 girls inside. Did I go to the wrong toilet?" Inside, Fatty Qian hugged Leng Mingyue, "Brother Leng, uncle, you scared me to death. What's going on? Why do people become like this?" Li Ming also came over, looking quite frightened. Leng Mingyue looked at it, thinking about attracting a few zombies to see if he could be killed. This is not a place to talk, there are too many people in the teaching building, although I attracted some of them with the explosion, but there are still a lot of people in each class. Let's go to the dormitory first, there are few zombies there. No one has any objections. After Leng Mingyue finished speaking, they all rushed downstairs. When I got to the 1st floor, I saw some zombies wandering outside. I arranged the order for everyone. The distance is not far. The girl is in the front and the fat guy is in the middle. Li Ming and the other 2 boys are in the back. I am in the back. Leng Mingyue ordered. Although Li Ming and the other 2 boys were reluctant, there was no way to be sure that someone was behind. Several people went out quietly. The fire in front has been extinguished, many zombies have been killed, and some are wandering. A few people hadn't run a few steps before a zombie found out and rushed over roaring. In fact, the zombie didn't run fast. Leng Mingyue grabbed Li Ming with one hand and said in a low voice, "My leg is cramped, give me a hand." Seeing that the zombies had come, Li Ming wanted to break free, but Leng Mingyue's hands were like iron tongs, and he couldn't break free. Pulling back hard, Li Ming had already been thrown into the crowd of zombies. Leng Mingyue quickly caught up with Fatty Qian and the others. They were all running forward and no one turned back. At this time, Li Ming's scream was heard. Shouted loudly, "Leng Mingyue, why?" At this time, everyone looked back and saw that Li Ming had been thrown down. Leng Mingyue pretended to go back to rescue Li Ming, but was caught by Fatty Qian and another boy. Several people rushed into the dormitory and quickly blocked the door with heavy objects. Leng Mingyue lowered his head, feeling a little depressed. Of course the heart is super happy. Chapter 6. The iron door of the dormitory was slapped, but level 0 zombies still couldn't break through the door. Several people went up to the third floor and took a rest. Fatty Qian said that there was no food or water, and we had been locked in the toilet for a day and a night. There is a lot to eat, but I can't take it out now. It is inevitable that the 5 people in front of me have bad intentions. I don't have any food. I went to save you when I got up in the morning, and I didn't eat. Leng Mingyue said. A girl timidly said, "I know where to eat, there are many in the supermarket next to the girls' building. But I'm afraid there will be zombies." Leng Mingyue explained to everyone, "The zombies now move very slowly, the speed is just like a normal person's trot, and they don't have much strength. As long as you have the courage, you can kill them. In this way, everyone will rest for 20 minutes, and after 20 minutes, all of them will go to the small supermarket." The faces of the 2 girls turned pale. "Can we not go? Just bring some back for me, we girls eat less." Leng Mingyue sat on the bed and hugged Xiao Bai while stroking the rabbit, and said, "You don't have to go if you don't want to, but whoever gets it back belongs to you. No one will give you food. It's the end of the world. Zombies don't distinguish between men and women. Accept it sooner. This world." After finishing speaking, he ignored the 2 girls and closed their eyes to rest. "Think about it for a while and come back from the small supermarket, prepare enough supplies for them, and I will definitely go out. There are too few supplies in the school, and other survivors will also go to get them, let alone not many. Where to go next? There is a seafood market farther away. I also passed a gas station, gasoline and diesel are important supplies." 20 minutes passed quickly. Leng Mingyue was holding steel bars in his hand. Several other people also prepared weapons, table legs, bed frames, and 2 girls were also holding a fruit knife and a basin. "Forget about the fruit knife, what kind of trouble is this basin of yours going to do?" No matter what weapons they used, when they went downstairs and saw a few zombies at the door, Leng Mingyue opened the door to show them and wiped out the zombies in a few strokes. Fatty Qian stepped forward and said with a smile, "So it's so simple, I'll try it in a while." A large number of zombies were still in the teaching building, and they ran all the way to the supermarket. There were only 2 salesmen in the supermarket because of the class. It was easy to solve. Several people prepared a big school bag each, and began to pack it into the school bag. Fatty Qian stuffed it into his mouth while loading it. Everyone packed a full bag, and Leng Mingyue thought about it, but didn't take all of them away. A few delicious things, such as chicken legs, chocolate, and candies, were all gone. They didn't notice that more than half of the items on the shelves were missing. There are some instant noodles and bread left. Leave some for those who come after. The main reason is that I don't like these things. There are a lot of vegetables and meat in my space, and I have to collect seafood and food. When my space is full and I can't fit good things, I will be depressed. Several people were carrying school bags and carrying 2 plastic bags in their hands, looking out at the entrance of the supermarket. Fatty Chien was fat and packed a lot of things, so he couldn't run at all. A few people walked cautiously, but they were still discovered by zombies. They roared over, attracting more than a dozen zombies from afar. Seeing that something was wrong, Leng Mingyue snatched the 2 plastic bags from Fatty Chien, shouted to everyone to run, and then used steel bars to knock down the 2 nearest zombies and also ran. Without any risk, he ran into the dormitory and locked the iron door. Several people climbed to the 3rd floor. They all collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Leng Mingyue also pretended to breathe a few times. He said to everyone, "This is the end of the world, and it will be like this every day in the future. You should be prepared." Several people looked ugly. After resting for half an hour, the time is now around 11:30, and he said to Fatty Chien, "This place is safe for the time being, you can try to kill the zombies when you have nothing to do, I have to go out and have something to do." Hearing that Leng Mingyue was leaving, several people panicked, "No one can help you, only you can help yourself. In the next time, get familiar with and accept killing zombies as soon as possible, because this will be something you will do every day in the future." Chapter 7. The sunshine at noon was good, and there were not many zombies in front of the teaching building, and they had already dispersed. "Take Xiaobai to the place where the battery car is stopped." "Damn it! Someone stole my battery car battery. It's the end of the world, are the thieves still so dedicated?" Leng Mingyue didn't know that after the outbreak of zombies, the power was completely cut off. Some survivors saw the battery car, took out the battery, connected a light bulb, and used it for lighting at night. The finished thing doesn't have a battery car, do you have to walk? Although the zombies don't run fast, running is very tiring, okay? Go ahead and see if you can still find a means of transportation. After walking about a kilometer, I saw a motorcycle. This one is good, it can walk on ordinary narrow roads, and it is faster than a battery car. Lift it up, the key is inserted, turn on the ignition and ride away, very good, beautiful. But there are also disadvantages. This motorcycle is used to bomb the streets, and the sound can be heard across several streets. Zombies haven't evolved yet, and it's still fine at level 0. When the level is higher in the future, with such a big noise, you can't ride them anymore. With a motorcycle, I rode quickly to the seafood market. I have checked the route before, if there are too many traffic jams on the road and I can't get around, I will put it in the Godhead space and save it for smashing zombies in the future. Along the way, hundreds of cars were collected. I got off the motorcycle 2 kilometers away from the seafood market and put the motorcycle in the space. It can't be put outside, what if the gasoline is stolen, and there is no transportation? Followed by a sightless zombie. Hurry up and enter the small alley next to it. There is no sound of motorcycles bombing the street, and the zombies slowly subside. It's better to use a battery car, it's quieter, and now it's in the urban area, the population is too dense, and there are a lot of zombies in the seafood market. Look at Xiaobai, follow me for so long, if you are useless, I will stew you, spicy rabbit meat. Xiaobai looked at Leng Mingyue pitifully. Go and run in the middle to lure the zombies away. There is another door in this seafood market. I will give you a bowl of spiritual spring water after completing the task. If you can't complete it, it will be gone today. Hearing the spirit spring water, Xiaobai jumped into the group of zombies. He jumped left and right and dragged the zombies half a street out of the seafood market. He disappeared. After waiting for a while, Xiaobai jumped back in a few flashes. It's still easy to use space-type beasts. I used to lead them myself, but I will leave this glorious task to Xiaobai in the future. There is still half a street left to complete the task. Spirit spring water and carrots are all for you to eat. Xiaobai disappeared at the intersection with the zombies. Alas, it's really useful. There is not a single zombie on the empty seafood market road, there must be some in the shop, then it is not a problem. At this time Xiaobai came back, Leng Mingyue poured him a bowl of Lingchuan water, a carrot, let him eat by himself, started to work. The dead fish and shrimps placed outside can no longer be eaten, and there is a pool of carp at the back. How to catch this? There is no way, the pool is directly collected into the Godhead space. There is a big hole in the ground, which is amazing. The cement pool is collected directly, which is much more convenient. The fish will be suffocated to death when they enter the God space, but they will always be kept fresh, and they will be the same as freshly killed. The freshwater shrimp pond was taken away. There were hundreds of tilapias in the fish tank. They said that tilapia was an invasive species. I thought it was delicious. There is a cold storage at the back, which is Leng Mingyue's favorite. The cold storage can last for a few days even if the power is cut off. When you open the cold storage, you can see rows and rows of hairtail and Spanish mackerel, which are estimated to be more than 40 tons. This cold curry is full of sea fish. Let's see if we can take away the cold storage together. Forget it after thinking about it, my Godhead space is limited, so I can't put these useless things. After receiving this store, I went out for a stroll. Other stores are not as big as this, but they all receive goods. A few large freezers of a few thousand caddies were missing, and a few tons of small cold storage were collected. Dozens of them were closed. There was not a single cement pool left in this seafood market, and they all turned into earth pits, which was perfect. A total of more than 100 tons of various frozen fish and shrimps were received, and there was no way to count the live ones. There were more than 60 ponds. I'm so tired, find a clean second floor and have a good rest. Chapter 8. The workload in the seafood market is not small, so take a break upstairs and find a self-heating hot pot found in the school's small supermarket to replenish energy. The zombies in the seafood market were lured away by Xiaobai. Leng Mingyue saw a few survivors on the street, gathered together and ran out in a hurry. It seems that it has accidentally saved a lot of people. There are still many survivors, but they are all huddled in the corner. Rest well, go out, the food has been charged a lot, the car is also there, and now I need gasoline. While thinking about it, he walked outside to the street, and saw groups of zombies. Release the street bomber from the Godhead space. Heading towards the gas station, there are too many zombies on the road. Fortunately, the movement is relatively slow, and I can't catch up with the motorcycle. The old method is that when there is still a distance from the gas station, put away the motorcycle first, get into the path where there are no people, and hold the steel bar walk towards the gas station. This weapon doesn't work, and ordinary knives don't work too well. Where is the magical fire axe in the Doomsday novel? There are relatively few zombies here at the gas station, and the fuel dispenser is not working because there is no electricity for a long time. Someone in the next house seemed to be looking out. Leng Mingyue walked over, and when he opened the door, he saw a 185-foot-tall man in security uniform, holding a fire axe in his hand. I'll go, the protagonist, haven't got the fire axe yet, so I let someone else get it first. Looking familiar, I suddenly remembered that this is the Power King of the last days, who breaks through all spells with one force. The Power King, the defense and strength are very powerful. The name should be Qin Feng. But he didn't grow to the end. In his previous life, when he was at level 8, he was cut to pieces by 3 zombie kings in order to protect his teammates and evacuate. I met Qin Feng a few times in my previous life, and I didn't have a close friendship, but I know that he is a very loyal person, so this is a good choice for a teammate. At this time, Qin Feng hadn't grown up yet, and he saw the nervousness on his face. Leng Mingyue said, "Don't be nervous, I'm a human, not a zombie." Only then did Qin Feng calm down. "Brother, you are the first person I saw, are those outside the zombies mentioned on TV?" Qin Feng asked nervously. "Yes, there are zombies outside, it's the end of the world." When Leng Mingyue finished speaking, Qin Feng cried, "Then what to do? This doesn't look like the king of Li in the previous life. Follow brother, brother will protect you, take care of you, how can you think about it?" Actually Qin Feng is several years older than Leng Mingyue, but Leng Mingyue wants to be the brother, haha. Qin Feng hesitated for a while and said, "Okay, brother, I will follow you, two people must be stronger than one person. My name is Qin Feng, brother, what's your name?" Leng Mingyue said 3 words lightly. Leng Mingyue said, "I need to get the gasoline out here, and now the power is out, can you help me?" Qin Feng is the security guard here, so he is familiar with it. Qin Feng said, "There is a way, there is a backup generator here, but whichever car you want to fill up, I will fill it up for you." I'm not filling the car with gas, I want to get all the oil out here, is there a way?" Leng Mingyue said. "There is an oil barrel behind." 2 people went outside, at this time 2 zombies wandered over, Qin Feng quickly backed away after seeing it, and wanted to run. Leng Mingyue stepped forward and swung the steel bar 2 times to deal with it. Qin Feng who watched was stunned, "Wow, you are so amazing, boss." Qin Feng felt that choosing to follow Leng Mingyue was the right choice. Passed the fire axe in his hand to Leng Mingyue. "Brother, it should be easier for you to use this. You gave me, what did you use?" Qin Feng took out another handful from the corner. Leng Mingyue took the fire axe, and Leng Mingyue was about to tell Qin Feng some news, saying, "How does your body feel after the end of the world?" Qin Feng said, "I feel that my strength is much stronger." "Is this the supernatural power mentioned on TV?" Leng Mingyue said, "Yes, your ability should be strength enhancement. You awakened relatively early. It takes about 15 days for ordinary people to evolve. Of course, zombies will also evolve. Your talent is very high, and you will be very powerful in the future." Qin Feng was excited after hearing this, "Don't wake up the ability so early." The 2 went to the back and took a lot of oil drums, and there was an oil tank truck behind, which was good, and Leng Mingyue also wanted to show off. Touching the oil tanker with both hands, he entered the space of Godhead instantly. Qin Feng opened his mouth wide enough to put an egg in. Trembling, he said, "You have a spatial ability." Because Qin Feng sacrificed himself for his teammates in his previous life, such teammates must be core members in the future, so he told him his biggest secret. Of course, there is no way to get rid of so many balloons without letting Qin Feng know. Leng Mingyue, it is indeed a space ability. It can only store things and has no attack power. It will be the capital for our survival in the apocalypse in the future, so don't tell anyone. Qin Feng nodded and said, "Don't worry, boss, even if I die, I will not tell anyone this secret." He put away the oil drum with a wave of his hand, walked to the front of the tanker and released the oil drum again. Qin Feng started the generator and began to fill up the empty barrels. The 2 of them struggled for 2 hours to get all the oil from the gas station, and then put all the refueling equipment and generators that could be used into the Shenge space. During the 2 hours of collecting oil, a few zombies wandered over to let Qin Feng practice his skills. Qin Feng is now a power user, killing ordinary zombies is very easy. Qin Feng, boss, where are we going? Chapter 9. Where to go? Leng Mingyue began to calculate that a lot of vegetables, meat and seafood had been collected, and there was still a large grain depot that had not yet been harvested, but there was no rush. Because the shelf life of grain is relatively long and the grain depot is very large, ordinary survivors cannot take too much at one time, and they are now in the city center, far away from the grain depot. Let's take a step and look at it first. There are more large supermarkets and shopping malls nearby. They collect more supplies. Now the zombies move slowly and it is easier. Leng Mingyue said. Qin Feng was surprised and said, "Boss, you have collected so much gasoline, and there is still a tank truck, isn't it full, can you still collect it?" Leng Mingyue said earnestly, my space is relatively large, and it is the capital for us to settle down in the future. Don't tell others, or it will cause trouble. Qin Feng quickly nodded, I definitely won't say it, brother Leng, don't worry. Holding Xiao Bai in their arms, the two left the gas station. Seeing two battery cars on the road, Leng Mingyue smiled, this is good, the speed is not bad, and the noise is small. Qin Feng was familiar with the neighborhood and said, there is a Yida shopping mall, which has everything you need for basic necessities, food, housing, and transportation. Qin Feng leads the way. If there are few zombies on the road, kill them. If there are groups of zombies, let Xiao Bai lead them away. Qin Feng saw Xiao Bai disappear suddenly, and then suddenly appeared in the front frame of Brother Leng's battery car. Nothing is simple. After more than 20 minutes, the two arrived at the entrance of Yida Mall. There were many zombies in the mall. Leng Mingyue took out his mobile phone, turned the volume to the maximum, put it in the middle of the first floor, and hid with Xiao Bai and Qin Feng. All the zombies became manic when they heard the sound. There were more than 400 zombies rushing out. They bit the phone into pieces, and the sound disappeared. Gradually, the zombies calmed down. Before the group of zombies dispersed, Leng Mingyue threw Xiao Bai over. Xiao Bai, is this something people do? Xiao Bai ran to the distance with more than 400 zombies. Leng Mingyue ran into the mall with Qin Feng and closed the door. At this time, Xiao Bai was already squatting on a counter on the first floor. Hey, you still run fast. The first floor is for women's clothing. There are only 2 people in the team now, and there are no women, but there will definitely be some in the future. It is not tiring to work with men and women, so you can collect and store them with shelves and hangers. Further inside is children's clothing. Well, there may be children in the future, we can't let them go, and all of them will be included in the Godhead space. The innermost part is men's clothing. Sportswear is the best, it's comfortable to wear. Suits, well, you can't let it go. Jeans, coats, underwear, socks, this is enough to wear. On the second floor, there is a supermarket on the left and electrical appliances on the right. First go to the supermarket, all kinds of wine, beer, white wine, red wine, all kinds of snacks, all kinds of daily necessities, what you need, what you don't need, as long as you see it, put it away. After 40 minutes of hard work, looking at the empty supermarket, Qin Feng stared blankly. At this time, 2 zombies jumped out from behind the shelf, one jumped at Leng Mingyue and the other at Qin Feng. Leng Mingyue dodges quickly, then takes out the fire axe from the space of godhood, and kills the zombies with one axe. But Qin Feng didn't react in a daze. Leng Mingyue wanted to rescue but it was too late. Just when Qin Feng was about to drink his hatred on the spot, Xiao Bai suddenly appeared between the zombie and Qin Feng, kicked the zombie with his feet, and kicked the zombie away. Qin Feng sat down on the ground, and Leng Mingyue stepped forward to deal with the zombies. Said to Qin Feng, this time you have to thank Xiao Bai well for saving your life. Qin Feng thanked Xiao Bailian, and Leng Mingyue released 2 chairs and a table from the space of Godhead to take a rest and eat something. Leng Mingyue, now is the end of the day, and you may be attacked by zombies at any time. Be cautious and careful in the future. He took out a bowl and poured Xiao Bai a bowl of Lingchuan water and a carrot. Then I took out a gas tank, a gas stove, a chopping board, a knife, 2 potatoes, and about 5 catties of beef. I have been eating instant noodles and self-heating pots for the past few days. Improve the food today, stew beef with potatoes, and take 2 cucumbers. Chapter 10. After eating, the two took a break. A small amount of spiritual spring water was added to the cooked rice. The two recovered quickly. Keep working. The supermarket was emptied, and the 2 of them went to the electric appliance side. Air conditioners, TVs, computers, induction cookers, and rice cookers are all temporarily unusable. They will only be used after the establishment of a large-scale safe zone. Put them away for the time being. When I found the mobile phone counter, I collected more than a dozen boxes of brand new and unopened mobile phones of various models. Charging treasure, data cable and box. I found something good that works now at a small counter that sells walkie-talkies. A total of about 200 walkie-talkies of various models were searched here. Dozens of drones were also found, which are very useful for attracting zombies and observing the terrain. The second floor was completely emptied, and the two went up to the third floor. There are 5 female zombies wandering here. Qin Feng volunteered to meet them. The power system that evolved in advance is still very powerful. After some fighting, these zombies were taken down, and it turned out that the third floor was full of cosmetics. The zombies are also all female. Keep these as well, and you can give them gifts when you have a girlfriend in the future. Receive, receive, receive. The old way is to collect the shelves directly, and collect all the ones that have not been unpacked without looking at what is there. Be it water, milk, or cream. Which is the model, what is the facial cleanser, all collected, and when to use it for classification. All kinds of lipsticks, all kinds of colors, and all kinds of big brands are all accepted. On the side of the upper floor is a counter for several high-end watches. What Longines, Cartier. Which is Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Omega. These Leng Mingyues don't know each other. They didn't study the watches. They took everything they could see and asked Qin Feng to pick one. The watch will still be very useful in the future. Leng Mingyue also picked one with a price tag of 880,000. Sign, the two checked the time. The two took Ziobai up to the 4th floor, where there was a children's playground and some children's toys. When they went upstairs, they saw 3 zombie corpses. It seems that there are survivors on the 4th floor. Leng Mingyue shouted at the door, "Is there anyone?" 2 men and 2 women came out from a dark corner. The 4 were very happy, and finally saw a living person again. One of the girls boldly asked, "Are you the police who came to rescue us?" Leng Mingyue said, "It's the end of the world. The police don't have time to save people. Now they can only save themselves. It's just the end of the day, and the zombies are still relatively weak. You can survive if you are brave enough. We have cleaned up the zombies downstairs. You should run for your lives." A boy said, "There are zombies everywhere now, where can we go?" Leng Mingyue thought for a while and said, "There is a marine barracks 20 kilometers north of the city." After 2 days of panic, a division of the garrison should have been cleaned up. You can go to the barracks. A safe zone should be established there. Soldiers will also go to the city to rescue. If you're lucky, you might run into one. After speaking, he used his backpack as a cover, and took out 8 bottles of water and 8 pieces of bread from the Godhead space. Take these things and go quickly. That's all you can do to help. The 4 people were very grateful and went downstairs while eating. No one was delayed, so hurry up and work. There is no interest in the playground. These game consoles can be taken away. In the toy area, remote control cars, and lead zombie artifacts. All kinds of toys with lights and loudspeakers are taken away. The 4th floor was emptied, and the 5th floor was for catering, and the harvest was not much. Each store did not have much stock, but they were all relatively high-end, and some tables and chairs were taken away. Going up to the 6th floor is a movie theater. There is nothing good. I took away a few sets of professional projection equipment and some stereos. The 2 of them had been tossing for a day, and it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. I won't change places today, I'll leave tomorrow morning. After collecting the materials from Yida's shopping mall, Leng Mingyue's audit space has been enriched, and basically everything that can be used is available. Such a large shopping mall usually has a warehouse, and I will find the warehouse tomorrow. After finding an office, the 2 went in and locked the door, and found several desks to block the door. To prepare dinner, Qin Feng volunteered to cook. Leng Mingyue was very happy and took out the things that needed to be cooked, as well as some meat and vegetables. Let Qin Feng do it and taste how it tastes. In an hour, Qin Feng cooked 3 dishes and steamed a pot of rice. The taste is not bad, it should be that they often cook by themselves. After the two of them finished their meal, they gave Qin Feng a bottle of water with Ling Chuan, and Xiao Bai a bowl of water and a carrot. Rabbits are still easy to raise, as long as there are carrots. Released 2 mattresses and 2 quilts from the Godhead space. It was already 11 o'clock after packing up, both of them were a little sleepy. Leng Mingyue hugged Xiao Bai. This night, the outside was not peaceful, and explosions were occasionally heard. The roar of zombies. In the morning, the two packed up and went downstairs, and saw a large warehouse behind the mall. It can be said that this warehouse has more supplies than the mall. Qin Feng, boss, there are a lot of things here, and they are all packed into boxes, which can save space. Leng Mingyue nodded, it was more convenient, and he started to collect a lot of space, which was collected within an hour. The materials in my own space are too rich, and I can wake up with a smile when I sleep. Leng Mingyue made some calculations. Fatty Qian is still at school, there are no necessary supplies in the city, and he can go to collect food from the grain depot, and when he returns to school tomorrow, he will ask Fatty Qian if he wants to follow him or go to the military camp in the north of the city safe place. Chapter 11. Pack it up and get ready to go back to school. The two walked downstairs and found that there were many zombies on the first floor. Could it be that the 4 people left without closing the door yesterday, or was it for other reasons? When I came to the second floor, I found that there were about 50 to 60 zombies on the first floor, but fortunately not too many. He took out a drone, flew it out and played a loud sound, and all the zombies ran out, but there were still a few on the second floor and dozens on the first floor. In order to hone Qin Feng, let him be alone earlier. Leng Mingyue decided to fight out. The two of them each held a fire axe and walked down side by side. The zombies smelled the smell of strangers and rushed over. Both of them are supernatural beings, and they have been used to it for 2 days. Qin Feng picked up the fire axe and split a zombie's head in half with one axe. The blood splashed all over the body. Leng Mingyue didn't chop the head, but cut the neck from the side. Sprayed. The two were a little tired after more than 30 cuts. There were more than a dozen people gathered in front of the two of them. Leng Mingyue waved his hand and released 2 fireballs, blowing up the zombies, and the two of them had time to breathe a sigh of relief. Manpower is sometimes poor. In the army of zombies, one person's strength is limited. If you encounter potential and good-natured players, you should recruit more players. Qin Feng went forward to deal with the still struggling zombies, closed the door, and the two went up to the second floor. After fighting, both of them were a little tired, so they gave Qin Feng a bottle of diluted spirit spring water. The two rested for a while and started to set off. Now the zombies are still at level 0, and they can still walk on the street. After a few days of collective upgrade, walking on the street is looking for death. Leng Mingyue released 2 battery cars and drove towards the school. The speed of the battery cars was about 40 miles. The zombies couldn't catch up. The two came to the place where they climbed over the wall last time. Seeing the stolen battery car, Leng Mingyue quickly put the two into the Godhead space. The zombies in the school are all around the downstairs of the library. There must be survivors in the library. And it also made a sound to attract the zombies. The two first went to the boys' dormitory to look for Fatty Qian. Seeing that the dormitory was not locked from the inside, the people inside should be safe, and Leng Mingyue left enough food for them when he left. Leng Mingyue kicked open the door of the dormitory building, and the two came to the 3rd floor. At this time, the person who heard the voice came out of more than a dozen people. It seemed that some classmates had come over in the past 2 days. Fatty Qian rushed out from the crowd and hugged him. Brother Leng, you just came back, I thought you were eaten by zombies. Pushing away Fatty Qian, go away, you're the only one being eaten. After entering the dormitory, he asked Fatty Chien how the past 2 days were going. Fatty Chien said, I killed more than a dozen zombies and saved some classmates, but there is not much to eat, and there are many people now. I see why there are so many zombies in the library. Do you know what's going on? Leng Mingyue asked. Fatty Chien, a few students were trapped upstairs. They called for help yesterday afternoon and attracted all the zombies. I didn't dare to go to rescue them. But someone saw that it seemed to be Huang Kankan, the school bell. If Huang Kankan is worth saving, Leng Mingyue asked everyone while thinking, what are your plans? Everyone looks at me, I look at you, they don't have any ideas, so many people can't bring them all. Leng Mingyue forms a team, and all of them must be the best of the best. Said to everyone, the military base in the north of the city has established a safe zone, you can go there to seek asylum. Everyone was very happy, with military protection, and they were all happy to say that they would all go. Leng Mingyue looked at Fatty Chien and said, will you follow me or go to the safe zone? Fatty Chien was surprised, Brother Leng, aren't you going to the safe zone? Then where are you going? I still have a lot to do, Leng Mingyue said. Fatty Chien hesitated. In the early days of the end, many people think that the protection of the police and soldiers is the safest. It's normal for Fatty Chien to hesitate. Leng Mingyue said to Fatty Chien, if you want to go to the safe zone, go there, I will send you there, but when you get to the safe zone, I also suggest that you go out and kill zombies more, because it is the end of the day. No one can protect you, only you are strong, it is the safest. At first, he planned to take Fatty Chien with him, but Fatty Chien hadn't awakened his powers yet, and his talent for supernatural powers was definitely not as good as Qin Feng's. I will definitely go to dangerous places often in the future. Go find opportunities. So it's best to send him to a safe zone. At this time, many branches appeared from a window on the 4th floor of the library from the window. This is a wood-type supernatural being. In the previous life, I heard that there was a powerful wood-type supernatural being in the school, but I didn't know the name. Unfortunately, he was killed by zombies before he grew up. Does any of you know how to drive a bus? With so many people, it is most convenient to drive a bus if you want to send them to a safe area. At this time, a boy raised his hand and said, my dad drives a bus. I often watch it, and occasionally sneak around, so I should be able to drive it. It is good. Qin Feng, you and this classmate go to the back of the teaching building to drive a bus. The key is probably in the driver's office next to it. Look for it, I will make noise to attract most of the zombies away, all the students upstairs are ready, and the bus will come and get on the bus as quickly as possible. Separated. Chapter 12. Qin Feng took that classmate downstairs, and the upstairs also began to tidy up. Leng Mingyue ran to the playground alone. This is a good place, with only one door to enter, surrounded by very strong barbed wire, about 25 meters high. 2 pieces of pork were released at the entrance of the playground, and a pork was placed in the middle of the playground, which will attract zombies in later. Several cars with serious collisions were released on the playground, piled up and burned, and Leng Mingyue ran to the side and hid. Soon several cars exploded one after another. The huge movement attracted the zombies to run here, because there was raw pork at the door, and they gathered along the door to the playground, smelling the smell, gathering more and more. After about 15 minutes, there were basically no zombies behind. Leng Mingyue came to the gate of the playground and released more than a dozen cars, blocking the gate of the playground. It's good to wait for the zombies to upgrade and have crystal nuclei in their heads in a few days to come and collect a wave. Leng Mingyue came to the library and went upstairs quickly, because he saw which window had a branch just now, and he already knew the approximate location. When I came to the 4th floor, I saw more than a dozen zombies blocking the door and wanted to rush in. There were still a few zombie corpses on the ground. I didn't want to waste time. A fireball went over and blasted several zombies. At this time, several rushed come over. Another fireball was condensed in his hand, and he threw it into the middle of the group of zombies. There was no time to condense the superpowers. He reached out and took out the fire axe from the space of godhood, and quickly chopped down a few zombies. Came to the door and asked, "Come out, the students inside, I will take you out of here." The wooden branches blocking the door were removed, and there were a few students inside, standing in front of the pale Huang Cancan, the famous school bell. Leng Mingyue had also secretly seen the photos before. They were very beautiful and could score 95 points. This is a pale face, it should be that the ability is overdrawn, and the wood type ability is actually the school girl. Well, let's see if we can trick the school beauty. Cough, cough. It's to see if I can become a teammate. Shouted to the classmates, "There is a bus downstairs, come downstairs quickly, I will take you to the safe zone." Several people rushed out when they heard that there was a safe zone. Someone accidentally bumped into Huang Cancan, and Huang Cancan would fall if he lost his footing. Leng Mingyue hurried forward to support him. At this time, the people in the classroom had already run away. Leng Mingyue was a little embarrassed to hold the school flower, and it was not right to let go, it was also awkward to hold. At this time Huang Cancan said, "Help me sit down, I'll just rest." I tried my best to save them just now, but they all ran away when they saw a glimmer of life. Huang Cancan shook his head with a wry smile after speaking. It seems that the current school girl's attitude is not bad. Leng Mingyue said, "There is a bus downstairs. I will take you to the safe area set up by the army in a while. It should be safe there." Huang Cancan glanced at Leng Mingyue and said, "So you won't stay in the safe zone?" Leng Mingyue found that this school belle is very calm and perceptive. She didn't leave much fame in her previous life, which must be due to her bad luck. "I still have a lot of things to solve, and I won't go to the safe zone yet." Huang Cancan said, "Then can I follow you? I can also kill zombies now, very powerful." "Why are you following me?" Leng Mingyue asked, looking into Huang Cancan's eyes. Huang Cancan came to the window, and Leng Mingyue followed. It turned out that thousands of zombies on the playground could be seen here. It turned out that she saw how to attract zombies just now, and took out the car from the space of Godhead. "I have a lot of secrets. As my team member, you can know it, but you can't reveal it to others, otherwise, I will be the first to solve you. Can you keep the secret?" Huang Cancan said, "I swear on my life, if I betray you, let me be eaten by zombies. I don't believe in oaths, and I don't believe in zombies. If you betray me, I will kill you myself." Leng Mingyue's murderous intent of the last 10 years enveloped Huang Cancan at this moment. Huang Cancan was covered in cold sweat, but the murderous aura disappeared in an instant. She knew that the man in front of her was not simple. Leng Mingyue took out a bottle of diluted Ling Chuan and gave Huang Cancan to drink it. "Take her downstairs quickly." The bus had already stopped in front of the building, and Qin Feng hacked and killed several zombies under the bus. "Let Xiahua and Qin Feng get in the car, and let the students who drive the bus to follow." Leng Mingyue took out a normal motorcycle from the space behind the car where no one could see, and drove it out. "Lead the way. The bus behind is relatively slow and not as convenient as a motorcycle." In front of him, he took the car that had crashed and stopped on the road into the space of godhood, and looked back. The bus could still go far. The students in the car should not be able to see it. Fortunately, the school is already in the suburbs, and the city is not far from the school. Although it has been cleaned up, there are still zombies that occasionally jump out of the roadside, and blood flowers appear on the bus. Students who drive don't need to recognize the road, but there is only one road ahead that is just enough for the bus to pass. Leng Mingyue has been several hundred meters faster than the bus. "Open the way ahead." There was no danger along the way. The front of the bus was damaged, and the front windshield was full of blood. "After more than 2 hours, I finally drove to the gate of the barracks, where many soldiers came out with guns raised. Take all men and women to undress separately. Check to see if you've been bitten by a zombie. Leng Mingyue, Qin Feng, and Huang Kankan did not enter the barracks. Finally, he gave Fatty Qian a hug, and finally said, "In the future, I will often take on military camp missions, go out more to kill zombies to hone myself, and don't die prematurely. Take care." With Qin Feng and Huang Kankan, I walked towards the way when I came. Chapter 13. The barracks is already far away from the city, so there are no zombies here for the time being. Take out a car from the Godhead space, Qin Feng drives, Leng Mingyue is the co-pilot, and Huang Kankan sits in the back seat. The three of them set off. Qin Feng asked, "Brother Leng, where are we going?" "The general direction is about 40 kilometers to the east of the city. There is a grain storage warehouse there to collect grain so that we will not go hungry in the last days. But there is no rush. Let's walk along the road and look to see if there are any supplies. If there is, we will charge." Huang Kankan is a person with a clear mind and is very smart. Hearing that a granary can be collected, one knows that Leng Mingyue will have a very large space. It's not bad to follow such a person in the last days, at least you won't starve. The vehicle is walking close to the outskirts of the city, so that some supplies can be collected, and there will not be many zombies. I walked for about half an hour and there was a gas station in front of me. There are still many gas stations on the roadside. Qin Feng is familiar with this. I didn't collect all of them this time. This gas station is relatively large. It is estimated to have about 100 tons, and I collected about 80 tons. From time to time, several cars came from the road. Leng Mingyue greeted the two of them to get in the car. There are still many gas stations, there is no need to meet these people. In the early days of the Doomsday, guns were still very powerful. I don't know who can pull out a gun. It has been several days since the end of the world. If you don't have much food at home, you have already started to go out to find food. So now many people have driven out to collect supplies, or fled the city. After driving out of the city, I found a flat and secluded place to take a rest, and took out a lot of food. Huang Kankan volunteered to cook. Qin Feng was happy, someone took over the job of cooking. After a meal, take care of personal hygiene. Continue to set off, and when it is getting dark, we arrive at a very prosperous town. There is a villa area on the mountain outside the town. This position is good, easy to defend and difficult to attack. After reading the name of the town, Huanglong Town. Yes, this place can be used as a temporary stronghold. It is very close to the city, and it will be very convenient to kill zombies and get crystal nuclei in the future. The villa is next to the mountain. Even if a large-scale zombie wave strikes, you can run over the mountain. Not bad, not bad, here tonight. Tell Qin Feng to find a villa that is closer to the inside with no one. There was a lock on the outside door. There should be no one in the house. They pried open the door, and the three of them went in and searched carefully. The villa has 3 floors above ground and 1 floor below ground. It is very luxurious. Checked for zombies. Block the broken door from the outside with a heavy object. In the evening, Huang Kankan expressed that she was going to cook. Leng Mingyue asked, "What materials do you need, Huang Ziahua?" Huang Kankan said, "I didn't do it well at noon. Do you really want to have everything? You can try, what do you need? You are welcome to click directly. I want a piece of tofu, a piece of grass carp, a pound of ham, a pound of mutton, and a pound of pork. Green onions, ginger, aniseed ingredients, garlic, potatoes, and beans." Good guy, the vegetable market is not as complete as you want. When these dishes and seasonings were put on the table, Huang Kankan was surprised. He thought he was joking, but he didn't expect that there were all of them. Ask Qin Feng to help kill the fish, leaving Huang Kankan to work alone. Take out a carrot and a bowl of spiritual spring water for Ziobai, this is Xiaobai's dinner. The three of them drank diluted spiritual spring water, but what Xiaobai was given was pure spiritual spring water. I don't know how Xiaobai will grow in the future. In the living room, two men were smoking and chatting. I won't collect supplies tomorrow, just go directly to the granary. After collecting the grain in the god space, there will be no shortage of food for many years. The villa here is very satisfied. After collecting the food, he came back to use the villa as a base and began to clean up the zombies around. An hour later, 4 dishes and 1 soup were brought to the table. It smells so good, I didn't expect it. Don't all the college students these days stick to the spring water? Huang Kankan glanced at Leng Mingyue, and said, I like to study cooking the most. It's a personal hobby. Qin Feng said with a smile, then we will be lucky in the future. The three of them quickly finished eating and cleaned up. Leng Mingyue told them about the supernatural power and the evolution of zombies. Huang Kankan's wood-type supernatural ability, because he was awakened very early and has a very high frontal talent, now he can control the branches to beat zombies, and later it will be poisoned, strangled, and caged. The higher the level, the greater the power. Qin Feng's is a strength-type ability, but it is quite special. His speed is also fast, his defense is high, and his strength bonus is large, which is equivalent to 3-line evolution. But the speed and defense are not as high as the strength bonus. In the later stage, coupled with the alloy weapons developed by the military, it is also very powerful. Said to the two, right now the zombies are level 0, basically normal people can kill them, but in a few days the zombies will evolve, and the speed after evolution will be basically the same as that of normal people, but the zombies won't get tired. So don't think about it. Race against zombies. At the same time, a crystal nucleus will be generated in the head of the zombie, and the ability user wants to upgrade all rely on the crystal nucleus. The two did not ask Leng Mingyue why he knew so much. I just know that the boss is not easy. After the lecture, the two of them were asked to find a room to rest, and because Qin Feng was driving, it was decided that Leng Mingyue and Huang Kankan would be on duty at night. The first half of the night for Huang Kankan, and the second half for Leng Mingyue, because the second half of the night is the most difficult. Huang Kankan was given a mobile phone, at least able to play some stand-alone games. It was already 11 o'clock, so I told Huang Kankan to get up at 3 o'clock and change her. Leng Mingyue and Qin Feng went to sleep. When I got up at 3 o'clock, I found that Qin Feng was also up, talking to Huang Kankan. Qin Feng said, "Boss, go to sleep." "I'm not sleepy. I don't know if it's because of my supernatural ability. 2 hours of sleep a day is enough." Leng Mingyue knew that the water they drank should be the spiritual spring of the Godhead space. Let Huang Kankan go to sleep. Throwing a pack of cigarettes to Qin Feng, Leng Mingyue didn't go to sleep anymore, and started playing single-player games. At 6:30 in the morning, Huang Kankan got up and made breakfast for everyone. The breakfast was very simple: white rice porridge, pickles, and 1 boiled egg for each person. I stopped collecting supplies, drove very fast, and arrived at the granary in an hour. This granary is very large. I saw that the gate has been destroyed. There should be survivors nearby, and I know there is food here. The three of them took Xiaobai into the granary and saw a lot of rice scattered on the ground, and they seemed to be in a hurry when they left. "Are there zombies here?" All three are supernatural beings and are not afraid of zombies. They are divided into 4 warehouses. The rice in the middle has been opened, and there is a message at the door. After seeing that there are 1,200 tons of rice here, the two are on alert, and Leng Mingyue starts to collect. After working for 4 hours, I collected about 1,000 tons. Some of them were removed by someone before, and some of them had their pockets torn and scattered all over the place. Walking to the granary on the left, Qin Feng opened the door. There was wheat inside. The information on the door said 880 tons. About 880 tons were collected in more than 3 hours. This is not easy to deal with. I found a noodle grinding machine at the back, which is easy to take away. When everyone walked out and wanted to open the warehouse on the right, a dog walked in through the door. That's right, the Huxia pastoral dog. Chapter 14. The dog that came in at the door seemed to be the neighbor's rhubarb. Guzi got angry when he entered the door. He drove away a group of people yesterday, but came again today. Barking at the three of them, Leng Mingyue rushed over. Leng Mingyue could tell that this was also a mutant beast, but he hadn't seen what kind of supernatural power it was. Shouted Bai, Bai has raised you for so long, it's time for you to contribute. Go beat this dog to the ground. Xiao Bai reluctantly jumped towards the dog. This dog was raised by the granary to watch the door, and he even chased rabbits with him in winter. Seeing Xiao Bai coming, he bit it, and the bite was empty. The rabbit suddenly disappeared. The dog was confused. What happened? Who am I? Where am I? Xiao Bai teleported to the back of Guzi and used the stunt rabbit to kick the eagle. No, now it's the rabbit kicking the dog, pushing the dog 7 to 8 meters away. If it is an ordinary dog, it can no longer stand up. But the dog stood up as if nothing had happened, and rushed towards the rabbit again. Leng Mingyue won't be able to tell the winner from the loser for a while. This dog should be the ability of the evolved copper skin and iron bone. The paws gleamed with gold. It should be a gold-type mutant beast. Leave them alone, and open the warehouse on the right with Qin Feng. The curry in this warehouse is full of corn, and now there are 3 major staple foods. Looking at the information board at the door, there are 3,000 tons here, which is enough for dozens of lifetimes. Collecting and receiving, I kept receiving blacks, but Leng Mingyue was exhausted, and Qin Feng couldn't help him watching. All the rest were taken away. In some corners, there were some scattered ones that were not needed. I don't know if they were polluted. There is the last warehouse left, and I really have no strength. Take a rest, and my mental strength is gone. On the way, I drank the spiritual spring of space several times before checking to see that the corn had been harvested. Go outside, boy, they're still fighting. It can't be said to be a beating, it's just that the dog rushed over and was kicked by Xiao Bai, repeating over and over again. He took out some ingredients, asked Huang Kenken to prepare dinner, and came to Guzi. Using the remaining ability, he sent out a fireball the size of a basketball and dangled it in front of Guzi. Guzi is a metal type, and he is most afraid of fire ability, so he is naturally restrained. The dog ran out of the gate. Ignoring Guzi, he gave Xiao Bai a bowl of spiritual spring water and a carrot. Guzi lay at the door and looked in, and saw that the eyes of Ling Chuan water were shining. As a strange beast, he was born to sense it, so it was a good thing. But dare not go forward. Huang Kenken simply cooked some rice and served it with a bottle of Laoganma. Simply eat the evening. Leng Mingyue recovered quickly because of drinking the water from the spiritual spring. This meeting has almost recovered. The environment of this granary is far worse than that of the villa. I thought about working overtime to collect the last one and go back to the villa. Take out a plug-in lamp and light up the warehouse. The last storeroom opened the door, looked at it, and there were all kinds of rice and beans inside, including glutinous rice, millet, barley, black rice, and purple rice. All kinds of rice. There are also red beans, mung beans, black beans, and soybeans. Basically everything that can be found on the market is available here, but it is not as big as the previous 3 warehouses. There are about 400 tons in total, and they are easily collected. There is nothing left in this warehouse, and they have all been taken away. The 3 of them walked out of the warehouse and searched again to see if there were any useful machines. Find one that breaks down the corn kernels and you can have polenta later. There is nothing worth using. Several people came out and saw that the dog was still at the door. Seeing that the warehouse was emptied, Guzi looked at everyone with hatred. Qin Feng said, "Boss, what should I do, or kill him?" Leng Mingyue looked at the dog and said, there is nothing worth looking at here, and your master is gone, do you want to come with us? He took out a chicken leg from the godhead space, and then took out a bowl of Lingchuan water. We have collected the food here, and as a reward, I will give you these, or you can follow us in the future. Guzi ate the chicken leg and drank the Lingchuan water. Wagging tail at Leng Mingyue. Qin Feng didn't know about Lingchuan water, so he said, "My good fellow, I've been bought for just one chicken leg." "All right, it's getting dark, so hurry back to the villa area tonight." Letting out the car, Qin Feng drove back, because the road had been cleared when he came. Going back was smooth. Overfulfilled the task today. Also got a dog. The earlier the awakened person or animal is, the better the talent is. That's why I keep the dogs. Back in the villa area, several people discussed to give the dog a name. Qin Feng said, "It's called a Decepticon." Huang Kankan said, "It's called Kiashui Yiren." Finally, Leng Mingyue made a decision, "I will call it De Wang." All the yellow dogs in our village are called De Wang, and this one is not surprisingly called De Wang. Huang Kankan, don't involve me in naming names in the future. One little white, one rhubarb is more suitable. Xiaobai teleport to sit on De Wang's back. The big yellow dog is carrying Xiaobai around the courtyard. Leave them alone. 3 people entered the house and each ate an apple. Ready to rest. Because there is rhubarb, several people are not going to be on duty at night, so they call rhubarb. Tell it to be more energetic at night. If there is any movement, let everyone know immediately. If it behaves well, there will be chicken legs to eat tomorrow morning. De Huang nodded, rubbed against Leng Mingyue's leg twice, and was kicked into the courtyard by Leng Mingyue. "You are a dog, not a cat." The dog leg rhubarb is on night duty, and Xiaobai plays with rhubarb from time to time. Leng Mingyue was so tired that he went to bed early today. Chapter 15. The next day Leng Mingyue didn't get up, he wanted to sleep in and had nothing important to do. Let Qin Feng take Huang Kankan and Wang Xiaobai to Huanglong town. To get them used to killing zombies, in a few days they not only have to kill zombies but also split their heads to find crystal nuclei. Today's task, the 2 of them, each split the heads of 10 zombies. They slept until noon, and they still haven't come back. They are in a good mood today. Cook a meal for them, stew pork ribs, fry a ground 3 delicacies, and a fried lamb with green onions. All 3 dishes are very large. It's done, they just came back. Guzi and Xiaobai are bouncing around without worry. But Qin Feng and Huang Kankan's complexions were pale, and it seemed that they had vomited a lot. Huang Kankan said, "Brother Leng, can you not chop off the zombie's head? It's too disgusting, I can't accept it." Let the 2 wash their hands and eat, and said, "In a few days, a crystal nucleus will form in the zombie's head, and the crystal nucleus will be very precious in the future. The crystal nucleus is money, and you can trade any item you want. Practice here today, continue tomorrow." The 2 looked at each other, "Okay. Give rhubarb a chicken leg, a bowl of spiritual spring water, and give the little white rabbit a carrot and a bowl of spiritual spring water." Neither of them had any appetite, so Leng Mingyue poured water for them and added a little more spiritual spring water. After drinking water, the 2 of them improved a lot. After dinner, nothing happened in the afternoon. "I still want to collect some supplies, and the 100-acre space of the Godhead space is almost filled. Most of the zombies in Huanglong town have been cleaned up. There is a gas station on the east side of the town, and one on the west side. Today, the east side will be collected first." Called Qin Feng, Huang Kankan followed, and recovered almost. For example, gasoline and diesel at gas stations should be collected as soon as possible, otherwise it will be difficult to collect if the equipment is damaged. Or there are evolutionaries, and a fireball explodes accidentally, and it is wasted. Moreover, we have to charge more for gasoline now, and it will be used in more places in the future, and gasoline will be very expensive in 2 years. Only big guys can drive. It can also burn zombies. It is difficult for one person to kill a large area unless there are guns, so gasoline is a very good weapon for killing zombies on a large scale. In the early stage, the guns did a lot of damage to the zombies. When the zombies were upgraded to level 4, they were basically useless, and the skulls of the zombies could not be broken. The country will develop cold weapons and alloy weapons in the later stage. With the help of Qin Feng and Huang Cancan, it would be much faster. Huang Cancan rolled up the oil drum with a branch and sent it to Qin Feng. Qin Feng filled it up and put the lid on it. Hundreds of tons of gasoline were quickly collected. In the next few days, I met several waves of survivors. There were no team members worthy of development. I told them the safe zone of the military camp in the north of the city and let them go there. Collect basically everything that can be collected in the town, clothing stores, outdoor goods stores. In the hardware store, not a single nail was spared, and all of them were collected. There is also a seed store, where you can grow and order vegetables after you settle down. Leng Mingyue's space is basically full, and the charge can be suspended in the room. Take 2 people, 1 dog, and 1 rabbit, to cook food, watch movies, and play games. The next few days are nothing but killing zombies, cutting off their heads, and stirring them up. Qin Feng and Huang Cancan are already talking and laughing happily. It finally arrived, on the 14th day of the last days. It was already 10 a.m. outside, and the sky was as black as ink. It rained heavily. It didn't stop until 10 o'clock in the evening, and the temperature outside dropped several degrees. Leng Mingyue said to Guzi, "Be more energetic at night, the zombies will collectively evolve to level 1 tomorrow, and be careful when going out, the zombies are already very fast, and if you ride a battery car, you may not be able to shake off the zombies. Moreover, zombies will also evolve 5-line abilities, and they will suddenly give you a fireball and a wind blade, which is normal. This is the real beginning of the end of the world. It is very difficult for the survivors who have not escaped from the city to escape." At dawn the next day, Huang Cancan had already prepared breakfast. After eating breakfast, several people set off to start Crystal Nucleus today. There are basically not many zombies in Huanglong town, they have all been cleaned up, and there are still a few. Just in time, let's practice with these few. Qin Feng rushed out and cut down one with a fire axe. Huang Cancan controlled the branches to tie up 2, and after Qin Feng finished, Leng Mingyue took out 2 BG knives for killing pigs from the divine space and gave them to them. Suppressing nausea. After tossing and turning in his head, Qin Feng finally found a white crystal nucleus the size of a soybean grain, looked at Huang Cancan for another 5 minutes, and finally picked out a crystal nucleus with a knife. Chapter 16. After cleaning up the sporadic zombies in Huanglong town, the 2 of them got used to it. The zombies that had been upgraded to level 1 were already quite powerful. A total of 15 crystal nuclei were collected. There were basically no zombies in Huanglong town, so they took out a car from the Godhead space and the 3 of them got into the car and drove towards the city. After driving for 20 minutes, I arrived at the gate of a residential area. The zombies in the residential area were basically scattered, and they were all indoors, so it was not easy to be besieged when cleaning up. Even if all 3 of them are evolutionaries now, if hundreds of zombies besiege and escape, the chances of escaping are very low. The 3 brought rhubarb and ziobai. After clearing 2 buildings, a total of 43 crystal nuclei were harvested. This is not a big gain, mainly to allow Huang Cancan and Qin Feng to adapt to the power and speed of the zombies, as well as the speed of digging the crystal nuclei. At the beginning, it took more than 10 minutes to find the crystal nucleus. Leng Mingyue's request to the 2 is that they must be collected in 1 minute, and there is not so much time to collect the spoils on the battlefield. At night, the 3 of them didn't go back to the villa. There are many rooms in the community. The 3 of them had no appetite and simply ate. Called the 2 and 2 animals together, took out the crystal nuclei harvested today, and harvested a total of 58. They are all white, with no powers. I gave Qin Feng and Huang Kankan 5 each, and taught them to put the crystal nucleus in the palm of their hand, and slowly absorb the energy in the crystal nucleus, and they can absorb one in about an hour. Seeing that the 2 people started to absorb, they gave Rhubarb and Xiaobai 5 pills respectively. The mutant beast can also absorb the energy of the crystal nucleus. The mutant beast eats it directly in its stomach, and then slowly absorbs it. Leng Mingyue still has 33 crystal nuclei in his hand. Generally, a person can only absorb 5 crystal nuclei a day, and absorbing about 100 can evolve into a level 2 superhuman. Those who upgrade within 20 days to 1 month are considered to be very talented. If they have not yet awakened, the chances of absorbing the awakening with the crystal core will also increase. Such a person's talent can only be mediocre. The absorption speed of the crystal nucleus held in the hand is much faster than that of the previous life. It takes about 5 to 6 minutes for the absorption to complete. It took an hour to absorb in the previous life, but now it is more than 10 times faster. I don't know if it's because of the rebirth or drinking the water from the spiritual spring. Continue to absorb. Absorbed all 33, sensed it, and advanced by absorbing 100, 33 is also 1/3, but Leng Mingyue sensed, it is estimated that the ability has increased by less than 1/10. Good guy, how many crystal cores do I need to upgrade? At this time, Qin Feng and Huang Kankan also finished absorbing, and their absorption speed was also much faster. It seems that it should be the effect of the spiritual spring water. Tomorrow, we need to increase the speed of hunting, and the crystal cores are not enough, Leng Mingyue said. The 2 nodded. It was already very late, let De Huang be on duty at night, and everyone went to sleep. Early the next morning, the 3 of them went downstairs. Today they planned to lure more zombies. It was still the old way. There was a private car in the community, which was set on fire. After a short while, a loud explosion attracted many zombies. The 3 of them started to chop the zombies. Rhubarb also stepped forward to help, and Xiaobai watched from behind. Rhubarb's combat effectiveness is also very good, basically a few claws can kill a zombie. When the zombies were almost cleaned up, a few people suddenly ran out, 2 girls in front, and 5 or 6 men behind. The girl ran and shouted for help. It seems that half a month has dehumanized these people. The 2 girls ran to Leng Mingyue and said, "Can Big Brother save us? The people behind are all bad guys. They killed people and wanted to bully us." The man who came from behind was drooling when he saw Huang Kankan. This school beauty is much hotter than the 2 Lolas. It has grown. And there are only 2 men on the other side. The leading man said, "Brother, don't worry about our affairs. Send them here obediently and don't cause trouble." Leng Mingyue said, "We are all survivors, and we should help each other in this doomsday world. Let's go." The leader said, "We all dare to kill zombies. Their sisters don't have any offensive capabilities. We share the food we found with them, and they should give their bodies to compensate us." Leng Mingyue took out his backpack and threw it to them. "We only have these things. If it works, take it away, if it doesn't work, do it." The leader opened the bag and saw that there were several bottles of water, some bread and ham sausage, but there were not many things. "But I just saw how Qin Feng and Huang Kankan killed zombies." The leader said, "Give brother a face, but I ask a question, what are you looking for among the zombie heads?" It seems that the leader is a smart person. "My name is Leng Mingyue, and I'm the captain of this team." "What's your name?" The leader said, "My name is Zhang Qiang, and everyone calls me Brother Qiang." Leng Mingyue recalled that in his previous life, there was a man named Brother Qiang who was very strong in the early stage and established a small safety zone. Later, Leng Mingyue left here for the capital, so I don't know if he persisted. The safety zone established by Brother Qiang has a bad reputation, but in the last days, it is not bad to survive. Like this sister who hasn't killed a zombie for half a month, has no attack ability, and the general team has long since abandoned it. Leng Mingyue said, I can tell you this secret to make you stronger early, but you must ensure that women and girls are not forced. You cannot kill innocent people indiscriminately. Brother Chiang discussed with the people behind, and then agreed, I assure you, I promise to do what you said. Leng Mingyue said, you should have noticed that the zombies are much stronger now than a few days ago. Brother Chiang nodded and said, we used to be a dozen or so, but the zombies suddenly became stronger these 2 days, and we lost several brothers. Now that the zombie has evolved, it can be called a first-level zombie. There is a crystal nucleus in its head. If you dig it out and hold it in your hand, it can absorb energy and upgrade your abilities. Brother Chiang and the people on his side were very happy when they heard it. Being able to become stronger means that they can survive in the last days. Brother Chiang said, I don't want to thank you for your kindness. In the future, if you find something useful, just ask. Okay, I hope that human beings can survive in the last days, and what you promised me, I hope it can be done. In fact, the secret of the crystal nucleus will be notified by the military or the government to the whole country by radio in more than 10 days, and it will no longer be a secret by then. Telling them in advance is to let more survivors survive. After all, we are all compatriots. Zhang Qiang threw the backpack back. The two shook hands and said goodbye. Qin Feng and Huang Kankan had already cleaned up the zombies and dug out the crystal nuclei. Leng Mingyue led the crowd to find a clean room, and asked the two girls, what's your name, don't you have awakening abilities? If there is no ability, it can only be sent to the safe area. Now that the road is smooth, sending it to the barracks will not delay too much time. One of the two girls said, my name is Ling Mingyue, my younger sister. This is my older sister's name is Ling Mingyue. Ling Mingyue's personality should be more lively, and her sister Ling Mingyue should be quieter. Sister Ling Mingyue continued, we don't know if the ability has been awakened. Leng Mingyue reached out and held Ling Mingyue's hand and said, activate your ability. Ling Mingyue blushed and ran with her eyes closed. Leng Mingyue felt that it was a blue ability, it should be water type, the attack was lower, and it should not have no attack power. Continue sensing, there is some green in the blue, could it be that this is the legendary mutated water system, which has no attack ability, because it is a healing system? Said to the ringtone, release your ability to me. Ling Mingyue hesitated for a moment and then released a supernatural power on Leng Mingyue. Sure enough, she had no attack power, and her body felt very comfortable, healed, and brought back physical strength. This is a treasure. He reached out to hold his sister Ling Mingyue again, and Ling Mingyue also blushed. At this time, Huang Kankan felt that her things had been robbed and looked at the pair of sisters very hostilely. The hand holding Ling Mingyue felt it, but it didn't feel it. Could it be that ordinary people don't have supernatural powers? Asked, has your body changed after the end? Ling Mingyue said, I have become more sensitive, and I can know what's going on outside without looking. Leng Mingyue took a deep breath, this pair of perverted sisters, the younger sister is a 1 in a million healing department. The older sister is also a very, very rare psychic. In the late stage of the spiritual department, there will be mental shock and mental control. Killing is invisible and hard to guard against. It is also the best teammate to prevent being attacked. This pair of sisters must be accepted. Chapter 17. Ask Huang Kankan to prepare lunch, even though it's not lunchtime yet, prepare in advance, make it richer at noon, prepare meat dishes one more time, and add a few drops of spiritual spring water when steaming the rice. After a while, the aroma of the meat will come out. It is not easy to eat meat now. Basically, the preserved meat has gone bad, unless it is dried or made bacon. Sister Ling Mingyue swallowed secretly. Leng Mingyue asked, what's your plan, you two? Do you follow us? Or go find your own way? Ling Mingyue hurriedly said, you brought us food in exchange for us, we saw you and followed you, but can you give us enough to eat every meal? Haha, I can't guarantee anything else in the future. It's definitely okay to eat enough. Not only to eat enough, but also to let you eat well. Then I told them about their supernatural powers, which were very powerful in the later stage. With 2 sisters joining the team, the combat capability has been greatly enhanced, and the battery life has also been extended. At this time, the food was ready, and there were more people. Leng Mingyue set out a larger round table. Then 5 chairs. Ling Yian and Ling Yu stared blankly at the tables and chairs in the room. Then each set of cutlery. It's the same as a restaurant. 8 dishes each with a bowl of rice. Ling Yian couldn't help but pick up a piece of rib. I ate it in big mouthfuls. Leng Mingyue greeted the bell, and started with everyone. Today, the dogs are given pork ribs, braised pork, a bowl of Lingchuan water, a little white rabbit, or a carrot, and a bowl of Lingchuan water. It's still easier to raise rabbits, a green vegetable or a carrot will do. Ling Yian burst into tears after eating a few mouthfuls, and said, Leng big brother, why did you come here? Do you know how my sister and I have lived these days? We only have 1 biscuit or a bag of instant noodles every day, and we can only drink it every day. Half a bottle of water. Suddenly I want to cry after eating such a delicious meal. Ling Yu's eye circles are also red. It seems that he has suffered these past few days and is often harassed. Huang Kankan thought to herself, fortunately, she followed Leng Mingyue early, so she would not suffer a lot. A few people finished their meal and began to collect crystal nuclei. It has been half a day today and they haven't collected a few crystal nuclei. There are more people in the evening. There are more wolves and less meat. We must collect more in the afternoon. This neighborhood is worthless, because there are not many zombies in the neighborhood because of Brother Chiang's team. Several people continued to set off and saw a police station ahead. There are many zombies around. It should be that at the beginning of the riot, many people wanted to call the police and rushed to the police station. After looking at it, there were about 100 zombies. Leng Mingyue decided to go head-to-head and hone the team's cooperation. Tell Dawang and Xiaobai to protect Ling Yian and Ling Yu, at the back, Huang Kankan in the middle, Leng Mingyue and Qin Feng in front, each with a fire axe. Slowly approach the zombie. The zombies smelled people, and more than a dozen rushed over, and Huang Kankan took the lead. A thick branch plunged into the temple of the first zombie. The first zombie was killed with a single hit. It is indeed the first batch of awakening, with very high talent and comprehension. The branch pulled back and brought back a crystal. Huang Kankan glanced at Ling Yu and Ling Yian provocatively. At this time, the zombies rushed to the front of the team. Leng Mingyue and Qin Feng did not retreat a step. They swung their fire axes and began to chop. Ling Yu closed his eyes and tried to attack the zombies, but there was no response. Leng Mingyue saw it and said, "Don't attack the zombies, try to control the zombies with your mind, let them kill each other." After several attempts, I finally succeeded, controlling one zombie to attack another zombie. All have been accomplished. Only the bell is left. Ling Yian cast a power on Leng Mingyue, although he was not injured, but his strength recovered a lot. Leng Mingyue slashed a zombie and gave Ling Yian a thumbs up. Suzun was very happy. After 40 minutes of fighting, wipe out all the zombies in the police station. Let Qin Feng and Huang Kankan teach the 2 sisters to dig the crystal core. They vomited while digging, while Leng Mingyue was looking for the weapon arsenal. The power of thermal weapons in the early stage is still considerable. Find a room where weapons are written, and the anti-theft door is thickened. It took a long time to pry it open. Called Qin Feng up and said, "This door can't be opened, let's smash the wall." The sound of smashing the wall attracted some zombies, and the 3 women stopped downstairs. The cement is very strong, and it took more than an hour to smash a hole, barely enough for a person. There are not many weapons inside, 10 pistols and 5 submachine guns. There are about 500 rounds of pistol bullets and 1000 rounds of submachine gun bullets. No heavy weapons, in fact, Leng Mingyue most wanted grenades, or RPG. Forget it, if you want heavy weapons, you have to find the army's arsenal. It would be nice if the police department had these. Zombies kept coming to harass them. The two came out and saw that they hadn't finished digging, so they quickly finished digging together. Give each person a bottle of diluted spiritual spring water. These more than 100 crystal nuclei are not enough, so continue to set off. They were all small-scale zombies, and there were accidents along the way. In a group of more than 10 small zombies, a fireball the size of a wash basin suddenly shot towards Qin Feng. Chapter 18. A fireball the size of a wash basin flew towards Qin Feng, but none of them could react. It was the first time they saw a zombie with supernatural powers. The fireball flew very fast and had already reached Qin Feng. Leng Mingyue threw the fire axe in his hand at the fireball, scattered part of the fireball, and about a third of it hit Qin Feng's shoulder. Qin Feng was knocked down to the ground. There were still a few zombies. Leng Mingyue directly took out his submachine gun, rushed the zombies, and quickly checked Qin Feng's state. The shoulder was bloody from the fireball, and he hurriedly called Ling Yian to treat him. Ling Yian released 5 abilities consecutively. Seeing that Qin Feng's condition was better, Leng Mingyue decided to go back to the villa to rest. Let's see how long it takes Qin Feng to recover. A car was released. Leng Mingyue was driving, Qin Feng was the co-pilot, the dog curled up at Qin Feng's feet. The 3 women led Xiao Bai to the back, and drove like a villa. Leng Mingyue, zombies have evolved now, and all kinds of zombies are very dangerous. Qin Feng, boss, I'm sorry, it was my negligence. Suddenly, a group of zombies appeared on the road, estimated to be more than 100. Now that Qin Feng is injured, it is very difficult to drive over there. With such a large group of zombies wandering around as a whole, it would be even more dangerous if the car was stopped. Leng Mingyue put 2 barrels of gasoline on the road. Then he started to reverse the car and honked the horn. The zombie rushed towards this side when he heard the sound. After rushing past the gasoline drum, he took out his pistol and fired a few shots at the gasoline drum. Boom! The huge explosion blasted the zombies into the air, and few of them could stand still. After seeing that Qin Feng was stable now, everyone got out of the car and became vigilant. I don't know if there are any high-level zombies that will make a surprise attack. Leng Mingyue got out of the car and walked towards the zombies. At this moment, he saw a zombie with a height of more than 2 meters. It's a bit difficult for a second-level power-type zombie, and now I'm still a first-level ability user. Fortunately, the power-type zombies are not as fast as themselves. It has just mutated, and it can be promoted to the second level. If it is left alone, it will definitely become the zombie king. Instruct Huang Kenken and Ling Yu to get rid of the first-level zombies nearby. Quickly came to the second-level zombie and chopped off the head with a fire axe. The second-level zombies already have some consciousness and know how to protect their heads. Reach out to block. An axe fell on the small arm and got stuck. The zombie reached out and grabbed the axe. Although Leng Mingyue is very powerful, but not as good as strength. Lose the axe. Leng Mingyue took out a submachine gun and aimed it at the head of the zombie. The zombie held his head in his hands. Block bullets. Leng Mingyue took out 2 cars from the Godhead space and smashed them at the zombies. The second-level power zombie was finally knocked to the ground. At this time, Huang Kenken also came over to help control the branches and tied the zombie to the ground. When one was broken, 2 grew. Leng Mingyue quickly picked up the fire axe from the side and threw it at the zombie's head. One axe smashed off half of the zombie's head. The secondary crystal nuclei inside can be faintly seen, but the zombie is not dead yet. The tyrannical zombie broke free from the branch and stood up again. Suddenly the zombie stopped moving. Ling Yu's face was pale. Leng Mingyue knew this was a golden opportunity, and stretched out a fireball to blast the zombie's head. Half of the head's defense power dropped, and it was controlled by the bell. The zombie head exploded directly. Huang Kankan, this zombie is too difficult to kill. Leng Mingyue, we were unlucky, and we encountered level 2 zombies at the very beginning. The 3 of them were exhausted and collapsed on the ground. Although the fighting time was not long, the intensity was high, and they were all challenges of leapfrogging. After picking up the second level crystal nuclei, the 3 of them packed up all the first level ones. Now there are more than 200 crystal nuclei that came out today, which should be enough for today's use. Several people got into the car and drove towards the villa. Fortunately, there were no groups of zombies behind. Back at the villa, he took out the medical kit from the villa and cleaned Qin Feng's wound to prevent infection, then bandaged it up, and asked Ling Yian to perform a few recovery abilities. Let Qin Feng rest. There was blood all over him. Leng Mingyue took out the bottled water and asked everyone to take a bath. Fortunately, some bottled water has been collected in the warehouses of supermarkets and shopping malls, and more will be collected next. An hour later, 3 beauties wrapped in bath towels appeared in front of Leng Mingyue, who almost got a nosebleed. Why did the 3 of you come out like this? It turned out that the clothes of the 3 people were all damaged, and their close-fitting clothes were washed. Quickly took out a pile of clothes from the Godhead space for the 3 to pick out. After a while the 3 picked out a dress each. She is so beautiful, bright yellow, needless to say the school belle, her body and face are impeccable. Lingyu and Ling Yian, sisters, had dirt on their faces and torn clothes when they first saw it. After taking a bath, she changed into a suit of clothes, and she was no worse than Huang Xiahua at all. Huang Kankan sat down next to Leng Mingyue, and then Ling Yian quickly sat on the other side, and took Leng Mingyue's arm with her hand. Leng Mingyue felt that her arm was being rubbed. Then he said seriously, everyone has seen the situation today. The zombies are getting stronger day by day, so we have to work hard. If one day we meet someone with a higher level than us, we will be in danger at any time. In fact, today's situation is special. Several of them are ahead of humans, and the zombies have just been upgraded. There are less than 5 zombies that have reached level 2 in the whole country, and they are just unlucky to meet one. Then let Huang Kankan prepare a simple dinner. After seeing that Qin Feng is fine, he can get out of bed, but his left arm can't move yet. I ate. Give everyone a crystal nucleus. 5 pieces were distributed to each person yesterday. Today everyone gets 10. Qin Feng only got 1, because it was the crystal nucleus of a level 2 power zombie, and Qin Feng was also a power type. He comes to absorb it, which has a bonus to strength. Leng Mingyue absorbed 50 crystal nuclei this night. Chapter 19. Leng Mingyue absorbed a total of 83 crystals and finally felt that he couldn't absorb them anymore. The energy contained in the zombie crystal nuclei became greater as the time passed. Ling Yian and Ling Yu were in the same room, and Ling Yian asked, Sister, does what we said before count? Ling Yu asked, what did you say? It means that we will marry one in the future. Ling Yu blushed, that's what children say, how do they count? Okay then, I want to marry Leng big brother, so you should marry brother Qin Feng. Brother Qin Feng is also good, he didn't dodge when the fireball from the zombie flew over, if you dodge it, you will be injured behind. Ling Yu didn't speak, and compared the 2 of them in his heart. Qin Feng was good, but compared with brother Leng, he lacked some charisma and some leadership skills. Ling Yu said, do you have the final say? You didn't see that there is another Huang Kankan. Look at that figure, the clothes in front are almost bursting. Men like big ones. Ling Yian whispered, I'm still young, I'll still grow. After absorbing the crystal nucleus, Leng Mingyue lay on the bed unable to sleep, and was stimulated by the first 3 women. He remembered his girlfriend Zhao Shui from his previous life, whom he met after going to Kyoto 3 years later. I don't know if I can meet it in advance in this life. She was betrayed by a woman in the last life, what about this life? Don't think about it, don't think about it, dispel the mind of wandering thoughts, women must be looking for, otherwise what's the point of living? Leng Mingyue said in the morning, Qin Feng is injured and has difficulty moving, but the amount of crystal nuclei we need is relatively large. I want to go out and do a big ticket. Huang Kankan, brother Leng, I can help you. Ring tone, Leng big brother, I can treat you. Leng Mingyue waved his hand and said, I'll give you a day off today, I'll go back early. Alone, riding a motorcycle and taking Xiaobai out, this time it's going to be a big one. This time the target is the school playground. Because the crystal nucleus is not enough, everyone cannot absorb it fully. A normal person absorbs 5 capsules a day. After drinking the spiritual spring water, the amount absorbed will increase, and the strength of each person's ability will also increase a lot. I took Xiaobai just in case, and I arrived at the school an hour later, and took a peek. Yes, they are still in the playground. Now Leng Mingyue is also very strong. Not less powerful than Qin Feng. Pick up a barrel of gasoline and throw it towards the zombie group. The zombie suddenly heard a voice and began to become manic. Bite at the gas can. Gasoline spilled all over the place. Leng Mingyue continued to throw balloon buckets to the playground. Occasionally a piece of pork is lost. Come to attract zombies, looked almost done, pulled out a pistol, and fired a shot at the gasoline barrel. There were successive explosions. The zombies were blown up into the sky, and those who survived were covered in fire. Zombies don't feel pain, and the fire burns bigger and bigger. The smell was terrible. Leng Mingyue walked to the dormitory, he wanted to see if there were any survivors in this school. Walking around the dormitory, after they left, someone should have been there, the dormitory was in a mess. There is nothing to collect. I came out and saw that the fire in the playground was already small, there was no fire at the edge, and there were thousands of crystal nuclei. I have to clean up quickly by myself. It would be bad for such a big fire to attract survivors. The zombies have been carbonized after the fire. Very good for crystal nucleation. Crushed the head with 1 foot. Find the crystal nucleus, next. When the collection was almost finished, there was movement outside the playground. Looking up, a dozen people came. The leader said, "You burned all the zombies by yourself. I will leave you with 100 crystal nuclei, and leave the rest to us." Leng Mingyue laughed angrily. It took me 2 hours to get back and forth, and I spent more than 2 hours burning and picking up things here. I will give 100 for 4 hours. Leng Mingyue ignored them. Continue to pick up. A younger brother came over to grab him, and Leng Mingyue knocked out several teeth with 1 punch. The little brother didn't expect that a dozen of them would dare to fight back. More than a dozen people rushed up together, and were knocked down one by Leng Mingyue with 2 or 3 punches. Walking up to the leader, he said, "I'll take it all away, do you have any objections?" The leader also thought that Leng Mingyue was so powerful, and said, "Brother, we don't know Taishan, it's all yours, you take it away." Leng Mingyue didn't want to kill them all. Human birthdays are not easy in the last days. Turning around to leave, the leader took out a pistol from his arms. One shot at Leng Mingyue. During the 10-year killing in the last days, he felt the danger, and he dodged to the side, and the bullet tore through his clothes. Leng Mingyue was furious, and raised 2 fireballs, turning a dozen people into lumps of black charcoal. Only those who have survived in the last days know that survival is not easy, and they know the horror of the zombie tide. I wanted to leave some survivors to resist the zombies together, but it seems that I can only rely on myself in the future. The end has just begun, and the greed of human nature has been exposed. Leng Mingyue finished packing the crystal cores, hurried out of the school, and returned to the villa without any danger. Everyone came out, Qin Feng also came out. Leng Mingyue took out a sack of crystal cores, and threw it on the ground. Said, "From now on everyone try to absorb as much as possible, upgrade as soon as possible, at level 2 we will act collectively, and then go out to hunt crystal nuclei. Seeing that the clothes on Leng Mingyue's abdomen were torn, Ling Yian said nervously, "Leng big brother, you are injured, ah. Take off your clothes quickly and let me see." Ling Yian entered Leng Mingyue's house and told everyone to go out, she wanted treatment. After taking off his clothes, the bullets scratched his clothes, and there should be a red mark on his stomach, which should be relatively close. After drinking a few mouthfuls of Ling Chuan water, he no longer feels the pain. Suzun cast the healing ability again. Ling Yian said, "You take risks for everyone to advance. Take me with you next time, and I will heal you." Suzun's hair was messed up with her hands. Ling Yian threw herself into Leng Mingyue's arms, and the two fell onto the bed. When the two kissed each other, Leng Mingyue was still thinking about who I am and where I am. Am I not a sick number? Being reversed by a little lowly seems to feel good. Lingyu waited in the room all night, but Lingyu did not come back. Early the next morning. Chapter 20. In the morning, Huang Kankan looked at the two of them with anger and remorse, regretting that it was too late. Leng Mingyue supported Ling Yian, sat down in the living room, and had breakfast. "Let everyone sit down, De Wang and Xiaobai are also there, and they can understand a general idea with their IQs." Leng Mingyue said, "Now there are generally first-level zombies outside, and a few with good talents appear second-level zombies. For the safety of the team, I went out to harvest it yesterday. There is one sack of crystal nuclei, which is only available at this stage. In the future, when the zombie level is high, it will have its own consciousness, and it will run away if it is in danger. So everyone cherishes the present time. The ability level must be ahead of other humans and zombies. With level suppression, the danger is the least. From now on, in addition to absorbing the crystal nucleus, it is to go out and adapt to the supernatural power. You can't just use your power." Huang Kankan, "Okay brother Leng, we will upgrade the level as soon as possible." Leng Mingyue, "Everyone can do it, 2 bags of crystal nuclei are here, take as much as you need." Kicked the dog, "You need to eat as much as you want." Everyone took a lot of crystal nuclei back to their own room. The dog ate more than a dozen and lay down at the gate, basking in the sun while absorbing the crystal nuclei. Xiaobai also began to absorb it. Normal people absorb 5 crystal nuclei a day, and absorb 100 crystal nuclei in 20 days to advance to level 2 abilities. The members of Leng Mingyue's team have all been strengthened by spiritual spring water, and their absorption speed and absorption limit have been greatly increased. The disadvantage is that the number of crystal nuclei required for upgrading has also increased. The first one to advance was Qin Feng, because he had the only level 2 crystal nucleus. The second one is Huang Kankan, who absorbed crystal nuclei relatively early and has a very high talent. Ringtones and ringtones are still absorbing crystal nuclei in closed doors. At night, Kankan Huang pushed open the door of Leng Mingyue's room. Huang Kankan has been struggling these days. Leng Mingyue is very good. It must be safe to follow him in the apocalypse, and eating is not a problem. I usually chat with Lingyu and know that the survival of the survivors is very difficult, and they go through life and death every day for food. The threat of zombies is also very great. Now that the zombies have been upgraded, the outside is even more dangerous. I followed Leng Mingyue first, but it turned out that Ling Yian got there first. Today Huang Kankan mustered up the courage to push open the door. Leng Mingyue was absorbing the crystal nucleus. When he felt someone coming in, he thought it was the ringtone. He didn't care about the lack of electricity, the room was very dark, and he slowly touched the bedside. Leng Mingyue stopped absorbing the crystal nucleus, and hugged him into his arms. The woman in her arms felt tense. Leng Mingyue got on his horse. "Forehead. It feels different today, why is it so much bigger?" After an hour, the wind and rain stopped. Leng Mingyue took out a cigarette and lit the lighter. "Huang Kankan, why are you here?" Huang Cancan buried her head in the quilt and said, I wanted to come in to see if you had successfully upgraded, but it turned out. As a result, the door was pushed open again at this time. Leng Mingyue extinguished the lighter, and did not smoke, because he saw just now that it was Ling Yian who came in. What to do if you are caught RD in bed? Wait online. Ling Yian undressed and went to bed directly, and got into Leng Mingyue's bed. An hour later, Ling Yian said, Why is the bed so narrow today? Leng Mingyue said, I feel like I'm about to level up, you go back first, and try to break through level 2 today. Suzun left unhappy. Huang Cancan stretched out his head and took a deep breath, I'm suffocating. Huang Cancan hurriedly put on her clothes and went back to her room. Leng Mingyue really stepped up to absorb crystal nuclei. It was too exaggerated. He had already absorbed more than 800 crystal nuclei, and finally he was about to upgrade to level 2. Ling Yin went back to the house and said to Ling Yu, I knew that Huang Cancan went to steal food, and I kicked her twice on the cold big brother's bed. Hearing the bell, he was surprised, what's going on? Ling Yin said, I saw her enter the cold big brother's room when I went to the toilet just now. I went to the door to eavesdrop, and I heard a voice that I shouldn't have heard. I waited outside for an hour. Ling Yu said, you won't catch the R, you don't want to make brother Leng angry. Ling Yin said, no, I'll wait for them to finish their work before I go in. I secretly kicked her twice on the bed before I come back. Ling Yu said, you will be sisters from now on, you can't make things difficult for brother Leng, you know. Ling Yin said, she and I are sisters, we are sisters, mine is not as big as hers, sister, you have to help me, we two treat her one. You should also let Leng big brother accept it. Ling Yu blushed and said, hurry up and go to sleep, you are not tired. Ling Yin said, I'm exhausted, I eavesdropped outside for an hour, and fought against Leng big brother for another hour, sleep, sleep. Chapter 21. Huang Cancan didn't get up to make breakfast in the morning. Leng Mingyue came to the kitchen, cooked a pot of porridge, took out 2 bottles of pickles, and boiled some eggs. Nutritional balance. They all got up one after another, and everyone sat together to have breakfast, peeled an egg for Guzi, an egg for Rabbit, an egg for Ling Yian, and after looking at it, they peeled another egg for Huang Cancan. Feeling a little embarrassed, he peeled another egg for Ling Yu. Ling Yu blushed and said, thank you. Leng Mingyue glanced at Qin Feng, and Qin Feng quickly peeled it off by himself. Such an embarrassing meal in the morning. Ling Yian and Ling Yu came relatively late, and they are still at the first level. Qin Feng and Huang Cancan are already at the second level, and Leng Mingyue was also at the second level last night. Everyone decided to wait for a day, the ring tone and ring language can be upgraded, and let Huang Cancan take a rest, it is still a bit inconvenient to move around just now. Leng Mingyue took out a radio and fiddled with it. The safe zones have been established one after another. Listen to the radio to see if the surrounding safe zones are the same as in the previous life. Don't flap your butterfly wings. There are not many safe zones. At the beginning of the Doomsday, when I was riding a motorcycle on the road, I attracted a lot of zombies, which created a chance for many people to survive. The radio signal is not very good, so I listened to it one after another. Here. Safety. Everyone supplies. Datang safe zone. Finally, I heard it clearly. This channel is the Datang safe zone. In the previous life, it was relatively famous, relatively large, and persisted for a relatively long time. After listening for a while, I vaguely heard shouts from other safe areas, but I couldn't hear the names clearly. They were all calling for everyone to go to the safe area and give everyone protection and supplies. There is still no shortage of supplies in the safe zone now, and in another 1 to 2 years, those who are not supernatural beings will basically have a bowl of porridge every day. In the afternoon, the bell level was raised to level 2. The sensing distance is farther. Controlling level 1 zombies can control 3. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the ringtone level was raised to level 2. Qin Feng just came back from training his powers in the yard, and a recovery spell can restore half of his powers. Big TS, everyone will fight longer in the future. The receipt will be bigger, and when encountering the boss, the chance of survival is also greater. Leng Mingyue asked everyone to rest early and set off tomorrow morning to hunt zombies and collect crystal nuclei. Everyone went back to the house, and the dog ate more than a dozen crystal nuclei. Leng Mingyue said, "Da Huang, haven't you leveled up yet? Are you too stupid?" Xiao Bai flashed on Da Huang's back. It seems to be saying, "I am already at the second level." Rhubarb ignored Leng Mingyue, ate a few more and crawled to the door. Leng Mingyue went back to bed and didn't plan to practice today. Relax and get ready for bed. Keep your spirits up. At this time the door was pushed open. Leng Mingyue quickly took out the lighter and lit it to see who it was. Suzun went to the window, blew out the lighter, and began to undress. After an hour, Ling Yian left. Leng Mingyue couldn't sleep anymore. Women are so irresponsible, they don't care about themselves. Leng Mingyue was thinking about whether to go to Huang Cancan. At this moment the door was pushed open. Leng Mingyue hurriedly looked at the lighter. Huang Cancan came in. Leng Mingyue was happy, and his wish came true. Leng Mingyue, come on, does it still hurt? I'll check the wound for you. The next day everyone got up early, simply ate breakfast and set off. Leng Mingyue has first level crystal nuclei in his hands, and everyone at the second level absorbs less energy at the first level. The purpose today is to kill some zombies with supernatural powers. See if you can meet the second level zombies. It was very difficult to kill level 2 zombies last time, but this time everyone is level 2, so it should be easy. Set off. Leng Mingyue took out a pickup truck from the Godhead space, the Great Wall Cannon, which is very spacious. Because it was just right for 5 people to ride in the car, Xiao Bai was relatively small, so Huang Cancan could just hold him. Rhubarb has grown a lot in size recently, so let Rhubarb sit in the back of the car. The passing ability of the pickup truck is also very good. Qin Feng drove the car and led Mingyue as the co-pilot. There were almost no zombies in the vicinity of Huanglong town, and they set off in the direction of the city. After entering the city, they heard very dense gunshots. Tell Qin Feng to drive in the direction of the gunshots. It is a 5-story supermarket, very large, surrounded by a lot of zombies. There should be soldiers collecting supplies. Leng Mingyue saw a zombie emitting a big fireball. It should be a second-level zombie, and finally ran into it again. It was still a fire-type zombie. Qin Feng asked, "Will the boss save them?" Chapter 22. We came out to hunt crystal nuclei. There are so many zombies here that save us from finding them, and I like the second-level zombie that can fire balls. Leng Mingyue said. Ringtone, Leng big brother, you actually like zombies, so I won't look for you tonight. Everyone looked at Leng Mingyue with strange eyes. Ahem, I like his crystal nucleus. Leng Mingyue quickly added. Leng Mingyue gave orders, prepared to fight, and put the pickup into the Godhead space. This pickup is very good, so don't break it during the battle. After looking at it, there are about 1,000 zombies around the building. According to the gunshots, there should be 12 people in a squad. If a few of them don't go to the rescue, they will definitely not be able to rush out. And there is a second-level zombie outside. In the building was the team that came out to collect supplies from the safety zone of the military camp in the north of the city. There were 12 people in a squad. Several people were about to run out of bullets. Seeing the dense crowd of zombies, they were desperate, but they did not give up resistance. The squad leader said, "We have to kill a few more zombies even if we die, and we have to die worthwhile." Suddenly there was an explosion outside. One person shouted, "Did the squad leader come to rescue?" The squad leader said, "Probably not, the explosion just now was not a grenade or an RPG. Leng Mingyue threw a petrol can at the second-level zombie and blew it up with a pistol when he was about to hit the ground. Dozens were killed, and many others were on fire. The second-level zombie stood up, and it seemed that the explosion just now did little damage to it. The sound attracted many zombies to rush towards this side. The second-level zombies were the first to bear the brunt, and Leng Mingyue threw 2 gasoline cans, both of which were thrown at the second-level zombies. The huge explosion blew up many zombies. Level 2 zombies also don't feel comfortable being blown off with an arm. The zombies have already rushed to the front. No more throwing gas cans, save some gas. Also practice team battles. Leng Mingyue and Qin Feng stood in the middle of Huang Kankan Station in front, and behind Lingyan Station, De Wang protected the 2 daughters, and Xiao Bai maneuvered to rescue. When the zombies came over, Leng Mingyue and Qin Feng turned their fire axes like a windmill. After the upgrade of Huang Kankan's wood-type ability, the branches are very sharp. A level 1 zombie can directly penetrate the skull, and the branches will bring out the crystal nucleus. Lingyu is also exploring how his abilities can improve his combat effectiveness. Leng Mingyue had never encountered a psychic in his previous life, and he couldn't help him. Lingyu put all his spiritual power into a zombie's head, and suddenly the zombie's head exploded. Lingyu's face turned pale. It wasn't an overdraft ability, it was a little disgusting. It's also a nice combat ability. Ringtones are no longer experimental. Control 3 zombies in front of several people so that the area under attack will be much smaller, and the 3 zombies can still attack outwards. Ringtones are the easiest. From time to time, cast a recovery ability on Leng Mingyue. Qin Feng received a big blow. Big sister, there is one person in front that you haven't seen yet. Leng Mingyue yelled, the ringtone saves the power, how long we can fight is up to you. Give Qin Feng a recovery power too. Several people harvested very fast. The team inside the building were shocked to see the fighting outside. Their army also has powerful supernatural beings, who can fight 6 or 7 zombies by themselves. But among the thousands of zombies, 5 people did not retreat but advanced. It was so powerful that the squad leader said, others come to save us, we have to speed up killing zombies. Although the second-level zombies only have 1 arm, they are also gathering fireballs. Leng Mingyue has been paying attention. The moment the fireball was sent out, Leng Mingyue grabbed a zombie corpse and threw it towards the fireball. The fireball hit the zombie corpse halfway and exploded. Leng Mingyue waved a fireball and flew towards the second-level zombie. You are a fire-type ability, and I will also give you a fireball. The second-level zombies didn't dodge, and the fireball directly blew the head of the zombies away. The second-level zombies were eliminated, and it was only a matter of time before the remaining first-level zombies. After an hour, several people were almost exhausted and paralyzed. Finally wiped out. Lingyan said, I won't waste any abilities anymore. At this time, a group of heavily armed soldiers came over and said, thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, we would definitely not be able to get out of this building today. Leng Mingyue said, are you from the safety zone of the military camp in the north of the city? The soldier said, yes, how do you know that? Leng Mingyue said, do you want the first-level crystal nucleus here? If so, we can exchange some weapons with you. The soldier said happily, yes, many of our comrades in arms have no chance to absorb it because they don't have crystal nuclei. There are more than 1,000 here. We can give you supplies and food. Leng Mingyue said, we don't want food, we want some guns and bullets, is that okay? Chapter 23. The squad leader said, we can't decide to change the guns and ammunition. We need to go back to the barracks and report to our division commander. Okay, let's collect the crystal cores first. I'll go back to the barracks with you. If possible, I can change some. If it violates the rules, forget it. Leng Mingyue said. With the addition of 12 soldiers, the crystal nucleus was collected very quickly. Leng Mingyue found this second-level crystal nucleus not far from the second-level zombie. This is now a good thing, and it is included in the Godhead space. After putting away the crystal core, the squad leader said, "There are a lot of supplies in the building, please take a look and install some if necessary." Most of what the soldiers packed was food, and a few of them went into the building for a stroll. There was no shortage of food, just to see if there was room for Leng Mingyue. Each of the women moved a few boxes of sanitary napkins for Leng Mingyue to enter the Shenge space. Seeing that there are still a lot of bottled water in the warehouse, I also collected them. Qin Feng collected several suits. Leng Mingyue asked, "Do you like wearing suits?" Qin Feng scratched his head embarrassingly, and said, "It's not that I like it. I couldn't afford it before, and it cost tens of thousands. It's the end of the world. I want to wear it to feel it. It's good." Leng Mingyue didn't care about how many people there were. All the cigarettes, lighters, and all the alcohol were taken away. After coming out, the two military vehicles of the soldiers were almost full, and they were all eaten. Leng Mingyue walked to a place where they couldn't see, let out the pickup, smoked a cigarette and waited for them. After one cigarette was smoked, 3 cars set off. The journey was smooth and should be cleaned up frequently. Get off at the gate of the barracks for inspection. Mainly to see if there is any injury. Leng Mingyue's car stopped at the door and did not go in. Waited outside for over 10 minutes. 2 Jeep military vehicles came out. The squad leader also got out of the car and said to Leng Mingyue, "This is our teacher Tian Qiuchen." Leng Mingyue said, "Mr. Tian, I'm sorry to bother you today." Tian Qiuchen said, "This is not disturbing, I want to thank you very much for saving our soldiers, let's stop talking here, go in and talk, and drink some water." Leng Mingyue got into the car and followed him in without checking. If he had been bitten by a zombie for so long, he would have already transformed into a dead body. Leng Mingyue walked in the car and looked around. The fence of the barracks is not good. There are no high-level zombies wandering around with zombies now. After level 5 or 6, zombies already have wisdom and command ability, and can easily break through the wall. I saw a lot of tents in the open space, and a lot of survivors were here, and soon the barracks would not be able to accommodate so many people. Drive to the command post. Several people get off. Go into a conference room. Tian Qiuchen spoke first, "Listen to the squad leader, you have a lot of crystal cores and want to exchange heat weapons, don't you?" Leng Mingyue poured the bag containing the crystal cores on the conference table, and said, "About 1,000. I don't have a specific number. I want 10 Type 95s, 1,000 bullets, and 10 grenades." "Mr. Tian, you can do it." Tian Qiuchen thought about it. It is generally useless to fight zombies until the body is hit. It must be hit to the head. Not everyone is a sharpshooter. Basically, it takes 10 bullets to kill a zombie. It shouldn't be that much, but you still saved one of our squads. Then according to the amount you said, I'll have someone prepare it for you. But I have to say first, the guns and ammunition I gave you can only be used to kill zombies. They cannot be used to kill survivors. Leng Mingyue said, "Okay, I can guarantee you this." Tian Qiuchen said, "I heard from the squad leader that you can cut zombies and fireballs. What kind of power do you have?" Leng Mingyue said, "I'm just stronger. I'm a fire-type power user." While talking, 2 soldiers moved things in. Qin Feng and Huang Kankan opened it and looked at it, then moved into the car. Leng Mingyue said, "Mr. Tian, it seems that your place is full of survivors. If there are more survivors, you probably won't be able to let them go. Besides, everyone lives in tents. There are too many people. Zombies can be smelled from a long distance away. It will be very dangerous in the future." What? Tian Qiuchen said, "Yes, there is no way. Now I have been collecting supplies to feed these people. I don't have time to move them, and I haven't found a suitable place. Leng Mingyue said, the place where we live now is the villa area on the other side of Huanglong Town. Huanglong Town is in a mountain depression, backed by mountains, and the road in front is also very well repaired. I suggest that if you want to move, you can go there. The front is easy to defend, and the mountains behind can also be evacuated. There are many villas over there, and there are also several high-rise buildings, and Huanglong Town can accommodate a lot of people. Tian Qiuchen was very happy after hearing this and said, okay, I will send someone to investigate, and if it is suitable, we will all move there. Leng Mingyue asked again, is it because the soldiers go out to find supplies and support the survivors unconditionally? Tian Qiuchen said, otherwise, they are ordinary people, can they still be allowed to go to the battlefield? Leng Mingyue said, it's the end of the world, and the survivors basically have supernatural powers. They need to be trained to adapt to killing zombies, so that they can become stronger. It is impossible to let soldiers protect them all the time. If you move to Huanglong Town, you need to build a separation wall on the periphery. It must be high and thick to be safe. So if you don't want to face zombies, go to work. This is the normal mode of operation of a safe zone. In the future, if you want to live in a safe zone, you have to hand in supplies or crystal cores. No one will protect you for nothing. Leng Mingyue talked about the rules of the safe zone in the previous life, and Mr. Tian was surprised, is it really the end of the world? Can't rebuild civilization. There are soldiers going out to collect supplies now, and there must be losses every time they go out. Mr. Tian, think about it, how many soldiers will there be in 1 year, 2 years from now, and who will protect the safe zone by then? Tian Qiuchen thought for a long time. Leng Mingyue came out with everyone, and searched for Fatty Qian in the barracks for a long time, but he couldn't find it. I don't know if he went out to kill zombies. See you by fate. After leaving the barracks, everyone was given a pistol collected at the police station last time. In case for need. This time I exchanged weapons with Mr. Tian because I was afraid that the ability energy would run out at some point. This is also a backhand. The submachine gun has not been given to everyone for the time being. It is not used yet, and it is inconvenient to carry and move. Leng Mingyue thought about putting submachine guns and bullets into the Godhead space, but he had collected too many supplies, and the 100-acre space was almost full, so when he put the bullets, his spirit sense swept in. My God, what happened? Chapter 24. With a sweep of consciousness, there are carts of vegetables and food in the divine space. Meat, clothes, shoes. They are all in piles, and I used to only focus on collecting them. It was never sorted out. Ability upgrades from level 1 to level 2. The Godhead space has also been upgraded. It turns out that the space of Godhead has 100 mu of space, but now it is scanned with divine consciousness, and the space is now 500 mu. The original piles of materials are now sorted out, like transparent shelves. Very tidy. 1 cube of grain is 1 cube. Each meat is separated. The clothes are all hanging on the hangers, as if someone has taken care of them. The space that was going to be crowded was suddenly emptied. Of the new 400 acres, 150 acres are the same solid ground as before. The remaining 250 mu is the same as the outside land, and there is an extra small river in front of the land. Leng Mingyue took some drinking water, took a sip, okay. It's not a spiritual spring, my good fellow, if this river is a spiritual spring, it would be too much. This river is ordinary river water. These meanings mean that I am allowed to plant land, 250 acres, which is not much to say. If one person sows, waters, and then harvests, he will be exhausted and unable to finish it. When I was thinking about it, I wanted to take some bottles of water out of the Godhead space, and felt that the current Godhead space was like a part of my body. It suddenly occurred to me that it would be okay to farm the land with divine consciousness. With one thought, the 250 mu of land was turned over, and then with one mind, the river water was controlled to irrigate the land. Although nothing was planted, the experiment was a success. It is possible to cultivate land with spiritual consciousness. The task now is to collect the seeds. All kinds of vegetables, fruits, rice, wheat, corn, sweet potatoes, and several staple foods can be found. When Leng Mingyue's consciousness was still in the Godhead space, Qin Feng had already driven to the city, and zombies could already be seen here. Qin Feng looked at Leng Mingyue with his eyes closed. He thought it was because he was tired from killing the zombies and was resting, so he parked the car to the side and waited. Leng Mingyue felt the car stopped, opened his eyes and saw that there were already zombies around. Tell Qin Feng, look around to see if there is a seed station. If you don't have it in the city, go to the suburbs or towns. There must be seeds in those places. Qin Feng said that he had seen one in Huanglong town before. Is it a bit far to go back to Huanglong town now? Leng Mingyue looked at his watch, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and said, go back to the villa tonight. I collected the seeds in the town, and took all the things that need to be brought to the villa. Because I told the military. The military will definitely come. And Leng Mingyue is about to move, he is going to the capital. It was already 5:30 p.m. when we returned to Huanglong town. When we came to the seed station, it was really big. There are basically common seeds, and the amount is not small. Leng Mingyue took them all away. Then back to the villa, Leng Mingyue planted most of the seeds with his eyes closed. He wanted to experiment and see what kind of crops the land was suitable for growing. With 10 mu of rice, it is very convenient to divert river water. Then there are 10 mu of wheat, 10 mu of sweet potato, and 10 mu of corn. First, let's look at the 4 main beams as a potential safety hazard. Planted some more vegetables. Many zombies were killed today, but the crystal nuclei were all traded. Fortunately, there were still remaining crystal nuclei. At night, everyone can still smoke as much as they can. Absorbed to the upper line. After dinner, Leng Mingyue continued to work on the shenge space, watering and weeding. Another room. Lane was talking, big sister, do you want to go, or if you don't, I'll go. Lingyu was very speechless, and the younger sister forced the older sister to find her own man. While the two were talking, the door next door rang, so there was no need to refuse. Huang Daxiaohua has already entered. The two came to the door to eavesdrop. After an hour. Chapter 25. Lingyu still ran back to the house. After Huang Kenkan came out of Leng Mingyue's house, Ling Yian entered. The next day we had breakfast together, Leng Mingyue said, yesterday I was delayed for a day, and today I will go to the city center to do a few big ones, collect more crystal cores, and supplies. After collecting valuable things, we set off for Kyoto. It is the center of political culture. It is also the largest safe zone. In the later stage, Kyoto was the first to launch alloy swords. High-level zombies are difficult to kill with ordinary weapons. Everyone packed up the things in the villa, and they will not come back here in the future. A few people took away the beds, they were used to sleeping on such a good bed, and they were afraid that they couldn't find such a good bed when they went out. Or drive a great wall pickup. Guzi reluctantly got into the back fight. Issue. Leng Mingyue prepared some extra gasoline barrels. There are also 10 grenades that were exchanged. If you encounter a high level in use. In case for need. Walking to the largest hospital in the urban area, many infected people ran to the hospital in the early stage, causing the hospital to be full of zombies. Let a few people hide. Leng Mingyue found a car and found a piece of tape to stick the horn. He conveniently put a can of gasoline in the car. Stick it and hide it quickly. Car horns sounded in the hospital. The quiet hospital became restless, many zombies rushed out of the building, and those upstairs were also beating the glass. Leng Mingyue took out a pistol and shattered the glass, and the zombie jumped downstairs. Thousands of zombies gathered together. Leng Mingyue took out a few barrels of balloons from the Godhead space, and threw them towards the zombie group together with Qin Feng. Then shoot at the barrel. Explosions blew the zombies away. Leng Mingyue shouted, "Work has started." Standing in a good position, the zombies rushed over, and the two fire axes that were already curled up turned around. Leng Mingyue said while killing the zombies, "This weapon should be replaced. It doesn't work anymore." Huang Kankan controlled the branches to collect crystal nuclei while killing zombies. Very fast. Gasoline bombing zombies is only useful in the early stage, and it is useless later. Now it can be used several times. 2 hours later, everyone killed all the zombies and collected all the crystal nuclei. Everyone entered the hospital, and the pharmacy was on the first floor. Collected medicines. A cold curry here also found, a lot of blood. It's probably overdue, but it's a good thing to attract zombies. Take all these things away. The scattered zombies upstairs didn't waste time. After leaving the hospital, I began to look for schools. Schools should be the most densely populated places. There is a middle school not far away. But the middle school is very quiet as if there are no zombies, and there is a big willow tree on the playground. Very tall. Leng Mingyue said to the crowd, "Look at the difference in that tree." Qin Feng said, "This tree is more lush." Ling Yian said, "This tree is so thick." Leng Mingyue said, "This is a secondary mutant plant." Everyone was surprised. Plants can also mutate. The fact that there are no zombies in the school should be due to this willow tree. Now that it is at level 2, its combat effectiveness must be very powerful. Everyone is ready to fight and accept this level 2 wood crystal nucleus. Everyone slowly approached. The wicker began to swing. The wicker entwined towards the crowd. No fire axe. Take 2 sharp short knives. Leng Mingyue and Qin Feng are at the front. Start chopping branches. The branches seem to be endless. Leng Mingyue shouted, "Stand back." After exiting 100 meters, the branches retracted. It seems that this willow tree is not easy to deal with. It is not easy to evolve in advance in the early stage. If you don't die, you can reach the top. Willow trees are afraid of fire. We still have to attack with fire. Get out the barrels of gasoline. Qin Feng aimed at the crown of the tree, and smashed the trunk. After they were all doused in gasoline, without using a gun, Leng Mingyue used a fireball technique and exploded on the tree trunk, igniting the gasoline. The fire burns. The willows are swinging wildly. Daliashu, human beings don't talk about martial arts. The fire was extinguished after half an hour. Several people walked over warily. Sensing the bell, see if the willow tree is dead. Ling Yu closed his eyes and sensed, and said, "The willow tree has lost its vitality, and the crystal nucleus has leaked out." Leng Mingyue took the crystal nucleus and handed it to Huang Kankan. Huang Kankan happily accepted it. "I can also absorb the secondary crystal nucleus." A few people were about to leave, and Ling Yu said, "Wait a minute, there is a vitality underground." After finishing speaking, a small willow bud sprouted out of the ground next to it. "This can't be the mutated willow tree just now." "That's right, and it's not." Gang Liashu knew that he must die, so he left a way out for himself. Qin Feng stepped forward to chop. Ling Yu stopped him and said, "Wait a minute, Lu Shu said he would follow me." Leng Mingyue was surprised and said, "What a smart mutant willow tree. Mutant beasts or mutant plants can be subdued. This willow tree has a high IQ. If so, then you should accept it." You drop a drop of blood on the willow tree. After Ling Yu dripped a drop of blood, quickly absorbed by the branches and leaves, there is a conscious connection between the bell and the willow tree. Leng Mingyue poured another bowl of spiritual spring water on the willow tree. Small willow buds spread out and then retract into the soil. Ling Yian shouted, "Sister Liashu has run away." Ling Yu said, it's okay, the willow tree is evolving now. After waiting for a while, the willow buds came out again, and they really came out, wrapping around Leng Yu's wrist directly. Leng Yu said to everyone, the level of the willow tree has not changed, but it has evolved. Now there is no need to plant it on the ground, but the willow tree said that Brother Leng will give him a bowl of water every day, and a lot of crystal nuclei. If he needs to fight, he can plant it directly on the ground and grow up. Now this willow tree has two states. The non-combat state is a small willow bud wrapped around the wrist. If it is in the fighting state, it will take root on the ground. To output. Everyone finally understood. Leng Mingyue said, this willow tree is not easy to cultivate well, it will be a great help for us in the future. Leng Mingyue is in a very good mood after accepting willow. This school is also clean and there are no zombies, so find a place to eat. He looked at the 5th floor of the teaching building and said, let's go up to the top of the building, and eat while watching the movement below. Huang Kankan went upstairs and asked Leng Mingyue, what are you eating today? It's almost noon now. Leng Mingyue suddenly wanted to eat skewers. Have some beer. Take out 2 tables, take out beef and mutton, and some dishes, some seafood. Several people began to wear skewers. Take out a skewer stove and let Qin Feng start a fire. Chapter 26. The skewers are just threaded. Qin Feng's side is also on fire. Open a bottle of beer and hear the sound of a helicopter in the distance. Everyone saw a helicopter flying from a distance, amazing. There are no helicopters in the Qinbei military region. It seems that the people who come here are not easy. The plane quickly reached the top of the building. The huge wind blew away the freshly skewered mutton kebabs. The coals of the kebabs were blowing all over the place. Everyone cursed angrily when they saw it. What the hell are you doing? Such a big place is flying towards us. Are you blind? 6 people jumped out of the plane, fully armed with the most advanced weapons. A team member said, who said we were blind just now? The smell of gunpowder is full. Ling Ian said, who told you to park the helicopter here? It blew away the mutton skewers and charcoal fire that we had so hard to wear. The team member said, it's the end of the world. You still eat lamb skewers, we are saving you. I don't know what to do. Qin Feng stepped forward to teach them a lesson. Said, I need you to save me. Just a few of you are not enough to stuff the zombies' teeth. The more they talked, the more angry they became, and it was time to do it. Leng Mingyue and their leading captain stopped at the same time. Leng Mingyue said, are you special forces? What are you doing here? The captain said, we are the Spike Special Forces. As for the mission is to keep it secret, we can't say it. Leng Mingyue said, okay, then let's continue eating, you go and perform your tasks. Leng Mingyue didn't want to conflict with them over a meal. They must be able to fly a helicopter to perform more urgent tasks. Leng Mingyue called everyone to prepare lunch again. The special team went downstairs. Half an hour later the smell of the barbecue came out, and Leng Mingyue took a delicious bite. Then took a sip of beer. Well, in the end of the world, you can still eat this, it's beautiful. The few people ate happily, while Qin Feng ate, he lay on the edge of the building, watching the special forces downstairs, and researching in the ashes of the big willow tree. The few people had almost eaten, and the special forces came up. The captain came over and asked, did you see a willow tree there when you came? Leng Mingyue knew that he couldn't lie, the ashes of the willow tree were obviously freshly burned. Leng Mingyue said, when we came, the willow trees wanted to entangle us. We threw a few barrels of gasoline and burned them to death. What's the matter? Burning trees is not illegal in the last days. The captain said, this tree has research value. One of our missions is to bring the willow tree back, or bring the crystal nucleus back. Leng Mingyue thought to himself, it's a good thing I burned to death for you, otherwise you might not be able to deal with the big willow tree. Said, since it has been burned to death, so be it, why don't you stay and eat some barbecue? The captain knew that the possibility of getting the crystal nucleus was basically gone. A few people secretly swallowed their saliva. With so many days at the end of the day, they usually just eat compressed biscuits, and at the best time they can eat a bowl of instant noodles. Several people have not eaten meat for a long time. But the captain still said, "We still have tasks, so we will leave first without eating. You can clean up first. I am afraid that the helicopter will take off with a strong wind. I will disturb you." Leng Mingyue said, "It's okay, we are already full, you can take off at ease." The soldiers of the special forces took off directly after boarding the helicopter. A team member behind said, "Captain, they still have a lot of meat left. It's a waste if they can't eat." The captain said, "These people are not simple. In the last days, they have clean clothes and are in the mood to eat barbecue. They must be powerful people. It's okay to mess with them." The team member said, "Captain, our first mission has failed. The second mission is to rescue Professor Li's wife and daughter. It may not be easy to complete. It has been so long, even if it has not turned into a zombie, it will starve to death." The captain said, "No matter what, you have to take a look." The captain holds a note in his hand, which is an address. Chapter 27. After eating, everyone set off to prepare for work. Originally, the aroma of barbecue was used to lure some zombies to kill them. Maybe the floor is too high. Failed to attract zombies. Open the building and drive to continue looking for zombies. I saw a big Force store on the road, and all the cars stopped here are big pickups, Raptor big pickups, and Liang are refitted. Several people found the key. Then change cars. Put all the cars into the Godhead space. It turned out that the space was almost full, and many supplies were not collected. Now, the Godhead space has been upgraded, and supplies can be collected again. Suddenly Leng Mingyue saw another seed station. This is already in the city, and there is even a seed station here. Go in and start stocking. While searching, Leng Mingyue used his spiritual sense to sweep into the Godhead space, and saw that the vegetables planted had matured, and the wheat, corn, and rice had entered the grain-filling period. The Godhead space also has the function of food acceleration. It seems that the food and vegetables harvested before are not very useful. Several people saw a square in front of them, and there was a 2-story zombie in the square. This is another level 2 zombie. Such a large body should have high defense and strong strength, but it moves slowly. This is the best way to kill. There are more than 300 zombies around the second level zombies. Go straight to war. Or use a fire axe. Hack zombies. A few people cleaned up the first level zombies first. The second level zombie came over, and Leng Mingyue knocked him down with a fireball. Then Huang Can directly tied up the zombies with wooden supernatural branches. Now the big willow tree is still too small, still a small bud. Can't help yet. After an hour, the first level zombies were finally cleaned up. The speed of the big man defending against the zombies was like the speed of an old lady walking around after dinner. The first level zombies have been cleaned up. The second level zombies rushed over, moving too slowly. But the defense is too high. Just a fireball from Leng Mingyue did not cause much damage to the zombies. Qin Feng slashed the zombie's leg with a fire axe, and the zombie kicked Qin Feng away. Qin Feng didn't stand up for a long time. This is not easy to kill. Can't break through the defense now. Little Bai. Leng Mingyue shouted. Give him a grenade, pull out the ring, let Xiao Bai bite in his mouth, and say to Xiao Bai, this will explode, you find a chance to put it in the zombie's mouth. Do you understand? Remember this will explode, after you drop it immediately flash, remember not to be killed by the bomb. I feel that Xiao Bai should understand. Leng Mingyue hit the zombie with a fireball, and the zombie let out a roar. Xiao Bai flashed above the zombie, threw a grenade into the mouth of the zombie, and then flashed to a car 100 meters away. Leng Mingyue shouted, "Run quickly!" Turning around and running, the head of the second-level zombie was blown away by the grenade. The golden bell cover was practiced outside, and the mouth was almost there. After a break, a few people started looking for crystal nuclei. Huang Kenkan had a second-level crystal nucleus, and this second-level crystal nucleus was given to Qin Feng, so that Qin Feng would have a little help in defense. There are too few crystal nuclei in the spiritual department and the healing department, and I haven't seen them for 10 years in the last life. We can only let the pair of sisters slowly absorb the ordinary crystal nucleus. A few people took a break. Xiao Bai made a great contribution, and rewarded an extra carrot at dinner. Then look at Guzi. Rhubarb. In addition to eating and sleeping every day, when can you be useful? De Huang looked at Leng Mingyue, then turned around and waved his paw at a car. The car turned out to go straight from the middle halves. If Ed, Goofy, you are level 2. Metal abilities are also strong. Guzi evolved very early, must have good talent, and drinks Ling Chuan every day. Great and normal. A few people packed up the crystal nuclei and continued to set off. There was no target, and they just went to kill wherever there were many zombies. Useful materials are all collected into the Godhead space. A few more gas stations were collected along the way. Gasoline is a good thing to burn zombies in the early stage. It was getting dark, and there happened to be a high-end community in front of it. Leng Mingyue said, "Let's rest here tonight. The neighborhood looks good. There are quite a lot of zombies in the community." It took a few people half an hour to clean up the gate of the community. Entering the community, I thought about finding a house to live in. Huang Kenkan said, "Look upstairs to see if there is the helicopter we encountered at noon." Several people looked up, and the helicopter parked on the roof was the helicopter piloted by Lanja and the others. The curious people walked towards the building with the helicopter. They are also acquaintances. Go and have a look. This is a 15-story building. When I reached the 10th floor, I heard fighting in the corridor. When I came to the corridor, I saw a Tibetan Mastiff zombie the size of a lion, beating on the door, and after seeing a few people, he gave up the door and walked towards this side. Leng Mingyue kicked Rhubarb, "If you don't work hard, you will have nothing to eat at night." Rhubarb faced off. Although this Tibetan Mastiff is a level 2 zombie, it has no special abilities. It should have just been upgraded to level 2. After a few rounds, his neck was chopped off by Rhubarb's claw. Leng Mingyue dug out the crystal nucleus before Rhubarb, and collected it into the Godhead space. "Haha, I can absorb the secondary crystal nucleus tonight." Rhubarb looked at Leng Mingyue resentfully, "I am not a human, you are a real dog." Leng Mingyue walked to the door and saw that the anti-theft door had been destroyed and was full of big holes. I saw that it was the people from the Spike Special Brigade inside. The people inside were also very surprised and did not expect that someone would rescue them at this critical moment. The captain moved away the heavy objects blocking the door. Said to Leng Mingyue, "Thank you so much, we ran out of bullets, this dog is too powerful." Leng Mingyue said, "It's okay, let's go up and take a look when we pass by and see the helicopter." "If it's okay, let's go." The captain shouted, "Can you help? There are too many wounded on our side, can you help escort us down?" "Thank you very much." Leng Mingyue said, "Can you let us know about your secret mission?" The captain said, "Our first mission failed. The second mission is to escort Professor Li's wife and daughter. Professor Li's wife has passed away. When we found out, his daughter was also starving to death. We gave her food something. Just now when we were fighting zombies, a zombie dog suddenly ran out and injured 4 of our team members. It's just the 2 of us, I'm afraid we won't be able to protect the mission target." Leng Mingyue said, "Is your wounded seriously injured, is it a bite?" The captain said, "One was bitten and turned into a zombie. We have already sent it away. The remaining 3 are bruises." You can just go back and raise them. Leng Mingyue called Ling Yian to come over and treat the wounded, including Professor Li's daughter. Several wounded miraculously stood up. Although he can't fight yet, he can already take care of himself and walk by himself. At this time, Professor Li's daughter also woke up. He looked at everyone ignorantly. Leng Mingyue asked, "Are you going back now, or leaving tomorrow morning?" The captain said, "Let's go tomorrow. It's too dark." The driver was bitten. "Although I can drive, I'm not very proficient. It's too dangerous to drive at night. Let's go tomorrow morning." Leng Mingyue said, "Well, the fighting here is too chaotic. We will find another house that is empty and we will spend the night here, and we will leave tomorrow morning." Leng Mingyue asked everyone to carry a bag, in order to conceal the spatial ability. Let everyone prepare dinner. Chapter 28. After taking out a lot of materials, Huang Kankan and Ling Yu stewed beef together and cooked a few simple dishes. Thinking of the people next door, Leng Mingyue took out some pork, potatoes, and beans, and stewed them in a big pot. The smell of stew here wafts to the next door. Several Spike special forces are no longer in serious trouble after treatment. Smelling the smell of meat, she said, "I haven't eaten meat for a long time, and I really want to have a bite." Professor Li's daughter also said, "I want to eat meat too. I'm too hungry, and I don't want to eat compressed biscuits when I smell the smell of meat." Professor Li's daughter came to Leng Mingyue's house. Looking at the meat in the pot, he didn't speak. May have been hungry for too long. Leng Mingyue asked, "Do you want to eat meat? What's your name?" "My name is Li Linger. I thought I would starve to death, but I didn't expect to see meat." Leng Mingyue asked Qin Feng to call everyone from the special forces. "Let's eat together today." The members of the Lanja Special Brigade each had a bowl of rice topped with various stewed meat and stir-fried vegetables. Li Linger also ate with big mouthfuls. Leng Mingyue said to Li Linger, "Eat slowly, eat less, if you are hungry for too long, you will vomit if you eat too much." Ling Yian and Huang Kankan also started eating. Several people have meat in every meal, and they are used to such meals. But Li Linger and the people from the special brigade started gobbling it up. About 10 minutes after eating, Li Linger vomited. Leng Mingyue said, "Let you eat slowly, you still eat so fast." Then he said to Huang Kankan, "Pack up your things, let's change to another room. You can't stay overnight here." Changing a room, Leng Mingyue looked out the window, and saw a lot of zombies wandering over one after another. This time the cooking time was longer, and the surrounding zombies were denser. Leng Mingyue said, "Put down all the cooking things first, and then work overtime. Clean up the bottom before going to bed, otherwise I won't be able to sleep well." Leng Mingyue threw a bag of expired blood out the window. Blood burst on the ground. The zombies rioted. The roar startled the Spike's people. For some unknown reason, so many zombies gathered. Leng Mingyue led people to find the person who had Spike and said, "You protect Li Linger. Let's go down and clean up the zombies." When I got downstairs, I said to Ling Yu, "It's dark outside now, you can sense if there are any high-level zombies. Avoid being attacked." The bell sensed that there were no high-level zombies. The old method. Leng Mingyue took out a barrel of gasoline from the Godhead space, threw it towards the densest place, and then hit the gasoline barrel with a fireball. After the explosion, the flames were very bright. Several people started to clean up the zombies. There was a bright fire, and hundreds of zombies were cleared and the crystal nuclei were dug. Alas, there are no high-level zombies, and now the few people who are already at the second level absorb very little energy from the first-level crystal nucleus. Upgrading takes a long time. Several people went upstairs. These places are safe, and the nearby zombies have been cleaned up. After going upstairs, several people were still eating. Li Linger seemed to have vomited again before. Leng Mingyue held his forehead and ignored them. Back in their own room, several people began to absorb the crystal nucleus. The first level crystal nuclei can only absorb a large amount in order to increase energy. In the next room, Leng Yian was talking to Leng Mingyue, and Leng Yian said, "We followed Leng Big Brother. I don't feel anything when I eat meat every meal. It seems to be the same as before the end of the world. Only when I see Li Linger today do I know what the end of the world is." Leng Mingyue nodded silently. Leng Yian said, "Then why don't you hurry up and seize the opportunity?" Leng Mingyue blushed when she heard the sound, thinking of the two sisters who were serving her husband, and said, "Quickly absorb the crystal nucleus, go to sleep when the absorption is full, and stop talking." Leng Mingyue is also absorbing, feeling like a bottomless pit. The energy of the first level crystal nucleus is too low. It's almost absorbed. It stands to reason that someone should come at this time. Why is there no movement today? I waited alone all night. The next day, a few people cleaned up, made a big pot of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and took out some steamed stuffed buns. Before the porridge was ready, Li Linger came to wait. Everyone drank a bowl and ate a steamed stuffed bun, and the members of the Spike Special Forces Brigade also ate some. The captain of the Spike team said, "We are going back to report today." "Where are you going, or go to our safe zone?" Leng Mingyue said, "We are not going yet, we are going to Kyoto." The team leader was surprised. This is more than 1,200 kilometers. It may have been more than 10 hours before the end of the world, but now, there are zombies everywhere, and the zombies are still evolving. Leng Mingyue waved his hand, "Let's go, I'll take you to the plane." Li Linger said, "Aren't you going together?" "I think the plane is quite big and should be able to hold it. I still want to eat the meat you cooked." Leng Mingyue said, "We still have a lot of things to do. Go ahead and see you later. Wave your hands." The captain left in a helicopter. It's all little episodes. Today, I went shopping in the city for a day, collecting materials and crystal cores, and tomorrow I will officially set off in the direction of Kyoto. Chapter 29. A few people set off and saw a school not far away. You can see the crowds inside. The dangling ones were full of zombies, estimated to number in the thousands. Leng Mingyue sensed that there were at least 3 second-level zombies here. For safety, Leng Mingyue decided to use fire. I found the playground of this school. There were more than a dozen zombies on the playground, and they were easily resolved. I started to put gasoline barrel by barrel, and put more than 30 barrels in full. The explosive power of gasoline barrels is limited, so use them quickly now that the zombie level is low, and there will be no chance if the zombie level is high in the future. Several people hid, and Leng Mingyue took out 2 bags of blood. One bag was lost in the middle of the gasoline, and the other bag was lost at the gate of the playground. The zombies in the school started to riot. There is a lot of movement here, and all the zombies are rushing here. A dense crowd of zombies broke through the gate of the playground. This is the largest number of zombies pulled at one time since the end of the world, and there are about 3,000 zombies. After most of them entered the encirclement, Leng Mingyue blasted a fireball on the gasoline barrel, a series of 30 explosions. The flames burst into the sky. Several people waited for half an hour. There were sporadic movements inside. A few people started working. There are also some peripheral zombies struggling with short arms and short legs, and several people quickly slashed and killed the zombies. 20 minutes later there were no more moving zombies. 1 sack per person. Start picking up crystal nuclei one after another. Of the 3 second-level zombies, 1 was eliminated, and the other 2 were also only half-bodied by Qin Feng. A few people quickly collected the crystal nuclei, and saw a few figures outside. Some survivors came over, probably because of the sound of explosions and flames that attracted them. People are almost dehumanized now, and Leng Mingyue doesn't want to have any contact with them. Greet everyone and leave quickly. The crystal nucleus harvest is good, and there is no danger. A few people came out to see if there were any supplies worth collecting in the city. After walking for half an hour, I found a forest store. This is a RV forest store. This one is good. I've always wanted to collect it. If you don't have a place to live on the way to Kyoto, you can take out the RV, and you can take a shower and go to the toilet. There are more than a dozen RVs. Take it all away. There is no place to live on the road. Continue to set off, there is an outdoor goods store on the road. Everything is complete. The camouflage uniforms are not bad, each person chooses one to change into, and the rest are all put into the Godhead space, military shovel. There are also several compound bows. Portable stove. Outdoor survival items, tents, climbing ropes. Binoculars, jackets. All good things to use, compass. Now there is no navigation, only a compass. Found another smoking hotel. Although some have been taken away, there are still many left. All kinds of wine, all kinds of cigarettes, income in the space of Godhead. Qin Feng, boss has enough cigarettes to last for several years. Leng Mingyue, if there is, we will continue to collect. In the future, tobacco and alcohol will be very valuable and can be exchanged for crystal nuclei. And this is enough for a few years. What if the end is 10 years? It's getting dark, find a place to spend the night. Qin Feng drove and found a sign that was a 5-star hotel. Leng Mingyue said, let's spend the night here today and rest well. Tomorrow we will start heading north. Several people were on guard to check each room for zombies. In the hotel, I saw a lot of human corpses that were killed before zombification, and there were also some zombie corpses. There were obvious scratch marks on the body. The hotel is eerie. Several people found a clean room to cook. Lingyu said suddenly, it seems that something is approaching. When I swept my mental power, it ran away. It must be a mutant beast. Leng Mingyue, there are big yellow and little white mutant beasts, and ordinary mutant beasts are not afraid. The meal is half done. Lingyu said, it's here again. Several people looked up at Lingyu. Leng Mingyue asked, can you sense what level it is? Very strong. Stronger than rhubarb. Everyone was surprised that it was stronger than rhubarb, that is a 3rd level mutant beast. Let everyone be vigilant. After the meal, the mutant beasts didn't come back. Leng Mingyue said, this mutant beast is very vigilant, but it has not left, looking for an opportunity to attack us. It may be a 3rd level mutant beast, and it may be difficult to deal with. Then he said to De Huang, be careful, if you come, you will be on top. Xiaobai can help if you can. Then everyone sleeps in the living room. No one leaves alone. At 4 o'clock in the morning, there was a slight noise and rhubarb stood up directly, and everyone woke up. Chapter 30. Leng Mingyue shone a flashlight on the window, and the closed window opened. It seems that the mutated beast came again, but fortunately Li Linger left, otherwise, with the vigilance and flexibility of this mutated beast, it would definitely not survive dawn. Several people lost sleepiness. Ling Yin said, what kind of mutated beast is this? It's already level 3. It's evolving so fast. You're still so vigilant. Lingyu said, every time I sense it, I will leave. If it is dawn and it doesn't appear, let's go quickly. It feels very dangerous to me. Leng Mingyue didn't want to miss out on this 3rd level crystal nucleus, the upgrade speed was so fast, it must have killed many people, and keeping it would be a disaster in the future. Leng Mingyue said, this mutant beast is not big, and here is a residential area. I guess there is a high chance of cats or dogs. I will put some bait, and if the mutant beast appears, everyone will besiege it. Especially Xiaobai, if the mutant beast runs away, you can intercept it with space power. Huang Kankan, it would be best if you can tie it up with branches. Qin Feng, you are going to block the window. After speaking, start to arrange. A chicken leg and a small dried fish were placed in the center of the living room. Everyone pretends to be asleep. Lingyu shouldn't use telepathy anymore. Rhubarb shouldn't move if the mutated beast appears, and do it after entering the encirclement. After setting up, everyone pretended to sleep. All eyes are open. Although there is no light, it can be seen in the faint moonlight. A mutant cat was walking back and forth on the roof. This cat is a stray cat and has been bullied by people. Anyone who sees it will kick him. Many times, if I want to play with pet cats, I will be driven away. I have had a hatred for people since I was a child. After the end of the world, it got a supernatural power, and it wanted to take revenge on those who bullied it. When killing a person, the instinct tells it that there is something in its head that can make him stronger. From then on, killing became its driving force. Until I met these people, my instinct told it to be dangerous. It also became vigilant. Suddenly smelled the smell of dried fish. Once a pet cat only ate half of dried fish, and it ate the rest, only then did it realize how delicious dried fish is. I smelled it again today, and quietly came out of the window again. The smell of dried fish was in the room. I looked at the people, and then at the big yellow dog. None responded. Gently entered the house. Several people opened their eyes and saw the mutated cat coming in from the window. Everyone dare not take it lightly. This is a third-level mutant beast, higher than their level. As soon as the mutated cat arrived in front of Xiao Yugan, a branch grew gently, heading towards the mutated cat. No one expected that the cat rushed towards the window too fast. When the window was about to jump out, a rabbit appeared in front of it, kicking the mutant cat back into the house with its legs. Only now did Qin Feng have time to stand at the window. Block up the windows. The mutated cat that was kicked back flew towards Ling Yian. Ling Yian had no fighting ability and wanted to hide aside. He still couldn't avoid being scratched by the mutated cat on the arm, which was badly injured, and the bones were deep enough to be seen. Leng Mingyue got angry, stepped forward, and slashed at the mutant cat with an axe. The mutated cat jumped away, and Leng Mingyue came to Ling Yian, blocked it with his body, and asked, "How is the injury serious?" Ling Yian used a recovery technique on herself, and the bleeding stopped. Said, "I'm fine, please pay attention, this mutant cat is too fast." Rhubarb was chasing after him, obviously much slower than the mutant cat. "Can't catch up." Tired sticking out his tongue. Huang Kankan whipped him with a branch, but was also dodged by the zombie cat. They had nothing to do with the mutated cat for a while. Leng Mingyue asked Lingyu, "Can he control it?" Lingyu said, "Its level is higher than mine, and it can only be controlled for 1 second. Leng Mingyue said to Huang Kankan, "I'll count to 3 and everyone will do it together." The ringtone controls the time of 1 second, Huang Kankan, you have to be trapped. Leng Mingyue counted, 1, 2, 3. Do it. The mutated cat was visibly stunned, and while Huang Kankan tied it with branches, Leng Mingyue's fireball hit the mutated cat's head. The fire axe in Qin Feng's hand flew out and flew towards the mutated cat's body. The third-level mutant cat is very fast, but its defense is average, and it was instantly killed by several people working together. Seeing the mutated cat being killed, several people came to Ling Yian's side to check on Ling Yian's injuries. When it was kicked back by Xiaobai, it flew to Ling Yian. The mutated cat was unstable because it hurt its arm. If the mutated cat jumped over by itself, it probably wouldn't be the arm that was hurt. If it hit the neck like this, it would be over. Ling Yian used a few recovery techniques for herself, and the wound was no longer bleeding. She gave Ling Yian a bowl of spiritual spring water and rinsed the wound with spiritual spring water. Ling Yu took out the anti-inflammatory medicine and gauze to bandage it. It was almost dawn. Huang Kankan prepared breakfast. Several people tidied up the hygiene. Had breakfast. Ready to go. Several people are preparing to set off to the north, and Leng Mingyue expects to arrive in Kyoto in a month. Chapter 31. After breakfast, I went downstairs. It was already 7:30. Leng Mingyue released the raptor pickup from the Godhead space, several people got into the car, and drove towards the north of the city. I didn't encounter any powerful zombies when I went out of the city. When I passed by the North military camp after leaving the city, I saw that it was empty, and they should have all moved to Huanglong town. The barracks was empty, with no one in it. Leng Mingyue wanted to go to Huanglong town again before leaving to see if he could find Fatty Qian and Teacher Tian. Qin Feng drove 2 hours to the outside of Huanglong town. There are still many people and strength, and he can already see what the safe zone looks like. High walls, 2 heavy doors. Guarded by soldiers. Qin Feng parked the car at the gate, and Leng Mingyue said to the soldiers, "I am Leng Mingyue and I want to see Master Shimoda, please inform me." The soldiers at the door should have seen Leng Mingyue announce on the walkie-talkie, and after waiting for a few minutes, the soldier said, "Mr. Tian is here. Drive a jeep to lead the way." Qin Feng drove to keep up, and Leng Mingyue took a look. This place is more than 10 times bigger than the original barracks. The survivors all lived in houses in the original town. They drove to the villa area, which was guarded by soldiers, and there were very few people inside. The crowd followed to a meeting room. Mr. Tian came out from inside. Stretching out his hand to hold Leng Mingyue, he said, "Thank you, Brother Leng, for telling us such a good place. It is really easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is much safer than the military camp. The villa you lived in before will be reserved for you, and you can go to repair it." Leng Mingyue said, "Mr. Tian, you're welcome. We won't go back to the villa, we're going to Kyoto." This news startled Teacher Tian. "It's so far away, and the journey is dangerous, why don't you just stay in the barracks?" Leng Mingyue waved his hand and said, "We came here this time to say goodbye to you, and there was a classmate who didn't see me last time, so I came to see this time, and we are ready to go. Now the barracks are developing well, what are the difficulties?" "Well, if we can help, it is our duty." Teacher Tian said, "There is no problem with security now, but there is not much food. There was a large granary before. My people went there and found that it was emptied. Now the barracks lost more than 3,000 soldiers. Now there is still a large granary. There are more than 6,000 people, and there are more than 10,000 survivors. The daily food consumption of these 16,000 people is very huge, and it is estimated that there will be no food to eat in 2 months." Leng Mingyue used his spiritual sense to scan around the Godhead space. The food that was harvested before was all neatly arranged on the shelves. Then it was discovered that the food and vegetables planted before had matured. After sweeping with consciousness, the grains are automatically threshed, and then put into the granary. After sweeping with consciousness, the land is plowed again, and then the grain is replanted. Leng Mingyue felt dizzy during this wave of operations, probably due to some overdraft. "Gently stroke your forehead with your hands," said, "Mr. Tian, I can get you food, what do you plan to exchange for it?" Teacher Tian looked at Leng Mingyue in surprise and said, "How much food can you get?" Leng Mingyue said, "As much as you want, I can get more." Teacher Tian said, "What do you want, or weapons and ammunition?" Leng Mingyue said, "In addition to weapons and ammunition, I also need crystal cores, which can be exchanged for. I have almost endless food, so I plan to exchange food for some crystal cores. I need 100 grenades, 100 rounds of RPG, and 10,000 rounds of bullets. I will exchange these with 10 tons of food. How does Mr. Tian feel?" Tian Qiuchen calculated that if it was in a peaceful age, he just wanted to eat farts, and it would be impossible to change so many weapons. But now is the end of the world and there is no standard to measure whether it is worth it. But still want to fight for some more. Said, "This is 15 tons. I will give you these in exchange." Leng Mingyue said, Okay, then 15 tons. Tian Kuochen. Did I say less? Leng Mingyue said, the first level crystal nucleus is exchanged for 100 caddies of grain, the second level crystal nucleus is exchanged for 1 ton of grain, and the third level crystal nucleus is exchanged for 10 tons of grain. Mr. Tian said, I need to have a meeting to discuss how much to change. You can go to your classmates first. Leng Mingyue said, okay, then I will take my leave first. Several people came out and drove to the survivors' side, and the first person they saw was an acquaintance, Brother Chiang. Brother Chiang walked over quickly and said, long time no see, Brother Leng. Leng Mingyue said, why are you here? Brother Chiang said, it's getting more and more dangerous outside. I heard that there is a safe zone here, so I took refuge here. After we separated from you, we have been killing zombies and upgrading. We have never done anything harmful to nature. Leng Mingyue said, then do you know that there is a man named Jian Jun in this safety zone? He is a fat man. Brother Chiang said, there are no fat people. There is a non-fat man named Jian Jun. He is over there. I will take you to see if it is him. I saw a person who was about 120 caddies and 178 in height, who was relatively thin. I'll go, Fatty Chien, why are you so skinny? It was Fatty Chien, with gauze wrapped around his arms. He must have been injured. Leng Mingyue asked, how are you doing recently, is the injury serious? Fatty money no, now thin money. Jian Jun said, after I separated from you, I formed a small team here and have been hunting zombies and leveling up. The last time I encountered dozens of zombies, my arm was caught on a protruding steel bar when I was escaping. The bloody question was too big after being injured, but fortunately, we were rescued by the army. Otherwise, we would have been wiped out. Leng Mingyue said, I'm leaving here, I'm going to Kyoto, you come with me, or stay. Jian Jun looked in the direction he was coming from. There were 4 people, and a girl looked at Jian Jun. Leng Mingyue understood. This is with concern. Jian Jun said, I'm sorry buddy. I won't go with you. I hope you get better and better. Leng Mingyue said, okay, do you have anything missing? We have quite a lot of supplies here. I can help you with some. Jian Jun said, we don't lack anything. We often go out to hunt zombies and collect supplies. Leng Mingyue went to the pickup truck and pretended to pick up something from the truck, but actually took out some rice from the shenge space. Can. Chocolate. After filling a sack full, he took out another 500 crystal nuclei and handed them directly to Jian Jun. Said, take care, I'll go to Master Tian to get some more things. After being reborn, he has been obsessed with Jian Jun and his classmates for several years, but with Li Ming's betrayal, he is somewhat wary of Jian Jun. Be wary of everyone, and never leave your back to anyone. Back in the meeting room, Mr. Tian said, we agreed to what you said. The first level crystal nuclei are too few to replace, and we need a large amount of crystal nuclei, so we won't change them. We will take 10 second level crystal nuclei, to a third level crystal nucleus. Come in exchange for food. Leng Mingyue was surprised that there were 10 secondary crystal nuclei and 2 tertiary crystal nuclei. So many high-grade crystal nuclei. Teacher Tian said, when we encountered high-level zombies, we used intensive artillery fire to deal with them, and we suffered a lot of losses. If it wasn't for food reserves, we would definitely not change them. Crystal cores are exchanged for 30 tons, weapons are exchanged for 15 tons, a total of 45 tons. Mr. Tian, I will fetch food for you now, and you are also ready to get weapons and crystal cores. Leng Mingyue and the others drove out of the barracks for half an hour, found a hidden place, took out a double trailer from the space of godhood, and took out some corn, rice, and wheat. It should be 45 tons, but Leng Mingyue loaded 5 tons. Give more, if you are poor, you will be good at yourself, and if you are rich, you will benefit the world. If you have space to grow food, you will not be short of food in the future. Ask Xin Feng to drive the double hanger, Leng Mingyue to drive the pickup, and return to the barracks. Drive to the barracks warehouse and slowly unload the car. Leng Mingyue found Mr. Tian, and then prepared all the weapons. After the food was unloaded, he came back and put the weapons on the double hangers, and then said goodbye to Mr. Tian. When leaving the barracks, Qian Jun came over. Said, "Brother, even if you give us food, there are still so many crystal nuclei. It's too precious. Take it for you, try to become stronger as soon as possible." Live. The two hugged each other, and they got into the car and left the barracks. In a place where no one was around, they put the double trailer into the Godhead space, and all of them returned to the pickup truck and set off all the way north. The car did not stop, and continued to drive north. There was no navigation and only a national map for reference. I came to the expressway on the map and looked at it, because it is a viaduct. I don't know what damaged the pillars below. It seems that I can't go at high speed, so I can only take the national highway. Walked north for 3 days and entered Jiang province. There are a lot of blocked cars on the road, because there are no large cities on the national highway, and some gas stations that still have gasoline on the road have collected a lot of gasoline reserves. I have never encountered a large group of zombies. Finally came to a large city, Nanxi. Leng Mingyue was going to stay here for 3 days to collect some supplies and crystal nuclei, because there were already many second-level zombies at this time. A few people can't drop their ranks because of rushing. Chapter 32. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon when we arrived in Nanxing district. Did not go to the city, a few people in a small village on the outskirts planned to spend the night here. Find a relatively clean house, and the 3 women clean and prepare dinner. Leng Mingyue and Xin Feng took rhubarb for a walk in the village, like 2 strollers turning around in the village. Clean up if there are zombies, and suddenly there is a chicken crowing. The 2 approached quietly. Xin Feng, "Boss, let's see if it's a chicken." In a small courtyard, I saw a big rooster with 3 old hens. The big rooster is a first-class mutant beast. The 3 hens have not mutated yet, they are still ordinary chickens. Mutant animals can also be eaten, but the taste is not as delicious as ordinary animals, but there will be energy in the body of mutant animals, eating them is good for the body and can help evolution. The 2 looked at each other, and Leng Mingyue nodded. Take out 2 clean knives from the Godhead space. If you cut it with a zombie-killing knife, you can't eat it. The 2 touched the chicken. There were still more than 2 meters away, and the big rooster found it and slashed at the big rooster with a knife. The big rooster flew up, and the hens ran away. Leng Mingyue was in a hurry, waved a fireball and hit the big rooster, all the feathers of the big rooster were burned. Fortunately, it was a first-level mutant beast, otherwise it would have been burned to carbon. The 2 started to catch 3 hens. Xin Feng caught 2. Leng Mingyue caught 1 and came back to see the big rooster, half of its body was blown by the fireball. It smells like chicken. Anyway, it's also mutated beast meat. Take it home and stew it together. There will be more and more mutant beasts in the future. A few years after the end of the world, mutated animal meat will be the staple food of human beings. 1 meal can keep you not hungry for 3 days. The zombies in the village have basically been cleaned up, and there are no useful supplies. After returning, he gave the chicken to Huang Cancan. Today, he ate the mutated rooster and added a hen. The other 2 were killed and put into the divine space. 1.5 should be enough for today. The taste of this mutated chicken is not bad, and it has a slight energy when it is eaten. The next day, I ate a simple breakfast and prepared to drive into the city. Be careful in big cities, because there are a large number of zombies, so the probability of high-level zombies is also high. Not long after he left, he was stopped by several people. It seems that there are still many survivors here. Get out of the car and see what these people are going to do. The leader said, my friend is not from here. It is very dangerous inside. The Tianese safety zone has issued a warning. Try not to go in. None of the teams that went in before came out. Hearing that there is a safe zone here, Leng Mingyue wants to go and see it, because if there are guns and shells, it is very likely to hunt high-level zombies, and he can exchange some with food. Leng Mingyue asked, "What's dangerous in here? Where is your safe zone? Can we go?" The leader said, "There was a bull roar coming from here, and none of the teams that went in came out. The safety zone issued a warning, try not to go in. Anyone in our safe zone can enter. You need to pay 10 caddies of food or supplies to enter the door. If you go to the safe zone, it is 10 kilometers west of the city. It is easy to find. The road has been cleared and you can drive there directly. We still need to guard it's here. It seems that the safe zone here is okay, and there are still people guarding it here." Good. Leng Mingyue took out a pack of cigarettes and threw them to several people, and took out some chocolates. Said, "You have worked hard, let's go to the safe area first. Drive to the west." The few guards were very happy, but they didn't expect to have unexpected gains. Several people drove to the safe area, and there were guards at the door. Pay the entry fee at the door and drive inside. A few people came over before the car stopped. Asked, "Is this the first time for you to come to the Tianese safety zone? Do you need a guide? Just give me a pack of instant noodles." Looking at the next few people, they are all half-grown children. Teens. Leng Mingyue saw a little girl, very thin, and said, "Just you." He took a pack of instant noodles from the bag and gave it to the girl. The rest scattered when they saw it. "It seems that there are rules here." Leng Mingyue asked, "Tell me about this safe zone, who is the leader? Approximately how many people are here?" The girl said, "This is the Tianese safety zone, which is a joint security zone between the government and the military region. The current leader is the former mayor of Nanxi City and the commander of the military region. There are about 20,000 people. It turned out to be like this. It seems that the management is not bad." The girl said, "It seems that you are people from outside. Do you need anything here? There is a free market in the east. If you need something, you can exchange it there." Leng Mingyue saw the girl's lips were chapped and gave her a bottle of water. The girl was very excited, opened it and took a sip. "Close the lid tightly again." He asked the girl again, "Can you eat enough here?" The girl said, "If you can go out to kill zombies and collect supplies, you can eat 3 meals a day, with 2 steamed buns, which is almost enough to eat. People like us who can't go out to kill zombies can only get 2 bowls of gruel every day. A bowl in the morning and evening. I couldn't bear the hunger, so I came out to see if there was a chance to earn some food. I saw that your car was unfamiliar, so we came up to ask." Leng Mingyue asked, "I want to see the leaders of the base, how can I do so?" The girl said, "I haven't seen it in such a long time since I've been here. There are soldiers guarding it over there." The girl pointed. Leng Mingyue could see from a distance that there were obviously far fewer people there, and they were all soldiers with live ammunition. Leng Mingyue said, "Okay, I know everything, you go." Several people got into the car and drove towards the soldiers. Before they arrived, the soldier raised his gun and shouted, "Stop, vehicles are not allowed here." Several people got out of the car and said to the soldier, "I want to see the mayor. Please let me know." The soldier said, "Not everyone can see the mayor is very busy." Leng Mingyue said, "I have a lot of grain, and I want to trade with you." He took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to the soldier, saying, "It's all for the safety zone. Go and make an announcement. I think the mayor also wants to see us." The soldier looked at the cigarette and said, "I'll go and make an announcement. We don't care if we see you or not. Just take the cigarette and go in." It seems that cigarettes are still easy to use. Although the end of the day is not long, the supplies are already in short supply. The mayor is Zhao Weiman, who is in his 40s and has grey hair. At least 10 years older after the end of the world. The soldier came in and said, "Someone is looking for food at the door. Stand up straight away." Hurried out. As he walked, he asked, "Who is it? Which team from the base found the granary?" The soldier said, "Look at the face, I haven't seen it before. When I came to the door, I saw a few people with clean and tidy clothes. Not like Survivor. It's like visiting the base with dogs and rabbits. You know, if there were dogs in the base, they would have been eaten. How many people have food?" Mayor Zhao asked eagerly. Leng Mingyue said, "There is food, let's go in and talk." Zhao Weiman said, Okay, please come inside." He took it directly to the office and said, "How much food do you guys have? It seems that there is a shortage of food here. Tian Qiuchen has a lot of soldiers at the base and has collected a lot of supplies. Looks like there's no such luck here." Said, "I have a lot of food, what are you going to exchange for it?" Zhao Weiman was stunned, "What to use? Does it cost money? It's definitely not realistic." Asked, "What do you need? As long as the base has it, I can exchange it with you." Chapter 33. Leng Mingyue was very surprised. Could it be that the Tianese safety zone is so short of food? Zhao Weiman said, "We still have 10 days worth of grain at most. We used to store a lot of grain collected from nearby granaries, but one day a mouse bigger than a dog led a group of mutant rats to sneak attack and ruined a lot of grain. Most of which were stolen by them. It turned out that it was unlucky to be stolen by a mutant mouse. It seems that Nanxi is not safe, and there are high-level mutant rats, and there is a bull roaring so loud in the urban area that the level cannot be lowered." Leng Mingyue said, "I have a lot of food, but I need crystal nuclei. High-grade ones are the best. The first-grade crystal nuclei can be exchanged for 100 catties, the second-level crystal nuclei can be exchanged for 1 ton, and the third-level crystal nuclei can be exchanged for 10 tons. Zhao Weiman hesitated after hearing this, because crystal nuclei can make soldiers stronger, and if they change the food, they will be exhausted. After hesitating for a while, he said, "If I give you all the high-level crystal nuclei, and high-level zombies attack us, then we won't be able to bear it. It's the same death." After hearing Mayor Zhao's words, Leng Mingyue said, "In this way, you should all know where there are high-level zombies in the urban area, and there are mutant beasts. Tell us the location, and we will clean them up for you, so Tianese will be safe in a short time. There is no threat of zombies in the area. Use this time to step up hunting low-level zombies and let the supernatural beings upgrade their level." Zhao Weiman said, "I want to discuss it with everyone. I'll have someone prepare a room for you. You should rest first. It's getting dark soon." Leng Mingyue said, "Okay, then give us an answer tomorrow." Followed a soldier to a 3-bedroom house, which was crowded enough for several people. Zhao Weiman hurriedly convened people, and both the military and the government were called to the meeting room. "Tell me about the plan proposed by Leng Mingyue." People in the military didn't believe that they had a lot of food, and they didn't believe that they could clean up all the high-level zombies in Nanxi. There was a 2-hour meeting, but nothing was settled. Skeptics are in the majority. Zhao Weiman said, "Otherwise, let them clean up the zombies first. After cleaning up, we will trade again. If they can't produce food, the deal will be cancelled. We will trade in our safe zone, and we won't be afraid that they will snatch the crystal core." In the end, we all agreed on this plan. The meeting was adjourned. The soldiers outside the door brought some military rations to Leng Mingyue and the others. Leng Mingyue hadn't eaten yet, and he didn't refuse. The military rations that several people ate at night did not cook anymore. "It tastes pretty good, but it doesn't look good. Huxia people say that it has a good color, fragrance, and taste. Now it tastes good, except for the appearance, everything else is not bad. Divide the room after eating. 1 for Leng Mingyue, one for Ling Yian and Ling Yu, and only Huang Kankan and Qin Feng left. So awkward. Finally Leng Mingyue said, Kankan squeeze me, Qin Feng will sleep in a room by himself. Several people entered their room, and Ling Yian said to Ling Yu dissatisfied, Sister, they are really going too far. Ling Yu laughed and said, Aren't you brave? You go squeeze too. Ling Yian said, Just go. Came to Leng Mingyue's door and knocked on the door. Huang Kankan came to open the door. Seeing that it was Ling Yian, he didn't speak, so he stepped aside and let Ling Yian in. Suzun felt better now. After coming in, he said to Leng Mingyue, Leng big brother, I'm afraid. I want to be in this room too. Leng Mingyue looked at the bed. A normal bed of 18 by 2 meters is just right for 2 people, but it is really crowded for 3. Fortunately, there is a sofa in the house. Said, you go to bed first. I absorb crystal nuclei at night. The 2 third-level crystal nuclei obtained from Mr. Tian gave Qin Feng 1 and himself 1. The ones at the front are of higher rank. A half candle was lit in the house. Huang Kankan and Ling Yian didn't sleep either, they both sat cross-legged on the bed to absorb the crystal nucleus, and by about 2 o'clock in the evening, all 3 of them had fully absorbed it. Getting ready for bed, when the candles were almost burnt out. Leng Mingyue was going to sleep on the sofa. Ling Yian was embarrassed, because she came here by herself, let Leng Mingyue sleep on the sofa, and said, Come here and let the 3 of you squeeze this bed to fit it down. The sofa is uncomfortable. Both of them are our own, and there is no embarrassment. Leng Mingyue came to the bedside. Ling Yian squeezed in and slept in the middle, and Leng Mingyue lay next to each other. It's a bit crowded. He turned over and hugged Suzun. Suzun was very happy. Then Leng Mingyue's hands began to be dishonest. Ling Yian resisted many times and was wiped out after being ineffective. This is the second time for Huang Kankan to watch from the sidelines. Fortunately, the candle burned out. It was dark in the room. Suzun let go of Suzun's begging for mercy. Then Leng Mingyue fell asleep in the middle, and touched Huang Kankan again. After an hour. Only then did the room quiet down. The post-apocalyptic ability leads to stronger physical fitness, and this aspect is also stronger. Sleeping with each other tonight. Life turned upside down. Early the next morning. Someone brought rations. I ate it yesterday, I didn't eat it today, put it away, and then cook porridge, eat pickles, and eat steamed stuffed buns. Hearty breakfast. Leng Mingyue took the time to harvest another batch of space grain. Corn has the highest yield and is easy to handle. This time it's all corn. The soldiers told everyone to go to the meeting room. Everyone came to the meeting room. There were quite a lot of people in the meeting room today. Zhao Weiman said, we basically agreed to the conditions you said yesterday, but our condition is to kill high-level mutant zombies first. After the completion of the transaction, do you think it is okay? Can. Leng Mingyue agreed without hesitation. Even if they didn't trade them, they would still hunt zombies. With the military positioning, they saved a lot of time and killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Asked, how many high-level zombies are there in Mayor Zhao's urban area? Do you have the number and location? Zhao Weiman said, we can barely kill the 2nd-level zombies. 3 third-level zombies were found, and a zombie cow the size of a tank was found in the urban area. It may have reached level 4. We sent a few teams to take, none of the heavy weapons were killed, and the speed of action was so fast that it was difficult to hit. There is also the mutant rat mentioned yesterday. It should be the 3rd level, but there are too many 1st and 2nd level mice, overwhelming. There is no way to count how many there are. Okay, we heard a cow roaring when we came yesterday, so let's go and see the zombie cow first, to see if it's a level 4 zombie. If it's really a level 4 zombie, we need to prepare. The old man in military uniform who was sitting next to Zhao Weiman snorted coldly and said, we didn't kill him with our armored vehicles, but you alone are not enough to deliver food. Leng Mingyue, Doomsday has already reached level 4 in just a few days. If you don't kill it now, this zombie cow will be able to break through a base after a while. The old man in military uniform opened his mouth, but did not speak. Because what Leng Mingyue said is the truth, the most important thing is that the military has nothing to do with the zombie cow. Zhao Weiman said, the zombie cow knocked over the tank in one fell swoop. Leng Mingyue said, let's take a look first, and if it's really that powerful, we'll solve it at the end. After speaking, he led everyone out of the meeting room. Zhao Weiman asked a small group of people to follow in 2 cars, came out and said to Leng Mingyue, I believe you are extraordinary. You can fight if you can, and run if you can't. They all know where the mutant beast is. If the zombie cow can't kill it, you can't kill it. You can deal with other zombies first, safety first. Leng Mingyue nodded. It seems that Mayor Zhao is okay. Get in the car and head towards the place where the bull roared yesterday. 2 cars followed behind them. Is their guide? When I came to the place where people were guarding yesterday, I should have been notified and did not stop. The car drove 3 kilometers inward and stopped. A few people walked on foot. If the zombie car rushed out suddenly, they would all be wiped out in the car. Several people walked for another 20 minutes. From a distance, you can see an overturned tank and a zombie cow beside the tank. Fortunately, there are no other zombies. It should be that the zombie cow is very irritable. Drive all the zombies away, or trample them to death. In order to test the defense of the zombie cow, Leng Mingyue asked everyone to get back into the car and drove beyond the security guard. Only Leng Mingyue and Xiao Bai stayed. After everyone left, Leng Mingyue took out an RPG, looked for a direction opposite to the way of retreat, and fired one at the zombie cow. At the moment it was sent out, the zombie cow ran up. Even escaped the RPG. Leng Mingyue hit it well, so that the zombie cow could not find it, then took out a grenade, pulled the tab, and gave it to Xiao Bai. He had already done it once, and he was very proficient now. Xiao Bai teleported to the back of the zombie cow, dropped the grenade and teleported back to Leng Mingyue. The explosion of the grenade did not cause too much damage to the cow, it should be a level 4 zombie cow. It's not easy to kill now, Qin Feng is almost at level 3, and he is still far away. Leng Mingyue returned with Xiao Bai, got in the car, and said to the soldiers, this zombie cow is level 4, so it's not easy to kill for now, let's go find the mutant mouse first. We will deal with the zombie cow at the end. Chapter 34. The soldiers led the crowd to a factory, which should have been quite a large factory before the end of the world. Some scattered grains can also be seen on the side. The soldier said, every time we come, there are dense rats. There is no way to solve them with guns. In the conference room, a soldier reported, the zombie cows have not been dealt with, they have already gone to the mutant rat factory. The old man in military uniform said, I thought he was capable. That's it. Just look at him and scare him away. Zhao Weiman didn't speak any more after hearing this. He also couldn't guess whether Leng Mingyue could deal with the zombie cows, and he didn't know if there was really a large amount of food. The meeting room was quiet for a while. Zhao Weiman said, leave them alone, it's best to solve it, if we can't solve it, we can think of other ways. We need to solve the food problem as soon as possible, and I will report to the province again. The old man in military uniform said, it's useless to report, it's impossible to bring food in that far. I'll go gather people and see if we can get rid of the mutated rats. There's still a lot of food over there. Let the bell language sense it. Ling Yu said, there is one level 3 mutant beast. There are 8 level 2 mutant beasts. There are so many level 1 and level 0 mutant beasts that they cannot be counted. Leng Mingyue said, it's a good solution, prepare gasoline in the old way. The roll of gasoline is getting smaller and smaller, and the defense of level 4 zombie cows generally does not do much damage to grenades. There are a large number of low-level mutant mice here, just in time for a wave. Ask the soldiers, do you know where the food is here? The soldier said, I only know that there is no food in the 2 warehouses in front, but there should be food in the 3 warehouses in the back. Leng Mingyue asked Qin Feng to drive the soldiers back, farther away, because he was going to get gasoline, so no one else could see him. Leng Mingyue came to the warehouse gently and saw many mice in the warehouse. Then start laying out gasoline. The front 2 warehouses will be the main battlefield, and there are many gasoline barrels placed under the outer wall, and a lot of gasoline is sprinkled on the ground. Make sure to order a place so that all the gasoline barrels can explode. After getting ready, Qin Feng also came back at this time and told Qin Feng and De Huang to protect the 3 girls at the door. They couldn't help setting fire ahead, but the 3rd-level mutant beast would definitely not be burned to death. Leng Mingyue took out a piece of pork from the godhead space and threw it in the middle of the courtyard. Then he took out 2 bags of expired blood, and threw a bag at the door of one of the 2 warehouses. After the blood bag exploded, the smell of blood quickly attracted the mice, and soon densely packed mice came out. Then a mouse about the size of rhubarb came out from the middle, it should be the Rat King, came to the pork, and started to eat it. A fireball hit the mutant Rat King. Xu Wang sensed the danger and jumped away. The fireball hit the gasoline barrel, a series of explosions, violent burning, and rats running around with fire all over their bodies. Several people stopped at the door, and if anyone ran out, they would call back, fearing that the fire would be brought out. Low-level ones can be directly burned to death, and the 2nd-level and 3rd-level Shu Kings have already extinguished the fire on their bodies and rushed towards several people. Qin Feng and Leng Mingyue stood in front. Qin Feng slashed at the Shu King with a fire axe. Xu Wang jumped away flexibly. A 2nd-class mouse was tied up in the bright yellow branches. Leng Mingyue hit a fireball on the head of the 2nd-level mouse, and the head exploded directly. Lingyu used mental power to control a 2nd-level mouse, and controlled the mouse to suddenly attack the Mouse King. The Mouse King was held down, and Leng Mingyue stepped forward and slashed with an axe, which hit the Mouse King's front leg, and the leg was cut off. The Mouse King was seriously injured and became even more violent. Leng Mingyue shouted, Qin Feng, Huang Kankan, you 2 kill the 2nd-level rat first, and I will stop the Rat King first. Ling Yian also took out a pistol to help fight some low-level rats. Rhubarb also runs back and forth. Rhubarb does not dare to fight against the Rat King, but he can bully the rats of the 1st or 2nd grade. The 2nd-level mouse controlled by the ring language was torn apart by the Mouse King. Xu Wang and Leng Mingyue fought for more than 10 minutes. At this time, several people cleaned up all the secondary ones. Several people surrounded Xu Wang. Huang Kankan was the first to tie up the Xu Wang with the branches, and the Shu King jumped away. Qin Feng and Leng Mingyue stepped forward, each with an axe, but they were both dodged. Leng Mingyue shouted, use the method of killing the mutant cat last time, you are ready to ring the bell. 3, 2, 1, do it. The Shu King didn't move, the yellow branches immediately bound the Shu King, Qin Feng's axe slashed at the Shu King's neck, Leng Mingyue hit a fireball on the head. The Shu King wasn't dead yet, he was still struggling, the branch was freed, Qin Feng's axe hit the wound, and the Shu King's head was chopped off. Several people breathed a sigh of relief. Several people are still at the 2nd level, but there are more and more zombies and mutant beasts at the 3rd level. Lingyu's face is a little pale, and the ability to control the mutant Rat King beyond the 1st level is somewhat overdrawn. Quickly took out a bowl of Lingchuan water for Lingyu to drink. A few people cleaned the battlefield, collected all the crystal cores, carefully put away the 2nd level and the 3rd level Mouse King crystal cores, and divided them up at night. Now Qin Feng and Huang Kankan are about to upgrade. Leng Mingyue is still far away. Put away the nuclei. A few people walked in, and the warehouses behind were opened, and they saw a lot of food piled up. Call the soldiers and inform people to come and fetch food. When the soldiers saw so much food, they hurriedly used the walkie-talkie to announce it. Several people drank some spiritual spring water and regained their strength. Said to the soldiers, "Take us to the next zombie spot." Zhao Weiman was very excited when he received the notice in the meeting room, and said, "The third-level Rat Kings have all been eliminated. It seems that their strength is still very powerful." All the wagons were sent out to pull grain. Discussions started again in the conference room. If we really wiped out all the high-level zombies, do we really want to give them crystal nuclei? Several people looked at each other in blank dismay. Zhao Weiman said, "Don't be fooled, even if you really get all the food back, how long can you eat it? It may be less than a month, and there are still survivors coming, and the number is increasing." Several people stopped talking. Soldiers brought Leng Mingyue to a stadium. Said, "There will be a sports competition here on the day of the end of the day." According to statistics, there were more than 20,000 people here on that day. So there are more than 20,000 zombies inside now, and there should already be high-level zombies. We only dare to use drones to observe remotely. If the zombies get angry and rush out, it is very dangerous. Leng Mingyue and the others came to a high-rise in the south of the stadium, looked down, and saw densely packed zombies. Also saw a big one. It must be a high-level zombie, but the level cannot be confirmed yet. Leng Mingyue began to arrange. The military's drones are relatively large and can fly with relatively heavy things. This high platform is estimated to be 30 meters away from the stadium. Leng Mingyue went downstairs, quietly came to the roof of the stadium, took out a large barrel of gasoline from the Godhead space, opened the mouth to let the gasoline flow into the audience stand, and then flowed to the center. Leng Mingyue put 20 barrels in total. Then back to the top. Prepare to clean up all the zombies in this stadium. Crystal nuclei can be harvested here again. A wave of fat. Chapter 35. Leng Mingyue is all set up. A military drone was used to carry a 10-jin piece of pork with 2 bags of expired blood tied to it. It slowly flew up and flew towards the stadium. The sound of drones attracts zombies. The zombies looked up. When it got to the sky, Leng Mingyue exploded the blood bag with a pistol. Blood was spilled, and the zombies below rioted. The zombie looked up, hoping to touch the pork. There are more and more zombies. Leng Mingyue and the others prepared the RPG in advance. Fire at the densest place. A bazooka is 4 rounds, 5 people, a total of 20 rounds. Then the gasoline was ignited again. The stadium was in flames. Leng Mingyue said to the soldiers, "You inform Mayor Zhao Weiman. I want to borrow some people, come over and help me collect crystal cores later. There are too many crystal nuclei here, and it takes too long for a few of us to collect them." The soldier went to report to his superiors on the walkie-talkie. Zhao Weiman heard about their method, and said in the meeting room, "Why didn't we think that this method is really cost-effective, and the loss is the smallest, so many crystal nuclei can be obtained at once? It's really eye-catching." Several men in military uniforms were also whispering. Zhao Weiman said, "They don't have much trouble killing the third-level mutant beasts. If you want to take them down, it's not easy. Didn't you hear, they still have bazookas? They said earlier that there was a lot of food. Maybe there are people behind." The conference room was quiet again. Zhao Weiman said, "Now we will be safe after they wipe out all the high-level zombies and mutant beasts, and then bring us food, so we have a chance to breathe. If their team doesn't show up, we will run out of food within a few days, and we will be self-defeating. Therefore, their appearance will benefit us a lot." Zhao Weiman sent 200 people to wait for Leng Mingyue's orders. Leng Mingyue said, "After we finish killing the zombies below, we will pick up crystal nuclei together." Everyone nodded. The fire had been burning for half an hour. There are more than 20,000 zombies, and there are still more than 1,000 now, avoiding the flames in the corner. There are also high-level zombies that can't be killed by flames, and now they need Leng Mingyue and the others to clean them up. Several people came to the gate of the stadium. The door was opened, and there were several zombies at the door. Several people lined up. Qin Feng and Leng Mingyue opened the way, and began to kill the zombies. Huang Kankan is also the main force now. Huang Kankan can perfectly control 3 branches, whip, and bind zombies. Lingyu controls a second-level zombie, and standing in front makes Qin Feng and Leng Mingyue less stressed. The fire in the stadium has not been completely extinguished. The taste is very choking. The 5-man squad moved forward. People came in one after another and began to pick up crystal nuclei. Suddenly, a zombie in front of him sent out a water polo. Fortunately, it was a first-class zombie. The water polo is not very powerful. Qin Feng smashed the water polo with an axe, and Leng Mingyue eliminated the water zombies with a fireball. The few people cleaned up more carefully and haven't encountered attribute zombies for several days. They are always negligent. At this time, a zombie covered in metal color rushed over. It should be a gold-type zombie. Leng Mingyue chopped down the gold-type zombie with an axe, and the zombie stood up again. The injury was not serious. Huang Kankan tied up the zombie with branches. Rhubarb stepped forward and slapped the zombie away with his paw. Then stood up again. Leng Mingyue followed by a fireball, which exploded on the zombie. The gold-type zombie had a big wound on one shoulder. More branches twined up. Lingyu controlled a second-level zombie to hug the injured arm and start biting it, tearing the arm off. Leng Mingyue hit the metal zombie in the face with a fireball, and it exploded. Immediately, Qin Feng's fire axe left and slashed at the gold zombie's neck. After several heavy injuries, the gold zombie was finally dealt with. The base number of zombies here is large, and there are more attribute zombies. After cleaning up for an hour, everyone was a little tired, and Ling Yian gave everyone a recovery spell. Leng Mingyue took out the space spirit spring for everyone to drink. This is a big man with a size of 25 meters appearing in front of everyone. Leng Mingyue quickly took out an RPG and coaxed it. This big guy moves much slower. An RPG blew a big hole out of the zombie's belly. A few people couldn't keep up with their physical strength, so they used thermal weapons to deal with this big guy. He gave Xiaobai a grenade again. Xiaobai was very skilled in doing this, pulled the pull ring, teleported to the front of the zombie, dropped the grenade, and ran behind everyone in a flash. The zombie survived the explosion and stood up again. Leng Mingyue didn't want to fight. Another RPG shot hit the head, and the zombies were completely over. After another half an hour of cleaning, it was finally all cleaned up. During the cleaning process, I saw that the third-level gold zombies and the large third-level crystal nuclei were all put away. The 200 people in the stadium had already started, and several people sat on the side to rest. The people in the meeting room have not left, waiting for the battle report. A soldier ran in to report. The 5 of them killed thousands of zombies, including 2 of the third-level zombies. Zhao Weiman glanced at the old man in military uniform and said, "Let's stop here for today's meeting. Everyone is tired, let's end the meeting." After working until the evening, it was finally finished. Each of the 200 helping soldiers grabbed a handful of first-level crystal nuclei. These people are very happy. Usually, they are very happy to get 1 piece a day. Looking at this one, there may be about 30 pieces. With a few sacks of crystal nuclei. Back to Tianyi's safety zone. Did not go to Zhao Weiman. He went straight back to the room where he rested yesterday. There is also water and electricity. Several people took a bath, covered in dirty blood. All clear and clean. Huang Kankan and Ling Yu made dinner and scrambled an egg with tomatoes. A shredded potato. A pork stew vermicelli, a braised pork. After a few people ate, they began to divide the crystal nuclei. Qin Feng felt that he was about to level up, and so was Huang Kankan. They each received a third-level crystal core and several second-level crystal cores. The bell language and the ringtone are still a bit worse. Each person has 2 second-level crystal nuclei and a pile of first-level crystal nuclei. Leng Mingyue directly started to absorb a bag of first-level crystal nuclei. Rhubarb and Xiaobai also followed suit, lying directly on the bag containing the crystal nuclei. I didn't sleep tonight, trying to absorb it. At around 12 o'clock in the evening, Qin Feng broke through the third level first. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Huang Kenken also broke through to the third level. Leng Mingyue snapped hard. After absorbing one bag of first-level crystal nuclei, I took another bag to absorb it. At dawn, I felt swollen and couldn't absorb any more. I finally felt like I was about to advance to the next level. By this time it was daylight. In the morning, Ling Yian looked at Huang Kenken enviously. Chapter 36. While having breakfast, Leng Mingyue asked, "How are you all doing? Do you feel like you are about to upgrade?" Ling Yu said, "I feel like I should be able to upgrade in 1 to 2 days." With a bitter face, Ling Yian said, "I don't feel it yet." Leng Mingyue took another look at Dawang and Xiaobai. Since drinking the spiritual spring water, their evolution rate has slowed down, but they are almost invincible at the same level. Xiaobai nodded. "Should be about to upgrade." Rhubarb did not respond. Leng Mingyue asked Xiang Lingyu again, "How is your big willow tree?" Lingyu said, "Before, I was recovering vitality. Now it is the first level. It will be upgraded quickly. Plants absorb energy much faster than humans or mutant beasts." A few people had breakfast and set off again. Under the leadership of the soldiers, basically a few second-level zombies gathered together, or a third-level zombie led a group of younger brothers. It wasn't too difficult for a few people to clean it up. Qin Feng was already at the third level, and the gear in front was very safe. After Huang Kenken reaches the third level, she can control 3 branches to attack zombies, and the branches become strong and sharp. When cleaning up until noon, surprised by a speed zombie. The zombies are already at level 3, and they are very fast. He suddenly appeared behind Ling Yian, and after several people found out, it was too late to rescue him. When Ling Yian felt that the zombie's claws were about to scratch her throat, Xiaobai suddenly appeared and kicked towards the zombie with her hind legs. The zombie's claws brushed against Ling Yian's neck. The speed zombie fell to the ground. The bright yellow branches are quickly tied up. Qin Feng came over and killed the zombies with a few axes. Ling Yian plunged into Leng Mingyue's arms, cried, and said, "I thought I was going to die, I thought I would never see you again." Leng Mingyue was okay in killing zombies, but when he saw the crying girl's head was getting bigger, he could only say, it's okay, don't cry." Xiaobai can always make a move at the most critical moment, a leg. Ling Yian picked up Xiaobai, and said to Xiaobai, "Thank you, let the cold big brother give you an extra meal today. A carrot and a huxia cabbage." After the matter calmed down, Leng Mingyue said, "There will be more and more special zombies in the future, so everyone must be careful. The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength." It's already noon, and several people are preparing lunch. The spirit spring water was used for cooking, so several people recovered quickly. In the afternoon, the soldiers brought them to the university city. It's harder to kill here than the gym because there are 3 universities nearby. The zombies in the university are in every teaching building. Pull one hair and move the whole body. A university has 10,000 to 20,000 zombies. There is at least one level 3 zombie in each school. So I never dared to do anything here. It's not easy to kill here. Several people found a commanding height and looked at the 3 universities. Not far away, the sound of fighting will definitely attract zombies. Qin Feng said, "There is a food court in the middle among the 3 schools. We lured all the zombies to the middle, then put gasoline on it and set them on fire." Leng Mingyue said, "It's possible. It's probably the last time we burn zombies so well. Now it's difficult for gasoline to burn the zombies of the second level, unless it's the center of the explosion. The burning of gasoline is basically useless for the zombies of the third level. Leng Mingyue first went to the food court to set up. This square is very big. Open the gasoline barrels one by one. Since it is the last time to burn the zombies, add more gasoline. Zombies are easier to kill now. Zombies will generate wisdom when they reach level 5, and they can order zombies lower than their own level to start wandering. A group of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands is normal. At that time, it will be another doomsday for the survivors. A small safe zone cannot resist the attack of a large group of zombies. Leng Mingyue arranged gasoline and put some grenades in the middle. Qin Feng drove to the farthest school, and Leng Mingyue rode a motorcycle to the 2 nearest schools. Qin Feng drove and honked at the school. A lot of zombies came out one after another. Qin Feng kicked the gas pedal, circling around the school to attract more attention. Leng Mingyue is riding a motorcycle. This motorcycle is the earliest street-blasting motorcycle entered in the Shenge space. Driving into the school, there was no need to honk the horn. A group of zombies formed one after another, and Leng Mingyue drove towards the school next door. Leng Mingyue was afraid that the group of zombies would disperse, so he took out a bag of blood and threw it at the gate of the school. The blood bag burst open, and a large number of zombies rushed towards the blood bag. A small part is still chasing Leng Mingyue. Got into another school on a motorcycle. Seeing several supernatural zombies, Leng Mingyue accelerated and ran out. The blood in the blood bag at the door has been licked clean. They all chased Leng Mingyue again and came to the food court. At just the right time, Qin Feng drove in the opposite direction, and the two rushed to the side before the zombies caught up. 2 groups of zombies collided in the food court. Leng Mingyue throws a few bags of blood and a few pieces of pork to the collision center, and the zombies go berserk at you, competing for the pork and blood bags. Almost all the zombies entered the encirclement. Leng Mingyue waved his hand upstairs. The RPG upstairs started launching. The 3 girls became the angels of the thunderbolt, and the rocket bomb ignited the petrol barrel and exploded with a loud sound. Several people waited for a while to clean up the high-level zombies that were not killed by the explosion. In the Tianese safety zone, Zhao Weiman was in a meeting again, and said, "Their method is very good, and we have a lot of guns. Immediately arrange people to learn this method and prepare gasoline and grenades. RPG. In the early stage, find a place with few zombies to experiment." Everyone present regretted it. I hadn't thought of such a way. When the world just ended, people had a sense of fear of zombies. After a while, he said something to Mayor Zhao on the intercom. Zhao Weiman said to everyone, "Leng Mingyue said that this method was used for the last time. The level of zombies behind is high, and gasoline cannot be burned. We can prepare some shells for precise strikes. The consumption will be more. We can use this method for a while. Everyone upgrade as soon as possible." The intercom also said that Leng Mingyue needed help. This time 500 people were sent to help with more crystal nuclei this time. Half an hour later, there were still hundreds of zombies in the food court. The current zombies are unconscious and don't know how to escape. The level of zombies is high, and they will run away when they see danger. These hundreds of zombies were either lucky not to be bombed, or they were of high level. The fire was almost out. Several people went downstairs and started working. The second level zombies basically have no combat effectiveness, and their arms and legs were burned off by the fire. Rhubarb began to bully the burned half-dead second level zombies. Several people worked together to clean up the third level zombies. There is a third level fire type zombie, which poses a greater threat to everyone. Because there were people from the military, Leng Mingyue didn't take anything from the Godhead space, so Qin Feng found a car and smashed it directly at the fire-type zombies. Huang Kenken was directly tied up. Qin Feng stepped forward to deal with it with a few axes. The mage was charged, and it was easy to deal with it in close combat. Chapter 37. Solved the fire zombies. There is also a third-level earth zombie in the food court. Several people took turns to attack. Although the defense was high, the movement was slow. After Huang Kenken was tied up with branches, Leng Mingyue and Qin Feng took turns cutting with fire axes. The 5-minute attack finally killed the zombie. Clean up all the zombies here. The people sent by Zhao Weiman also arrived and started to work. After collecting the crystal nuclei, it was inconvenient for Leng Mingyue to enter the Godhead space. It's still the old way, all the people involved in collecting crystal nuclei each grab a handful of first-level crystal nuclei. There were too many crystal nuclei, so the military dispatched a truck to load them, and it was getting dark. Although a few people still have combat power, they also want to rest. Back to the safe zone together. After washing up and before eating, Zhao Weiman came. To Leng Mingyue's surprise, the two shook hands, and Zhao Weiman said, "I heard that you have eliminated a large number of zombies, so I'll come over to express my thanks." Leng Mingyue asked Huang Kenken to do more. Zhao Weiman stayed here for dinner. Zhao Weiman saw that he cooked a lot of food, and many of them were fresh vegetables, meat and a piece of braised fish that he couldn't eat himself. "Sit down and eat politely." Zhao Weiman said, "I brought back a lot of food from the mutated Rat King. I want to thank you for this. We will use the crystal nucleus to settle the settlement for you later." Leng Mingyue waved his hand and said, "That's your food. You don't need to give the crystal nucleus. If you still need it, I will ask someone to fetch it." Zhao Weiman was very happy and said, "Brother Leng is righteous. On behalf of the survivors in the Tianese safety zone, I would like to thank you. Brother Leng, you can show the big brother the truth. How much food you can exchange, I will let someone prepare crystal nuclei." Leng Mingyue said, "Mayor Zhao, don't ask how much food we have, how much you want to exchange, or how many crystal nuclei you can take out, as much food as we have." Mayor Zhao was surprised. "I thought it was a big breath. We are going to deal with that zombie cow tomorrow. It should be a 4th-level zombie. We have almost cleaned up the high-level urban area. We will kill the zombie cow tomorrow and we should leave after we exchange the crystal nucleus with you." "Gone." Zhao Weiman said, "Brother Leng, don't leave in such a hurry. Stay a few more days. Let me also do my landlord's favor." Leng Mingyue said, "We still have to hurry and want to get to Kyoto as soon as possible." "Why are you going so far to Kyoto? It's not safe along the way." Leng Mingyue said, "There are many important things to go there. Just continue eating," and generally everyone listens quietly when Leng Mingyue speaks. After the meal, Zhao Weiman said goodbye for a while. Several people began to divide the crystal nucleus. Both Qin Feng and Huang Kenken were already at the 3rd level, and they only received 2 second-level crystal nuclei and a bag of first-level crystal nuclei. Ling Yian and Ling Yu are each assigned a 3rd-level crystal nucleus and 5 second-level crystal nuclei, as well as a bag of first-level crystal nuclei. Leng Mingyue said, "Qin Feng and Kenken are already level 3, and there are too few high-level crystal nuclei now. Let's absorb it first. Ring tone and ring language, first absorb the 3rd level, and tomorrow we will deal with a 4th-level zombie cow. It would be best if you can upgrade today, if you really can't upgrade, don't force it." Then he took out 2 more bags, gave them to Dewang and Xiaobai, and said, "You two should advance as soon as possible. Because there are already many people who are higher in level than you." At this time, Ling Yu said, "Brother Leng, can you give me another bag of first-level crystal nuclei?" The big willow tree fell off Ling Yu's wrist, and Leng Mingyue understood. Another bag was given to Ling Yu. The big willow tree directly took root on the bag of the crystal nucleus, separated out a lot of roots, and each crystal nucleus was wrapped with tree roots. Leng Mingyue was surprised that the absorption speed was too fast. Leng Mingyue asked Ling Yu, "Can you control this willow tree 100%? Don't devour the Lord then." Leng Mingyue said, "It's okay, I can completely control it now." He took out 2 more bags and put them on the ground. Said, "It's fine if you can control it. Come on and absorb the crystal nucleus. There is still a tough battle to be fought tomorrow. Now the level of mutated animals and mutated plants is too low, and when the level is higher in the later stage, there will be special control restrictions, so that the submissive mutant beasts will expose the crystal nucleus and be restricted above and below the crystal nucleus." Leng Mingyue as the leader is also very depressed to be surpassed. Levels are exceeded by players. Stepping up the absorption, I left 3 third-level crystal nuclei, more than a dozen second-level crystal nuclei, and several bags of first-level crystal nuclei. Start trying to absorb. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Rhubarb and Xiaobai broke through to the 3rd level. At 12 o'clock, the Bell language broke through to the 3rd level. Leng Mingyue finally broke through to level 3 at 3 am. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the Bell also broke through to the 3rd level. Finally, everyone has collectively reached level 3, and it should be no problem to deal with level 4 zombie cows. Everyone had a good meal in the morning and celebrated that the whole team reached the 3rd level. Chapter 38. At 8 o'clock in the morning, everyone had breakfast, and Leng Mingyue said, "Rhubarb, why hasn't it changed after leveling up? Isn't the higher the level of the mutant beast, the bigger the body?" Rhubarb's intelligence is not lower than that of adults because of drinking the Lingchuan water, but he can't speak yet. Rhubarb turned white. Leng Mingyue jumped onto the back of the pickup truck at a glance. "I thought to myself, the car won't be able to hold me when I'm in a big car, and I must be trying to make me run and follow the car, so I'm not stupid." A few people set off, came to the vicinity of the zombie cow, and hid the raptor pickup, so that one car with such a high passability was damaged and one car was missing. Several people were looking for the zombie cow, but it was not where it was last time. Several people stood on guard to avoid being attacked. Go to the back of the building to see the zombie cow. Level 4 zombie cows can no longer be harmed by ordinary guns. Neither does gasoline. Now the bazooka or grenade can still do some damage. Let Qin Feng attract zombie cows in the front, and the 4 people in the back each have a bazooka and Xiaobai a grenade, ready to sneak attack. After Qin Feng reached the 3rd level, his strength increased significantly. He was already stronger than Leng Mingyue, and his speed was also much faster. Ling Yian said, "Shall I prepare a piece of red cloth for you, so you can fight the bull?" Leng Mingyue found a red down jacket from the Godhead space and threw it to Qin Feng, saying, "You can try it." Qin Feng was speechless, and walked out. Leng Mingyue ordered, "After the zombie cow charges up, fire the rockets together. After the zombie cow charges up, it's hard to dodge." After Qin Feng walked out, he shook his red down jacket and yelled loudly to attract zombie cows. The zombie cow was provoked and rushed towards Qin Feng. After the speed increased, Leng Mingyue gave the order to launch. Of the 4 rockets, the zombie avoided 2 of them, one hit its hind legs, and the other hit its back. A huge explosion knocked the zombie cow over. Xiaobai instantly appeared above the fallen cow, dropped the grenade and disappeared in a flash. The bombing by several people injured the cattle. The zombie cow stood up and rushed over again, obviously at a slower speed. Because the distance is too close, and then use hot weapons, the cattle are not dead, so they blow up their own people to death first. Qin Feng shook his down jacket. Niu Chong came over, Qin Feng quickly moved away. Leng Mingyue hit the injured hind leg with a fireball, and the zombie cow turned around again. One of its hind legs was no longer flexible, and the zombie cow had really high defense. The fireballs used by Leng Mingyue now surpassed those of normal 4th level abilities. This zombie cow is an earth type, wind type, and dual type zombie animal with super high defense. Huang Ken tied the body of the cow with 3 branches, but the cow struggled and broke it. Ling Yu mentally controlled the zombie cow, and the zombie cow remained motionless, while the others began to output. Qin Feng swung the fire axe round, and hit the zombie bull's head with one axe. The fire axe broke immediately. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. What should he do if he has no weapons? Leng Mingyue found a thick steel bar from the Godhead space, estimated to weigh more than 100 kilograms, and said, "Let's use it first." Lingyu only controlled it for 1 second before his mental strength was overdrawn. Huang Kankan used his ability to grow 3 more branches from the zombie cow's hind leg wound. Leng Mingyue hit the zombie bull's head with a fireball technique, and a wound appeared on the bull's head. Qin Feng pierced the bull's head with a steel bar. The moment the zombie cow broke through the mind control, a soil thorn appeared at Leng Mingyue's feet. Leng Mingyue didn't expect that the cow could attack with supernatural powers. The legs are spread apart, and the soil thorn stabs towards the third leg. Oh my god! It's God jealous that I have such a beautiful girlfriend. Although I have been slept with a lot, but Lingyu is so beautiful, Sister Hua's sister, I haven't succeeded yet. I don't want to lose my third leg. Although he thought a lot, in the blink of an eye, Leng Mingyue took out a car from the Godhead space and blocked it on the soil thorn. The soil thorn pierced the car and reached the thigh, which was very dangerous. So close. The inner thighs of both legs were dripping with blood. Leng Mingyue didn't care about the wound, and jumped backwards, then condensed fireballs with both hands, and the 2 fireballs hit the zombie cow's head, knocking the cow down. Leng Mingyue waved his hand again, and 2 more fireballs hit them. The zombie cow was still alive and had to stand up. Leng Mingyue's fireball was like a machine gun. He smashed more than 50 fireballs in one go, and the zombie cow was gone. Moved. Leng Mingyue sat down on the ground, his legs were bleeding profusely. Ling Yian was as dumb as he didn't need supernatural healing and ran over and said, "Leng big brother, where is your injury, is it serious?" Lingyu and Huang Kankan Qin Feng also surrounded her. Leng Mingyue's pants were all torn. Ling Yian and Huang Kankan didn't feel anything yet, but Lingyu blushed and turned around. She saw things she shouldn't have seen. Leng Mingyue said, "If you don't treat me again, I will bleed to death." It was only then that Ling Yian remembered her supernatural ability, and quickly healed Leng Mingyue. After several treatments, the bleeding has stopped. It seems that after the ringtone is upgraded, the healing effect is better, and I drank another bowl of spiritual spring water. Chapter 39. Qin Feng helped Leng Mingyue up to the co-pilot of the car. Qin Feng drove back to the safe zone. "Go back to where you live. Let Huang Kankan prepare some blood-enriching meals. Stewed bone soup with red dates, no meal yet. Zhao Weiman is here again." Leng Mingyue was lying on the bed, his complexion turned pale. Zhao Weiman said with concern, "Captain Leng is injured." Leng Mingyue said, "The 4th level mutated zombie is too powerful, and I was accidentally injured. I may have to rest for 1 to 2 days, but it will not affect the transaction. You can prepare the crystal nucleus. I will ask people to prepare food. We have basically cleaned up all the high-level zombies in the southern city, and the safe zone will be safe in the short term." Zhao Weiman stood up, bowed to Leng Mingyue, and said, "Thank you, I thank you on behalf of the soldiers. If it weren't for you, our soldiers would have lost a lot of people." Leng Mingyue waved his hand and said, "You're welcome to take what you want." After a few pleasantries, Zhao Weiman left. Originally, they wanted to deal with the zombie cows and leave, but now Leng Mingyue is a little weak and is going to take a rest. Ling Yian next door was talking to Lingyu, "Sister, you have to hurry up. Today is the end of the world. We may encounter danger one day. I can feel that you like cold big brother." Lingyu blushed, feeling sorry. Ling Yian continued, "You've seen all of it today, you have to be responsible." Lingyu said, "Let's wait until Brother Leng recovers from his injury." Ling Yian was very happy, so that 2 sisters would win against 1 Huang Kankan. Lingyu blushed and thought, how could he get in so big? This night, Qin Feng worked harder to absorb the crystal cores, and he didn't absorb all the 4th level crystal cores overnight. The higher the crystal core level, the better the quality. The team gave the best to himself, and he had to work hard to protect everyone behind him. Several people mainly absorb the 2nd level crystal nucleus, and only rest when they are fully absorbed. Leng Mingyue did not absorb. Had a good night's sleep. The big willow tree of Lingya was the most unexpected. It seems that it can be absorbed infinitely, and it is now level 3. This speed is unmatched. Now it can participate in battles, and Leng Mingyue also gives it a bowl of spiritual spring water every day. The next day, Zhao Weiman came again and showed the statistical data to Leng Mingyue. Leng Mingyue said, "We don't need the 1st level crystal nucleus. You can let everyone absorb more and level up as soon as possible, and the safe zone will be safer." The 2nd level crystal nucleus is exchanged for 1 ton of grain, and 1/3 level crystal nucleus is exchanged for 10 tons of grain. Tianese safety zone can produce 22nd level crystal nuclei and 5/3 level crystal nuclei, all of which were obtained by using weapons of mass destruction. The few people didn't leave today, they were exhausted even after traveling, and they fought for another 2 days in Tianese safety zone. Leng Mingyue said, "I'll get someone to bring the 70 tons of grain tomorrow morning, and we'll trade tomorrow morning." Zhao Weiman said it was okay. Leng Mingyue added, "I don't know if you can trade weapons or food." Zhao Weiman said, "What weapons do you need? Guns are no longer useful against high-level zombies. We want some TNT bombs. If possible, I will exchange 30 tons of grain for 10 TNT bombs. If not, forget it." Zhao Weiman said, "I'll have a meeting to discuss this when I go back, and I'll give you an answer tomorrow morning." After Zhao Weiman left, none of them went out. The house they lived in was not far from the headquarters, and there was power supply here. They took out their mobile phones and played some single-player games. Today is equivalent to a holiday. Rest for a day. The next morning, Leng Mingyue walked around on the ground, and he was fine, and drove out of the safe zone with Qin Feng. After walking for an hour, make sure you are out of the safe zone. I found a small path, put the pickup truck into the Shenge space, and then took out 2 large trucks, each weighing 50 tons. The 2 drove back to the safe zone. He found Zhao Weiman and said, "Mayor Zhao, how about the meeting about changing the weapons you said yesterday? Whether or not you want to change them, I brought the food." Zhao Weiman said, "It's decided to change when the school starts. Let them drive to unload the food. Let's come to the conference room and give you the weapons and crystal cores." In the meeting room, there are 3 boxes. The first box contains crystal nuclei, 22nd level ones, and 5/3 level ones. The other 2 boxes, one box contains 5 TNT bombs. This is a high explosive bomb. Leng Mingyue speculates that if it is close range, it can kill level 5 zombies. When they were carrying their boxes and leaving, Zhao Weiman said, "Captain Leng, I would like to ask you, do you have any extra food?" Leng Mingyue was rather surprised, "You still have crystal nuclei to exchange for food?" Zhao Weiman said with a wry smile, "We don't have any crystal nuclei now, and it's not that we want to change them. 2 days ago, a comrade in arms of mine was in Chinchi. He was a division commander. There was no government department to preside over it. It was their military that had the final say. 2 days ago, they used the radio to ask us for help. Their side is almost out of food. There are several groups of mutant beasts around them. When the large troops come out, the mutant beasts will run away, and when the small troops come out, they will attack. As a result, there is no way to search for food on a large scale. See if you have any surplus food. If you have any, can you go and trade some? Also help them clean up the mutant beasts. You are also helping the survivors. No matter how long it takes, more than 10,000 of them will starve to death." Leng Mingyue calculated. "I was going to go all the way north. If you go to Chinchi, you have to make a detour to the south. Sutong Yangtze River Highway Bridge. I had already crossed the Yangtze River and was about to head north, but now I have returned to the south of the Yangtze River. Changshu City is not far away, about 70 kilometers away. After a calculation, it's okay. If there are a few first-tier big cities to visit after passing by. But the time to Kyoto may be late. It doesn't matter, you can fight zombies to upgrade wherever you go, and you don't lack supplies. Leng Mingyue wanted to rush to Kyoto because the level of zombies was getting higher and higher, and the weapons in his hands were useless now, and the country would research alloy weapons in a month. The alloy weapon has just been researched, and it is estimated that it will not be available, so it is better to kill more zombies and accumulate more crystal nuclei. Leng Mingyue said, "Okay. You inform the other side that we are leaving today and arrive early." Mayor Zhao said happily, "On behalf of the survivors, I thank you. I will report this matter to Kyoto." Leng Mingyue was very happy, and reported more, maybe he could get the alloy weapon sooner, and let the Kyoto base know that there was a team of him in advance. The few people packed up, but the pickup truck was not there, so they got into 2 large trucks and drove out. On the journey again. Chapter 40. Several people drove out of the safe zone for a while, and after there was no one around, they changed cars. Changed the car into a Raptor pickup. Rhubarb obediently got into the back fight. Pickups are much more comfortable than large trucks. The most important thing is that you don't have to drive yourself. Qin Feng drives the car all the way. Ling Yian asked, "Leng big brother, are your injuries healed? I don't need to treat you. Also, do you have any scars on your legs?" Leng Mingyue said, "It's all right, no need for treatment, there are some deep scars left. It's not serious. I'll show you tonight." Ling Yian gave Leng Mingyue a blank look. After leaving Nanji, I encountered the first problem and came to the Sutong Yangtze River Bridge. I don't know if it's man-made or made by mutant beasts. The bridge was broken for about 10 meters. The Yangtze River is too wide, about 7 kilometers. It's not easy without a bridge. Several people got out of the car to observe, it was not a bomb. Neither the piers nor the bridge deck showed signs of explosion. It looks like a huge mutant beast. How powerful is it? Qin Feng said in surprise. There should be a mutant beast in the water here. And it was so huge that it broke a bridge pier. Ling Yian said, "How can there be such a big fish in the river?" Huang Kenken said, "Could it be that the mutated fish in the sea swam over?" Ling Yian said, "This place is more than 100 kilometers away from the sea, so you can't swim so far." Leng Mingyue said, "After the end of the world, humans and animals have mutated, and fish may also mutate. 100 kilometers is not far away. Sometimes they may swim over when preying. Well, let's not discuss who destroyed it. Now I want to how do you get there? There are 2 ways, one is to swing across the bridge with a rope, and the other is to row a boat across the water. We have ropes, and we also have small boats." Ling Yian said, "I wouldn't dare to go by boat even if I was killed. If it's really such a big mutant fish, my small body won't fit between my teeth." Ling Yu and Huang Kenken also said that they would not take the boat. Qin Feng said, "I'll use the rope to swing there first, and then get a few more ropes to build a simple bridge." After discussing with several people, this method is feasible. There are 2 ropes, one is fixed on the other end of the bridge and Qin Feng is holding onto it himself, the other is tied around Qin Feng's waist, and Leng Mingyue is holding onto it. Leng Mingyue asked, "Can you jump 10 meters now?" Qin Feng said, "I feel that there is no problem. If I can jump over, it will save trouble." Qin Feng ran up and jumped towards the opposite side. Qin Feng grabbed the opposite railing. Then Qin Feng tied the rope in his hand to the opposite railing, Leng Mingyue connected 10 more ropes in his hand, and let Qin Feng pull them over together. That much rope should be enough. Secure each one, some high and some low. There are those who are stepped on by feet and those who are caressed by hands. Huang Cancan was the first to pass, and Leng Mingyue tied a rope around Huang Cancan's waist. Fortunately, Huang Cancan passed safely, and the second ringtone also passed safely. The ringtone said that she was afraid to pass. I had to let Rhubarb pass by, but Rhubarb didn't dare. Leng Mingyue kicked him angrily. He called Qin Feng's attention, picked up the rhubarb and threw it over. Rhubarb flew over in a parabola, dripping some liquid in the air. Rhubarb, Leng Mingyue, you Dogecoin. Leng Mingyue looked at Xiaobai. Xiaobai teleported to the opposite side. Xiaobai, even if you are a dog, you can't let you throw me over. Leng Mingyue carried the bell on his back and walked slowly on the rope. Ling Yian was very frightened and looked down. Obviously he was both good and playful, and when he was about to pass by, Ling Yian saw a dark figure in the water. Very big. Ling Yian shouted, "Look, there is something in the water." Leng Mingyue walked quickly across the broken bridge. Then several people looked down and saw nothing. Leng Mingyue took out the pickup truck from the Godhead space and said, "Get in the car, get out of here, it's too dangerous on the bridge." Qin Feng kicked the accelerator and the car drove away at high speed. The car drove out of the bridge, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. Huang Cancan asked Ling Yian, "Did you really see something in the water?" Ling Yian said with certainty, "It's very big in Montenegro. I don't know what it is. It disappeared in a blink of an eye. Several people are no longer entangled. Follow the road." When leaving, Zhao Weiman gave a map. Is the location of Changshu safety zone. Mutant beasts are a group of wild boars, and a group of monkeys. The two gregarious mutant beasts tossed the safe zone like crazy. Several people changed cars when they were approaching the safe zone. Leng Mingyue was reluctant to part with this big pickup. Changed to an off-road vehicle, let De Huang squeeze in the back seat next to the window to protect the three girls. When the car was approaching, I heard voices from the side of the road. After the car stopped, several people lined up to defend, and a few wild boars appeared. This place is too open. Next to it is the woods, and then a dozen wild boars ran out. Qin Feng couldn't protect Qin Feng by himself, there were too many wild boars. De Huang stood up and took a place on top, and the others leaned against the car. Leng Mingyue observed, basically all of them were second-level wild boars, and 3 were third-level mutant wild boars. This is not a big threat to everyone. Lingyu waved his hand and a big willow tree grew in the wind. Soon, 2 people couldn't hold it. The branches swayed, and 6 second-level wild boars were tied up in an instant. Dense branches bundle wild boars into rice dumplings. The battle has begun. The third-level wild boar rushed over. Qin Feng went forward with the steel bar. The second third-level wild boar was controlled by Lingyu and turned around directly. The rebellious wild boar rushed towards the last third-level wild boar. Cannibalism rises. Leng Mingyue observes that his team is already very strong. Because I don't know if there are wild species or other mutant beasts, I am going to make a quick decision. Leng Mingyue's fireball also hit the third-level wild boar. The bright yellow branches also hit the second-level wild boar. Praising a grade is like bullying a child. With a scream, the last third-level mutant wild boar fell down. After 15 minutes of fighting, several people were cleaning up the crystal nuclei when suddenly the woods shook violently, as if an elephant had run across. Leng Mingyue shouted, "Be careful, everyone, it seems that the last BD screamed for help." Out of the woods came a wild boar the size of a cow. Ring Tone sensed it. Said, "It is a 4th-level mutant beast. The shadow of killing the mutant cow last time is still there. So they are more afraid." Leng Mingyue took out a TNT bomb and handed it to Xiaobai for a 10-second countdown. Xiaobai teleported to the back of the bull and stuck the bomb to the neck of the wild boar. A teleport away, Leng Mingyue was afraid that the wild species would explode and affect everyone, so he waved a few fireballs and hit the wild species' head. The wild boar's eyes were full of fire, and the wild boar, which was naturally afraid of fire, began to close its eyes and back away. Leng Mingyue said, "Get down." There was a loud noise, and the head of the wild boar was blown up. What the FK? Find it quickly, everyone. If the 4th level crystal nucleus is lost, it will not be delicious to eat at night. Leng Mingyue kicked rhubarb. Find it quickly. If you can't find it, you are not allowed to eat at night. Rhubarb, what does it have to do with me? Several people finally found the crystal nucleus. Leng Mingyue was happy. Let's go to the safe area first. The meat of this level 4 mutant wild species should taste good, so I put it in the Godhead space and eat it slowly, then took out another pickup truck, and put a level 3 mutant wild species in the back. Drive 2 cars towards safety. The 3rd level mutant wild species is just a cover, and everyone will stew the 4th level wild boar to eat at night. Level 4 wild pork contains more energy, so save it and eat it slowly in the future. Find the safe zone, which is far worse than the previous 2 safe zones. Defense is also poor. The number of people is also small, and the gatekeepers are all staggering. Seeing a vehicle approaching, someone asked, "Are you survivors?" Leng Mingyue said, "Zhao Weiman asked us to come, tell your base leaders." The gatekeeper stared blankly at the wild boar in the car, swallowed his saliva, and ran inside. It seems that this safe zone is even worse. Leng Mingyue used his spiritual sense to collect another wave of grain in the Godhead space, and planted it again. Chapter 41. Not long after, a group of people walked out, and the leader said, "Which one is Captain Leng?" Leng Mingyue stretched out his hand, and the two shook hands, saying, "I'm Leng Mingyue. You are Mayor Zhao's comrade in arms, Mr. Feng, right?" It's me. Please come inside." When they came to a conference room, everyone sat down, and a person next to Master Feng said, "Captain Leng is so young. He brought so many beauties with him to travel through the end of the world." Leng Mingyue glanced at this person. I wondered what this person meant. Master Feng glared at the person next to him. Said, "There is really nothing we can do here. More than 100 people have starved to death today. If you come 3 days later, there will be no one left here, and they will all starve to death." Leng Mingyue said, "Didn't you go out to find supplies?" Commander Feng said, "There is a herd of wild boars on the road that must be passed. They don't attack empty cars. As long as the cars are loaded with food, they destroy the cars and attack people. They send heavy troops to encircle the wild boars and run into the woods. If you don't come today, I will kill them. Transferred everyone with me." Leng Mingyue said, "We have cleaned up all the wild boars, and you can go out to search for supplies." The person next to Master Feng snorted coldly and said, "Don't think that killing a 3rd level wild boar is very powerful. There is another one as big as a cow in the woods. We even dispatched armored vehicles to kill it." Leng Mingyue said, "Who are you?" Master Feng hurriedly introduced, "This is the chairman of Fishan Group. He also established a personal safety zone in Changshu North. He came here to negotiate with us and let us merge with them." Leng Mingyue understood that he had come to spoil the chairman's good deed. Leng Mingyue said to Mr. Feng, "You sent people out to a place less than 10 miles away. We cleaned up about 20 wild boars just now. The heads of the 4th grade wild boars were blown to pieces. Pull it back, stew it for everyone to eat." Master Feng said happily, "Hurry up and get the guards to pull it. There is meat to eat." The chairman of Fishan Group let out a cold snort. Leng Mingyue said, "We are also a military base safety zone, why not as good as their personal safety zone?" Master Feng said, "We are also very helpless. At the beginning of the Doomsday, we sent a large number of troops to maintain law and order. We didn't know it was zombies. When the news came back, out of the 3,000 people we sent out, only 20 came back. After the end of the world, we rescued the high-level government. There are also people who were not used to fighting zombies at the beginning and injured 1,000 soldiers. Our division itself has 10,000 soldiers. On the day of the end of the day, some people turned into zombies, and some were bitten by comrades. About 3,000 people were lost. Now we have less than 3,000 soldiers in our safe zone. The survivors gathered about 3,000 people. Every time, half a year's supplies are distributed. The food supplies will be distributed soon. If you haven't received them back, it will be the end of the day. The same goes for weapons and ammunition. After half a year of training, the stocks are running low and have not been replenished. All our ammunition not much. After hearing this, Leng Mingyue felt like drinking cold water made his teeth stick. Combatants were sacrificed in large numbers, with no weapons and no food. Leng Mingyue said, "How much food do you need, and the exchange ratio, did Mayor Zhao Weiman tell you?" Master Feng said, "Tell us, there are 10 secondary crystal nuclei and 1 tertiary crystal nucleus." Leng Mingyue was unhappy when he heard that there was so little food. He only had 20 tons of grain after traveling so far. Seeing that Leng Mingyue was not happy, Commander Feng immediately said, "We have weapons. The weapons distributed to us are already in the arsenal on the outskirts of the city. Just take whatever weapons you want. It's in the suburbs, so why didn't you get it?" Mr. Feng was a little embarrassed. Said, "We have been overwhelmed. We don't know who attracted a large number of zombies. We used drones for reconnaissance. It is estimated that 100,000 zombies are wandering around the weapon depot." There were so many, Leng Mingyue was also surprised. With so many zombies gathered, there must be high-level zombies. If they were wandering, they wouldn't gather so many. Now the zombies are basically level 2 or 3. Burning them with gasoline doesn't seem to have much effect. Leng Mingyue said, "Okay, so I will bring a batch of food here today, so as not to starve to death, and then I will see if I can bring the weapons back for you." Mr. Feng is very happy. Get out of the meeting room. Leng Mingyue and the others walked around the safety zone and saw many people who were too hungry to stand up, lying there waiting to die. Master Feng said loudly, "Captain Leng brought us food, and everyone will have food in a while." Feeling that there was hope in the eyes of the person lying on the ground, he tried to sit up. Leng Mingyue said to Mr. Feng, "Arrange a place for us to live in, and let the guards take the 3 girls to the place to live." Leng Mingyue and Qin Feng drove out in a car. When I went out, I saw several military vehicles returning with wild boars. After driving for half an hour to find a place where no one was around, Leng Mingyue took out a heavy truck from the Shenge space and pulled about 50 tons of grain. The two drove back to the base. The people at the base became excited when they saw so much food. Commander Feng ordered, "Everyone can have a bowl of porridge today. You can't eat too much, if you eat it openly, someone will definitely die." Ling Yian and Ling Ye whispered, "If we hadn't followed Leng Big Brother, we would probably be lying here, waiting to die." Starving to death is actually a very painful process. Leng Mingyue looked at these thousands of survivors, looked at such a miserable base, and thought to himself that this is too miserable, and he needs to change a place for them. The defense here is too weak. If the zombie swarms attack, the base will break through in an instant. Chapter 42. An hour later, each survivor had a bowl of porridge topped with a piece of wild boar. There are not many meals, but hope can be seen on the faces of every survivor. Several people returned to the assigned residence, which also had 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, with water and electricity, which was not bad. The meat of the 4th-level mutant wild boar stewed at night. The taste is average, but the energy can already be clearly felt. After dinner, a few people got a lot of crystal nuclei and began to absorb them. Leng Mingyue held the wild boar's 4th-level crystal nucleus in his hand, felt a huge energy entering his body, and absorbed the crystal nucleus in about half an hour. I absorbed a few more secondary crystal nuclei, and today I am fully absorbed and ready to go to bed. Huang Kankan has almost absorbed it. The bell sound next door said, "Sister, why don't I create an opportunity for you today? I'll call Huang Kankan over, we two sleep, you go to accompany Leng big brother." Leng Mingyue blushed and said, "In a few more days, sleep, it's getting late." The next day, Mr. Feng sent someone to invite Leng Mingyue to go there. They had breakfast and came to the meeting room. Mr. Feng said, "Captain Leng, we have sent people out to check that the wild boars are no longer visible. Our road is clear. We also sent people out to collect supplies. There is also a group of mutated monkeys in the back mountain. Because they are vegetarians and don't eat people, they occasionally come to harass them. The threat is not great. I want to ask the cold team to help us bring some weapons back. We can basically eliminate the monkeys. Because Leng Mingyue said that there may be level 5 zombies. A level 4 wild boar king almost trapped them to death. If it is a level 5 zombie, they can only be wiped out." Leng Mingyue said, "We cleaned up 100,000 zombies, and we couldn't clean them up even if we were exhausted. How many heavy weapons are there in the safe zone? I need you to help us clean up some low-level zombies." Master Feng said, "We sent 10 tanks, 20 mortars, and 10 howitzers." Leng Mingyue said, "It's not enough, it's still needed. Once the battle starts, there will be a level 5 zombie command. Once the zombies attack, the soldiers will die if they don't have time to run." Master Feng said, "That's all our heavy weapons." Leng Mingyue said, "Grenades, mines." Master Feng said, "We have used it in general training, there is not much left." Without heavy weapons, the zombies formed an impact. Not only were these soldiers unable to return, but the safe zone might be destroyed. We also need to find a way to get some heavy weapons. How far is the zombie group from the weapon depot? Leng Mingyue asked. Master Feng asked someone to prepare a laptop, on which a video of the zombie group was played. The ground is densely packed with zombies. The word weapon is written next to the zombie. The drone flew over the group of zombies, and Leng Mingyue carefully observed the group of zombies. "I want to find the level 5 zombies. Drones fly higher." No special zombies were found. With such a large base, there will definitely be supernatural zombies. Just don't know how many. Leng Mingyue said, "Mr. Feng, let's drop a bomb in the opposite direction of the arsenal. The zombies will definitely move to this side, and then send a few vehicles. Go to the arsenal to pull weapons. Just heavy weapons, mines, grenades, such ammunition. Negotiate a strategy." Several people were ready to set off, and when they set off, the military sent 10 trucks. Someone led the way to the direction of the zombie group. Leng Mingyue said to several people, "This time it will be very dangerous because there are high-level zombies. So everyone should be more cautious for a while. Rhubarb, protect the back row, understand?" When the distance was 3 kilometers away, all the cars stopped. There are no zombies around here. It should have all been gathered. The guide took everyone up to a high-rise and looked down. This is the end of the world. Below is a square, densely packed with zombies. Very dense, at this time gasoline burning is basically useless. Must be high-energy bombs, or shells. Of course, gasoline does not use kerosene at all. After all, there are still first-level or second-level zombies in this group of zombies. From a distance, the weapon arsenal can be seen on the edge of the zombies. Ask the guide soldier, "Is there a road back to the base from there?" The soldier nodded. Several people went downstairs and installed 3 time bombs here, with a timer of 30 minutes. Several cars drive around. Bypass the zombies. It stopped not far from the arsenal, and just 15 minutes had passed by this time. Leng Mingyue asked the guide again, "Is it easy to open the gate of the armory?" "Let's drive in and close the gate, and then close the gate when we leave after loading." Is there any difficulty? The guide said, the electronic gate has a password and a key to open it, but now there is a power outage and it cannot be opened. When I came here, I applied to Mr. Feng to blow a hole in the thinnest part of the back wall. The fastest time is to clean a gate that can pass through the car. The door. Leng Mingyue scratched his head. The explosion just attracted the zombies, and there is an explosion here. If level 5 zombies come over, everyone will be in danger. No bombs for a while. I'll find a way to break the wall. Leng Mingyue returned to his car, and took out a few big hammers from the Godhead space. Said to Qin Feng, the gate of the arsenal cannot be opened. After a while, we will break open a door with the smallest movement. Prepare a few more sledgehammers. In case it breaks, some will be replaced. Several people found a commanding height to observe. Leng Mingyue found a zombie with 6 arms in the middle of the zombie group. It is estimated that this is a level 5 zombie. This is a time bomb exploded, and there was a huge explosion sound. Zombie groups moved towards the explosion. The movement of 100,000 zombies is very shocking. Before the end of the world, only animals in the African savanna had been seen on TV. It was very spectacular, and some soldiers felt their legs go weak. Leng Mingyue asked, if these zombies attack your safe zone, how long can they last? The soldier wiped his cold sweat and did not speak. At this time, it is estimated that there is no language to express. Several people went downstairs quickly, and there were no more zombies in the arsenal. Leng Mingyue and Qin Feng held sledgehammers, asked the guide to draw the location, and started smashing. Although this is the weakest point, the two smashed for 10 minutes and changed 4 hammers before smashing out the position where one person passed. First let a few soldiers go in to find the location and quantity of heavy weapons, and then pull them to the entrance of the cave. Leng Mingyue also went in. Leng Mingyue smashed from the inside, Qin Feng smashed from the outside. The soldiers found 2 carts, and transported the shells, boxes of grenades, and mines. Leng Mingyue saw that there was a car, and told Qin Feng to stop, drove a truck, and several soldiers began to load the car, very heavy boxes. Fortunately, now they are all evolutionary, 1 person can lift it, too heavy just 2 people carry it. A cart was full, and then pulled away. The 2 continued to smash, and the soldiers inside continued to be transported. After half an hour, a hole was finally opened to drive the truck. The remaining trucks were all driven in, and Qin Feng also helped to load them. Leng Mingyue turned curry on this weapon. The Kyoto sniper rifle is a good thing, with a large enough caliber and great power. Leng Mingyue collected 10 guns and more than a dozen boxes of bullets, with a caliber of 127 mm and a range of 2,000 meters. High-level zombies are also shivering. TNT high-explosive bombs, received a few boxes. The shells of the howitzer were also stored in the case. 88 type heavy machine guns, received a few. This is more expensive bullets, received dozens of boxes. Mine received the chassis. Well, it's almost done, and leave some things for the safe area. The car has almost been loaded, 10 truckloads of shells, it should be almost ready, withdraw. With an order, the car drove out of the arsenal. After Leng Mingyue broke the hole, he moved several cars from the side of the street to block the hole. Some scouts were left behind, using drones to monitor the zombie group and observe the movement of the zombies. Leng Mingyue led everyone back to the safe zone and made arrangements for the battle. Chapter 43. Find Master Feng. Arrange the battle plan in the conference room. The safe zone is to the north of the zombie group. Therefore, arrange operations in the south of the zombie group, let experienced fighters arrange mines and time bombs in advance, and then let tanks and artillery be placed at the farthest range, and they are ready to retreat at any time. Because the workload is relatively large. It was not finished in the afternoon. A few people returned to the residence, let a few people relax, play games and watch movies. Huang Kankan prepared several time-consuming dishes. Leng Mingyue and Qin Feng strolled around the safe area. Qin Feng said, "The walls here are too short and not strong, and there are open spaces on all sides. If the zombies attack, basically a charge will be enough." Leng Mingyue said, "Yes, so when we leave, it's best to find a suitable place for them to use as a safe zone stronghold. The people in the safe zone have been able to eat, and the situation is getting better." The two of them strolled to the combat command room. Seeing that Mr. Feng was still busy, Leng Mingyue asked, "Mr. Feng, how soon can the deployment be completed at the earliest? Has the group of zombies moved?" Master Feng saw that it was Leng Mingyue who came over and said, "The group of zombies has returned to the square, and there is no sign of dispersal. It should be like you said that the drone observed a zombie with 6 arms, and all the zombies are surrounding it. Tonight I have to work overtime to make arrangements, and it will take noon tomorrow at the earliest to make arrangements according to what you said." Leng Mingyue said, "Okay, then start at noon tomorrow." Then he said, "Did that guide tell you about the horror of zombies wandering around?" Master Feng's face turned pale. Said, "The soldier told me that if this group of zombies wanders into our safe zone, it is estimated that a charge will be made, and we will be gone." Leng Mingyue said, "That's right, so it doesn't work here, we have to change to another place." Mr. Feng said, "If we wipe out the zombie group, it will be fine." Glancing at Mr. Feng, he said, "Do you think this 5th level zombie is accidental? Will there be no high-level zombies in the future? Won't zombies wander over from other places?" Asked repeatedly, Mr. Feng was speechless. Master Feng asked cautiously, "Then tell us where we should go." Leng Mingyue shook his head and said, "I'm not familiar with this place. It's better to be in a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. You can discuss it and see where there is one nearby. Also, I see that the survivors are all staying in the base. It's been a long time since the end of the world, and I have been to several safe areas, and I have formed a tacit understanding. Those who are bold will go out to hunt zombies and find supplies. With the crystal core to upgrade, this is the long-term development of a safe zone. Even if zombies attack the safe zone, there are more people to protect it. Those who go out to hunt zombies can eat enough. Those who don't go out to hunt zombies should come to reinforce the base. The fence should be at least 5 meters high and 2 meters thick. Find a suitable base. If conditions permit, it should be at least 10 meters high and 5 meters thick. Use cement." After Leng Mingyue finished speaking, Master Feng nodded repeatedly. Then the secretary took a notebook and took notes. "I want to have more survivors alive. More safe areas will not be wiped out by zombies." After speaking, Leng Mingyue returned to his residence. Master Feng held a meeting overnight. Argument every point that Leng Mingyue said. Leng Mingyue and the others were absorbing crystal nuclei. After the absorption was full, Leng Mingyue was about to sleep with Huang Kankan in his arms. "The bell is coming." Leng Mingyue smiled and was going to be slept together today. As a result, Suzun was informed that relatives were coming. As a result, Leng Mingyue was also embarrassed to make out with Huang Kankan. Depressed, Leng Mingyue got up, had breakfast, went to find Mr. Feng, looked at Mr. Feng's dark circles, and asked, "How is the arrangement, and what time will we be able to act?" "The later the night, the more variables there will be." Commander Feng said, "After a night of deployment, there are already grenades, landmines, time bombs, and hundreds of gasoline barrels on both sides. Over 10,000 have been deployed. Tanks and artillery are also ready. We should be able to start at about 10 o'clock. Leng Mingyue checked the time and it is now 7:30. There are still 2 more hours. Leng Mingyue said, "Let's set off in 2 hours. After a while, the shells will be fired at the 5th level zombies as densely as possible. It is best if they can kill them. If they can't be killed, it may be dangerous." At 9:30, several people set off and arrived at the position. The whole street is full of mines and grenades. Grenade is triggered, mine is remote control. Leng Mingyue said to the soldier holding the remote control, "Be careful, try to detonate the mine when there are high-level zombies passing by." 10 o'clock sharp. Mortars, howitzers, and tanks were positioned by drones, all locked onto the level 5 zombies, and fired at the same time. Leng Mingyue found the drone to monitor, and the 5th level zombies were a little restless, because the 5th level zombies sensed danger. The shells quickly reached the zombies. The zombie stretched out 6 hands and raised several nearby zombies to block the front. The intelligence of the 5th level zombies is already so high, and the 8th level zombies can speak human words. At the moment of the explosion, the dust was thrown up, and the drone could no longer see it. Free shooting was ordered. Because the zombies are crowded in the square, it is very dense, so there is no need to aim. The howitzer is the most powerful and has the largest strike area, but the mortar is the most frequently fired. After several rounds of bombing, the zombies finally rushed towards the south. It is estimated that there are still 70,000 to 80,000. The intensive artillery fire just now wiped out less than 30,000 people. Those who rushed ahead fired the fuse of the grenade. The high-level remote-controlled landmines in the back exploded into the sky. Tank shot can be worn from head to toe. The lethality is also huge. The soldiers fought and retreated. Leng Mingyue gave several people a few bazookas, and fired a few shots at where the zombies were rushing fast, or there were high-level zombies. Leng Mingyue was holding a heavy sniper. While looking for high-level zombies, he was also looking for the 5th level zombie. Leng Mingyue felt that this 5th level zombie would not be killed by the bomb. At the beginning, I was not sure about it, because I have supernatural powers and great strength, so I got used to it after a while, and only aimed at zombies of level 3 and above. One shot to headshot a level 3 zombie, cool. 127mm bullet. Very powerful. Leng Mingyue finally found the 5th level zombie, and now there are only 2 arms left. After half an hour of bombing, the ammunition was running out, and there were not many zombies. It is estimated that there are still more than 3,000 zombies. Leng Mingyue finally found the 5th level zombies. He aimed a shot with a heavy sniper and hid nearby. After a while, one ear was knocked off. Fortunately, it was seriously injured. If they faced each other head-on, Leng Mingyue's team might not be able to take it down. At this time, the zombies are already very close, and if heavy weapons cannot be used, they will accidentally injure their own people. Leng Mingyue found a steel knife from the Godhead space, but I don't know where he got it. Meet the 5th level zombies. The current level 5 zombie is covered in wounds and bleeding. There are 2 arms on the left, and the 3 on the right are all blown away. Leng Mingyue wouldn't have dared to fight recklessly if it wasn't for serious injuries. He slashed it down with a knife, and was dodged by the 5th level zombies. As soon as Huang Kankan stretched out his hand, a few branches wrapped around the zombie's leg. The 3rd level ability of Lingyu can't control the 5th level zombies, not even for a second. He could only control a level 3 zombie, rushed up, hugged the level 5 zombie and began to bite. Qin Feng smashed down the steel bar with all his strength. Several people worked together to attack the zombies. The zombie grabbed and swung Qin Feng back, and Leng Mingyue slashed at the claw, which didn't break. The 5th level zombie broke off the branch and rushed up again. Leng Mingyue chopped it down with a knife, and condensed a fireball from his left hand and blasted it at close range. The zombies dodged the steel knife, but not the fireball. The 5th level zombie was blown to the ground by the fireball. Huang Kankan quickly controlled the branches and tied the zombies again. Leng Mingyue threw another fireball at the zombie's head, and then followed the steel knife to slash at the zombie's neck with all its strength. The seriously injured zombie was beaten to death by several people. Looking at the severed head, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Leng Mingyue thought to himself, the zombies did not evolve so fast in the previous life, Could it be that his butterfly flapped its wings? At this time, there were less than 2,000 zombies left. Without the command of the 5th level zombies, it became a mess. Leng Mingyue's team took the lead in rushing forward. De Wang rushed first, saw a 2nd level zombie, and cut the zombie in half with one grab. The ringtone releases the big willow tree. Throw it towards the group of zombies in front, and the willow tree will grow when it hits the ground. It quickly rose to 20 meters. The branches swing and bind 20 zombies at once. Leng Mingyue used his abilities to control the 3 level 3 zombies, and protected them by his side. Qin Feng held the sledgehammer that smashed the wall last time. Leng Mingyue looked at some steel knives with curly blades. This weapon is not strong, and it is not as easy to use as a big hammer. Huang Cancan used a branch to find the 5th level crystal nucleus and sent it to Leng Mingyue. Leng Mingyue looked very happy. Leng Mingyue decided to absorb this crystal nucleus by himself, and he couldn't just upgrade himself last every time. The soldiers were also helping to clean up the zombies, and it was an hour after the zombies were finally cleaned up. It is still faster to clear the zombies with heavy firepower. But it is estimated that no military region can afford it. Now the military factories are basically no longer in operation. The zombies are all wiped out. Everyone began to collect crystal nuclei. There are at least 100,000 crystal nuclei. Leng Mingyue, everyone only collects the crystal nuclei of the 2nd level and above, and don't want the 1st level. Master Feng heard that the battle was won. And there were no casualties, but the consumption of shells was a bit high. Immediately, another 1,000 people were sent to help collect the crystal cores, and then all the weapons of the weapon curry were pulled back. All cleaned up, everyone went back to base to celebrate. Chapter 44. After returning to the safety zone, Master Feng greeted him, and said, "Captain Leng is the best. Look at the 2 cars of crystal nuclei." Master Feng said, "You can't use up so many crystal nuclei, and we have also produced people and shells. Captain Leng will see if he can give us some." Leng Mingyue said, "In this way, there are about 70,000 1st-level crystal nuclei here, all of which are for you, which is the most used by you now, and then there are about 20,000 2nd-level crystal nuclei, and I will give you 10,000. It should be enough. There are more than 300 for the 3rd level, 4 for the 4th level, and 1 for the 5th level, so I won't give it to you. How does Mr. Feng feel?" Master Feng was very happy and said, "Okay, okay. Thank you Captain Leng." Now the 1st level crystal nucleus Leng Mingyue team basically can't use it. In fact, Leng Mingyue still has a batch of crystal nuclei in the Godhead space, which are not counted, and the ones picked up are all high level. There should be no high level zombies in the urban area. All of them were summoned by the 5th level zombies and then wiped out by the group. A few people returned to the residence and washed up. Start to distribute the loot. 10 3rd-level crystal nuclei per person, rhubarb, little white, and big willow are also available. Each person has 1 4th-level crystal nucleus, and this is really one for each person. Rhubarb, xiaobai, and willow are all gone, because there are only 4 quaternary crystal nuclei, and Leng Mingyue doesn't have any. But Leng Mingyue has a 5-level crystal nucleus. Then the secondary crystal nuclei are not limited. Absorb as much as you can. After dividing the crystal nuclei, I started to prepare dinner. It was still stewed wild pork, and I fried a few vegetarian dishes. The ingredients are complete, Huang Cancan's craftsmanship is in place, and the dinner is delicious. Start to absorb crystal nuclei after eating. Qin Feng had absorbed a 4th-level crystal nucleus before, and then absorbed a lot of 2nd-level and 3rd-level crystal nuclei. The 4th-level crystal nucleus has not been moved and can be used again when the breakthrough is made. First, the 3rd-level crystal nucleus is absorbed, and after the absorption is full, it is already there. It feels like I have reached the bottleneck, and I can break through the 4th level at any time, but I have absorbed enough today, and I can't upgrade to the next level today. Leng Mingyue absorbed the 5th level crystal nucleus from the beginning, and Leng Mingyue was only at the 3rd level. With his violent ability, if the body was not strengthened by the spiritual spring water, it could directly explode. Gritting his teeth and persevering, after absorbing the 5th level crystal nucleus, there is no more. FK, I can't upgrade yet. The road to upgrade is so bumpy. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning, and she was going to sleep with Huang Kankan in her arms. Suddenly there is energy running wildly next door. Leng Mingyue was afraid of accidents, so he didn't have time to knock on the door when he came to the next door and pushed it away. Leng Mingyue's strength is that steel doors can be pushed open. Unexpectedly, both Lingyu and Lingyan sat on the bed and looked at the big willow tree underground, and even advanced. The big willow tree actually absorbed 2,000 secondary crystal nuclei and 10 tertiary crystal nuclei. I'm dizzy, I can't afford you anymore, you are also a bottomless pit. Leng Mingyue looked at Lingyu and asked, how about it, can you control it? The big willow tree is already at the 4th level, and the bell language is only at the 3rd level. Lingyu nodded and said, it's okay. Leng Mingyue felt relieved, it seemed that this willow tree was unusual. Leng Mingyue was the last to follow, but the first to reach the 4th level. Leng Mingyue poured a bowl of spiritual spring water to the big willow tree. The big willow tree was very happy, shook the branches and leaves, and then turned into a bracelet and wrapped it around Lingyu's wrist. It was very late and Lingyan was very sleepy, but Leng Mingyue was a little worried. After all, Daliashu had a higher level than Lingyu, and Daliashu also had a high IQ. I am afraid that the big willow tree will bite the Lord. Leng Mingyue said to Lingyan, you go to sleep in my room, I will sleep here on the sofa, staring at the big willow tree. Lingyan smiled and made a cheering gesture to Lingyu. Then go out. Lingyu blushed and said, it's okay, I can feel it, now we control the big willow tree, you should go to sleep too, you are tired after a day of fighting. Leng Mingyue said, go to sleep, I'm on the sofa, looking at some big willow trees. After 20 minutes, Lingyu said, the sofa is uncomfortable, why don't you come to bed too? The voice very low. But Leng Mingyue was excited. Slowly come to the bed and lie down next to each other. I can feel Lingyu's heart beating very fast. Leng Mingyue put his arms around Lingyu, Lingyu didn't resist, whoever loves to be Lu Ziyi will do it, anyway, I won't do it. Early the next morning, Lingyu couldn't get out of bed anymore. Lingyan came in and said, Leng big brother, you don't know how to be sympathetic. You see, my sister can't even get out of bed. Lingyan cast a few recovery spells on Lingyu, and Lingyu got better. The bell pushed Leng Mingyue out of the room and closed the door. Lingyu said, I finally know why you joined forces with Huang Kankan. Brother Leng is too strong. Lingyan said, the two of us teamed up can only be reluctant, next time we 3 team up. How about subduing Leng big brother? Several people got up and had breakfast. Find Mr. Feng and say, if there is nothing to do, we will leave. We have a lot of things to go to Kyoto. It has been delayed. Master Feng said, Captain Leng, I have another unfeeling request. Now there is a group of mutated monkeys. We didn't have food in our base before, so they don't come here often. These 2 days we have food, and they come to steal it every day. The monkeys are flexible. We can't catch them for a while. Captain Leng will definitely help. Leng Mingyue said, take me to see. Chapter 45. When I came to the place where the grain was stored, I saw several big holes in the roof. There are warriors tinkering. The monkey has run away. Leng Mingyue asked, do you know where the monkey is? Do you know what level? Master Feng said, I only know that every time I run to the woods to the west, the Monkey King may be level 3 or level 4, because the highest level of our fighters is level 2, and we can't find out the level. The number is about a dozen. There are not too many monkeys, so it should be easy to solve. Several people went to the forest with monkeys and searched around but couldn't find monkeys. A few people returned to the safe area, but there was no way, driving in the woods was not allowed, and there was no direction, so it was difficult to find. Several people drove around the city. See if there are any other supplies you can collect. There are no high-level zombies in the city, so it is relatively safe. They are all scattered first-level or second-level zombies. After seeing the military vehicles, they found the food station. Flour mill. It seems that the safe zone should not starve in the short term. Several people transferred to a factory area. Leng Mingyue suddenly saw a pure white kitten on the wall. Leng Mingyue let Mingyue sense that it should be a second-level mutant beast. Mingyue said, "This kitten is not hostile." Mingyue still remembered the last time a mutant cat seriously injured herself. Mingyue said, "Leng big brother, kill it quickly." The kitten jumped down and walked towards the crowd, as if not afraid of people at all. Leng Mingyue reached out to stop the ringtone attack. The kitten walked up to Leng Mingyue and rubbed on his leg. Leng Mingyue picked up the kitten. Looking at the kitten, suddenly there was a voice in my mind. "Hello, can you take me away?" Leng Mingyue was taken aback, this sudden voice could be a kitten. Leng Mingyue said, "Are you talking to me?" Kitten nodded. "What an amazing kitten!" Lang Ming said, "Are you from the psychiatric department?" A voice sounded in my head, "I don't know, but my feeling tells me to follow." Feel? The kitten's voice sounded again, "I can sense danger in advance." Could it be the ability to predict? I seem to have heard of it in my previous life, that someone can predict. This is even rarer than psychic powers. Leng Mingyue asked, "Are you sure you want to come with me? I will leave here and go far away." Kitten nodded. The conversation just now was only heard by Leng Mingyue himself, and Leng Mingyue explained it to everyone again. Everyone is curious, can predict, it's amazing, will everyone be safe after that? Leng Mingyue shook his head, it's only at the second level. It is estimated that it will be about 8 or 9 levels later, and it will be able to predict the danger for a few days or months. It will be considered powerful at that time. Now that the kitten has followed me, let's name it. It was supposed to be called Ziobai, but it was taken by the rabbit. Think of names together. Leng Mingyue said, "It's called Ziobai no 2. Qin Feng said it was Megatron Tian Tian. Suzun said to call the prophet. Huang Kankan said that she abstained from voting and would not be with you. Ling Yu said, this snow-white shape looks like a ball of snow, so it should be called Xuetuan. Leng Mingyue expressed his support, and he must support it just after winning the bell. Maybe night. With the support of Leng Mingyue, the little white cat decided on a name, Xuetuan, because no one else would talk about it anymore. Leng Mingyue gave the snowball to Ling Yu. But the kitten jumped down, and the sound transmission said that there were good things inside, and asked everyone to follow in. Qin Feng said, "Is there any danger inside? Let Ling Yu sense that there are no zombies inside." Everyone entered the factory. I saw a fist-sized hole on the roof, which should have been hit by something, and the ground also exploded. There was a stone in the middle of the explosion, and there was a mysterious pattern on the stone. Leng Mingyue asked Xuetuan, "What is this?" Snowball shook his head. Said, "Do not know. Pick up the stone, very heavy, is this a meteorite?" No one answered. Looking up, the hole in the roof was made by this stone. The stone must have fallen from the sky, and it could crack the concrete floor. The stone is fine, and the stone should be very strong. I don't know what it's useful for, so put it away first and study it later. When they returned to the safe zone, the monkey didn't know when it would come. Mr. Feng had requested it, so it wasn't appropriate not to clean it up. Ling Yu thought of a way, she planted a big willow tree behind the granary. When they returned to their residence, the big willow tree was already at the 4th level, so it would be no problem to take care of a few monkeys. Leng Mingyue was hanging some bananas on a big willow tree. The few people are fine, so they will be on vacation. There is no fighting these days, and they are on vacation every day. Sichuan and Xiaobai lay down together. Rhubarb lay at the door. Huang Kankan and Lingyu were busy in the kitchen again. Chapter 46. In the middle of the night, I heard someone shouting and the roar of a mutant beast. It should be those monkeys coming. Several people continued to absorb the crystal nucleus, ignoring the shouts outside. Huang Kankan slept with Lingyi into night. The next morning, a few people finished packing, went to the granary after breakfast, and saw a dozen mutant monkeys hanging on the big willow tree, which had been sucked dry by the big willow tree. Daliashu saw a few people coming, threw away the monkey, turned it into a bracelet, and put it on Lingyu's wrist. Several people found Mr. Feng, and Mr. Feng said, "The mutant beast that we have had a headache for so long was easily solved by you. Thank you so much." Leng Mingyue said, "If there is nothing else, we are leaving and we are going to Kyoto." Master Feng said, "Captain Leng doesn't know if you still have any food. Now that our crystal nucleus is a little rich, I want to exchange some food with you." Leng Mingyue said, "Okay, how much you want to change, I'll have someone pull it for you. It can be exchanged for 80 tons of grain." Leng Mingyue and Qin Feng drove out, and half an hour later, they drove back 2 large trailers, each weighing 50 tons, and if the excess was given away, they asked Mr. Feng to find someone to unload the truck. The pickup truck is in the space of Godhead. Several people and some pets get on the big trailer and drive out of the safe zone. Just after leaving the safety zone, Mr. Feng chased him out again. Leng Mingyue got off the car and said, "What's the matter? There is still something to do." Master Feng asked, "Are you planning to go all the way north?" Leng Mingyue nodded, and Master Feng asked again, "You can't pass Jinling." Leng Mingyue said, "Why do you ask that? Jinling is worth nearly 10 million yuan, so you can go and see it, and passing Jinling is not too far." Master Feng said, "A huge safety zone has been established in Jinling. This safety zone has exceeded 150,000 people. The nearby small security zones and troops are all concentrated in this security zone. There are nearly 40,000 people in the military, and more than 100,000 survivors. Zhao Weiman and I reported your affairs to the capital through satellite phone. We also reported that you are going to Kyoto." Jingdu replied, "Jinling is besieged by zombies. Although it hasn't attacked yet, it will definitely be very dangerous. Jingdu's instruction is to see if you can find a way to help Jinling. After all, there are still hundreds of thousands of survivors. Even if there is no heavy weapon to destroy it. See if there is a way to lure some away, or decapitate the high-level zombies. Besides, there is not much food in Jinling, and I want to exchange some with you." Leng Mingyue said, "Okay, I'll think of a way, let's set off now, to Jinling." Master Feng handed Leng Mingyue a satellite phone and said, "There is a phone number for the Jinling base in it, and everyone in Kyoto knows this phone number, and may call you at any time." Leng Mingyue answered the phone, and 2 large trailers set off. The person next to Master Feng said, "I don't know where they got their food. It's been so long since the end of the world. They still have so much food." Master Feng glanced at this person and said, "Don't worry about what you shouldn't worry about." Leng Mingyue and the others drove for half an hour. After there was no one around, Leng Mingyue put the large trailer into the Shenge space, took out the big pickup from the Shenge space, and several people boarded the car and headed north. More than 200 kilometers, the road also passed through Changzhou City. It's also not a small city. I heard that the survivors here have all moved to Jinling. The situation was urgent, so I didn't stop, and continued to drive. If there was a traffic jam on the road, I put the car in the Godhead space. If there was damage, a few people walked through. Leng Mingyue saw a gas station on the side of the road and went down to see if there was any gas. "It's okay now, gasoline will be very precious in the last few years. It was getting dark, and we were still 80 kilometers away from Jinling. They didn't want to go on their way, so they found a small village. It was dusty after a long time, and they didn't want to clean up. Leng Mingyue released 2 RVs, separated by a distance. After dinner, Qin Feng shared a caravan. De Wang, Xiaobai, and Sichuan were all in this caravan, and then Leng Mingyue got into another caravan with Huang Cancan's ringtone, 4 people, a bit crowded. Everyone sat cross-legged and began to absorb the crystal nucleus. There was finally movement from Qin Feng's side. After a few days of high-grade crystal nucleus supply, finally broke through the 4th level. Qin Feng's strength, speed, and defense have all improved a lot, especially his strength. In the previous life, he could break all laws with one force. A few girls are worse. Leng Mingyue's desperate absorption finally reached the bottleneck, showing signs of breaking through. But still no breakthrough. Sichuan's level is still low, so he drank some spiritual spring water and gave him a bunch of crystal nuclei. This night also broke through to level 3. After absorbing everything, Leng Mingyue wanted to do something. Chapter 47. Leng Mingyue was kicked out of the car by the 3 women when he was doing his hands and feet. Leng Mingyue yelled that it is not nice to meet people. Unable to get to Qin Feng's car, he kicked Rhubarb out. Tonight you watch the night, and you are not allowed to sleep. Rhubarb, why are you such a dog? The next day, Qin Feng was level 4, Deliasha was level 4, and the rest were all level 3. Facing a large number of zombies, they probably would not be able to eliminate them all even if they were exhausted. To besiege a base, zombies must be indispensable. Several people had breakfast and got on the pickup truck to start again. Leng Mingyue took out the satellite phone, which stored the number of the base commander. Dial it. It rang a few times and it was connected there. Leng Mingyue said, I am Leng Mingyue, may I be the director of the Jinling base? Said to the other side, Hi Captain Leng, I am the head of the Jinling base and my name is Marshal Peng. Leng Mingyue said, we will arrive in about an hour, can you tell me about the current situation first? Marshal Peng said, now there are about 100,000 zombies around the base. We wanted to arrange a counterattack, but there is a zombie that can shoot fireballs. As soon as we leave the safe zone, we will be attacked by fireballs. The attack distance is long and the attack area is large. The zombies are just swarming, they haven't attacked yet, and we haven't attacked either. If we attack with all our strength, we should be able to eliminate a lot, but our ammunition reserve is not too much, and the number of combatants will be reduced a lot. 150,000 survivors, only 100,000 zombies, 15 people are enough to deal with one, but many survivors have never killed a single zombie. Seeing zombies only knows how to run, but they can't run away from zombies. Leng Mingyue said with a satellite phone, we will kill or attract some zombies on the periphery in 2 hours. You should be vigilant. The zombies may riot and may attack the safe area. After hanging up the phone, a few people began to prepare. The grenades, landmines, and a large amount of gasoline were taken from the arsenal. This time there were not as many mines as last time. We could only use gasoline to make up the number, as well as shells. A 5 km blast route was laid out. The layout of the few people was very rough. The shells were placed directly on top of the grenades, and the mines were not buried. They were placed directly in the middle of the road. If there were too many zombies, they would definitely step on them. Several people took the bazooka and fired a few rockets at the level 5 zombies. There was a huge explosion, and before the rocket hit the level 5 zombie, the level 5 zombie knocked down the rocket with a fireball. Many low-level zombies were killed. The 5th level zombie looked at the few people. Open your mouth and roar. A large number of zombies rushed here. Explosions outside are heard in the safe zone and weapons are loaded. All ready. After successfully attracting the zombies, several people started to retreat. The fast ones were all speed zombies. A few third-level speed zombies rushed into the explosion area first. Was blown up to the sky. Zombies rushing from behind like an ocean. Large-scale zombies rushed forward, and no one could stop them. Leng Mingyue let several people get into the car, ready to run away at any time. More and more zombies entered the explosion area, but at this moment the fifth-level zombies roared again, and most of the zombies began to attack the safe zone. Only about 30,000 continued to rush towards Leng Mingyue and the others. It seems that level 5 zombies still want to rush into the safe zone. The anger of 150,000 people in the safe zone is a huge attraction for zombies. Leng Mingyue saw that a large number of zombies began to attack the safe zone, shouting at the crowd, ready to fight. Leng Mingyue put the big pickup into the Shenge space. Most of the zombies fell in the explosion area, and less than 1,000 zombies rushed in front of several people. Almost 30,000 zombies were eliminated in the blast zone. Several people started fighting. Leng Mingyue blows up 5 zombies with a fireball. Lingyu also released the big willow tree, and then controlled several large zombies to stand in front. Qin Feng, a level 4, is quite brave. Now he has no weapon in his hand, but 2 fists. Sometimes there are cars on the side of the road, and he can block weapons with his wheels, just like a green titan. The bright yellow branches are all inserted directly into the zombie's head to bring out the crystal nucleus. It saves the time to take the crystal nucleus. Ling Ian ate melon seeds in the back. I have already adapted to the end of the world, and I can eat it on such a disgusting occasion. Rhubarb ran back and forth, and dealt with those who slipped through the net. Xiaobai and Sichuan were the soy saucers. The attack power is not strong. Leng Mingyue suddenly found that everyone in the team was very strong, and they couldn't kill zombies slower than himself. Chapter 48. Several people finished solving these scattered zombies. Several people moved forward and crossed the explosion zone, picking up some high-grade crystal nuclei. A large number of zombies are besieging the safe area, and the safe area is fully fired. Several people moved towards the direction of the 5th-level zombies. The big willow tree is very powerful now, the branches can be swept to about 20, and the branches can be tied. Qin Feng opened the way ahead. At this moment, a level 5 zombie hit a fireball. Qin Feng was quite experienced, he grabbed 2 zombies and threw them out forcefully, just hitting the fireball. Zombies were blown to pieces. A large number of zombies had already rushed to the wall of the safe area, and the satellite phone rang. After connecting, the inside shouted, "Captain Leng! We can't hold on any longer, we're running low on ammunition." Leng Mingyue was speechless. Do you only use guns to fight zombies? In the future, the military industry will not be able to keep up, and there will be no bullets. Then don't kill it. I didn't have time to answer, so I hung up the phone. Leng Mingyue took out a TNT bomb. Shouted, "Xiaobai has come to live." Xiaobai held TNT and teleported to the top of the 5th-level zombie, dropped the TNT, and teleported back. The 5th-level zombie felt the danger and hid to the side. Huge explosion. When the smoke and dust cleared, one arm was blown off from the 5th-level zombie. But does not affect the action. Leng Mingyue gave Xiaobai another TNT, and Xiaobai teleported to the top of the 5th-level zombie. Before dropping the TNT, a fireball was about to hit Xiaobai. Xiaobai hurriedly teleported back, blew up, and threw it crookedly, and fell to the side. Some of the hair on Xiaobai's belly was burned off, which was dangerous. Xiaobai's level is still lower, 2 levels lower than the 5th-level zombie. Seeing the 5th-level zombies, they must have been scared. With a roar, they retreated like a tidal wave with less than 50,000 zombies left, and retreated towards the urban area of Jinling. Coincidentally, use these few days to upgrade Xiaobai, and next time I must blow up this 5th-level zombie. The zombies were all evacuated, and the few people were not in a hurry, and returned to the explosion area just now. Start cleaning the nuclei. After picking it up for a while, a group of people came out from the safety zone, and the leader said, I am Marshal Peng. Who is Captain Leng? Leng Mingyue came over and said, I'm Leng Mingyue, wait for us a moment, there are about 30,000 crystal nuclei here, we need to collect them. Marshal Peng said, Captain Leng, don't worry, I'll have someone clean it up, and I'm sure there will be more than one. Leng Mingyue heard that someone was working, that was good, so he called a few people and followed Marshal Peng to the safety zone. Came to a conference room, a few people sat down, someone poured tea. Several people have been fighting for a long time, drinking saliva. Leng Mingyue said, look, can you introduce this safe zone to me? I received an order from Kyoto to come and rescue. Check the situation on your side. Marshal Peng said, all the people from the nearby small safety zone have gathered here. We have a division commander here, but he died on the day of the end of the day. The leaders of the municipal side also died. I am just a deputy brigade commander. After the high-level people died, Kyoto temporarily ordered me to act as the head of the base temporarily. Because of the arrival of the end of the world, people are unfamiliar with zombies, and the management of this base is not very good. To be honest, I have never managed the base. I was only in charge of the training of soldiers before. It was only then that Leng Mingyue realized that this side was a raging army of soldiers and a nest of raging generals. You can't blame Marshal Peng either. Because I have never reached this height before, I have only trained soldiers before, and I have never managed such a large stall. Leng Mingyue said, the crystal nucleus in the zombie's head can make people stronger, you all know that, right? Marshal Peng nodded, Kyoto said on the satellite phone. Leng Mingyue said, in the future, it will be hand-to-hand combat. The guns and ammunition now have very little damage to zombies, so whether you are a soldier or a survivor, you have to go out and kill zombies. Your base has 150,000 people and is surrounded by 100,000 zombies. Joke. You know. Leng Mingyue was not as polite as he was to the base chiefs of the previous safety zones. You must wake up Marshal Peng, otherwise the base will be wiped out after they leave. Marshal Peng said, if the survivors all go out, there will be a lot of sacrifices. Leng Mingyue said, if we didn't come today, we didn't scare away the level 5 zombies. You will be wiped out today. Marshal Peng and several base leaders nearby did not dare to raise their heads, because what Leng Mingyue said was right. Leng Mingyue introduced the first few bases again, talked about the development of the bases, and the matters needing attention. Several people took notebooks to record carefully. Chapter 49. After talking for more than 2 hours, the biggest base is a joke. Without the ability to protect himself at all, Leng Mingyue asked the base to arrange a place to live. This time it was arranged for a 4-bedroom and 1 living room. Leng Mingyue has a room by himself. In the evening, a lot of crystal nuclei were pulled. They were all zombies bombed by Leng Mingyue and the others. The basic blocks of bombs sneakily put into the Godhead space from the arsenal last time were used up, and only TNT high explosive grenades and bombs remained. After dinner, everyone absorbed the crystal nucleus. Leng Mingyue has reached the bottleneck. Today, 2 hands have a 4th level crystal nucleus in each hand. Started to absorb like crazy. Suddenly breaking through a membrane, the fire energy in the body rioted, and then slowly subsided. Finally broke through level 4. Use your mental strength to look inside the Godhead space. It has also expanded a lot, and it is estimated to be about 2,000 mu. It was already a very large piece of land, and Leng Mingyue swept it with mental power and planted corn in an instant. Mental strength is also much greater. The strength has also increased. Leng Mingyue feels that he is omnipotent, and the general 4th level power awakeners are not as strong as himself, except Qin Feng. I have already upgraded today, I am going to relax. Who are I going to find? Huang Kenken has a room by himself. Ringtones and ringtones in one room. Let's get Huang Kankan done first. Leng Mingyue came out and saw Da Huang lying on his stomach in the living room. Thinking of teasing rhubarb. From the Godhead space, he took out an Earth system crystal nucleus, thinking about smashing the dog. Holding the Earth-type crystal nucleus in his hand, suddenly the Earth-type energy entered the body. Something is wrong. I am not an Earth-type power user, so I should not be able to absorb the power of the Earth-type crystal nucleus, but only energy. Leng Mingyue went back to the house again, and took out some more crystal nuclei of earth, wood, water, and gold. Only the earth can absorb the supernatural powers, and nothing else can absorb it. He awakened again the ability of the soil system. If you upgrade yourself, you can get another series of abilities. After the 4th level, it is difficult to upgrade. There are still few high-level zombies, and they are also difficult to kill. Today's 5th level zombies sensed danger and ordered the zombie group to retreat. I don't understand, I don't want to, I will try the earth ability tomorrow, and there is a wave of breakthrough energy at this time. It should be that Huang Kankan has also broken through to level 4. Huang Daxiao's talent is really high. Ling Yian next door said, Sister, Huang Kankan has broken through to level 4, and neither of us has broken through yet. Think about it, how long will it take to break through? Ling Yu said, it will take 1 to 2 days at the earliest. Ling Yan said, I am similar. This way we will be compared. I have a way to go. Pull the bell to Leng Mingyue's room. Ling Yu was embarrassed and wanted to leave, but was grabbed by Leng Mingyue. No sleep tonight. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Ling Yan supported Ling Yu, and the two went back to their room in a panic. Leng Mingyue pushed away Kankan Wang's room. The next day, Leng Mingyue supported his waist and was finally squeezed dry by Huang Kankan. When he came to the living room, he saw Qin Feng looking at Leng Mingyue strangely. Leng Mingyue said, I've been running around for the past few days, and I finally came to the safe zone to wander around freely. I won't go out today. Then he turned and went back to his house. There is no plowed land, only exhausted oxen. Sleep until noon. Ling Yian said that the military had prepared lunch, and Leng Mingyue saw that it was military rations again. I haven't eaten for a long time, and Huang Kankan didn't cook, so I'll just eat this. Several people didn't see Qin Feng after eating. Qin Feng went out all morning and still hasn't come back. Several people came out and walked around the Jinling safe zone. A safe zone with hundreds of thousands of people is already considered a large safe zone. But here's the mess. There was no order at all. On the way, I saw some girls blocking the street and shouting, like a brothel. Leng Mingyue felt that he might have stimulated Qin Feng last night, so he also came here to relax. After walking for a while, I finally found Qin Feng. Behind Qin Feng was a little girl. Leng Mingyue's Mrs. Qin Feng is a beast. This girl is also 15 or 16 years old. Leng Mingyue stepped forward and asked, what's the situation? Qin Feng said, let's go back to the residence and talk about it. Leng Mingyue looked at the girl, she was pretty but very thin. Several people returned to their residences. Qin Feng said, just now I saw that the big ones are on the street, and they eat when they change their children. Everyone was surprised. That's what primitive societies do. Well, now the end times are more cruel than the primitive society. The girl's parents also have a younger brother. They thought about selling the girl to buy food, but no one is buying it now. They discussed to exchange children for food. Ling Yian said, it's too cruel, let's go find them. Qin Feng said, no need to go, I went to see, there is nothing in his house, and he starved to death within 2 days without food. I couldn't see it, so I bought the girl with a pack of instant noodles. Leng Mingyue said, what do you want to do, take her. Qin Feng shook his head and said, she doesn't have awakening abilities. She's just an ordinary person. She should be able to live longer if she stays in the base. Tell Marshal Peng to take care of her. At this time, the girl knelt down with her arms around Qin Feng's legs. Said, "Can you not leave me? I want to follow you. I can wash clothes and cook. I can do everything." Seeing the girl crying, Suzun couldn't stand it anymore. He helped the girl up and said, "Don't cry yet. It's dangerous to follow us. We're going to kill zombies." The girl said, "I am not afraid of death, nor am I afraid of killing zombies. As long as I can follow brother Qin Feng, I am willing to die." Leng Mingyue didn't want to watch this bitter drama, so he said, "You can discuss it. It doesn't matter if you bring it, but it will definitely be very dangerous, and you may die at any time. I have something to do with Peng Dashui. You can watch movies and play for a while. Let's relax and go to Jinling tomorrow to kill zombies." Chapter 50. Leng Mingyue approached Marshal Peng and said, "How long will the food last? Have you sent a search team to find supplies?" Marshal Peng said, "Not yet, it's a mess now." Leng Mingyue could see that this Marshal Peng's ability was not enough to lead this base at all. Said, "How would you feel if the base changed to a base commander?" Looking at Marshal Peng, if there is any hatred, he may be dealt with at any time. Unexpectedly, Marshal Peng said, "That's great. I don't want to do it anymore." Leng Mingyue said, "There are no municipal jobs in the base." Marshal Peng shook his head, "They're all dead and didn't escape. This is not a small base with hundreds of thousands of people dealing with a lot of things every day, so the base leader should be cautious. If it is a mercenary villain, it will also destroy the base." Leng Mingyue said, "Can your satellite phone reach Kyoto?" Marshal Peng said, "We can only contact Secretary Wang, who belongs to the Secretariat, and report it to the higher authorities." Leng Mingyue knows that the secretary beside the leader is also very powerful. "You use the satellite phone to contact Secretary Wang, just tell me to look for it." Marshal Peng took out his satellite phone and dialed it. After a few calls, he was connected. Marshal Peng said, "Hello, Secretary Wang, I'm Marshal Peng from Jinling Base. Captain Leng Mingyue wants to talk to you, please." After saying hello a few times, he handed the satellite phone to Leng Mingyue. Leng Mingyue said, "Secretary Wang, the order from Kyoto is to come to Jinling to rescue the Jinling safe zone. We have driven all the zombies outside the Jinling safe zone." A voice came from the satellite phone, "Okay, very good, Captain Leng, you have not let the organization down." Leng Mingyue went on to say, "The Jinling safety zone needs someone with leadership to preside over the overall situation. Marshal Peng can't do it." Marshal Peng blushed beside him, he didn't refute, and he didn't want to do it himself. Secretary Wang said, "There is a suitable candidate. But it is 60 kilometers away from you." Leng Mingyue said, "Where is it? Are you going to rescue it?" Secretary Wang said, "In Ansan City, which is 60 kilometers away, the entire leadership team is there, about 15 people, trapped in the municipal building. We tried to get the nearby safe area to rescue but failed, they are running out of food, the satellite phone died yesterday and can't be reached now." About 30 seconds of silence. Leng Mingyue said, "We will set off tomorrow morning, and if they are still alive, we will bring them back to the Jinling safe zone at night." Secretary Wang was also a little surprised, so he agreed so simply. Secretary Wang said, "Captain Leng, I'll buy you a drink when we arrive in Kyoto." The two hung up the satellite phone, and Leng Mingyue said to Marshal Peng, "Secretary Wang said that in Ansan City, the leaders of a municipal team are here. Let me pick it up. It's too late to leave today. We will leave tomorrow morning." Marshal Peng said, "Okay, I will fully cooperate here." When Leng Mingyue returned to his residence, it seemed that he had made up his mind. Several people chatted happily. Qin Feng stepped forward and introduced to the girl, "This is the Captain Leng Mingyue. You must obey all orders from now on. There are zombies in front of you asking you to rush. Do you have to understand? Leng Mingyue hurriedly said, don't be so strict with the child. The girl said, Hi Captain Leng, my name is Mirong Shuet, you can call me Zioxu. Leng Mingyue nodded and said, it will be dangerous to follow us, but we will protect you as much as possible. Leng Mingyue returned to the house. Take a cup and fill a cup of pure spiritual spring water. He came to the living room and said, come and drink this glass of water. Leng Mingyue didn't know if he could activate the ability. Even if the ability cannot be activated, it will definitely enhance physical fitness by washing the essence and cutting the marrow. Mirong Shui glanced at Qin Feng, who nodded. After Mirong Shui drank the Lingchuan water, she felt uncomfortable all over. Black stains ooze from the body. Stinks. Mirong Shui ran to the bathroom. Seeing Qin Feng's nervous look, Leng Mingyue said, it's okay, don't worry, if you care, you can go in and have a look. Qin Feng opened the bathroom door and screamed. Qin Feng backed out blushing. Mirong Shui is taking a bath. After waiting for half an hour, Mirong Shui came out of the bathroom. After washing, she was also very beautiful. Qin Feng said, close your eyes and sense, and see what abilities you can sense. Mirong Shui closed her eyes to sense, but she didn't feel it. Mirong Shui was a little frustrated. Qin Feng comforted, it's okay. I will protect you. Several people are preparing for dinner. Mirong Shui was surprised, she could eat these things in the last days. Black pepper beef, scallion fried lamb, boiled fish on the table. Shredded pork with fish flavor, my god. After dinner, Mirong Shui will share a room with Qin Feng. Qin Feng asked Mirong Shui and Huang Kenken to live in the same room. Qin Feng said to Mirong Shui, you are still young. Mirong Shui said, I'm already 18 years old, only a little younger than sister Ling Yian. Qin Feng looked at Leng Mingyue. Leng Mingyue wanted to help Qin Feng, and said, I'm going to find Huang Kenken at night. Qin Feng blushed and led Mirong Shui into the room. Suzun chuckled. Leng Mingyue said, are you fooling Mirong Shui? Ling Yian said, Qin Feng is so lonely alone, eating dog food every day. I am helping him. If he can't hold it, I'm afraid that Mirong Shui will climb into your bed. Leng Mingyue said, hurry up and practice. Tomorrow, we will go to the rescue. Ling Yu led Ling Yian away, and he hastened to absorb today. Try to break through the 4th level. Chapter 51. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the ringtone finally broke through to level 4, and at 5 o'clock in the morning, the ringtone finally broke through. De Wang and Xiaobai hadn't responded yet, and Swichuan hadn't responded either. When Mirong Shui came out of the room in the morning, she didn't seem to have done anything. Several people finished breakfast and were ready to go. Qin Feng let Mirong Shui look after the house. Mirong Shui insisted on following. Leng Mingyue said, don't follow today. This time it is purposeful. It is very dangerous for you. You have great strength now. Go explore and see if you can find out the ability. If you really can't activate the ability, then go to practice strength and speed. Your current strength is estimated to be a level 1 power user. Go and practice more. If everything goes well, we will be back at night, and we will definitely be back tomorrow at the latest. Just wait here steadily. After the captain spoke, Mirong Shui stayed at the base. At 7:30 in the morning, several people left the base and headed northwest. More than 60 kilometers are not far away, but there are zombies on the road, traffic jams in some places, and bridges collapsed in some places. Several people did not arrive in Ansan City until 11 o'clock. Secretary Wang said that the municipal building is usually located closer to the center. In a prefecture-level city with a population of more than 2 million, several people drove in carefully. Some scattered zombies on the road were cleaned up. Suddenly, a large group of zombies appeared in front of them. Several people got out of the car, and Leng Mingyue put the big pickup into the Shenge space. Put it away, big baby. There are thousands of zombies in this group. There are at least level 4 zombies. Leng Mingyue threw the big willow tree first. This is a powerful helper. The leader is a level 4 water zombie. Several people fought quickly, and Leng Mingyue fired a fireball, blowing up more than 20 zombies. Qin Feng rushed directly into the group of zombies, because there were 5 zombies controlled by Daliashu and Leng Mingyue in front of them, and Qin Feng no longer needed to protect them. Qin Feng rushed into the group of zombies, and rushed towards the water-type zombies. The water-type zombies had a water ball, but Qin Feng dodged it. Immediately, several punches smashed the head of the zombie. Take out the crystal nucleus and throw it to Leng Mingyue. Huang Kankan has been able to control 10 branches after the 4th level, and each can control 20 meters. Zombies within 40 meters of Huang Kankan can attack at will. More than 2 hours later, thousands of zombies were cleaned up, and Huang Kankan only picked up crystal nuclei. 10 branches fly faster than 10 people. Clean up this wave of zombies. A few people were a little tired, so they found a high-rise building and went up to the top of the building. Huang Kankan, I'm so tired, the group of zombies seems to be getting bigger and bigger. Leng Mingyue, the group of zombies will become bigger and bigger in the future. A few people cleaned up briefly and prepared lunch. Leng Mingyue took out 2 binoculars and gave Qin Feng one, and the two began to look around. It's like a municipal building there. Qin Feng pointed to a building on the east side and said, there are some obstacles blocking the view. Huang Kankan said, if you make some noise, maybe the people in the municipal building will hear it and echo it. Leng Mingyue felt reasonable. A few grenades were thrown downstairs. The city is very quiet, and there is no sound of cars. The sound of the huge explosion was heard far away. Leng Mingyue lost another gasoline can. Ling Ian said, Leng big brother, why do I feel like you set off firecrackers during the Huxia New Year? After the meal was finished, several people started to eat, and continued to search after taking a break after eating. At this time, Swichuan came to Leng Mingyue, stretched out his paw and pointed to Dongfeng. In Leng Mingyue's mind, Shuetuan's voice sounded, the target this time is in the east. Leng Mingyue was happy, there is a prophet here, it should be much more convenient this time. Pack your things and go downstairs. Ready to go. After going downstairs, Leng Mingyue was dumbfounded. It was fun to fire the cannon just now, and then threw the grenade and the petrol can. The huge explosion attracted all the zombies around, there were about 2,000 of them. I already know the location, and I don't want to waste time on these ordinary zombies. Leng Mingyue took a blood bag to Xiaobai. Let Xiaobai take the teleportation to the north. The blood bag was torn and flowed all the way, the smell of blood attracted the zombies to rush towards Xiaobai, and they went downstairs. Running towards the east, Xiaobai has teleported back. Several people ran all the way, and finally saw the municipal building in half an hour. Chapter 52. When we came to the front of the city hall, we saw a lot of zombies around. There are zombies all around the building, so densely packed that it is impossible to count how many there are. With so many zombies, it is estimated that there may be level 5 zombies. It is not easy to lead away with intelligent zombie commanders. Leng Mingyue took out a drone from the Godhead space, flew out, and flew around the municipal building. After observing it, it was estimated that there were about 30,000 zombies. Leng Mingyue didn't have so many bombs anymore. I can only fight recklessly, it is already afternoon, and I have to rush into the municipal building before dark. Level 5 zombies were not found with drones. Several people walked towards the building, but Xiaobai and Swichuan didn't go. They are too weak to fight. Leng Mingyue gave Xiaobai a TNT bomb, and if he found a level 5 zombie, he would behead him immediately. Daliashu and Qin Feng opened the way. A few people headed towards the group of zombies. The scale of this group of zombies is not too large. If there are level 5 zombies, it is estimated that they have just been promoted. The city hall is about 1,000 meters away. Several people advanced very fast. But a 5-meter-high zombie appeared in front of him, and it was huge. Leng Mingyue hit the zombie's chest with a fireball. The zombie took a few steps back. It was a level 4 defensive zombie. Qin Feng rushed forward and punched the zombie a few times, knocking down the zombie, but he was not seriously injured. At this time, Leng Mingyue shouted, "I will control this zombie." Leng Mingyue used his mental power to control the 4th level zombie. The zombies immediately rebelled and became Qin Feng's helper. They waved their big hands and slapped the zombies around them. With this powerful meat shield, several people were a little more relaxed. Suddenly, a level 5 zombie appeared in front of Qin Feng. It was a speed zombie. Speed zombies were the most harmful to the team, and the girls couldn't protect themselves well. Fortunately, the speed zombie attacked Qin Feng. Qin Feng's speed is also very fast. Qin Feng's fist collided with the zombie's fist, and Qin Feng knocked the speed zombie back a few steps. Leng Mingyue shouted, "Little Bai." Qin Feng retreated quickly. Xiao Bai appeared on top of the speed zombie, left TNT behind and ran away. The speed zombies should have never seen a bomb, so they reacted a bit slower. After the huge explosion, one shoulder and half of the head of the speed zombie were blown off, and the crystal nucleus in the zombie's head could be seen. The speed zombie wanted to run, but was bound by the bright yellow branches and directly dug out the crystal nucleus. Another level 5 zombie was eliminated. Leng Mingyue was very happy. The zombie group showed signs of gradually spreading out without command. A few people ignored it and continued to clean up the zombies. Huang Can began to pick up crystal nuclei with the branches. Don't need the first level ones, and start collecting the second level crystal nuclei, as well as the third level crystal nuclei. After 1 hour, several people have killed the zombie group. If there is no recovery of the ring tone, there will be spiritual spring water. A few people will definitely not be able to last such a long battle. Several people rushed into the building first. The door of the building was blocked by heavy objects, and several people broke open violently. It was a relief to enter the building. Several people were a little tired. There were not many zombies in the building. They began to clean up the zombies while walking upstairs. Generally, the survivors would be on the upper floors or the top floors. Several people searched floor by floor. The municipal building has 14 floors in total. They found the top floor but did not find anyone alive. Could it be that we are late? Qin Feng said. There is a possibility of this. Several people found a living person on the first floor from the top floor. Leng Mingyue asked Leng Mingyue to control the 4th level defensive zombie to come over, lie down, and several people began to attack in turn, finally killing the 4th level zombie, and then let Leng Mingyue use mental power to sense it. Bell language, I sensed that there are still living people in the basement. Leng Mingyue slapped his head. It turned out to be underground. Several people found the entrance. It is a very thick iron gate. It was this iron gate that stopped the zombies. Leng Mingyue knocked on the door forcefully and shouted, "Is there anyone inside? We're here to save you." There is no response inside. Leng Mingyue called Qin Feng over, "Can you break it open?" Qin Feng kicked hard. The iron door was very solid, but the frame next to it was a little loose. Since there are living people inside, then it must be smashed open. Qin Feng and Leng Mingyue took turns smashing. Half an hour finally broke open. There were more than a dozen people lying there, all exhausted, with their eyes open, looking at them. Leng Mingyue took out some water and bread. Seeing that the people who were eating were barely sitting up, Huang Can helped to turn on the water and open the bag of bread. A dozen people gobbled it up. Leng Mingyue didn't give much, but each had a piece of bread and a bottle of water. It was all eaten in a few minutes. Chapter 53. Seeing that all 10 people ate bread and drank water, they regained some strength. Leng Mingyue asked, "Who is the leader among you?" A man with few hairs on his head said, "I am the mayor of Ansan City, and my name is Lu Tao." Leng Mingyue said, "Secretary Wang said that you need rescue here. It's late today, and I will distribute some food to everyone later, so that everyone can recover their strength and take everyone to the Jinling safe zone tomorrow morning." "Thank you Lu Tao everyone. If there is no one to rescue them, they will all starve to death." Leng Mingyue observed that everyone was hungry to the same extent, and there was no specialization. It should be that food and drink were shared equally. This is a semi-basement, and there is a small window next to it that can provide a little light. It should be a satellite phone call from here to ask for help. More than a dozen people in the basement lived and defecated, and the smell was smoky. But no one had the energy to go. Leng Mingyue said, "Everyone come up and cook instant noodles for everyone. If you came up late, you might not have anything to eat." After speaking, you led everyone out of the basement first. It smelled really bad. On the first floor, I found a spacious office that was fairly clean, took out some ingredients, and asked Huang Kenken to cook instant noodles for everyone. Coming to the second floor, Leng Mingyue took out the satellite phone, dialed Secretary Wang, and was quickly connected. Leng Mingyue said, "Secretary Wang, I have already picked up Mayor Lu Tao, but they have no physical strength to transfer. I will get them something to eat, recover, and return tomorrow morning." Secretary Wang was very happy and said, "I will remember all your achievements. When you come to the capital, the organization will definitely thank you very much." Leng Mingyue was polite, hung up the phone, and showed his face at the top now, and asked for the alloy weapon when it came out, and they were embarrassed not to give it. After making the phone call, I saw more than a dozen people climbing up. The noodles are also cooked. Leng Mingyue said, "Each person can only eat one bowl, not more. Now it is 7 p.m., and each person will have another meal at 12 p.m. A dozen people were not in a hurry when they heard that they were still very happy at night. I found Lu Tao and asked, "Tell me how you guys are doing these days." Lu Tao looked at the noodles in the pot and said, "When the apocalypse broke out, there were not many people in the building. There were a few people who turned into corpses and were subdued by the security guards, but the security guards were infected. We were going to escape the building, but the zombies outside more. Someone thought that there was a safe room in the basement. When there was nothing to do in it, some food would be stored. A dozen of us came here. We called for help, but no one answered. It was only a week later that we contacted the leaders of Kyoto with a satellite phone. I didn't know this. It's the end of the world." Handing Lu Tao a bottle of water, Lu Tao continued, "The leader asked us to save food as much as possible. We had the last call the day before yesterday. We had no food, and the satellite phone was out of electricity. We thought we were going to die. In the end, you were like gods. Soldiers descended from heaven and saved us." Leng Mingyue said, "I came from the Jinling safe zone, and the head of the base over there is Marshal Peng. I have never led a team before, and now the Jinling safe zone is very chaotic. The leaders of Kyoto asked me to come pick you up and take charge of the work. Over there it's also very dangerous now, there's not much food, and there are a lot of zombies outside. Last time there was a level 5 zombie, but it ran away without killing it, and we'll clean up the high-level zombies after we pick you up." When the two of them were chatting, the noodles were ready. They had already digested a piece of bread just now, and each of them had a big bowl. Not afraid of the heat, I gobbled it up. Leng Mingyue took out some military rations from his bag. "Let's make do with it tonight, and eat it in the safe area later." There are more than a dozen leaders, including the mayor, the secretary, and the director. They are not bad. The leadership team is well preserved. After eating, everyone gained some strength and asked everyone to go up to the top floor to rest. Each person was given a ham sausage, a piece of bread, a bag of compressed biscuits, and 2 bottles of water. "Warn everyone, you can't eat it now, if you eat it, it will be easy to last. Eating at 12 o'clock in the evening. Now everyone sleeps and recharges their spirits. Depart tomorrow morning and return to Jinling. Leng Mingyue and the others found a clean place to rest and let Rhubarb be alert. Rhubarb, cats don't sleep at night, so Sichuan should be alert. I still ate instant noodles the next day. Several people recovered well. Leng Mingyue came downstairs ahead of schedule and let out a minibus. It is a 22-seater. Enough for everyone to sit down. After breakfast, they set off early. Qin Feng drove the car, everyone boarded the car, and drove out of Ansan City. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The purpose this time is rescue, not killing zombies. The car has driven 30 kilometers. In a while, we will be able to return to the Jinling base. Sichuan's voice sounded in Leng Mingyue's mind, there is danger. Leng Mingyue hurriedly asked Qin Feng to stop, got out of the car and checked that there were no zombies around. Leng Mingyue jumped on the roof of the car, looked around, there were still no zombies. Leng Mingyue jumped out of the car and asked Xue Tuan, where is the danger? Snowball shook his head. Leng Mingyue got into the car and asked Qin Feng to continue driving. Several people were also observing the surroundings. If there was a zombie in the open space, they would definitely find it. Could it be a mutant beast? The car drove 200 meters, and a small tree more than 1 meter high suddenly burst up on the side of the road, extending its branches and attacking the car. The attack came too suddenly. Huang Kankan was pierced through the chest by a branch, and several people were injured. Leng Mingyue reached out and hit the tree with a fireball. This is a plant variation that is good at camouflage. Leng Mingyue saw a lot of blood flowing from Huang Kankan's chest. Leng Mingyue was furious, his two hands were like machine guns, dozens of fireballs hit the mutated plant, and the mutated plant was killed in an instant. Leng Mingyue quickly looked at Huang Kankan, wondering if he had hurt his heart. The vitality of supernatural beings is very tenacious, but if the heart or head is injured, it is easy to die. Chapter 54. Ling Yian stepped forward and quickly used the recovery technique, and Huang Kankan bled a lot in just 10 seconds. Even if it doesn't hurt the heart, it hurts the arteries. There was a lot of blood on the ground. After using more than a dozen recovery techniques, the blood flow slowed down a bit. Leng Mingyue took another cup of spiritual spring water from the Godhead space, gave it to Huang Kankan to drink, and poured some more on the wound. The blood was basically gone, but a branch of a mutated plant was still stuck in his chest. Leng Mingyue did not dare to pull out. Go back to base to see if there is a doctor. I also found some hemostatic medicine from the Godhead space and prepared it. Tell Qin Feng to drive quickly. Huang Kankan was in a coma due to excessive blood loss. Leng Mingyue blamed himself very much. Sichuan had already told him that it was dangerous. I am very conceited, and feel that ordinary zombies are not my opponents. During the time of the Doomsday, several people were injured, but none of them were serious, which made them relax their fear of the Doomsday. There were no accidents in the second half of the road. When we arrived at the Jinling safe zone, we immediately found Marshal Peng. Leng Mingyue, is there a surgeon in the base? Find it quickly. Now the base is still in the hands of Marshal Peng. Ask Marshal Peng to find a surgeon in the safe zone. Marshal Peng immediately ordered someone to look for him, and shouted with a loudspeaker, is there a surgeon? If there is, give a lot of food. Come and do the surgery. Carrying Huang Kankan into the room where she lived, Ling Yian performed a few recovery techniques. Leng Mingyue gave Huang Kankan another drink of spiritual spring water. Let Ling Yu and Mirong Shui watch. Leng Mingyue went out, so he also went to see if there was a doctor who could perform the operation. After searching for a long time, Marshal Peng said, everyone in the safe area has called. A total of 12 people came, including nurses and doctors. But no one can perform thoracotomy under the current conditions. There are no sterile operating rooms, and some scratching your head in embarrassment, and these doctors have never been on the operating table. Leng Mingyue knew that if these people were operated on, Huang Cancan's death would probably be faster. Leng Mingyue waved his hand to let these doctors and nurses leave. I have been looking for a doctor, but I haven't introduced him yet, so I said to Marshal Peng, this is Mayor Lu Tao, and these people behind him are the leadership team. From now on, Mayor Lu Tao will be in charge of the Jinling base, and Marshal Peng will assist. What I told you earlier, the ones you used to take notes, please take a breath first. Don't bother me recently. Leng Mingyue left after finishing speaking, and went back to the room to see Huang Cancan's situation. Huang Cancan's face was pale. Unconscious. After Ling Yian's treatment, he drank the spiritual spring water again. Breathe evenly now. No other symptoms. He stayed by Huang Cancan's bedside for 2 hours. When Leng Mingyue came out, everyone was in the living room. Leng Mingyue said, the original plan was to go to Jinling City to kill high-level zombies for 2 days. Let the Jinling safety zone have time to transition and upgrade. Then go all the way north. But Huang Cancan's injury plan has changed, and now we will stay in Jinling first. Observe Huang Cancan's injuries. If the injury doesn't get worse, let's go to downtown Jinling to see if we can find a doctor or surgical equipment. If there is no doctor for the equipment, we can go all the way north to find a doctor. Several people nodded. This team is Leng Mingyue's Yi Yantang. Everyone listened to Leng Mingyue. Leng Mingyue said, eat, everyone rest. Leng Mingyue went back to guard Huang Cancan. Everyone didn't go out in the afternoon. Leng Mingyue didn't eat at night either. Huang Cancan was still in a coma the next day. Feed some spiritual spring water. Let Mirong Shui watch. Everyone left the safety zone and came to Jinling City. Several people killed zombies for a day in the urban area and found several hospitals. Hospitals are polluted. No doctor was found either. Leng Mingyue was frustrated. Chapter 55. In the last life, because of Zhao Shui's betrayal, Leng Mingyue's heart died, so in this life, he didn't give his feelings to anyone. Before the end of the world, the 3 girlfriends must be scumbags, but after the end of the world, you can protect them, as much as you want. Leng Mingyue thought that he would never love again, and several girlfriends were just for biological needs. But Huang Cancan was seriously injured, and her heart ached. Blame myself for not protecting them. In the evening, everyone finished dinner quietly. No one disturbed Leng Mingyue, who stayed by Huang Cancan's bedside. Because of the healing technique and the effect of spiritual spring water, the wound grew together with that branch. Huang Cancan's breathing is steady now, but his face is pale. He also fed some spiritual spring water. The next morning, when everyone was in the living room, Leng Mingyue adjusted his mood and came out, looking at Mirong Shui. Are you awakened? Mirong Shui said, I feel that my body is different today, but I don't know what the supernatural power is. Leng Mingyue asked Qin Feng to hold Mirong Shui's hand, and then instilled a little bit of his own abilities into Mirong Shui's body. When Mirong Shui stretched out her hand, a gust of wind blew across the living room. Everyone was surprised. What kind of supernatural power is this? Leng Mingyue said, another rare ability, she is a wind ability. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth 5 element powers, plus speed, and power variation. Plus some rare powers, such as spirit, healing, wind, ice, and lightning with very strong attack power. After Leng Mingyue's introduction, everyone learned a little more about the end of the world. Leng Mingyue asked Shui Tuan to sense Mirong Shui. No hostility towards everyone. Very kind. It seems that the character of this player is not bad. Leng Mingyue took out hundreds of first-level crystal nuclei from the Godhead space. Gave it to Mirong Shui. Everyone continues to set off today in Jinling City to continue killing zombies and searching for hospitals. The 5th level zombie has not been found yet. Let Murong Shui work hard to absorb the crystal nucleus while taking care of Huang Kankan. Several people drove out of the base. Jinling is very large, with a population of more than 8 million. It would be a big deal if the team could kill tens of thousands. Now there are no bombs. Can only kill slowly. Leng Mingyue kicked Rhubarb. Why haven't you reached the 4th level? Are you lazy? Go ahead and kill a few more. If you don't upgrade, you will have nothing to eat. Rhubarb, Bai didn't level up, why did he only bully me? Killing the crystal nucleus for a day earned a lot of money, but nothing else. It's getting dark. Several people returned to the base. After observing Huang Kankan, it's still the same. Leng Mingyue was a little hesitant. If he just walked like this, would it be okay? When he arrived in Kyoto, there might be a doctor. Leng Mingyue tried to hug Huang Kankan up. Blood oozes from the wound as soon as he moved his body. Leng Mingyue put it down quickly, called the ringtone for treatment, and drank some spiritual spring water. Appears to be immobile. Everyone had dinner. A lot of crystal nuclei were allocated to each person. Rhubarb and Bai allocated some more high-level ones, so that they could break through the 4th level quickly, and some more low-level ones were allocated to Big Willow. It absorbs fast. The snow group also has more points, and the level is low, so we must quickly catch up with everyone's level. On the 2nd morning, Rhubarb and Bai finally broke through level 4, and Sichuan level 3. Let's continue to set off to sweep away high-level zombies in downtown Jinling. At noon, a few soldiers found them, saying that they had found a level 5 zombie, and they followed the soldiers to the entrance of a large underground supermarket. The soldier said, using a drone to observe the zombies entering from here. The underground supermarket is very dangerous. But they are all level 4, so they should be able to deal with a level 5 zombie. Entering from the entrance, several people were very careful. Fireballs from level 5 zombies are very dangerous. After entering, I saw many level 3 zombies and level 4 zombies. A few people stood up and started to attack, making Lingyu and Lingyan stand a little farther away, allowing Dawang to protect them. Qin Feng and Leng Mingyue started to clean up the zombies. The level of zombies in this underground supermarket was obviously much higher than those on the ground. Several people cleaned up for 2 hours. Because the level of the zombies was high, the killing was much slower. After Lingyan's treatment and recovery, and drinking the spiritual spring water, they have now killed the depths of the supermarket. This is the voice of Sichuan in Leng Mingyue's mind. There is danger. Because Leng Mingyue didn't pay attention to the warning last time, Huang Kankan was injured. Leng Mingyue shouted, "Everyone stop, back slowly." Several people retreated slowly, and 2 zombies walked out from the depths. One is the 5th level fire-type zombie who attacked the city last time. Because the bomb was injured last time, there is a large and thick zombie next to him. Leng Mingyue should also be a 5th level zombie, which should be defensive. Because it is an underground supermarket, bombs cannot be used. If the explosion collapses, it will be buried alive. If it was a level 5 zombie, it would be no problem for several people to team up, but if there were 2, it would be very dangerous. Leng Mingyue said, "Back slowly and see if you can exit the underground supermarket." At this time, the 2 zombies made a move. Chapter 56. The zombie didn't give him a chance anymore. Leng Mingyue said, "Dawang, go and stop that big zombie, don't fight head-on, just drag and run. Lingyu, control a few and help Rhubarb." Qin Feng and Leng Mingyue rushed towards the fire zombie, and the fire zombie fired 2 fireballs. Leng Mingyue dodged to avoid the fireballs. Qin Feng transferred his ability to his fist, and he punched the fireball, which was smashed into pieces. Qin Feng's single-strength breakthrough method has begun to take shape. The zombie roared, and several low-level zombies rushed up. Rhubarb swung out his claws and grabbed the defensive zombie, only scratching a little bit of skin. Enraged, the zombie punched Rhubarb with a punch. Rhubarb turned around and ran away. The zombies controlled by Leng Mingyue surrounded him and were all smashed into the air. Give the rhubarb time. Delayed the defensive zombies. Qin Feng was very fast, bypassing the low-level zombies, and directly punched the 5th level fire zombies. Zombies were knocked down. The zombie got up and was another fireball. Although the 5th level zombies are fire-type zombies, their defense is already very high. Leng Mingyue got close, and before he could make a move, the zombie sent out a fireball. Leng Mingyue didn't dodge either, and also sent out a fireball. Leng Mingyue's fireball was even bigger, and the two fireballs collided and disappeared. Leng Mingyue took out the scarred fire axe from the godhead space. An axe slashed at the zombie. There was a hole in the chest of the 5th level zombie. There was a lot of dirty blood. Level 5 fire zombie, you don't talk about martial arts, why do you still use an axe, a mage? The 5th level zombie fell to the ground and hadn't got up yet. Qin Feng raised his fist to smash it, but the zombie fired fireballs first and was too close. Qin Feng didn't have time to react, his chest was smashed by the fireball, and his flesh was bloody. Qin Feng flew out backwards. Leng Mingyue hit the wound on the zombie's chest with a fireball, almost piercing through it, but the zombie still stood up. Knowing that Qin Feng was injured, he stretched out his hand and threw 2 more fireballs at Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt the call of death. When the fireball was approaching, a wall of earth was erected in front of Qin Feng. The fireball shattered the earthen wall, and the fireball was also shattered. Sporadic sparks fell on Qin Feng. Leng Mingyue's treatment arrived in time to treat Qin Feng. Leng Mingyue swung 2 fireballs, one hitting the chest and the other hitting the zombie's head. The chest was directly blasted through. Half of the head was also blown off. The zombie stood up again before it was dead. It was really hard to kill. There was no time to look at Qin Feng's injuries. He took out a steel bar as thick as an egg from the godhead space and inserted it straight into the zombie's head. After smashing his head, Leng Mingyue picked up the 5th level fire crystal nucleus, feeling very happy. Level 5 uphill speed and defense have improved a lot. The higher the level, the harder it is to kill. He wanted to see Qin Feng's injuries, but he heard De Wang's screams. Leng Mingyue saw that the 5th level defensive zombies were grabbing Rhubarb's tail. It seems that Rhubarb is also urgent. Leng Mingyue threw a fireball on the head of the zombie, causing little damage. The zombie let go of Rhubarb. Leng Mingyue shouted, De Wang, hold on a little longer. I will save Qin Feng and deal with this zombie with you. Rhubarb, you are a real dog, I also need treatment. After Leng Mingyue's treatment, Qin Feng's wound was no longer bleeding, so he threw a bottle of spiritual spring water to Qin Feng. Qin Feng drank half of it, and poured the other half on the wound. Although the injury affected his combat effectiveness, he was still able to fight. Qin Feng and Leng Mingyue surrounded the zombies. Rhubarb ran away quickly and let it pull the 5th level zombie, and also suffered some injuries, especially the tail. Leng Mingyue didn't let De Wang rest, and said, De Wang, you cleaned up all the low-level zombies next to you. Rhubarb, no rest for a while, everyone is injured. Qin Feng's injury has some impact on the action, and Leng Mingyue is the main force. Defensive zombies have high defense and great strength. Leng Mingyue's fireball can only smash the skin and wants to give him a TNT, but he doesn't dare to go underground. Leng Mingyue shouted, everyone retreat while fighting, try to retreat above the ground. After half an hour of intense fighting, the defensive zombies were only slightly injured, and Leng Mingyue and Qin Feng were exhausted to death. The good news is that they have retreated above the ground. Leng Mingyue dealt with the zombies alone. Tell everyone to back off, give Xiaobai a TNT, Xiaobai teleports to the back of the zombie, and puts the bomb on the neck of the zombie. A teleport to escape, Leng Mingyue saw also ran to the distance. There was a loud noise, and the smoke dispersed. Seeing the defensive zombies get up again, half of their necks were blown off. Such a powerful bomb has not been resolved. Leng Mingyue took a sip of spiritual spring water. Restored the ability. Going forward, the two hands began to condense fireballs, like two machine guns. The fireballs hit the wound, 30 fireballs broke the zombie's neck, and finally solved the two 5th level zombies. Take out the crystal nucleus and throw it to Qin Feng. Today, there are two 5th level crystal nuclei, one for each of them. Leng Mingyue, this weapon is not good. It is basically useless to attack defensive zombies. We need to find a better weapon. Suzun is also exhausted, fighting for a long time and needs Suzun to recover. After drinking some spiritual spring water and recovering their powers, everyone returned to the underground supermarket and began to clean up the crystal nuclei here. There are a lot of 3rd and 4th level zombies here, so I didn't bother to pick them up just now. Several people started to pick up crystal nuclei. There are still some sporadic zombies cleaning up. This underground supermarket also retains a lot of food for use. A few people didn't want it, and they can tell the base this location and let them pull it when they go back. Chapter 57. After cleaning up the frustration, pick up all the crystal nuclei. Switchuan voice transmission, there is something in the next room. Leng Mingyue thought it was a zombie, so he hurriedly took precautions. Kick the door open. There are no zombies in it. See a stone in the middle of the house. It is basically the same as the one Ziobai guarded last time. Looking up, it also fell from above, smashing through the upper layer of soil, and fell here. There seemed to be a reason why there were two level 5 zombies here. Leng Mingyue developed relatively late in his previous life. Because of his high talent, he reached the peak. Leng Mingyue put the stone into the Godhead space. This stone is definitely not simple. Put it away first, it will definitely be useful later. After cleaning up the zombies here, several people returned to the base. Today's fighting time is very long, and everyone is very tired. Simply eat, take a shower and rest. Added a drumstick to the rhubarb for dinner. Good performance today. Ziobai also deserves credit, so I'll reward you with an extra carrot. Switchuan is credited with prophecy, so reward me with a small dried fish. Rhubarb, why do I feel like I'm still at a disadvantage? Leng Mingyue guards Huang Kankan at night. Nothing to say all night. The next day, because of the fierce fighting the day before, Qin Feng was injured again, and today Leng Mingyue gave everyone a holiday. Qin Feng and Murong Shui didn't come out of the bedroom, seeing the rapid progress. Leng Mingyue approached Mayor Lu Tao and asked about the current situation of the base. Before that, Leng Mingyue had already told the leaders of the base what to do in a security zone in the last days. Lu Tao said, there are too many civilians in the safe zone. If the burden on the base is too great, Captain Leng said that everyone should go out to hunt zombies and search for supplies. If you dare not go out to kill zombies, build a base. The wall should be raised and thickened. You can't live in tents all the time in the safe area. Build some houses. We also have a mission hall now. We will issue missions in the mission hall for the things we need, and survivors will come to pick up the missions. It's like the base needs cement now, and a bag of cement can be exchanged for a steamed bun. It needs steel bars and stones. If you don't dare to kill zombies, go collect supplies. Leng Mingyue nodded. It seems that Lu Tao's leadership is still good. Leng Mingyue said, yesterday we killed 2 level 5 zombies in Jinling City. Lu Tao stood up immediately, he knew the horror of level 5 zombies. Leng Mingyue continued, hundreds of level 4 zombies, thousands of level 3 zombies. Lu Tao said excitedly, does that mean that there are no high-level zombies in Jinling anymore? Leng Mingyue shook his head and said, I can't guarantee that there will be no more high-level zombies, but there should be no more level 5 zombies. You can spread the news in the safe area and let the survivors go out and collect as many as possible. In the short term, Jinling City will be safer. Then he told Lu Tao the location of the underground supermarket and asked him to send someone to fetch it. The supermarket is not small and there are quite a lot of things in it. We will stay here for a while. If you find high-level zombies in Jinling City, you can notify us and we will solve it. Lu Tao expressed his gratitude and said, Jinling is still relatively short of food. I heard that Captain Leng can get food. Leng Mingyue said, I can get food, what are you going to exchange with it? Lu Tao said embarrassingly, Jinling now wants weapons or no weapons, and crystal cores or no crystal cores. There are still a few tons of gasoline, can I change it? Leng Mingyue shook his head. A way is given. Said, you can contact Jingdu. If you can't pay the price, you can ask Jingdu to pay. We can also ask Secretary Wang to settle the settlement for us when we arrive in Jingdu. Lu Tao was a little hesitant and wondered if it was possible. After Leng Mingyue left, he dialed the satellite phone. Secretary Wang heard that Leng Mingyue could get food, and said, let me call him. As soon as Leng Mingyue returned to his residence, the satellite phone rang. After connecting, the voice of Secretary Wang came out, Captain Leng, how much food can you get? Leng Mingyue said, I have stored a lot of grain, see how much you want to exchange. Secretary Wang said, let's change it to 100 tons, and we can't keep them in check. Let's solve the urgent need first. Leng Mingyue said, okay, I'll send it to the base. Secretary Wang said, what does Captain Leng need from us? Leng Mingyue said, no rush, let's talk about it when we arrive in Kyoto. Hang up the phone. I took Qin Feng out in the afternoon, and after a while, 2 trailers came over, each weighing more than 50 tons. The cars were driven to the warehouse for people to unload them. After unloading the car, the 2 drove out of the base again. In the evening, the 2 came back in a pickup truck. Lu Tao said to the people around him, this Captain Leng is so mysterious. 100 tons of food will be shipped as soon as it is delivered. Chapter 58. In the evening, I looked Huang Kankan, my breathing was steady, and my complexion was pale. Leng Mingyue fed some spiritual spring water. Leng Mingyue was worried, what should I do, it has been like this, and I can't move. Drinking spiritual spring water every day is not enough. Ask a doctor tomorrow. I have distributed some crystal nuclei to everyone, and the big willow tree gets low-level crystal nuclei every time, but the big willow tree progresses the fastest. Now the upgrade speed of several people has dropped, and there is no high-level crystal nucleus. Several people need more crystal nuclei. Everyone took the crystal nucleus back to their own room to absorb it. The next day I found Lu Tao and said, is there a doctor at the base? If there is one, I can find a doctor to see my teammates' injuries. Lu Tao said, the base already has a temporary hospital. Because the crowds are too dense, it is easy to get sick. Lu Tao had 2 doctors called to show Huang Kankan. The doctor said, some are malnourished. Some are weak. Another doctor said, it is best to infuse some glucose as nutrition. Eat some liquid food every day, but there is no glucose in the base. Leng Mingyue hurriedly found a few bottles of glucose from the Godhead space, gave them to the doctor, and asked the doctor to infuse them. When sending the doctor away, I told the doctor to come and give Huang Kankan an infusion every morning. Let Lingyu cook some porridge and feed him a bowl every morning and evening. That's all there is to do. I hope Huang Kankan wakes up soon. Day by day. When not going out to kill zombies, Qin Feng will teach survivors to kill zombies. Sometimes the bell will also help the wounded soldiers heal. The high-level zombies in Jinling were wiped out. Qin Feng and Leng Mingyue will go further afield to kill zombies. A month later, the big willow tree was the first to be promoted to level 5. After another 2 months, Qin Feng broke through to level 5. Murong Shui has been promoted to the 4th level. Murong Shui's special wind attack power is very powerful, a wind blade can cut a zombie. It has been 3 months, and Huang Kankan is still like this, and has been in a coma. Today the whole group is dispatched to hunt zombies. An aunt in her 40s was found at the base to take care of Huang Cancan. Leng Mingyue and the others sometimes travel far away for 2 to 3 days. For convenience, he found someone to take care of Huang Cancan. The place I went to today was in Jiangbei, which was relatively close. I walked towards the safe zone at around 3 p.m. On the edge of the Yangtze River, I suddenly saw a ginkgo tree leaf shooting towards the water like a dart. A mutant fish with a body length of 2 meters was rolled up by tree roots and pulled to the shore. Leng Mingyue shouted, "This tree doesn't seem to be low level. The attack power is so strong. The leaves it shoots can probably hit 100 meters. As the national tree, ginkgo can live for 3,000 years, which is considered a long-lived tree." Leng Mingyue said, "There have been no high-level crystal nuclei recently. This tree should be a 5th-level mutant plant, everyone be careful." Several people got out of the car. Qin Feng walked in front and was on guard. Qin Feng is also a 5th-level evolutionary, so the attack of the leaves of this ginkgo tree should not be able to hurt Qin Feng. There are still 100 meters away from the ginkgo tree, so let everyone wait here. Qin Feng and Leng Mingyue continue to move forward. Take a few more steps. The ginkgo tree shook. The two moved forward a few more steps, and more than a dozen trees flew towards them. Qin Feng punched it down. Feeling the attack, it should not be able to break through its own defense. Qin Feng walked in front, Leng Mingyue followed behind. When advancing to 50 meters, the attacks of the leaves became much more intensive. The two stopped moving forward. Leng Mingyue's fireball hit the tree. Leng Mingyue was like a mobile fort. 100 fireballs directly knocked down the ginkgo tree. Go forward and put away the crystal nucleus. This is the best 5 mutant plant to kill. Leng Mingyue, this mutated plant is so easy to kill, we can find more mutated plants to kill in the future. Leng Mingyue, there are very few high-level mutated plants, and there are also mutated plants that can move. Some of them are highly poisonous, and there is nothing easy to kill in the apocalypse. A few people packed up and returned to the base. It was getting dark. The base has developed very well in the past 3 months, because there are no high-level zombies in Jinling, and the survivors also went out to hunt zombies. Most of them are 2nd-level power users. The earliest batch was already level 3. Back at the residence, Leng Mingyue and Mirong Shui arranged dinner. After Huang Cancan passed out, it was Mirong Shui and Leng Mingyue who cooked the dinner. After dinner, Leng Mingyue went into Huang Cancan's room, and he could see that Huang Cancan had lost a lot of weight in the past 3 months. His face was also paler. If Huang Cancan can't wake up, then take the risk of taking her to the capital, and if she drags on like this, she will die here. Moreover, the capital should have developed an alloy weapon, and now neither Qin Feng nor himself have any weapons at hand. Leng Mingyue put the 5-level mutated ginkgo crystal nucleus he had just obtained into Huang Cancan's hand. Huang Cancan couldn't absorb it even in a coma. But very slowly. He picked up this crystal nucleus and put it on the plant in his chest. Suddenly, the plant moved, suddenly wrapped the crystal nucleus, and pulled it into Huang Cancan's body. Leng Mingyue panicked. This branch has been in Huang Cancan's body for 3 months, and he didn't expect it to still be alive. If this branch is alive, then Huang Cancan can only die. The branch wrapped the crystal nucleus and entered Huang Cancan's body, and there was no reaction. The original wound began to bleed again, and the spirit spring water was taken out and poured directly on the wound. That branch is obviously absorbing the water from the spiritual spring. Leng Mingyue waited anxiously for 2 hours. Visible recovery from physical trauma. No wound was left on the chest. Completely healed, it is a reborn person, and I have never heard of such a thing in the past 10 years. Suddenly Huang Cancan opened his eyes. Chapter 59. Leng Mingyue was startled. Did Huang Cancan wake up, or was her body taken over by a mutated plant? Huang Cancan's eyes moved. He said, "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you Huang Cancan or a dryad? Huang Cancan sat up like looking at a fool. Maybe she had been lying down for too long and her body was a little weak. Leng Mingyue stepped forward cautiously to help Huang Cancan. How long have I been in a coma? Leng Mingyue said, it has been 3 months, how do you feel now? Huang Cancan said, I feel a little weak. I remember that I was seriously injured, why there is no wound? I also want to know why you don't have a wound. Huang Cancan, what kind of dryad are you talking about? Leng Mingyue told Huang Cancan what happened just now. Huang Cancan was also very surprised. He touched his chest, as if he was not injured, and there was no scar left. The movement in the room alarmed the people outside, everyone came in. Ling Yian came in and saw Huang Cancan get up, and said, Leng big brother, did you save sister Huang? Leng Mingyue recounted what happened just now. Such a miraculous thing is somewhat unbelievable. The end of the world has happened, and it is possible to encounter some special things. It was the best thing that Huang Cancan got better. Everyone went out, only Leng Mingyue was left in the house. The two chatted for a while, mainly talking about things from the past. After confirming that it was Huang Cancan, Leng Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief after remembering everything from the past. The next day, after a night's rest, Huang Cancan had breakfast in the morning, and was able to move on the ground. Leng Mingyue was worried and followed Huang Cancan in the yard. There were branches of mutated plants in his body, and he had absorbed a 5th-level crystal nucleus. Always worrying. Huang Cancan felt his body to see if there was anything unusual. With a wave of his hand, Huang Cancan shot out a few ginkgo leaves. Leng Mingyue said unexpectedly, this is an extra attack method. Continue to sense for a while, there is no other change. Leng Mingyue decided to stay for another day to let Huang Cancan recover. Tomorrow, I will continue to go north. I have been delayed in Jinling for 3 months, and many plans have been postponed. Let Huang Cancan go back to rest. Leng Mingyue went to Lu Tao. He found Lu Tao and said, tomorrow we are going to leave the base and go to Kyoto. Now the base is on the right track, and the survivors of the base also have the ability to protect themselves. Lu Tao was very reluctant, and Leng Mingyue's team was like the backbone. Wherever there were high-level zombies telling them, they could go and eliminate them. But knowing that he couldn't stop Leng Mingyue, he talked about the future development of the base. Leng Mingyue returned to the residence. Everyone is chatting in the living room. Huang Cancan recovered quickly. After drinking 2 bowls of lean meat porridge, she can walk without any problems. Because there is one more person on the trip this time, a large pickup truck can be squeezed down, but Leng Mingyue decided to drive 2 cars, so that there can also be one to take care of him. Leng Mingyue asked Qin Feng, what kind of car do you want to drive? Leng Mingyue's Godhead space basically has all kinds of cars, and he collected a lot of cars that were abandoned because of traffic jams on the road. Qin Feng thought for a while and said, why don't you drive a Wrangler? I like it very much before the end of the world but can't afford it. The Wrangler is good, with enough power and strong passability. After dinner in the evening, I will continue to divide the crystal nuclei for everyone to absorb. Recently, they have reached a bottleneck. Except for Qin Feng and Daliashu who have broken through to level 5, the rest are level 4. Murong Shui is just at the beginning of level 4. Level 4. Huang Cancan has been in a coma for 3 months, and everyone else has reached the 4th level bottleneck. Leng Mingyue said, work harder and see if you can break through tonight. If you can break through, it will be safer on the way out. Everyone took the crystal nucleus and went back to their own rooms. Huang Cancan began to absorb a 4th level crystal nucleus in one hand, and broke through the 5th level not long after absorbing it. Leng Mingyue hurriedly checked Huang Cancan's body. Why was he in a coma for 3 months, advancing faster than himself? Checked, everything is normal. Is it because of that mutated plant? I didn't find out the reason, so I had to continue to absorb the crystal nucleus. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the ringtone broke through to the 5th level, and at 2 o'clock in the morning, the ringtone broke through to the 5th level. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Xiaobai broke through to level 5. The next day, Leng Mingyue was depressed. On his own, he and Rhubarb are still level 4 bottlenecks. Leng Mingyue put his arms around De Wang and said, "Why are we still at the 4th level? I am the protagonist, and I shouldn't be the best, and my level is much higher than them." Rhubarb farted and went to have breakfast. The stinky Leng Mingyue chased after him and kicked the rhubarb into the air. At the dinner table, Qin Feng said, "Boss, you used the earth ability to save me last time. You are no less powerful than me, and your speed is no slower than me. You are also a fire element, and now you are an earth element. Is it an ability? There are too many, so the upgrade is slow." Leng Mingyue thought about it, maybe it was to comfort himself. Qin Feng said, "Reserve more high-level crystal nuclei for yourself in the future, and the level will definitely surpass us." After dinner, Lu Tao, Peng Dashui and other leaders of the base came to see him off. Several people still squeezed into the big pickup truck and drove out of the safe zone. After walking for a while, there was no one else, so everyone got out of the car. Take out a red Wrangler Mountain from the Godhead space, and then take out a black Q5. I got tired of driving a big pickup truck for a long time, so I changed to another one. Ling Yian volunteered to drive, and Ling Yu and Huang Kankan sat behind. Leng Mingyue was the co-pilot. Rhubarb wanted to get in the car, but was kicked down by Leng Mingyue, who dared to fart on me in the morning. Not allowed to get on the bus. Rhubarb, I didn't hold back. Swichuan and Xiaobai got into the car. Qin Feng drove and Murong Shui sat in the co-pilot, and De Huang sat in the back in a twitchy way. "Rhubarb, I finally don't have to fight back this time, I'm so happy. Drive all the way north." Chapter 60. There are intercoms in both cars for easy contact, all the way north. If there is a relatively large city, I will go in to see if there are any high-level zombies. The general small town directly deters. The roads are becoming more and more difficult to walk, all kinds of damage, some are destroyed by zombies, some are not maintained by anyone, and they are washed away by the water. It has been a few months since the end of the world, and the city has already appeared dilapidated. I would look at the gas station when I passed by. Although it has been several months, I still get something occasionally. It took 3 days to walk more than 200 kilometers and Suzhou City was ahead. It was getting dark, so I found a relatively open place outside, and took out 2 RVs from the Godhead space. One for Qin Feng and Murong Shui, one for Leng Mingyue and the third daughter, and one for Leng Mingyue. During dinner, Leng Mingyue said, "There are not many crystal nuclei left. Stay in Suzhou City for 1 to 2 days, collect more crystal nuclei, and then set off." Rhubarb had broken through to level 5 the day before, and Leng Mingyue hadn't broken through the bottleneck for several days. All 3 girls fell asleep at night, and Leng Mingyue was still absorbing the crystal nucleus, but he hadn't broken through after absorbing it all, a little frustrated. Leng Mingyue took out another Earth-type crystal nucleus, and the energy in his body went berserk the moment it was absorbed. It broke through to level 5 in 10 minutes. It should be that the fire energy is too strong, and the earth energy is too weak. Regardless of the breakthrough, I am happy, so I went to play mahjong with the 3 girls. After waking up the 3 girls, just as they were about to make a move, a cry from Rhubarb came from outside. Rhubarb's intelligence has reached the level of a normal adult, so there must be something wrong with barking in the middle of the night. Leng Mingyue opened the car door. Qin Feng also came down. Rhubarb barks to the north. Could it be that high-level zombies came from Suzhou City? The girls also got dressed and got out of the car. Suddenly a fireball came from the south, and Qin Feng's RV exploded instantly. Leng Mingyue hastened to put the caravan he lived in into the Shenge space. Leng Mingyue shouted, "There are zombies attacking. Everyone be on guard." The firelight of the car illuminated the surroundings. More than 20 people came from the north. Leng Mingyue was amused. It doesn't look like a zombie. In the past few months, in the last days, Leng Mingyue's team has been relatively strong, and no one in the Jinling base dares to attack them. More than 20 people who came said, "Brother Go, I said that there are a few women who are very beautiful when I use a telescope during the day. Look, they are more beautiful than big stars. The women are very clean and their clothes are new." The person called Brother Go said, "Let us go with these 4 chicks. You 2 guys can either go or die here. How do you choose?" Leng Mingyue said, "There are just over 20 of you, is there anyone else?" The younger brother next to Brother Go said, "There are more than 100 brothers in our base." Brother Go said, "Don't talk nonsense, if you don't leave, we will start." Leng Mingyue said, "You foresee who will try it? Many zombies have been killed in the last days, killing people, it should feel the same." Huang Kankan raised his hand and shot dozens of leaves. Murong Shui, who joined later, also wanted to show off, and a wind blade slashed out. None of the more than 20 people left. They were all dead. It was okay to be hit by leaves, but they were cut in half by wind blades. Blood everywhere. Leng Mingyue said, "You guys are too ruthless. I still want to save my life and ask where their base is." "Oh, forget it, sleep in another place, and go to the city tomorrow morning to look for it. It should be easy to find." Several people changed places. 2 more RVs were taken out. Jokingly said to Qin Feng, "Protect the place where you live, we don't have many RVs in stock. Fight side by side for a long time." The 2 are as close as brothers. Qin Feng punched Leng Mingyue, and said, "Tomorrow, I will go to the city, and I need to find some more RVs. Get in the car and continue to sleep." Before Leng Mingyue got into the car, he threw a chicken leg to De Wang. "Good performance, continue to be on duty in the second half of the night. Don't know if they will come again." Leng Mingyue didn't sleep in the second half of the night. "Because the upgrade has reached the 5th level, I am very happy to compete with the 3 girls in turn." Finally, the contest with Lingyu was over, and it was already 6:30 after checking the time. Seeing that the 3 girls were too tired to move. "No way." Leng Mingyue got out of the car with his hands on his waist and prepared breakfast. Cooked a pot of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. The mutant beast's meat has been eaten, and no suitable ingredients have been found recently. Seeing Qin Feng getting off the car, he also held his waist. Leng Mingyue laughed. "Brother, you can't do this. It's already 9 o'clock after breakfast. Walk towards downtown Suzhou, kill zombies to collect crystal nuclei, and find the safe zone of the gang that attacked yesterday." Chapter 61. There are many zombies in the urban area, and there are many on the road. It's too strenuous to kill sporadically. Collecting crystal nuclei is also a waste of time. A few people found an intersection and took out a gasoline can. It is no longer possible to blow up zombies, but it is still good to pull zombies with a huge sound. A few people retreated, lit the petrol can, and there was an explosion that could be heard in half of the urban area, and nearby zombies rushed over. Leng Mingyue shouted, "Ready to fight." Months of training. Everyone is very familiar with it. Lingyu threw the big willow tree. Lingyu is already a 5th level supernatural being, able to control 10 zombies. Lingyu is now a team. Huang Kankan was even more violent with 20 branches flying in front of him, and Huang Kankan was still shooting leaves with both hands. Huang Kankan can stand up to 2 teams by himself. After Qin Feng's 5th level, his strength exploded, and his defense also exploded. With one punch, the head of a level 4 zombie exploded directly. Several zombies surrounded Qin Feng, unable to break through Qin Feng's defense. A fireball flew over, and Qin Feng smashed it with one punch. Break through all methods with one force. Killed 20 zombies in an instant. Looking at Mirong Shui again, although it was still level 4, the zombies did not exceed level 4. A wind blade chopped 5 zombies. Also super violent. Ling Yian was eating melon seeds. Leng Mingyue looked over, gave the sniper rifle to Ling Yian, and said, "Don't eat melon seeds, work." Ling Yian pouted, holding a sniper rifle and began to snipe and kill zombies. Basically, she didn't need to aim too much, as the zombies were too dense to shoot one at a time. Rhubarb is the only one with attack power, and Rhubarb is attacking gold. The two paws are covered with a layer of golden light. Grabbing one at a time is also very violent. Both Xiaobai and Suichuan are beside Ling Yian. Leng Mingyue looked around. Why do they seem to be the main characters? I'm the protagonist. Leng Mingyue exerted all his strength and smashed the head of a zombie with one punch. Then 2 hands with a fireball in one hand and a soil thorn in the other. The mobile turret is powerful, and a fireball explosion can kill 4 to 5 zombies. As soon as Leng Mingyue showed his power, several people were also startled. The captain is so violent. Half an hour later, when everyone was tired, the ringing effect began. Give everyone 2 restoration abilities. Everyone drank some spiritual spring water. Almost recovered, continue to kill. Now the speed of the squad is no slower than before killing with bombs. 2 hours later, all the zombies were killed. There were more than 10,000 zombies, which is a very terrifying number without using thermal weapons. Several people took a break and began to collect crystal nuclei. Ling Yian's hot weapon is ruled out, and the sniper rifle cannot kill zombies in a large area. Huang Kankan is worth 20 people alone, and each branch is very flexible to take out the crystal nucleus from the leader of the zombie. The 10 zombies controlled by Ling Yu also helped, and the zombies clumsily smashed their heads open to find the crystal nucleus. Rhubarb is also collected very quickly. What was unexpected was the big willow tree, with its dense branches sweeping by. A piece of zombie corpses were pulled together, and the energy was absorbed directly by the roots without taking crystal nuclei. It took an hour to collect. There are no traces of survivors nearby. It is estimated that the base is not here. At noon, everyone took a shower in the RV. After lunch. In the afternoon, everyone continued to kill. From the south to the north, there was no trace of defensive zombies, and it seemed that no base was found. It's getting dark, rest today. Today is really killing from morning to night, killing nearly 40,000 zombies a day. Most of these nuclei are secondary or tertiary, a small amount of quaternary, and no quintuple nuclei. Leng Mingyue, let's use the low-level absorption first. The upgrade will be very slow in the future, and the high-level crystal core is not easy to get. In the evening, I gave everyone a crystal nucleus to sleep, and told De Wang to be on duty at night. I don't know if anyone will come to sneak attack tonight. Leng Mingyue said, we must find that base tomorrow, kill the zombies for another day tomorrow, and set off to continue northward the day after tomorrow. Had a crazy night last night. Another day of killing zombies during the day. Leng Mingyue was already very tired. I went to bed early tonight after absorbing the crystal nucleus. Everyone got up very early the next day and finished breakfast at 6:30. Qin Feng said, we must find a base today and let them pay for the RV. Killing zombies is secondary. I killed from the south to the north yesterday, and drove to the east of the city today. I didn't kill the zombies from the east to the west, and I was looking for a building to defend against the zombies. Walk to the west and see a 10-story building here, with a wall downstairs. The wall is very high, and there are some fences at the gate. Looks like it's here. Several people got out of the car and walked to the gate. There were guards here. That's right, it was here. Chapter 62. The gatekeeper had a gun in his hand. It seems to be okay. Qin Feng asked whether to rush over directly, or convince others with reasoning. Let's go, all over. Now the lowest Mirong Yu is already level 4, and ordinary guns can't cause danger. A few people strolled to the gate of the base as if they were shopping. The gatekeeper shouted, "What are you doing? I want to see your leaders and let me know," Leng Mingyue replied. The gatekeeper whispered a few words, and ran in alone. Not long after, more than a dozen people came out. The leader said, "Welcome everyone, please come inside." Leng Mingyue took the lead to walk in. The leader frowned. A total of 6 people, cats, dogs, and a rabbit. Surrounded by dozens of people, I am not afraid at all. It's not stupid or it's not simple. Go inside. The leader stepped forward and said, "My name is Wang Feng. They all call me Brother Feng." Qin Feng stepped forward, "My name is Qin Feng. We were one family 500 years ago." Wang Feng grinned, "The same name, but not the same surname." The younger brother behind Wang Feng was whispering, talking about which of the girls is more beautiful and which is older. Just as Leng Mingyue was about to speak, a woman rushed out from a door on the 3rd floor, completely naked. Directly jumped down. Unfortunately, the head hit the ground first. Soon there was blood. The 2 younger brothers carried the woman's body away. Ling Yian said, "Why is your base like this, bullying girls?" Wang Feng said, "Women have no fighting power. We go out to collect supplies and risk our lives to get the supplies for them to eat. It is normal to pay some price." Leng Mingyue said, "Leave this question aside. A small team attacked us yesterday morning, saying that your base needs you to give me an explanation." The younger brother next to him said to Wang Feng, "Hausa said he saw beauties in the 2 cars. He took someone out yesterday morning and hasn't come back yet." Wang Feng said, "It seems that we still have a lot of things to solve." At this time, several naked women with scars rushed out from the room on the 3rd floor. 3 women jumped directly from the building, and Huang Kankan used the wood ability to catch the jumping women directly. Wang Feng shouted, "Do it!" The purpose of letting Leng Mingyue's team in is to surround a few people. Dozens of people rushed out from the 2nd and 3rd floors, about 80 men. Just as the people around them were about to make a move, Ling Yu mentally controlled 2 men with machine guns in their mobile phones, aiming the machine guns at Wang Feng and the people behind him. People. There were several 1st and 2nd level evolutionists on Wang Qiang's side, and Huang Kankan killed more than a dozen of them with leaves before he could make a move. Qin Feng also rushed into the crowd. Killed a 2nd level evolutionary with 1 punch. Leng Mingyue didn't do anything, this team had already killed a lot of zombies. But in the last days, they killed too few people. A few months later, now is the beginning of the end. Women may sell themselves for a sip of food and water. Men can also kill and rob for food, and do whatever they can. In less than 5 minutes, all the men in Wang Feng's base were killed. A few people check house by house to see if any fish slipped through the net. Going up to the 3rd floor, there are 3 rooms where all women are locked up. Everyone is scarred. Leng Mingyue took out a batch of women's clothes from the Godhead space and put them outside, then went to the door with Qin Feng to smoke. The 4 daughters of Huang Kankan gave clothes to everyone, told them that they were rescued, and gave everyone some food. The 4 daughters were shocked to see. These women were subjected to inhuman torture. The woman who was rescued by Huang Kankan in front put on a suit of clothes and said, "Thank you for saving us. If you don't come to save us, we will all die." Qin Feng and Leng Mingyue walked around, there are a lot of supplies stored here. Enough for these girls to survive for a long time. Let Huang Kankan bring out all the girls. There are more than 30 people. Let a few girls tell everyone about the crystal nucleus. And the end of the world, you can only rely on yourself in the future. After Ling Yu prepared the meal, he asked Huang Kankan to continue explaining to everyone, and asked if he didn't understand. He also specially brought 2 zombies over to throw their heads away to find out the location of the crystal nucleus. Dinner is very simple, cook instant noodles. An egg was placed in each bowl. When the meal was ready, Leng Mingyue shouted, "Mr. Huang, it's time to eat, and we will go to class after eating." For these girls, instant noodles are too extravagant, and they usually only order biscuits at most. After eating, Huang Kankan and Ling Yian went to the girls' side again, and talked about the end times. There are many rooms here. Leng Mingyue entered a relatively large room and lay down on the sofa inside. The affairs here were dealt with and some crystal nuclei were collected. It's time to leave here tomorrow. Chapter 63. Ling Yian and Ling Yu followed in, and they were not happy to see both women. Leng Mingyue said, "You have to accept that this is the end of the world. Large bases are easily besieged by high levels. There are still more such small bases in the last days. The last days are cruel. What we can do is to become stronger as soon as possible. If we encounter people who have lost their humanity, we will eliminate them." He understood both the ring tone and the ring language, and joined Huang Kankan to help these surviving women. Leng Mingyue had nothing to do alone, and his consciousness entered the space of the Godhead, and the space of the Godhead doubled again. You can see small lakes, forests, and pastures. Leng Mingyue didn't understand, what's going on, is this going to be a small world? There are forest lakes here, I don't know if animals can be installed. There are a lot of food grown now. If I can raise some chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs, then my Godhead space can feed the survivors in the whole country. After leaving the house, Leng Mingyue is going to do an experiment to see if animals can be released, but not with rhubarb and little white. If they can't be released, it will be dangerous. When I got out of the house, I saw these girls forming a circle. Listening to the end-time experience. This may be their chance of survival in the future. Leng Mingyue walked out of the gate of the base. Where can I find some living things? Turning on the street. There are many animals without zombies. There was one walking towards this side. Leng Mingyue wrapped it with spiritual power, and the zombie disappeared in an instant. Leng Mingyue scanned it with his divine sense, and the zombies were running around in a daze in the divine space. I saw that the Godhead space has no effect on zombies. Use your mind to designate an activity space of about 10 square meters for the zombie, and observe it tomorrow. Leng Mingyue searched the street for a while, but couldn't find any animals, so he went back to the base. It was already very late. Leng Mingyue said, "It's late today, and we have to leave tomorrow. Let's go to bed early." The surviving girls just left and found a room to rest. Huang Kankan and the three daughters did not go to sleep directly when they returned to the house, but began to absorb the crystal nucleus. They must become stronger as soon as possible. The next morning, the entire Phoenix team came to send Leng Mingyue and the others off. Sent far. The two cars should go along the highway. Leng Mingyue told Qin Feng on the intercom, "Turn around and take the national road, go to the countryside, and look for chickens, ducks, and geese. It would be even better if you can find pigs, cattle, and sheep." The speed of walking in the village was much slower. I searched for 3 villages, but there was nothing. I saw 3 chickens outside the village of the 4th village. 2 hens and 1 rooster. Qin Feng is the fastest, let Qin Feng catch it. Leng Mingyue shouted, "Be gentle, don't hurt yourself." Soon Leng Mingyue came back with 3 chickens. Leng Mingyue wrapped the 3 chickens with his spiritual consciousness and put them in the divine space. The 3 chickens moved freely in the space without any problems, and the zombies that were collected yesterday were still wandering around in the 10 square meters. Leng Mingyue drew about 100 square meters of space activities for the 3 chickens. Feed some more wheat. Now these 3 chickens are treasures. Whether they can breed into a flock depends on the 3 of them. In the villages and country roads, the national road turns a little bit off, a lot to the west. After 10 days of searching, 5 more sheep were found on a hillside, and there was no more harvest. The city in front, Leng Mingyue, looked at Shangqiu according to the map, but it was so far away. There is a city with a population of tens of millions in the west, Zhengcheng. The team has been walking around the village, and there are not many crystal nuclei left. Among the tens of millions of people in Zhengcheng, there must be high-level zombies. Leng Mingyue estimated that there should be level 6 zombies here. Level 5 zombies are very intelligent and can command tens of thousands of zombies. If level 6 can command hundreds of thousands of zombies, the team will definitely not be able to resist, but Leng Mingyue still want to see. I'm going to Kyoto soon, and I need to save a batch of crystal nuclei before going to Kyoto. The next target is Zhengcheng. Did not take the high road. Continue to collect in the countryside. On the third day, I encountered a dozen ducks in a small pond. Great, the animals in the Godhead space are getting richer and richer. It's not bad if a chicken or duck can lay 1 egg a day outside. In the Godhead space, at least 10 eggs can be laid a day. No animals were found until Zhengcheng. Several people got out of the car and looked at Zhengcheng in front of them. Qin Feng said, "Why do I feel that there is a dangerous atmosphere?" Sichuan's voice rang in Leng Mingyue's mind. "It's very dangerous here, if you can't go in, it's best not to go in." Chapter 64. Without pressure, there is no way to become stronger. In this large city with a population of tens of millions, after several months of zombie mutation, high-level zombies must have appeared. Leng Mingyue finished speaking and walked towards the city. There are not many zombies in the outskirts of the city. They found a small 3-story building, which was very clean. They were going to spend the night here. After several days of traveling without a good rest, they went up to the top of the 3rd floor, released 2 RVs, and took out some materials for Huang Can they cook dinner. Qin Feng took a military telescope and began to observe the inside of Zhengcheng. Ling Yian was working on a drone and flew towards the inside of Zhengcheng. As the sun sets, the afterglow of the setting sun shines on the dilapidated city, creating a sense of desolation and sadness. Leng Mingyue's team is now all level 5 supernatural beings. This should belong to the strongest team. Most of the general survivors are now level 2 to 3, which is not bad. Leng Mingyue always feels that the registration of zombies is better than that of the previous life. Quick, could it be that his little butterfly is flapping its wings indiscriminately? At around 3 o'clock in the morning, Rhubarb suddenly pricked up his ears, and there was a sound. Rhubarb yelled, and several people quickly put on their clothes and got out of the car. As soon as Leng Mingyue stepped on the ground with 1 foot, he saw a fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters exploded on them. On the upper floor, the building collapsed. Everyone was buried in the ruins. Fortunately, they were all evolutionaries, and their physique had already broken through, otherwise they would all be wiped out in one fell swoop. Leng Mingyue pushed away a floor, and countless zombies rushed out from the city in all directions. You can't see the side at a glance, and the fireball just now must be a high-level zombie. Everyone came out of the ruins and looked at it. No one has a big problem. In the past, the Leng Mingyue team was a hunter, raiding the zombie group, and today it was raided by the zombies. The zombies had already arrived, and Leng Mingyue took out a car from the Godhead space, but before getting on the car, the zombies had already arrived. A fire-type zombie hit the car with a fireball, and the car was scrapped immediately. Leng Mingyue shouted, "Everyone run, Qin Feng and I will stop the zombies for everyone." The team had already cooperated very tacitly. Knowing that it was not the time for ink marks, they all ran back, and Rhubarb stayed behind to share the zombies with Qin Feng and Leng Mingyue. But there are too many zombies, and they have already broken through 2 people and 1 dog from the side. We only intercept speed zombies. Ordinary zombies will not pose a threat to other people. Leng Mingyue, who was running so fast, hit him with a fireball, and the one who was close to him also followed Qin Feng's example and hit him with his fist. I don't know how long they have been in the zombie group. Leng Mingyue is looking up. Huang Can, Ling Yian and the others have gone to nowhere, even Qin Feng and Wang are gone. There are only zombies around Leng Mingyue, a zombie that just wants to bite off a bite of flesh. Leng Mingyue saw a zombie condensed a fireball over 10 meters away. Leng Mingyue could feel that it was life-threatening. This should be a level 6 zombie. The fireball flew towards Leng Mingyue. Leng Mingyue took out a bus from the Godhead space, threw it at the fireball, and quickly ran to the side. There was a huge explosion in the back. Even if the whole team is here, they may not be able to take down this zombie, so let's run away by ourselves. Now Leng Mingyue is already surrounded by zombies. In order to give everyone more chances to survive, Leng Mingyue decided to intersect the zombies and rush towards Zhengcheng. There are still a few TNT left in the Godhead. The high explosive bombs looked like level 6 fire zombies. The violent explosion didn't do much damage to the 6th level zombies, but it was extremely insulting. The zombies roared, and more zombies surrounded them, so that the chances of their companions surviving were even greater. Leng Mingyue sped up and ran. He wouldn't do anything unless it was necessary. He tried his best to conserve his energy, because there were too many zombies in this wave. He didn't see the head yet. He didn't know how many there were. At this time, it was already dawn, and the zombies had poor eyesight. Most of them attacked by smell and sound. The dawn is a great help to human beings. At this time, they have already run into Zhengcheng, a first-tier big city, and there are still many high-level officials. Buildings, better to avoid after entering the city. After entering the city, because there were more buildings, the group of zombies also dispersed. Leng Mingyue quickly ran a few steps, climbed over several walls, and hid in a community. Let's take a rest here first, because the Lingchuan water can't stand it after several hours of high-intensity combat. Chapter 65. After resting for a while, I thought of everyone again. I don't know if I ran out, but I and Qin Feng Rhubarb delayed it for about 5 minutes. Everyone is a supernatural person, and they should be in good physical fitness. If there is no accident, they should be able to run out of the encirclement. Although Qin Feng and Rhubarb are within the encirclement, they have the ability to attract level 6 zombies by themselves, and they have all been transformed by the spiritual spring water to rush out. It shouldn't be a big problem. Leng Mingyue was thinking wildly. At this time his stomach growled. He was already hungry after several hours of fighting. He took out a ham and a piece of bread from the Godhead space, and started eating. The team followed him. Every meal had meat. I have never been hungry before, and now that everyone is separated, life will definitely be difficult in the future. Eating bread alone, how happy we all are when we eat together. After eating, Leng Mingyue found a high-rise, went up to the top of the building and looked around with binoculars. The number of zombies in Zhengcheng was obviously much less. The team was stationed in the south of Zhengcheng. Did the zombies attack him by surprise, or did they attack the team while moving south? Leng Mingyue thought silently. Seeing that there were not many zombies in the city, Leng Mingyue decided to look south for the team. There are still many zombies left by the large army on the road. Leng Mingyue doesn't want to fight now, he just wants to find his teammates, avoid the zombies and run towards the south. When he found the building where he was stationed last night, he saw 2 smashed RVs. The group of zombies did not stop here and continued to move south. In this way, the danger for everyone has increased a lot. The people in the team all ran south, and as a result, the group of zombies also moved south. He didn't stay here, and continued to chase towards the group of zombies. There are some scattered and many zombies on the road, so Leng Mingyue's speed is not too fast, the direction of movement is not the road, and he can't drive. From time to time, he has to kill a few unavoidable zombies. After chasing after dark, Leng Mingyue was thirsty and hungry, so he found a small forest, and there was no village nearby, so he had something to eat first, and then looked for a place to spend the night. I ate some breaded chicken legs in the morning, and I want to eat better at night. I don't want to make too complicated, so I ate a self-healing pot and opened a military ration. Drank some spiritual spring water. I don't want to move after eating. From 3 o'clock in the morning to 7:30 in the evening, this day of high-intensity exercise, even Leng Mingyue's body is exhausted, and I want to eat something, take a rest and find a village for the night. I don't want to move now, just want to sleep. Leng Mingyue found the tallest tree and went up to a place about 20 meters above the ground. There were several thick trunks here. He took out a single bed from the godhead space and put it on the branch. After trying it, it was very easy. Strong, Leng Mingyue was afraid that he would fall off at night, so he took out the rope and trapped himself on the bed. It would be better to have rhubarb again, no one is guarding him, and he can't sleep well. Leng Mingyue fell asleep quickly, this day was too tiring. Accompanied by the occasional roar of zombies, I slept all night. Descended from the tree the next morning, the bed was not taken, which is a good shelter in case someone spends the night here. I simply ate something in the morning, and continued to chase south according to the traces of the zombies' movement. It was difficult for Leng Mingyue to search a large area by himself. After chasing for more than an hour, I saw a dense crowd of zombies in front of me, but they didn't move. It turned out that there was a mountain in front of me. After looking at the road sign, this is the Ancestor Mountain, and found a map to compare. From the city center to here, the group of zombies should have moved about 50 kilometers. The zombies stood here quietly, and they should not have attacked humans, so the teammates should not be here. But why are the zombies gathering here? Leng Mingyue decided to go up and have a look. Leng Mingyue found the level 6 zombies among the zombies with a telescope. Avoid this high-level zombie and head east. I found a place with the fewest zombies. This place is not the way up the mountain. Climb up with hands and feet. Chapter 66. The mountain on the side is too steep, and the mountain with an altitude of about 800 meters can't be climbed after only more than 50 meters. Leng Mingyue has no choice but to turn forward slowly. There are steps on the front, which is easy to climb, but there are 6-level zombies at the foot of the mountain with a large number of younger brothers. There is really no place to start. I found 2 climbing picks from the Godhead space, which are usually used on ice and snow. In the hands of Leng Mingyue, I really climbed the mountain. One pick was stuck in the rock, and the 2 hands alternately moved more than 30 meters. Finally reached the steps. I didn't dare to stop when I got up the steps and ran up more than 200 meters quickly before sitting down to rest. I was too close to the level 6 zombies just now, but luckily I didn't disturb the zombie group. After resting for 10 minutes, I continued to climb up. The mountain was not too high, and I soon reached the top of the mountain. There was a giant tree on the mountain. I knew it was a mutant plant at a glance, otherwise it would not have grown so big. There is no one on the top of the mountain, only this tree is shaking its branches and leaves. When Leng Mingyue reached the top of the mountain, he took a break and took out his binoculars to look around. He was not in a hurry to kill zombies or obtain crystal cores. Leng Mingyue was in a hurry to find the team members. The high-powered telescope searched carefully and did not see a living person. Leng Mingyue was angry, so he took this mutant plant to vent. Mutated plants are most afraid of fire powers. On the ground, there was a raging fire in a short while, and the plants were burned bare. Leng Mingyue picked up this level 5 wood crystal nucleus. What is this? There is a stone at the root of the mutated plant under the crystal nucleus, which is the same as the one given to him by Xuetuan last time. Could it be that collecting all 7 can summon the dragon? No matter what the use is, put it away first. The mountain is safe, and the altitude is high enough. It is better to use a telescope to search around here if you look for it below. It is not too far from the place where the zombies attacked to the Ancestor Mountain. With the physical strength of the team, running this distance is not a problem. Since the zombie stopped here, take this as the center of the circle and slowly look around. There are densely packed zombies below, use the binoculars to find them slowly. Take a break if your eyes are sore. He also took out these 2 ordinary but not extraordinary stones for research. The ability to collect the same stone proves that there is more than one. I have been looking for Tianhe, but I can't find anyone. Leng Mingyue decided to wait here all night and will meet Zheng Cheng tomorrow morning. Eating instant noodles alone at night. Thinking about teammates. There are a lot of delicious food in the space, but I am not in the mood to cook. Simply take a bite, and don't bother to absorb the crystal nucleus at night, so you fall asleep. After a sleepy night, Leng Mingyue sat up at dawn and looked around with a telescope. Already 10 AM and nothing. Leng Mingyue sighed, oh, since there is no one here, then it will be Zheng Cheng. When I went down the steps to a distance of 100 meters from the zombies, I took out a rope from the Godhead space and tied it to a big tree next to it. After careful observation, this tree was not a mutant plant. Go up, fix the rope, take out another one, and swing to the side. It is very close to the foot of the mountain, and there is also a foothold. Came to the foot of the mountain and rushed out of the encirclement, causing a commotion among the zombies. Leng Mingyue rushed out of the encirclement, and the zombies returned to calm. No, shouldn't the zombies be chased out? There's something weird about everything abnormal here. Forget it, go back to Zheng Cheng first. This time I search slowly, hoping to find some traces, and when it gets dark, I return to the place where I was attacked for the first time, looking at the two flattened RVs. How could there be no traces? Those who are alive will definitely come back to look for them, and now there are no zombies here. Puzzled, today I spent the night next to the two flat RVs, hoping they can get it back. There was nothing to say all night, and no one came back after dawn. Could it be that something really happened, and none of them escaped? Leng Mingyue felt that he had nothing to eat after running out and went to Zheng Cheng to find something to eat. The more he thought about it, the more he felt right, so he set off for Zheng Cheng. Live to see people, die to see corpses. Chapter 67. Although many level 6 zombies brought out Zheng Cheng, there are still a lot of zombies in the city. As a first-tier city, Zheng Cheng has an area of more than 1,000 square kilometers. It is too difficult to find one person. After searching in Zheng Cheng for 6 days, Leng Mingyue discovered a problem. He was looking for someone from the team, and the team might also be looking for him. Leng Mingyue returned to the place where he was attacked for the first time. If the members of the team come back, they will definitely go back here to look for it. I found a pen and paper from the Godhead space, wrote it down, and let the people in the team see this paper and stay here to wait for me. I will go back and put some food and water here. Leng Mingyue returned to Zheng Cheng. Not long after leaving, a crow flew over and landed on the ruins. Seeing that there was still water to eat, he ate it. This crow was also a level 3 mutant beast. They ate all the objects and water left behind, and even blew up the piece of paper when it flew away. After the crow flew away, 3 people came, and one of them said, "Sister, we have been looking for Leng Big Brother for a week. Could Leng Big Brother have already gone to Kyoto? We have no food and water." One said, "Okay, let's go to the capital to find Brother Leng." Several people firmly believe that Leng Mingyue is definitely not dead. After the 3 of them left, they came again. The 2 of them brought a rabbit with them. After staying in the ruins for a while, they also headed towards Kyoto. Leng Mingyue returned to the ruins after 2 days of searching in Zheng Cheng. Seeing that the food had been eaten, he was very happy to think that someone had come. After a closer look, this is not the way of human beings. The packaging is torn with claws. Mineral Spring, the water bottle, was pierced with a sharp object. Not far away, I found the note I left behind. They were also broken. Leng Mingyue sighed, there should be a mutant beast coming over after smelling it. I found a relatively large concrete wall and erected it, found a dagger, and carved it again on the concrete wall. Some more food and water were placed under the cement wall. After spending the night here, Leng Mingyue went to Zheng Cheng to look for it. I don't change clothes when I'm alone, and I don't shave anymore. Although the last life was also very rough, but never lived alone. After searching for so long, I couldn't find any traces. I thought that something happened to everyone. I vented my anger on the zombies every day during the day, and drank alone after absorbing the crystal nucleus at night. After a month of ignorance, a dog barked suddenly on this day, which attracted Leng Mingyue's attention. Looking back, it was not Rhubarb. Rhubarb ran over with a limp. Rhubarb lost a lot of weight, probably injured. Leng Mingyue hugged Rhubarb. It was like seeing a loved one. It turned out that the group of zombies that day was finally attacked by a zombie and almost couldn't run out. Finally, a dog hole was found to let Rhubarb escape. Rhubarb has had a hard time this month, and after being injured, Rhubarb has to find food and water by himself. Still need to recuperate. Leng Mingyue first took out some spiritual spring water and gave it to Rhubarb to drink. The spiritual spring water is very good for the recovery of injuries. He took out a lot of food for Rhubarb, and Leng Mingyue was not so lonely after having Rhubarb. Time flies, half a year has passed. Leng Mingyue and De Huang are both supernatural beings in the middle of the 6th level, and looking at Zheng Cheng, there are missing person notices written with daggers everywhere in the streets and alleys. That day Leng Mingyue was strolling on the street with Rhubarb. After such a long time, Leng Mingyue must have lost it, and everyone must have had an accident. A cat appeared across the street, and Leng Mingyue took a closer look and shouted, "Is it a snowball?" Swichuan ran back and jumped into Leng Mingyue's arms. The voice came from Leng Mingyue's mind, "I've been looking for you for so long, and I can feel that you are in this city with my supernatural powers. It took me half a year to find you." Leng Mingyue said, "I thought you were all dead, I was looking for you every day in Zhengcheng." Swichuan said with mental strength, "I used supernatural powers to sense after the zombie wave happened, and no one died." Leng Mingyue suddenly became excited, "Really? Then where are they?" Swichuan, "It's been too long, my ability level is too low, and I can't sense it now. If I upgrade to another level, I should be able to sense it." Leng Mingyue felt that a large number of crystal nuclei had been taken out for Swichuan, but Swichuan's attack power was not enough, and it was still at level 5. Now Leng Mingyue's task is to fight zombies and collect crystal nuclei during the day, and make delicious food for Rhubarb and snowballs at night. In this way, another 2 months passed, and Swichuan finally rose to level 6. Chapter 68. Swichuan finally reached level 6, Leng Mingyue quickly let Swichuan sense it, and Swichuan pointed north with his paw. Leng Mingyue stood up and looked north, muttering to himself, "They went north, so they should have gone to Kyoto." It suddenly became clear, they must have gone to Kyoto. In fact, Leng Mingyue should have thought of it a long time ago, but the authorities are confused by the bystanders in the game. That kind of obsession kept him looking here. Now Swichuan pointed north with his paw, and Leng Mingyue understood everything. Swichuan also told Leng Mingyue that they were still alive. Leng Mingyue suddenly became enlightened, and he didn't worry about them anymore. His heart was opened, and Leng Mingyue's ability level broke through level 6 and reached level 7. This period of time has been suppressed for too long, and the ability level that had already reached the bottleneck suddenly broke through. Leng Mingyue took a good shower, shaved, and changed into clean clothes. "My hair is already shawl length, and it is inconvenient to cut it myself, so I keep it long." Leng Mingyue took a shower and dried her hair, and looked at the heavy snow outside the window. The end of the world does not know the year. Usually, Zhengcheng doesn't have such a heavy snowfall. Leng Mingyue calculated that it has been more than 2 years since the end of the world. "I have broken through the 7th level. It seems that the first 7th level supernatural person in the last life was more than 4 years ago. Now there is a problem, the snow is too heavy, the road is covered, and the car can't drive." Leng Mingyue made another hot pot meal and ate it warmly. After eating, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. I set off, holding the snowball, and Rhubarb ran with it. The snow was about 20 centimeters, and it was still falling. I watched it. Nowhere is the way. Walking forward, Leng Mingyue is also trotting. The supernatural beings are very strong, and the speed should be about 30 km per hour. After running for 2 hours, take a break and continue running. Take a rest every 2 hours until the evening 8 o'clock. Ran more than 200 kilometers. Rhubarb followed suit, sticking out his tongue out of exhaustion. I took out the RV, took a shower, and had a simple meal. Zhengcheng is about 700 kilometers away from Kyoto, so it should be about 500 kilometers away. Simply eat something, go to bed early, and run on the snow, which is much more strenuous and tiring than on the road. We set off early the next day. At 1 p.m., a city appeared in front of us. Leng Mingyue found out the map and looked at Shijia city. Leng Mingyue thought for a moment, went straight through, and took a shortcut. Hoped to get through before dark. After entering the city, Leng Mingyue regretted it. Waves of zombies rushed over. 2 hours later, Leng Mingyue was forced back to the entrance. FK. There are groups of zombies in the northeast. There is no way to go west. Although it is far away, there are not so many zombies. Head west with Rhubarb. After running for more than 2 hours, a wolf howled suddenly. It turns out that there are mountains to the west, and there are wolves here. How seemingly endless rain. The pack of wolves was very fast, there were about 30 of them, and all of them were level 4, Wolf King level 5 mutant beasts. The wolves have also been hungry for several days, and saw Leng Mingyue rhubarb and snowballs. This is the rhythm of dinner. The wolves quickly surrounded. With the Wolf King howling, the battle began. Leng Mingyue yelled, "Big Huang, stand in front. Rhubarb, you are already level 7, you let me top." Leng Mingyue came later, and the 2 fireballs blasted the 2 wolves away. The Wolf King was already close, and Leng Mingyue kicked out, directly breaking the Wolf King's waist. Rhubarb killed 4 wolves, and looking back, it was so cruel. All the wolves behind were dead, except the Wolf King, who was trying to run with his front legs upside down. Leng Mingyue said, "Rhubarb, I asked you to attract them because I was afraid they would run away. You are doing well. I will treat you to roast wolf legs tonight." There was no time to deal with it, so I put the wolf directly into the space of Godhead. The Wolf King didn't kill him. He drank some spiritual spring water and put it in the space. Whether it can live or not depends on its good fortune. Leng Mingyue regretted it. He killed too fast just now. He should keep a few of them in the Godhead space to keep them. The Godhead space is very, very big now. It is already as big as a city. Put some animals in to make the space more lively. Continue to set off, there are many animals in the mountains. When encountering a litter of wild boars, Leng Mingyue learned his lesson and did not kill them. They are all included in the Godhead space. As I walked, it was a little bit westward. You can always meet pheasants along the mountain. Squirrel. I also ran into a few wild goats, and the animals in the Godhead space became more and more abundant. Leng Mingyue suddenly found himself going astray. Then I got lost in the mountains. Chapter 69. Sometimes walking along the mountain ridges, you lose your way as you walk. It was already dark, so we found a relatively flat and leeward place and lit a bonfire. Leng Mingyue's current physique does not feel cold in this icy and snowy day, but seeing fire when alone can give people a sense of security. Then a leg of lamb and a chicken were roasted over the fire. Rhubarb stared intently at the roast chicken. I gave Sichuan a few small dried fish. The meat was almost done, and just about to eat it, suddenly there was movement on the opposite mountain. Leng Mingyue stood up and looked towards the opposite mountain. A few stones rolled down from the mountain. This is already a relatively deep mountain. The zombies have not been seen before, and they are likely to be mutant beasts. It was already dark, and the mutated beast did not come, nor did it go by itself. It should be the mutated beast attracted by the light of the fire, or the smell of barbecue. Hurry up and eat. After eating and putting out the fire, this mutant beast didn't come directly. Its IQ is already very high, and its level must not be low. Pull off a drumstick from the roasted chicken and throw the rest to the rhubarb. The leg of lamb is also ready to eat, and I started to eat it. At this time, the voice of the snowball rang in my mind. Dangerous approach. It seems that mutant beast can't wait. A gust of wind, this mutant beast is a colorful tiger. Leng Mingyue saw that it would be great if he kept it as a pet. How domineering! Sichuan has no fighting power and has already run away. Rhubarb is a level 6 mutant beast. It was a bit worse against this tiger. Leng Mingyue sensed it. Although this tiger was not at level 7, it was at the peak of level 6. Mutant beasts of this level already have intelligence no lower than that of humans. There are some talented people who can speak their minds. It's hard to get over it. The tiger looked at Leng Mingyue and then at rhubarb. It should be able to feel that Leng Mingyue is too threatening, so he rushed to Leng Mingyue and jumped more than 10 meters. Extremely fast. Leng Mingyue jumped to the side and shouted, "Big Huang on! Rhubarb, if you don't want to go, you still want me to go." Rhubarb also jumped away. Leng Mingyue hit the tiger with 2 fireballs, and now Leng Mingyue's fireballs are very powerful, and they all use mental pressure to suppress the concentrated fireballs. Rhubarb also jumped over and grabbed it twice. Was slapped flying by the tiger's paw. "Rhubarb, I will be back." Leng Mingyue fired the fireball with both hands, and the tiger didn't dare to catch it hard. Although the tiger moved quickly, but its size was relatively large, it would always be hit. The tiger charged again, and Leng Mingyue jumped to the side, dodging the tiger, but not the tiger's tail. Leng Mingyue was sent flying by a tail, opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood, and was beaten out of his stomach. Leng Mingyue shouted, "Da Wang, where did you die?" Then Rhubarb rushed out from behind a stone. "Rhubarb, I went to take a pee." One person and one dog besieged the tiger, and the tiger was a little overwhelmed, and the fireball blasted one wound after another on his body. Leng Mingyue noticed the tiger tail and dealt with it carefully. 40 minutes later, Leng Mingyue exploded a fireball in the tiger's mouth. Ended the tiger's sinful life. "Tiger, I am wronged." Both Leng Mingyue and Rhubarb suffered some injuries, took out the Ling Chuan and drank some. "I don't know where the leg of lamb went, so I added some firewood to the campfire. The lamb leg is gone, let's roast a tiger leg." The tiger's skin could no longer be seen, it was all traces of fireballs. The tiger legs were too big to be roasted, so we had to cut about 10 catties of tiger meat from the hind legs. Skewered and grilled up. At the end of the battle, Leng Mingyue felt pain all over his body. Leng Mingyue, who had just been whipped by the tiger's tail, hit the rock. Lots of bruises all over his body. "Take a break and rub some medicine on your body." The tiger meat was roasted for about half an hour, sprinkled with some condiments, and started to eat. Tiger meat is not as delicious as expected. But meat has energy in it. The energy of tiger meat at the peak of the 6th level is no less than that of the 5th level crystal nucleus. After tossing for most of the night, I was finally full and quiet. It was snowing heavily again. There has never been such a heavy snow in the previous life. It seems that there are still changes in this life. Leng Mingyue cut off a piece of tiger skin, spread it in the RV, and went to bed quickly. This place should not be far from Beijing, but you have to go out of this mountain range. Chapter 70. At dawn, Leng Mingyue got up from the tiger skin, which was very uncomfortable. The untreated animal skin was very hard and had a smell. Throwing the tiger skin out of the car, he took a shower and wiped the inside of the car. Include the caravan in the Shenge space. Simple meal. In the morning the sun rises in the east. The mountains are to the west of Kyoto, and the direction towards the sun should be able to walk out of the mountains. Shouting rhubarb and snowballs, they set off in the direction of the sun. There are no roads on the snow-capped mountains, and sometimes you have to detour if you can't go up. Very difficult to walk. At noon, Leng Mingyue lost his way again. Leng Mingyue stood on the top of a mountain, looking around with binoculars. Found someone moving in the valley ahead. Leng Mingyue was very happy and saw someone again, so he went to inquire about the way. To ask for the way, Leng Mingyue took out a bag of rice from the Godhead space and carried it down the mountain. This is a small camp, and there are people guarding it outside. Leng Mingyue approached and was discovered early. When Leng Mingyue arrived at the gate of the camp, more than a dozen people had already walked out, armed with weapons. The leader inside saw only one person, and asked, "Where are you from, and are you injured?" Leng Mingyue said, "I am not injured. I got lost in this mountain. I want to go to Kyoto. I want to ask you. Does anyone know how to get there?" The leader waved his hand for Leng Mingyue to follow. "There is a wooden house here. Can shelter from wind and snow." Entering the house, Leng Mingyue put a bag of rice in the middle of the house and said, "Here is a bag of rice as a gift for the camp. I want to go to Kyoto now. Can someone guide me?" Everyone was excited when they heard that it was a bag of rice. In the last days, food was already tight and now it snowed, it was even more difficult to find food. Everyone was happy when they opened the bag and saw the snow-white rice. The leader said, "It's not far from Kyoto, about 60 miles. But it's very hard to go when it's snowing." Leng Mingyue said, "No matter how hard it is to go, I will go. If someone can show me the way, I will send 2 bags of rice as a reward." The leader happily shouted, "Guzi, come here and take this gentleman to Kyoto." Guzi was not very happy, because the weather was cold and the road was slippery. The leader said again, "When you come back, I will give you 5 caddies of rice." Guzi happily left the base with Leng Mingyue. The two of them chatted while walking on the road, only to realize that there are many such small gathering places in this mountain, and some places have already reclaimed farmland. These people are all people who ran out from Kyoto. Leng Mingyue asked, "Why don't you go to the base in Kyoto, it should be safe there?" Guzi said, "It is safe, but there is no food. In the past, survivors were given some food for free. But then there was no food in the base, and only people with supernatural powers could eat. We have no way to come out. There are basically no food in this mountain. Zombies. There are some wild vegetables on the mountain, and there is also a kind of worm, which can satisfy the hunger. The taste is also very good. And in the safe zone of Kyoto, you have to hand in supplies. In the previous life, the Kyoto base had enough food, but in this life, the zombies are changing too fast, and there are too many unknowns. Walking on mountain roads and heavy snow is very exhausting. After walking for 3 hours, Guzi couldn't move anymore. Leng Mingyue took out a box of zai pot from his bag and said, "I'll give you this after walking for another 2 hours." Guzi jumped up. He hadn't eaten such delicious food in 3 years, in fact Guzi was already a level 2 supernatural being. Although walking the mountain road is strenuous, it is not tiring. Leng Mingyue teased Guzi and said, "You're tired after walking such a short distance. Can you carry 2 bags of rice when you go back?" Guzi said, "Don't worry, I am a 2nd level power user, and 2 bags of rice are fine." After walking for another 2 hours, he stood on the top of a mountain. Guzi pointed in one direction and said, "There is a short mountain in front of you. After crossing the short mountain, there is a plain, and you can see the downtown area of Kyoto." Leng Mingyue went behind a big tree and took out 2 bags of rice, and gave them 2 caddies of meat and a bag of salt. Leng Mingyue said, "Take these things and go back to the camp quickly. Don't blame me if they are seen and snatched away." Originally, Guzi wanted to ask where he got the rice from. Startled by Leng Mingyue, he hurriedly picked up the rice and held the meat and salt in his arms. Turn around and run, much faster than when you came. Leng Mingyue ignored Guzi and quickened his pace. Leng Mingyue was going to the Kyoto safe zone before dark. Running fast all the way, the running rhubarb struggled to follow. I finally arrived at the Kyoto safe zone before dark. The current Kyoto is bounded by the Third Ring Road, and inside the Third Ring Road is the safe zone. This should be the largest safe zone in the world. Leng Mingyue looked at the high wall, and only the infrastructure madman could build such a wall after the apocalypse. It has not been broken by zombies in the past 10 years of the apocalypse. When Leng Mingyue came to the door, he needed to apply for a name tag for the first time. There is also a number, just like an ID card. Then pay the living fee, which is 10 caddies of rice per month, or the equivalent amount of food. If it is meat, it can be halved. Leng Mingyue got his name tag, paid 10 caddies of rice, and was arranged to live in a place where survivors gathered. It was dirty and messy, and there was no place to live. Most of the tents here are tents, and wooden houses have been set up in some places. Leng Mingyue wanted to find a place to live. He had food and crystal nuclei, and then walked in. There was a place that said Doomsday Hotel. Being able to open a hotel here is definitely a different status. The decoration is not bad, and there is electricity. Just stay here. I asked the price for 10 caddies of rice for one night. It is 30 times the entrance fee. Leng Mingyue came out, found a dark alley where there was no one there, took out a 100 jin bag of rice, and carried it into the Doomsday Hotel. Put it on the bar and stay for 10 days first. The bartender was also stunned at once, it was so extravagant. In the past, there were also those who lived for a long time, usually crystal nuclei, or mixed foods. Chapter 71. After checking in, the room was fairly clean, like a small hotel in a 3 to 4 tier city. It's late today, stay here first, and look for it tomorrow. It's not easy to find a few people in such a large safe area. If they all have their own names, it will be easier to find them. The next day Leng Mingyue walked in this safe zone. Compared with the previous life, it was much more desolate here, and many survivors could not eat. Leng Mingyue suddenly heard a person coming. Secretary Wang, whom I had contacted before, should have a high position in the capital. I remember that accidents happened along the way, and it has been more than 2 years since the end of the world. Leng Mingyue found the satellite phone from Shenge Space, pressed a number and dialed it. After a few rings, a tired voice picked up and gave a feed. Leng Mingyue said, "Is it Secretary Wang?" "I am Leng Mingyue." The other party hesitated for a while, and said, "You are Leng Mingyue who has disappeared for more than a year." The other party was very excited. It seems that he still remembers himself. There were some accidents in Zhengcheng. I just arrived in Kyoto yesterday. I would like to ask Secretary Wang for a favor. Secretary Wang said, "Where are you? I will send someone to pick you up." Then the end of the World Hotel. Hanging up the phone, Leng Mingyue walked back to the hotel, and waited at the door for about 7 to 8 minutes. A jeep drove up, and a soldier got off and saluted Leng Mingyue. Said, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Leng?" Leng Mingyue nodded, and then the two got into the car. The car drove very fast, and arrived at a heavily guarded villa area. The soldiers at the gate wanted to search the body. At this time, a man trotted out from the inside, shouting that there was no need for a body search to let him go. The soldier looked at it, stepped back and stood back at the door. The person who ran out stretched out his hand and said, "Mr. Leng, you are really easy for me to find." Leng Mingyue was a little stunned. This person should be Secretary Wang, but he had no friendship with him, so why did he feel so enthusiastic? Entering an office, Secretary Wang personally made tea, sat across from him and said, "Mr. Leng said that there is something to do, so please tell me what to do first. A few months ago in Zhengcheng, my team and I encountered a wave of zombies and were dispersed. They should be in the capital. I want Secretary Wang to help find them. After Leng Mingyue finished speaking, Secretary Wang brought a piece of paper and a pen and said, "Write down their names and their characteristics. Leave this to me. As long as they are in the safe zone of Kyoto, I will definitely find them for you." Secretary Wang rubbed his hands together and said awkwardly, "Mr. Leng, I shouldn't have asked you when you just arrived, but there is really no way." Leng Mingyue said, "Speak directly if you have something to say. You have provided food to many bases along the way you have come." Just by saying this, Leng Mingyue understood that the Kyoto base is also short of food. Leng Mingyue said, "Is there a shortage of food in Kyoto?" Secretary Wang said, "It's not that there is a shortage, it's that there is a great shortage. Even the leaders can only eat 1 meal a day with staple food, and the remaining 2 meals are only porridge. I have never heard of such a shortage of food in my previous life." Leng Mingyue said, "How much food does Kyoto need?" Secretary Wang sighed, and said, "All the land around the capital has been planted, and it's snowing again. Next year's autumn harvest, I don't know how much wheat we can harvest. From now until the autumn harvest, there are still 4 months left, every day it's an astronomical figure." Leng Mingyue said, "In this way, I will first bring 100 tons of grain over." Secretary Wang was dumbfounded, and he will pull 100 tons first, and there will be more after that. Secretary Wang became excited and said, "Okay, okay. Your food." Leng Mingyue waved his hand, walked out, and said as he walked, "If my teammates have any news, let me know immediately, and I will stay at the Doomsday Hotel." Secretary Wang knew that the question he asked was Leng Mingyue's secret. Secretary Wang's eyes flashed coldly, but he was immediately suppressed by reason. Leng Mingyue was not an ordinary person. Secretary Wang made a few more phone calls and hurried to find a few people. Leng Mingyue walked out of the base and found a place where no one was around. There were not many big trucks in his space, so he found a semi-trailer. Such a truck can usually pull more than 50 tons at a time. In the Godhead space, fill the cart with consciousness. Then he took out the Godhead space and drove towards the base. Fortunately, the road near the base was cleared. Drive to the gate of the base. It has been more than 2 years since the end of the world, and there are very few people who can drive. When you see such a big car, report it to the higher authorities." Not long after, Secretary Wang drove out of the gate of the base in a car. Seeing that Leng Mingyue pulled back a cart of grain so quickly, he asked people to let him go, and drove ahead to the warehouse. Leng Mingyue got out of the car and said, "This is 50 tons of rice, unload it quickly." Secretary Wang called to a dozen soldiers and everyone was very happy when they heard that it was rice. After unloading the car, Leng Mingyue drove out of the base again. Leng Mingyue found a hidden place, put the car into the Shenge space, and waited here for a while to see if anyone was following him. After waiting for half an hour, no one came. It seems that Secretary Wang is okay. In such a short period of time, if someone followed him, it must be someone sent by Secretary Wang. I loaded another cart of corn and drove back to the base. The gatekeepers didn't stop them, they just let them go. Drive to the warehouse. Secretary Wang came again and said, "Mr. Leng, we have found information about your teammates, let's go to the office and talk." Chapter 72. Secretary Wang brought Leng Mingyue to the office and said, "Your teammates have been here for about a year. The people you mentioned are all there. They have been receiving tasks in the Kyoto safe zone. You probably don't know that there is a quest hall in the base, where you can receive quests to earn points. Points are now money in the post-apocalyptic world. They can be exchanged for food and living supplies at the base. What survivors most want to exchange is scientists' research and development. The alloy weapon that came out." Secretary Wang was still going on and on. Leng Mingyue interrupted, then are my teammates in the base now. Unfortunately, they accepted a SS level mission half a month ago, and the whole team set off to do the mission. When Leng Mingyue heard about the SS level task, he knew it should be a very, very difficult task. Leng Mingyue asked, "Tell me about this task." This task is to go to the Great Northwest. The main material of the alloy weapon is a special substance transported from the Great Northwest. It has not been discovered before the end of the world, and it should only be available after the end of the world. The two batches of materials have been attacked recently. The government has just issued an SS-level mission to investigate who attacked the convoy escorting the materials. Leng Mingyue said, "Give me a copy of the detailed information of this task, and I will go find them tomorrow." Secretary Wang took out 2 pieces of paper and said, "The detailed information is here. You can read it." Leng Mingyue also said to exchange some alloy weapons for me, and I will exchange them with food. Secretary Wang said without hesitation, "Okay, tell me what kind of weapon you want. If you need special weapons, you can also customize them." "I don't have time to customize. I have 10 pieces of various weapons. I'll see how much food I need. I'll bring them tomorrow." Secretary Wang said, "The food you brought today is enough to pay for these 10 weapons. But the base is too short of food now. If you can still bring it tomorrow, I will have the cheek to accept it on behalf of the base." Secretary Wang is very smart. "Don't directly say how much you want, but this is how much you want." Leng Mingyue bid farewell and returned to the Doomsday Hotel. Leng Mingyue wants to enter the space to see how much food is in storage now. "Over the past 2 years, I have planted some when I have time. It has piled up." Originally, he wanted to enter the space with consciousness, but suddenly, Leng Mingyue's body directly entered the space of the Godhead. The body entered the space. Leng Mingyue was taken aback. Could this be a change in his 7th level Godhead space? "I stepped on the grass, which is the same as the outside. I can see some pigs and sheep on the hillside in the distance, and I can see ducks by the river. This scene seems to be back before the end of the world." Being able to enter the space of the Godhead means that if there is danger, you can hide in it. If I entered the space of Godhead, would there be fragments of Godhead left outside? Leng Mingyue found a mobile phone that was still charged. After leaving the Godhead space, in the room, I turned on the recording function and entered the Godhead space by myself. About 1 minute later, he exited the Shenge space again and turned on his phone to play back. I saw my body suddenly disappear without any trace, and then suddenly reappeared about 1 minute later. This is good, this is another means of saving lives. Leng Mingyue re-entered the Godhead space and started counting grains. The most grown is corn, followed by wheat and rice. These 3 staple foods are the most, and there is no way to count them by weight, they are all piled up into a hill. Leng Mingyue decided to take out more food for the Kyoto safe zone. Now there are mountains, hills, and lakes in the Godhead space. Large plains. This is already a paradise. Using his divine sense, he found out that the area below should be about the same as the area of Kyoto. If it continues to develop like this, his divine space may really become a small world. The next day Leng Mingyue drove out of the base, found a wide area, and took out 3 piles of grain. Each pile is tens of meters high. Leng Mingyue drove back to the base in a car. When Secretary Wang saw Leng Mingyue coming back in a car, he looked embarrassed and said, "Mr. Leng, you remember a lot of food. It's nothing if you don't have it. You can look at the 10 grains. How about the weapon?" Leng Mingyue took the weapon and looked at it. This is an alloy weapon at the primary stage, and it should be able to break through the body of a 7th level zombie. It should not work against level 8 zombies. Leng Mingyue said, "It's okay to use. You can send someone to go out and walk for about 20 minutes to see the food. There are too many. I can't pull them back with a car. The food is stored well and should be enough for a long time in the safe area. I was in a hurry, so I left first." After I found my teammates, I completed the SS level mission and we are coming back. Leng Mingyue said again. If they come back to hand in the task, you ask someone to tell them to wait for me here, and use the satellite phone to notify me. Secretary Wang nodded and said, don't worry, as long as they come back, I will definitely let them stay at the base and wait for you. Load the alloy weapon into the car, take rhubarb and snowballs, and drive out of the safe zone, this time all the way west. Chapter 73. Kyoto, which I have been thinking about so much, set off again within a few days after arriving in Kyoto. After driving for an hour out of the safe zone, no one cleared the snow on the road, and I couldn't drive the car, so I had to walk. The snow has reached knees, and I can't see where there is a road or where there are pits. It doesn't run fast either. Leng Mingyue was very depressed. It would take 2 months to go to the northwest. Leng Mingyue turned around and saw rhubarb having fun in the snow. I thought of a good way. I have seen sleds in the show before. Pulled by a dog. The speed is very fast. I started looking for things from the Godhead space, and I had an impression of the general appearance of the sled. The most important thing was 2 sleds with the front tilted up, and a chair was fixed on it. I made a 6-7 point image, grabbed rhubarb and tied it up. Leng Mingyue said, if rhubarb behaves well, chicken legs will serve you. If you don't perform well, eat snow. Rhubarb started to run, and the speed was not bad, but after running for half an hour, rhubarb stopped running recklessly, lying on the ground, kicked rhubarb twice, but still did not move. Rhubarb, comparing dogs with me, you can't. Leng Mingyue remembered the tiger he killed again. It was 5 meters long, and it must have been very fast to pull the sled. If rhubarb didn't pull it, he had to find an animal that could pull it. He walked too slowly and was tired. Go into the mountain along the way you came. See if you can find a larger mutant beast. A few hours later, I entered the mountain, and came to the place separated from Erguzi, the vast mountain, where to find the mutant beast. There are still some survivors scattered in this mountain. Looking for the survivors, ask if they have seen mutant beasts. Leng Mingyue took out his binoculars and began to search. Human traces are easy to find, and they usually take some protective equipment. Half an hour later, Leng Mingyue came to a small shelter. There was no one guarding it. When he entered, he saw many people lying down. What is the situation? A middle-aged man barely sat up when he saw someone coming in. After some investigation, it turned out that these people were too hungry to move. Leng Mingyue took out some bread and gave everyone one. Everyone gobbled it up, and several of them choked. The middle-aged man told Leng Mingyue that there are a total of 32 people in this camp and it is still very democratic. The last food is shared equally by everyone. The snow is too heavy, so there is really no food, and everyone is ready to starve to death. Leng Mingyue took out some more rice and there was a big pot in the camp. Put in some snow, put some rice, and start cooking porridge. Everyone in the camp gathered around. Leng Mingyue asked, have you ever seen a large mutant beast? Everyone shook their heads, and the middle-aged man said, if there are large mutant beasts, we probably won't be able to see you alive. Leng Mingyue was rather disappointed, thinking about leaving some food and leaving. Everyone was rather disappointed. The leading middle-aged man said, thank you benefactor for allowing us to live for 2 more days. Hearing this, Leng Mingyue didn't feel right, and said, could it be that you dislike me for not leaving much? The leading middle-aged man shook his head, we would be very grateful if you could leave food behind, but we couldn't find any food in the first place, and the heavy snow kept falling, so we definitely wouldn't be able to survive for a few more days. Leng Mingyue sat down again, and began to think, his Godhead space is very large now, if he let animals go, he should be able to let people in, if he let people in, he would have exposed his cards. Leng Mingyue asked, if you were asked to go to a place where the seasons are like spring, there are no zombies, and there is a large area of land to raise pigs, sheep, and farms, but there is no way to go back to the end of the world. Would you like to go? The middle-aged man said, You are talking about Xanadu, right? If there is such a good place, who would want to stay in this last days? Leng Mingyue said, Pack your things and I will take you to a place where there are no zombies, no ice, and snow in half an hour. Leng Mingyue used his consciousness to enter the Godhead space, and in the southeast corner, he divided a place with an area of 10,000 mu, surrounded by high mountains on all sides, and humans could not climb it with bare hands. Another small river was diverted. There is a forest at the foot of the mountain. There are some chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep in the woods. Leng Mingyue was very satisfied with his work. The terrain of the Godhead space can be changed at will with consciousness. Leng Mingyue is the god of creation in the Godhead space. Everyone has nothing to pack, just some clothes, photo souvenirs. Everyone stood together. Leng Mingyue's spiritual consciousness enveloped these people, and they were all included in the divine space. The moment they entered the divine space, they were stunned. The moment he put the person in, Leng Mingyue felt that there was some change in the Godhead space, but he didn't know what the change was. After a while, people began to wake up one after another, so that everyone didn't know how long they had fainted, and they didn't know how they got here. Leng Mingyue entered the Godhead space on his own, and introduced to everyone that this is a paradise. There are trees over there, you can cut down some trees to build some wooden houses, and there are some animals in the woods, but don't eat them all at once, raise them reasonably, and eat them. Without telling people where it is, Leng Mingyue left the Godhead space. Using the same method, many small shelters in this mountain forest have been included in the Godhead space. I heard that there is food and it is not cold, and everyone agrees. Leng Mingyue counted more than 1,200 people in total. Now the space of Godhead is lively. The first earners carved the appearance of Leng Mingyue from a large log. Everyone doesn't know where this is, but they know that Leng Mingyue brought them here, so that people must remember Leng Mingyue. At this time, Leng Mingyue felt that Susie's strength was strengthening herself. Could it be? Chapter 74. Originally, the human beings were included in the Godhead space because they did not want so many people to die in this last world. It turns out that these human beings can strengthen themselves. It's faint, but you can feel it. Although there were some animals in the first wave of people, they were not willing to kill them. These people can worship themselves. This should be the power of faith. Leng Mingyue must give some benefits to those who worshipped him. There were more than 30 people in the first wave. They took half of the pork, took a few packets of salt, took 2 lighters, and put them under the wood carvings. After being discovered, these people gathered around and knelt under the wooden carving, saying reverently, "Thank God for giving us the food we need." Leng Mingyue could feel that the feeling of increasing strength was more obvious. Leng Mingyue added some trails between these villages, people can pass through, and let everyone here know that worshipping oneself can get good things. After struggling for several days, they failed to find a tiger. Leng Mingyue saw a pure white goat at dawn. The size is not small, there should be a 5th-level mutant beast. If it doesn't work, use sheep instead of transportation. Leng Mingyue chased after him and said, "Run slowly, I'll give you something to eat." The goat is very fast, and it is also a wind attribute goat. It's not bad to use this to pull the cart. Leng Mingyue chased after him with rhubarb. The more I chase, the more I like it. This sheep jumps like walking on the ground in the mountains. After approaching, Leng Mingyue waved a few fireballs and hit the goat in front of it. The goat didn't dare to run forward, turned around and hit Leng Mingyue with the horns on its head. Leng Mingyue hit him with his fist. With a bang, the goat fell to the ground. Leng Mingyue, a level 7 supernatural being, is still very easy to deal with a level 5 mutant beast. Seeing the goat fell to the ground, Leng Mingyue regretted it. Did I use too much force? The means of transportation that I finally found will kill me. Is it a lamb skewer or a roast leg of lamb? Just thinking about it, the goat wobbled up. It seems all right. Leng Mingyue quickly found a usse cabbage from the godhead space. Herbivores are relatively weak in attack power, so he quickly tempted him with delicious food. Because of the heavy snow, this goat has not eaten for a long time. Eating cabbage. The old Wei took out a bowl of spiritual spring water. The goat was completely captured. Sichuan can communicate with goats when he has used his energy. Leng Mingyue asked Sichuan to be an interpreter. Let the goat pull him away, and he can drink a bowl of spiritual spring water every day. The goat nods. Food plus stick, not bad not bad. Choose a name for the goat. Xiaobai is occupied by a rabbit, and Sichuan is also a white kitten. What is the name of this other white goat? Or Dabai? No one refute, so it's decided. Dabai, I protest. Leng Mingyue took out the homemade sled from the godhead space. Find the map, satellite positioning, and military compass given by Secretary Wang. Find the road that the military often takes. This road is more than 1,000 kilometers. Because the military often transports, the surrounding area of this road has been cleaned up very clean. Any damaged areas have been repaired. But the snow made it difficult to walk. After another day, I finally got out of the mountain and found this road by relying on satellite positioning. Dabai started to run, but De Wang struggled to catch up. From time to time, just jump on the sled and take a break. Dabai must be able to run at a speed of 60 per hour, which is why he is pulling the sled. I ran to Taiyuan City before dark. Leng Mingyue observed that the low-level zombies here move very slowly, and normal people can't catch up with walking zombies. It seems that the snow has an impact on people, as well as zombies. Now in the city, zombies generally have the most zombies at the 3rd and 4th levels. Level 5 is less. Tier 6 is almost invisible. It is estimated that there may not be a 7th level zombie in the entire Taiyuan City. Dabai was exhausted after driving the car all day, so he drank the Lingchuan water and ate some vegetables before taking a rest. Leng Mingyue had been working on a sled for a day and wanted to move his body. He said to Rhubarb, "Go and exercise your body. You can use these zombies to practice your hands, and you can also collect some crystal nuclei." De Wang shook his head, and lay down next to Dabai. "Oh, I can only do it myself." The old way was to ignite 2 balloons, and the sound of the explosion attracted the zombies to come slowly. He took out the alloy saber and rushed into the group of zombies. Pick up crystal nuclei while killing. It's like an adult rushing into kindergarten. After killing for 3 hours and collecting more than 2,000 crystal nuclei, it's time to rest, and I have to hurry tomorrow. Leng Mingyue's spiritual consciousness observed in the godhead space, and 3 waves of people have offered their own wood carvings. Put some supplies under the wood carving. I exited the godhead space, and after passing Taiyuan, I entered the northwest. It is a dry place with little rain. I don't know if there will be such a heavy snow. If there is no snow, I can drive. The next morning, I simply ate something and set off. After passing the Taihang Mountains, the snow was obviously much smaller. After walking for half a day, there is very little snow on the road, so I can drive. Leng Mingyue took out a large raptor pickup and let the 3 pets sit in the back seat. I kicked the floor oil and rushed out. The military has repaired this road and it is easy to walk. I arrived in Lanzhou City the next afternoon, and the mysterious substance is 150 kilometers north of Lanzhou City. Leng Mingyue felt that he drove past overnight. Chapter 75. There are still 150 kilometers away from Lanzhou. These roads are a bit difficult to walk, and some places have been destroyed. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when we arrived at the mysterious substance mine. As soon as Leng Mingyue got out of the car, there was a loud fight. Not good. Leng Mingyue put the pickup into the Godhead space and ran towards the sound. It turned out that 3 zombies were trapped in a room. These 3 were dressed in military uniforms, and they should be able to watch the car turn into a zombie from a previous life soldier. These 3 zombies have a metallic color. Leng Mingyue saw that the door was locked from the outside, and it seemed that there might be survivors here. Leng Mingyue opened the door. 3 zombies rushed over, and Leng Mingyue kicked them back with 1 kick. The level of zombies is not high, they are all level 3 zombies. It seems that the time to become a zombie is not long. The zombie rushed up again, and Leng Mingyue hit the zombie's chest with a fireball. Generally, low-level injuries are directly blown to pieces. But the metallic zombie's chest was dented by the explosion, and then he stood up again. The zombie body is fine. Leng Mingyue took out another alloy saber. Not too hard, just to test this zombie. A knife slashed at the back. Although the defense was broken, the wound was not deep. Look at the zombie and look at the alloy sword in his hand, the color is very close. This zombie will not eat the mysterious substance. In order to keep it as an experiment, Leng Mingyue brought the 3 zombies into the Godhead space, and gave them a small area to move around alone. Leng Mingyue circled here a few more times, but there was no one alive. Below is the mine for collecting mysterious substances. Could it be that the team members are all in the mine? He took out the satellite phone and called Secretary Wang. After 2 rings, it was connected. Leng Mingyue said, "Is there any news from my teammates?" Secretary Wang, "It's certain that they haven't come back yet. I have arranged for several gatekeepers." Leng Mingyue, "I have arrived at the location. There are no living people here, but I found a new kind of zombie. They have hard skin and look similar to alloy weapons. Since my teammates haven't returned yet, I will go down to the mine to see look." Secretary Wang, "You must pay attention to safety. Is it too dangerous to go down the mine?" "I will pay attention to safety. People on your side who continue to pay attention to my team, if you go back, please notify me." Hang up the phone. Include Dabai and Swichuan in the Godhead space. The 2 of them have limited fighting power. Find 2 headlights, take 1 for yourself and 1 for De Wang, and start going down the mine. Infrastructure maniacs are not just screaming for nothing. After the end of the world, people can still organize people and mine. Crude tools can also be seen on both sides of the mine. Suddenly there was a sound from below, and I saw a 5-meter-high humanoid monster whose whole body was made of alloy beating an alloy gate. Shining it with a headlight, which attracted the attention of the big man, Leng Mingyue turned off his own headlight. "Rhubarb, what do you mean, let me attract firepower again?" Leng Mingyue said to De Wang, "Use your headlight to lure this big guy out of the mine. It's not easy to fight in the mine. I'll go and see what's inside the gate." Leng Mingyue hid behind a tool cart. The alloy monster rushed over, and Rhubarb turned around and ran away. After Rhubarb and the alloy monster ran away, Leng Mingyue came to the alloy gate and looked at it. The gate was smashed and deformed. Leng Mingyue knocked and said, "Is there anyone inside?" An excited voice came from inside, "Is it Leng Big Brother?" It was the voice of the bell. Leng Mingyue said happily, "It's me. Are you all inside, is anyone hurt?" Sister Huang and brother Qin Feng are both seriously injured. Ling Yian said with tears. "Can the door be opened?" Ling Yian said, "It can't be opened, it has been smashed." Leng Mingyue also hit a few times and remained motionless. It seems that the monster is still needed to smash it open. Leng Mingyue said, "I'll lure that alloy monster to smash the door. You all hide. Be safe." Leng Mingyue killed a chicken from space and sprinkled the blood on the alloy gate. Then go for the rhubarb. Rhubarb is pulling the alloy monster around in circles. Leng Mingyue said, "Pull rhubarb back and let this monster continue to smash the door. I can't open this alloy door." De Huang ran over and threw the headlamp to Leng Mingyue, then quickly ran into the dark and hid. Rhubarb is good at IQ. Holding the headlamp, he led the alloy monster back into the mine. Run to the gate, learn from Rhubarb, turn off the headlights and hide behind a mine cart. The alloy monster ran to the gate, the light disappeared, the blood on the alloy gate attracted the alloy monster, and began to smash the gate frantically. He found Rhubarb again, and gave Rhubarb the headlight. The alloy monster smashed it for 10 minutes, and a big gap was opened. Leng Mingyue turned on Rhubarb's headlamp to shine on the alloy monster. Be provoked again. The alloy monster went after Rhubarb again. Leng Mingyue came to the gate, which was already crumbling. Leng Mingyue unloaded the gate and put it in the Godhead space. Entering the room, looking around, Ling Yian rushed into Leng Mingyue's arms. Ling Yu, Murong Shuet, Qin Feng, Huang Kankan, and Little White Rabbit are all there. One of Ling Yu's arms was broken while holding Huang Kankan, and Qin Feng's chest was covered in blood. Take out the spiritual spring water and give Huang Kankan and Qin Feng to drink the spiritual spring water. Everyone's mental state is not good. Leng Mingyue directly put everyone into the Godhead space. He also went in and said, "This is a paradise, you should take a rest first. Take out some more food. I'll go out and have a look at Rhubarb, and I'll tell you guys after I've dealt with the big alloy guy." Leng Mingyue came out of the divine space, found Rhubarb, and as soon as he stretched out his hand, a dozen fireballs hit the alloy monster. Rhubarb's claws were covered with a layer of golden light, and he patted the alloy monster. Looking at the monster again, the fireball only left some black marks. Rhubarb's claw seems to be broken, and he can only walk on 3 legs. Monsters are invincible. Include Rhubarb in the divine space. Dabai was found again, and he was also included in the Godhead space. My own body also returned to the space of Godhead. Said to everyone, "This monster is too strong, wait for everyone to recover from his injuries and work together to destroy him." Ling Yian threw herself into Leng Mingyue's arms again. Chapter 76. At this time, Huang Kankan and Qin Feng had also woken up, drank the water from the spiritual spring, and their wounds recovered a little. It's been almost a year, so much to say. But I don't know where to start. Check Huang Kankan's arm first, the bone is broken, just take care of it, there is no danger. Qin Feng's condition is not very good, Ling Yian said, I was punched in the chest by an alloy monster. The sternum was broken, and some have pierced into the lungs. I drank the spiritual spring water and took some anti-inflammatory drugs. Qin Feng fell asleep again. He also thought that Qin Feng and Huang Kankan would recover and go to kill this alloy monster together. Now it seems that Qin Feng may not get better in a short time. Leng Mingyue cooked a delicious meal for everyone. They have high levels of abilities. Although they can guarantee that they will not be hungry, it is difficult to eat such a good meal. There is meat and vegetables. Meat is hard to come by, and vegetables are even more rare. Smelling the aroma, Qin Feng was supported by Murong Shui to sit up, and also ate a big meal. Let everyone rest here after dinner. Leng Mingyue came out of the Godhead space, to observe and see if he can kill this alloy monster. I went around outside and didn't find the alloy monster, so I should have returned to the mine. This mine is very important to the military, without this mine there is no way to make alloy weapons. Quietly, Leng Mingyue entered the mine. Without headlights. Slowly the eyes adapted to some of the night. Follow the sound to find the alloy monster. This is. Alloy monsters are mining. From a big spectrum. Monsters will mine. Whenever a piece of mysterious substance is dug out and put directly into the mouth, it turns out that this is the way to cover the body with alloy. It seems that there is no way to mine mysterious substances in this mine without killing this monster. On the ground, he took out the satellite phone and called Secretary Wang. After talking about the situation here, and the team has been found, there is no need to help with the investigation. The focus is on the alloy monsters in the mine here. Secretary Wang suggested, if you use a hot weapon, I don't know if it will kill you. Hot weapons are basically useless. Secretary Wang said, then send a special operations team over to help. Leng Mingyue didn't think of a good solution either, so he returned to the Godhead space. Let everyone figure out a way together. 3 cobblers are worth 1 zhuge. Leng Mingyue said, let everyone think of a way to see how to eliminate this alloy monster. Everyone was chatting together, and Qin Feng suddenly said, can you put the alloy monster in this space? This is a good idea. Everyone is tired, Leng Mingyue is going to rest for the night before starting. Take out 2 motorhomes at night. Leng Mingyue and Huang Kankan, Leng Yian got up in the RV, and they couldn't finish talking. There are too many lovesickness in the nearly 1 year of separation. Too many love words. Leng Yian continued to speak, and Leng Mingyue said, stop talking, it's time to get down to business. Leng Yian and Leng Yu didn't run away, and even Huang Kankan, who had an injured arm, was nourished by Leng Mingyue twice. The next day Leng Mingyue got out of the RV with his waist supported. Leng Yu and Murong Shui were already preparing breakfast, chatting happily while doing it. This year, they have never eaten such a rich meal. Boiled eggs, millet porridge, meat buns. Small pickles. After breakfast, Leng Mingyue came out of the Godhead space again, and today I will try to see if I can bring this alloy monster into the Godhead space. In the depths of the mine, I saw alloy spirit monsters who were still digging tirelessly. Leng Mingyue quietly came behind the alloy spirit monster and wrapped the alloy monster with spiritual power. During the process of entering the space of Godhead, the alloy monster began to struggle. Mental power is interrupted instantly. The alloy monster rushed towards Leng Mingyue angrily. A punch hit him, but Leng Mingyue didn't dare to receive it. Qin Feng had his breastbone broken. Jumping to the side, waved a few fireballs and hit the alloy monster on the head. Turn around and run out of the mine. The alloy spirit monster chased it out, and Leng Mingyue used the soil ability to erect a wall of earth in front of the alloy spirit monster. The earth wall blocked the alloy monster's sight. Run quickly behind a car. The alloy spirit monster came over and wrapped it with spiritual power again. Still being freed. Leng Mingyue was also furious. Crazy fireball output. Hundreds of fireballs hit the alloy head, and the high temperature made the alloy monster's head turn red, and it might melt. The alloy monster turned around and ran back. Deep in the mine. Chapter 77. Sending out so many fireballs in one breath made Leng Mingyue feel uncomfortable, and Leng Mingyue returned to the Godhead space again. Apart from being unable to move her arms, Huang Kankan has no problem with her movements. Qin Feng is still lying down, his complexion has turned a little rosy. It seems that Ling Chuan water is still very effective in recovering from injuries. Ling Yu asked, Brother Leng, can that alloy monster be taken in? Leng Mingyue said, failed, my mental power wrapped around my back and broke free. Ling Yu said, if I control it with mental power, can it be taken in? Leng Mingyue slapped his head, this method is good, you can try it. He left the Godhead space with the bell language, and found the alloy monster in the depths of the mine. The head of the alloy monster has cooled down. This is basically invincible defense. With Ling Yu approaching quietly, Ling Yu used mental power to control the alloy monster, and then Leng Mingyue used mental power to wrap it around, and directly pulled the alloy monster into the space of Godhead. KO, it was a success. Leng Mingyue returned to the Godhead space with the ring language, and began to observe this alloy spirit. Is this a zombie, a mutant beast, or an alloy monster? Leng Mingyue delineated a range of activities for the alloy spirit. After careful observation for a long time, it was confirmed that this was not a zombie. It should be that the alloy essence received some kind of power, which made the alloy hunk develop some instincts. Just like Sun Wukong absorbed too much essence of the sun and the moon, stones can turn into monkeys. I stopped studying the alloy spirit and distributed some supplies to the people in the space. I found everyone, had a happy meal, and the problem here was solved. Everyone is going back to Kyoto. Qin Feng was seriously injured and Murong Shui took care of Qin Feng in the space. Although Huang Cancan's arm is inconvenient, it doesn't affect his movements. Leng Mingyue took out the big pickup, and Huang Cancan sat in the co-pilot Ling Yian and Ling Yu in the back. Sent back to Kyoto. In the car, Leng Mingyue called Secretary Wang and told him about the situation here. The alloy spirit monster was dealt with, and it was time to send someone over to continue mining the mysterious substance. It's a long way back, but don't worry, just like traveling, there are endless things to say after being separated for so long. It turned out that after being dispersed by the zombies dispersed, and then went back to the ruins to look for Leng Mingyue, but couldn't find it after a week of searching. Everyone knows that Leng Mingyue's destination is Kyoto, and then they all go to Kyoto to find Leng Mingyue. Only the Leng Mingyue authorities were foolishly looking for it for so long. The way back was safe and there were no attacks. When they arrived at a place with snow, let the three girls also enter the Godhead space. Swap out to Dabai. Sledding all the way back to Kyoto. A total of 3 days on the road. This speed is very fast. Let everyone out of the Godhead space outside the Kyoto safety zone. The team members are very reliable, but they can't let outsiders know about their Godhead space. If the plot requires it, let alone the issue of space for people to know. After a few days of recuperation, Qin Feng was able to move with the restoration of the spiritual spring. He took out 2 ordinary cars from the Godhead space and drove back to the safe zone. When the gatekeeper saw that it was Leng Mingyue, he immediately let him pass, and then notified Secretary Wang. Before the car of Leng Mingyue and the others arrived at the Doomsday Hotel, Secretary Wang came by car. I heard that several people will stay at the Doomsday Hotel. Secretary Wang said, Mr. Leng, I have arranged a villa for you in the nearby villa area. Leng Mingyue was very happy to have a place to live. Although the food was not bad, Secretary Wang's arrangement made Leng Mingyue very comfortable. Last time he gave the base so much food, the effect was good. Secretary Wang led everyone to the villa area, which is a 3-story building with a small yard. It should be the best housing in the Kyoto base. Secretary Wang said, go in and settle down first, and tell me what is missing. As long as there is something in the base, I can use it for you. Secretary Wang came out of the villa, and a young man beside him said, since he can provide so much food, there must be more, and he should be handed over. Secretary Wang said, wait a little longer. The young man said, the higher authorities only give us a week. Chapter 78. After sending off Secretary Wang, I can finally take a good rest. According to the original plan, I should have arrived in Kyoto more than a year in advance. Huang Cancan was seriously injured on the way. Then they were separated again in Zhengcheng. After such a long delay, I finally settled in Kyoto. After dividing the room, Leng Mingyue chose a bedroom in the middle of the 2nd floor. The 3 girls lived with Leng Mingyue all the time on the road. Now that conditions permit, each person chooses a room, the bell is on the left, the bell is on the right, and Huang Cancan is at the opposite door. Huang Cancan said, finally, I don't have to be so embarrassing about squeezing into the RV. Qin Feng and Murong Shui chose the 3rd floor. There are only 2 of them on the 3rd floor, De Wang, Xiaobai, Suichuan, and Dabai. 4 pets are on the 1st floor, and the rooms are divided. Leng Mingyue prepared a lot of ingredients. Everyone celebrated. During the meal, Qin Feng asked, Boss, what are we going to do next, or kill zombies and collect crystal core upgrades? Everyone looked at Leng Mingyue at the same time. Leng Mingyue said, everyone has gained a foothold in Kyoto. You have also accepted the mission in the mission hall. You should have seen that some survivor teams have grown to hundreds of people, and there are also dozens of people. The next step is to develop our power. Then try to hunt high-level zombies and improve our own strength as much as possible. Leng Mingyue said disdainfully, they can't beat our team even if they have tens or hundreds of them. Leng Mingyue said, although our combat effectiveness is strong and our ability level is high, we can't guarantee absolute safety, just like alloy monsters. Even if our team goes out together, we may not be able to fight. There are still many high-risk places in the last days. Zhengcheng had a large wave of zombies a year ago. The scale of the zombie wave is getting bigger and bigger in the future. So we still need to cultivate our own strength. After eating, everyone went to the mission hall together. In the previous life, Leng Mingyue often took missions here, but this is the first time he came here. The mission hall is very large, and there are many people passing through it. There are several large screens. Tasks are shown above. Then there is a large screen on the side showing the ranking of the top 100 survivor teams in the base. The higher the ranking, the stronger the strength, the easier it is to recruit people. Everyone went to look at the mission. The highest level is an A-level mission, which is to hunt and kill a mutant wild boar at the peak of level 5. This kind of task is too simple. Leng Mingyue didn't take it. Now the survivor's ability level is about 3 to 4. Individuals with good talents or resources can be upgraded to level 5. Several people returned to the villa. Let everyone have a good rest, and Leng Mingyue will figure out how to develop next. After returning to the room, Leng Mingyue entered the Godhead space, and the people here also need to take care of it, and put some supplies where there is his own statue. Leng Mingyue found that many people live together, and the well-developed houses have been built. There is a large village with about 200 people, and there is a stone carving. Although it is rough, you can still see the outline of yourself. Leng Mingyue put a pig, a sheep, some ingredients for cooking, and 1,000 caddies of corn in front of the stone statue. Leng Mingyue saw the alloy spirit again, sitting quietly on the hillside as if sitting on the ground thinking. Leng Mingyue stepped forward to study it, and using his ability to control the space of the Godhead, he cut a gap in Alloy's bent arm, and a silver liquid flowed out. This is a creature. After studying for a long time, I didn't understand, when someone knocked on the door. Leng Mingyue left the Godhead space. Open the door to find the bell. It should be just after taking a shower, the hair has not been dried yet, and he is wearing thick pajamas. Super cute. Just as he was about to speak, Leng Mingyue picked her up and kissed her, and carried her to the bedroom. Leng Mingyue shouted, "Don't tear it up, I only have this pajamas." It was too late, it was already a strip of cloth. An hour later, Leng Mingyue begged for mercy, "Leng big brother, please let me go." Leng Mingyue let go of her voice and shouted, "Sister, help me." The ringer next door had already heard the sound. Hearing the bell yelling for help, he walked over blushing. Leng Mingyue saw Leng Mingyue approaching, and when she was distracted, Leng Mingyue jumped off the bed and ran away holding the cloth. At this time, Leng Mingyue also wanted to run, but was hugged by Leng Mingyue. Leng Mingyue has amazing physical strength now. An hour later, although Leng Mingyue was embarrassed, he still shouted, "Sister Huang, help me." Huang Kankan opened the door and stood at the door and said, "My arm is not fully healed yet. It's hard to move, you guys can play." In an instant, Leng Mingyue's mental power exploded, Huang Kankan was dizzy, and when she woke up, she was hugged by Leng Mingyue. Huang Kankan shook her head helplessly, "Pay attention to my arm, it's not fully healed yet. The spring night is bitter, the day is high, and the king does not go to court early. Cheng Huan has no leisure for serving banquets, and spring nights are special nights for spring outings." Chapter 79. When I had breakfast the next morning, I was all covered with dark circles. Qin Feng said, "Boss, Zioxiu and I discussed about moving out. We bought a 3-bedroom apartment not far from here before. I want to move there with Zioxiu." Leng Mingyue scratched his head embarrassingly, and said, Okay then, I will get you a car and load some more ingredients. The room here is also reserved for you, so you can live wherever you want. After breakfast, Leng Mingyue asked everyone to prepare for recruitment and expansion. Several people have lived in Kyoto for more than a year, and they also know some people. Leng Mingyue said, "You go to recruit people. The first is character. You must have a good character. Weaknesses in combat power are fine and can be cultivated. Then I will go to Secretary Wang. In the future, if there are too many people, there must be a place. I will go ask for it. A piece of land is used as the team's station. Everyone will act separately." Several people went out to recruit people, and Leng Mingyue came to the office area. The gatekeepers knew Leng Mingyue, and I heard that a person who came to look for Secretary Wang whispered something with a headset. Then he led the way, and when Secretary Wang saw Leng Mingyue coming in, he stood up quickly and said, "Mr. Leng, please sit down." Then he poured tea himself. Leng Mingyue said, "I don't go to the Three Treasures Hall for nothing. Our team wants to recruit some people to see if there are any suitable positions in the base." Secretary Wang said, "How many people are you going to recruit?" "Let's recruit 100 people for the time being, and expand later." Secretary Wang frowned and said, "Now the base is in short supply. There is no such a big place. Let me find it for you." Leng Mingyue frowned. "What's the situation? I gave the base so much food and asked for a piece of land. Even if I didn't have one, I should clear it up immediately. 100 people don't use much space, and they don't all live in villas." Secretary Wang said, "I don't know how much food you have, Mr. Leng. Can you store it?" Leng Mingyue suddenly understood that the people above would definitely not let one person control the lifeblood of the base. Leng Mingyue said, "These grains are the grains that we have controlled several large granaries after the apocalypse, and then there are some grains that are planted in the ground. We collected it ourselves. We gave most of it to the base before, and we only kept a small part. Is there not enough food in the base? I can ask someone to pull a few cars over." Secretary Wang said, "Great. The base has enough food for now, but it would be better if we could get some more." Leng Mingyue bid farewell and returned to the villa. "I regretted it on the way. I took out too much food last time, and the money is touching. Just wanted to express my kindness. It is convenient to get some alloy weapons. If we can save more people, we will forget that this is the end of the world. I just watched so many ordinary people starve to death, and I have more food than I can eat, so the heart of the Virgin is overflowing. It seems that I can't be the Virgin, otherwise the audience will give it another star, I'm afraid." Leng Mingyue returned to the villa. Only Huang Kankan was there, and none of them came back yet. Huang Kankan saw that Leng Mingyue's expression was not good, and asked, "What's wrong?" Leng Mingyue said, "The recruitment is suspended. You go and get them all back, I have something to say." Seeing that Leng Mingyue wanted to wait for everyone to arrive, Huang Kankan hurried out. After about half an hour, everyone came back. Qin Feng said, "Boss, there is a team of 10 people who want to follow us. We are negotiating terms." Then I was called back. "What happened?" Leng Mingyue told about Secretary Wang. Said, "The upper management has noticed me. Although I told Secretary Wang that I received the grain from the granary, there is a big loophole. Where is so much food stored, it must take a lot of people to transport it. Our team only has these few people. I was careless about this matter. I just wanted to give more food and help more people." Huang Kankan said, "Then what should we do? We are not afraid of them. Do they still dare to rob us?" Leng Mingyue said, "If you do it, many people will die. I gave food to hope that fewer people will die. I used to think about building a team with the help of the Kyoto safety zone. I am recruiting people. I am developing. I am narrow-minded. I think I will leave Kyoto immediately and build my own safety zone. Qin Feng slapped his thigh. This method is good. Leng Mingyue said, although I have to establish a safe zone by myself, I still don't want Kyoto to fall apart. So we left quietly. I just told Secretary Wang to collect food. Let's pack up and set off immediately. Don't bring anything you don't need. Gone. Everyone cleaned up briefly, and then set off, driving 2 cars, leaving, and heading south all the way after leaving the safe zone. After driving for about half an hour, no one cleared the snow on the road. After several people got out of the car, they were brought into the space of Godhead, and Dabai pulled the sled. All the way south. Chapter 80. Leng Mingyue looked at the map. Zhengcheng is good in terms of geographical location, but it is too close to Kyoto. Looking west according to the map, his eyes fixed on Chang'an, the center of the whole country. This place is good. Just set it here. Under Dabai's fury. We arrived at Zhengcheng at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There is snow here too, but not so much. Leng Mingyue entered the Godhead space. The meal is ready, but no one has eaten it, Leng Mingyue said, eat when you are hungry. Don't wait for me. Everyone ate together and said, I'm going to set the base in Chang'an, how do you feel? Ling Yian said, the scenery over there is not as good as that in the south. Huang Kankan said, would the seaside be better? When you have nothing to do, you can swim and take a bath on the beach. Leng Mingyue said, don't think about the seaside. Mutant creatures in the sea will come ashore in 1 to 2 years. A blue whale weighs 150 to 180 tons before the end of the day. After the end of the day, it will basically exceed 1,000 tons. Walking like a brother slaw. I don't want to be by the sea. Huang Kankan said, who can beat the blue whale when it comes ashore? It's so big. Don't worry. Because the body is too big, even if it has legs, it can't support it to go too far. Most of them still live in the sea. Huang Kankan patted his chest and said in a turbulent way, then I can rest assured. I chose Chang'an because it is more central. Where to collect crystal cores or search for survivors is more advanced. And I have the space of the Godhead, and it will be very convenient if I want to take everyone to move. In this way, the decision was made, and the safety zone established was set in Chang'an. After eating, Leng Mingyue said, because of the heavy snow, the zombies move slowly. According to the solar terms before the Doomsday, it should be the coldest time now. There are more zombies here in Zhengcheng. I plan to take this opportunity to collect more crystal nuclei. There will be some benefits for those who join in the future. It was still dark after dinner, and everyone was going to collect a wave of crystal nuclei. Everyone was dispersed here last time, but this time there is no wave of corpses and no high-level leadership. It snowed again. Zombies move very slowly. Just like picking up crystal nuclei. Everyone stand in formation. Qin Feng and Leng Mingyue stood in front. Although Qin Feng hadn't recovered yet, he had no problem dealing with low-level zombies. Qin Feng's speed and strength have reached the middle and late stages of the 6th level. Leng Mingyue used Ling Chuan to lay a solid foundation for everyone. The same level is basically invincible, but everyone's leveling up is slower, and they can't level up for more than a year. Of course, the lack of high-grade crystal nuclei is also a reason, and 3 to 4 grade crystal nuclei are basically used every day. Leng Mingyue lit a gasoline barrel, and the loud sound attracted thousands of zombies to walk over slowly. When the distance was still 50 meters, Lingyu waved and threw the big willow tree. Similarly, the big willow tree in the middle of the 6th level pierced through more than a dozen zombies by waving its branches. Both attack and defense are excellent. Is a big help. The bell language activated the ability to control 20 zombies at a time, and the traitorous zombies turned around and bit the zombies behind them. Very effective in blocking the advance of the zombies. And the controlled zombies will also pick up crystal nuclei. Equivalent to 20 more labor force. Huang Kankanmu launched a dozen ginkgo trees and flew out with a wave of his hand, all of which were accurately pierced on the zombie's head, and then flew out more than a dozen branches with his hands to retrieve the zombie's crystal nucleus. Leng Mingyue was happy. This is equivalent to more than a dozen more laborers. The team's combat effectiveness is strong, and it takes a long time to collect crystal cores after each battle. Ling Yian yelled to cheer up. He even took out a pack of melon seeds. Not to be outdone, Murong Shui sent out a wind blade, and a single wind blade could cut through 4 to 5 zombies. The wind blade was activated very quickly, and the speed of slaughtering zombies was not slower than everyone else. Leng Mingyue looked at the team with great satisfaction. This combat power is also top-notch in the entire Doomsday. At this time, a level 6 zombie rushed over from the side. Level 6 zombies are very powerful zombies. The team needs to cooperate to take it. Before everyone moved, Leng Mingyue rushed out, hitting the zombie's face with fireballs. Zombie, you kid, you don't talk about martial arts. Smash the zombie back. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen fireballs followed. Directly into ashes. Leng Mingyue picked up the crystal nucleus. Great suppression. Level 6 zombies are still easy to kill. Leng Mingyue turned to look at several pets. The most powerful one should be Rhubarb. Leng Mingyue said, Rhubarb is on top in front. If you don't kill 1000 zombies today, you won't be given dinner tonight. Rhubarb, you are a dog. Rhubarb, I want to train you into a god dog. Leng Mingyue is looking at other pets, Xiaobai, who has space ability and can only teleport at present. This pet is useless. Sichuan can only perceive danger at present, but can't predict anything, so it is useless. Dabai, it just runs fast and has a bit of attack power, but if the attack power is not strong, it is useless. Wait a minute, run fast, this is good. Leng Mingyue grabbed a chicken from space, killed it, and poured all the blood on Dabai. Dabai, ifk my snow white fur, dye it if you want. Leng Mingyue said, Dabai, go inside to attract zombies. If you attract more, I will give you an extra cabbage for dinner tonight. Dabai has no choice but to rush out to attract zombies. Fuel consumption per 100 kilometers is 1 cabbage. After fighting for half an hour, the bell began to restore everyone. Leng Mingyue gave everyone a bottle of spiritual spring water. Dabai 2 bottles. It was getting dark soon. Leng Mingyue told Dabai not to pull monsters. Oh zombies! After cleaning up the harvest, put all the crystal nuclei into the Godhead space. Everyone also entered the divine space and washed up. Dabai, wash me well, my snow white hair. Chapter 81. Back in the Godhead space, Qin Feng said, it's still comfortable to fight with the boss. The boss is a melee mage. He can resist and fight. Although very tired, Huang Kankan, Ling Yu, and the 3 daughters Murong Shui were still preparing a sumptuous dinner. Leng Mingyue ordered a soup special. The mutated tiger I killed before had a lot of tiger meat, so I ordered a tiger whip soup later today. After the meal, Leng Mingyue gave everyone and each pet a crystal nucleus. Leng Mingyue urged everyone to intensify their practice. Break through level 7 early. Although Leng Mingyue knows to urge everyone, the fastest upgrade will take several months. After breakfast the next morning, Leng Mingyue said, I'm collecting crystal nuclei for a day today, and I'm leaving for Chang'an tomorrow. Everyone has no objection. I have already walked to the city today, and I can see the handwriting left by Leng Mingyue on the wall. Search notices. Seeing so many handwritings, everyone was very moved. Only Leng Mingyue felt a little awkward. My thinking at that time had entered a dead end, so I was looking for it with all my heart. Leng Mingyue called out to Dabai, then skillfully killed the chicken and poured out the blood. Dabai looked at Leng Mingyue resentfully. Leng Mingyue said, add a bowl of spiritual spring water later. Dabai ran away happily. Dabai came with a large number of zombies. Stand in formation and start fighting. Like yesterday's fight, today's fight is longer. Dabai pulled more zombies. After fighting until noon, everyone was tired. After lunch, Leng Mingyue said, "We were dispersed by zombies a year ago, and that wave of zombies was in the ancestral mountain. It has been a year, and I don't know where it is." At that time, there was a level 6 zombie leader. If the zombie is still there, I guess it must be level 7 now. We can use that zombie to practice. Qin Feng was eager to try. "Okay, I haven't fought a level 7 zombie yet, so eat it quickly, and go and have a look after eating." After eating, we drove for half an hour to the Ancestor Mountain, and there were densely packed zombies at the foot of the mountain. Dabai was happy, "Now I don't need to lure the zombies. Let's discuss whether to clean up the mobs first or kill the boss first. There are too many low-level zombies, and you can't see the edge at a glance." Fortunately, it was snowing, and the zombies moved slowly. Under normal circumstances, they could only run away when they encountered such a large group of zombies. Many ants kill elephants. It's already afternoon now. If a few people go up the mountain and go around, it may be dark, so I decided to find the place where Leng Mingyue went up the mountain last time, where there are fewer zombies, and start to clean up the low-level zombies first. Rest after dark, and look for the boss tomorrow morning. The zombies here are too dense. Leng Mingyue can kill 20 zombies with one fireball explosion. Qin Feng said, "It's too cruel. Dense mobs, or mage leveling faster." When Murong Shui used the wind blade, she only cut off the neck. This place is relatively fragile, and a single wind blade can take away the heads of 7 to 8 zombies. Fight until dark. Today is a good day. Leng Mingyue brought everyone into the Godhead space, and then went to investigate to see if the zombie was still there. Had it advanced to level 7? Level 7 zombies are very scary. Left the rope last time. It was very smooth to come to the front steps. Go up and down the steps. From a distance, I saw a tall fire-type zombie. This guy must be level 7. So many zombies have been here for a year. Is there still something good on the mountain? Leng Mingyue did not go down the mountain. Straight up to the top of the mountain. It was already dark at this time, and I looked around and found nothing special. Entered the Godhead space. While eating dinner, I told everyone about the situation of the zombies under the mountain. Then he took out the stone and showed it to Sichuan, who knew that the stone was extraordinary when Sichuan was at a low level. Now Sichuan is also at level 6, let's see if you can see anything. Sichuan held the stone with 2 paws, feeling carefully. After induction for 10 minutes, Leng Mingyue almost fell asleep. Xuetuan's voice sounded in his mind, "I can only feel that this stone is very unusual. I don't know what it is for." Leng Mingyue stepped forward and gave Sichuan a brain breaker, "It's nothing. Everyone quickly absorb the crystal nucleus, go to bed early, tomorrow we have to deal with level 7 zombies." Leng Mingyue also has no bottom. The team is very strong, but they haven't faced level 7 zombies yet. This heavy snow has a great impact on low-level zombies. A level 7 zombie, and it's still a fire type, should have little effect. So he has to be extra careful tomorrow. He is still not reconciled to letting Leng Mingyue give up this opportunity. The 7th level fire element crystal nucleus can just be used by himself. Leng Mingyue also has the ability of the earth system, but the level rises very slowly. It is rarely used in combat. Leng Mingyue found some more earth-type crystal nuclei to absorb. Make another ability of yourself stronger. Chapter 82. In the morning, Leng Mingyue sensed that the earth ability has reached the middle stage of the 4th level. Alas, the upgrade is slow, and the upgrade of the dual system is even more difficult. After breakfast, everyone sat together. Leng Mingyue said, "There are too many zombies down the mountain. I will try to lure them up later." It will be of great convenience to us if we can fight on the top of the mountain. A few girls waited on the top of the mountain. Qin Feng followed Leng Mingyue down the mountain, and saw densely packed zombies at the foot of the mountain. The scalp is a little numb. Qin Feng said, "Boss, do you think the zombies can be cleaned up? I always feel that I have killed a lot of zombies, but there are always endless zombies." Leng Mingyue said as he walked, "Unless someone breaks through level 11. Otherwise, it will be impossible to eliminate. We kill a lot of zombies, and you must know that survivors are also slaughtered by zombies every day. Especially when the safe zone is attacked by zombie waves. Our team is so strong that we were all scattered when encountering a wave of zombies." While talking, the 7th level zombie looked up at the two when they reached the foot of the mountain and were still 50 meters away. Qin Feng said, "Boss, this zombie is not right. There is anger in its eyes." Leng Mingyue was puzzled. "Is there anything good on the mountain?" Suddenly, a level 7 zombie hit with a fireball. "My god, how big is its fireball?" "A fireball with a diameter of more than 5 meters. Qin Feng ran while shouting. Leng Mingyue also hurriedly backed away. Imagine a fireball the size of a large truck flying by. Amazing power. The fireball hit the mountain road, and boulders flew. Qin Feng shouted, "Otherwise, let's not mess with this guy, it's too scary." Leng Mingyue sensed that this zombie was in the middle or late stage of the 7th level. Give it a few more years and it will definitely be the king of zombies. Now it's not about messing with it, it's about whether it will let us go. Zombies have stiffer legs and run faster on flat places. But going up the steps is very strenuous, sometimes tripping and rolling down. After snowing, the zombies moved more slowly. But the 7th level zombies had little effect. They came up step by step, screaming while climbing the stairs. It seems that Leng Mingyue has robbed it of its beloved. Leng Mingyue shouted, "Qin Feng, hurry up to the top of the mountain and tell everyone that this zombie is very difficult to deal with. Tell everyone to run from the back of the mountain." He also took out 2 coils of rope from the Godhead space and threw them to Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned and ran after receiving the rope, and Leng Mingyue threw a fireball at the zombie. Block its speed. Zombies are also fire zombies. High resistance to fire. There is no road in the back mountain. Qin Feng opened the way in front with an alloy machete. Use ropes where there are high cliffs. Fortunately, everyone is a supernatural being, with amazing physical fitness. Everyone is not safe yet. Leng Mingyue's fireball doesn't do much. Suddenly remembered his soil ability. A wall of earth was erected in front of the 7th level zombies. The zombies smashed open with a fireball, and immediately there was another earth wall. This slows down the speed of the zombies. Leng Mingyue saw that everyone had reached the foot of the mountain, so Leng Mingyue also ran quickly, following the road opened by Qin Feng, and quickly ran down the mountain. After gathering with everyone, I saw that the 7th level zombies did not chase down. Leng Mingyue said, "This zombie has high resistance to fire, and my output has little effect on him. So I still need you. How long will it take for you to reach level 7? Qin Feng said, "I'm already in the late stage of the 6th level. The fastest estimate will be 1 month. Followed by Huang Kankan in the middle of the 6th level. Ringtones will take another 1 to 2 days to reach the mid-level 6. Murong Shui is at the beginning of the 6th level." Leng Mingyue looked at Rhubarb. "Rhubarb, what are you looking at?" Rhubarb is about to enter the mid-level 6. The other 3 pets are ignored. There is another support, the big willow tree. Ling Yu said, "The big willow tree has also reached the late stage of the 6th level. The big willow tree is too good at absorbing crystal nuclei, and has not been fully supplied. If there is a large supply, it should be able to rise to the 7th level in half a month." Leng Mingyue said, "I'm asking for everyone's opinions. The first is that everyone should go to Chang'an to establish a safe zone now. This zombie is very likely to become the king of zombies. It will cause a lot of casualties to humans in the future. The second is to fully supply Qin Feng and Daliashu now. Let them both be upgraded to level 7. The three of us are level 7. With your support, we should be able to win this zombie king. Everyone was silent. It's dangerous to deal with this 7th level zombie. But if you don't kill now, it will be more dangerous in the future. Chapter 83. It's noon now. Leng Mingyue asked Huang Kenken and Ling Yu to prepare lunch, and then smoked with Qin Feng. Leng Mingyue said, to kill this zombie, the two of us must fight in close quarters. The big willow tree should be able to help. Qin Feng said, boss listens to you. Leng Mingyue patted Qin Feng's shoulder. During the meal, Qin Feng said, the boss and I decided to kill this zombie and prevent it from becoming the king of zombies. Several people did not object. Leng Mingyue said, there are enough zombies here. Start hunting as many high-level zombies as possible from today. Upgrade as soon as possible. After lunch, everyone started hunting the zombies here in the afternoon. Leng Mingyue has been paying attention to the 7th level zombie on the top of the mountain. This zombie is very calm after going up. The big willow tree is still very powerful. Where there are many zombies, just throw them in and kill them all in a while. At night, I picked the highest grade crystal nucleus and gave it to Qin Feng. A large number of crystal nuclei of grade 3 to 4 were given to the big willow tree. A pile of crystal nuclei, the big willow tree directly took root on the pile of crystal nuclei, absorbing the energy in the crystal nuclei at a terrifying speed. Sometimes during the day, Qin Feng was also allowed to absorb a wave of crystal nuclei. I was killing zombies that day, and suddenly the satellite phone rang. Leng Mingyue saw that it was Secretary Wang. I have been waiting for someone to come out for a week. Secretary Wang probably couldn't wait any longer. That's when I called to ask. Picking up the phone, Leng Mingyue said, what's wrong with Secretary Wang? Secretary Wang was a little embarrassed and said, Mr. Leng has been out of the base for a week and hasn't come back. Let me ask you where you are? Didn't you go to collect food? Leng Mingyue said, there is a level 7 zombie here. It is already in the middle and late stages of level 7. If you don't kill it, it may be upgraded to level 8. If the level 8 zombie leads a wave of zombies to besiege the Kyoto base, the base will definitely not be able to survive. Leng Mingyue is not alarmist, it is not too far from Kyoto. If it is really promoted to the 8th level, the current Kyoto base is really untenable. Secretary Wang also heard the roar of zombies and the sound of fighting from the satellite phone. Secretary Wang didn't know what to say for a while. Leng Mingyue said, hang up first, I will send you some combat information later. After hanging up the phone, I took a short video with the satellite phone, and I couldn't forget the zombies next to me at a glance. Use the lens zoom function to zoom in and you can vaguely see the level 7 zombies on the top of the mountain. Passed it to Secretary Wang. Then continue to clean up the zombies and collect crystal nuclei. After 13 days of absorption, the big willow tree has enough crystal nuclei every day, and 1/5 of the crystal nuclei are absorbed by the big willow tree. Of course they are all the lowest level. Finally got to level 7. The big willow tree is more than 30 meters high. Branch toughness is also greatly increased. Leng Mingyue looked at Ling Yu. Then Ling Yu nodded slightly, and Leng Mingyue felt relieved. Now the crystal nucleus of the big willow tree has stopped. You must wait for the ring language to be upgraded before allowing the big willow tree to absorb the crystal core. I'm afraid I can't control the big willow tree. Now with the help of the 7-level big willow tree, the speed of collecting crystal nuclei every day is faster. Another week passed. Qin Feng finally broke through the 7th level. Qin Feng felt the violent power in his body, and the doubled speed. This made Qin Feng more confident. After another day, Qin Feng became familiar with the current strength and speed. When Ling Yian saw Qin Feng rushing into the group of zombies, he killed them like the wind. Said enviously. That's cool, but unfortunately I'm not the fighting type. After a day of fighting, Qin Feng was already familiar with his own strength and speed, and everyone had a big meal in the evening. Success or failure is tomorrow. Everyone rests early today. Woke up early the next day and had breakfast. After everything was packed, Leng Mingyue said, "We will reach the top of the mountain in a while. After the big willow tree is released, you will all be on the periphery. If you can provide assistance and interference, it will be fine. Qin Feng and I will attack." Everyone nods and starts to go up the mountain. There are still many zombies at the bottom of the mountain, but we can only start from the place where we first went up the mountain, where the zombies are the least, and release the big willow tree after reaching the top of the mountain. Several girls are on the periphery. Qin Feng and Leng Mingyue are on the left and right. The big willow tree is in the middle. Although big willows are also afraid of fire. But the branches and leaves are luxuriant, and they grow quickly after being burned. Leng Mingyue gave another bucket of spiritual spring water. When the two of them approached with a tree, the 7th level zombie turned around. The branches of the willow tree are attacked first. Something is wrong. The zombie can be seen with a sneer on his face. "FK, this zombie has been upgraded," Leng Mingyue shouted. By this time it was too late. A fireball burned half of the branches of the big willow tree. Thousands of calculations, no calculations, this zombie upgrades so fast. Ancestral Mountain has a problem. It is impossible for zombies to upgrade so quickly. No time to think about it, Leng Mingyue shouted, "Run!" The zombie's second fireball hit Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng was very fast, it was still affected a little, his shoulder was burned, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. The zombie looked at Leng Mingyue. Without giving Leng Mingyue time, when a fireball hit, Qin Feng couldn't dodge it, and Leng Mingyue couldn't dodge it. Previously, Leng Mingyue used the car in the god space to block the zombie ability. The fireball is so big that no ordinary car can stop it. Sweeping his consciousness to the space of Godhead, he found the alloy monster. "You are the one." It's too late to say it. When the fireball was 5 meters away from Leng Mingyue, it blocked the alloy monster in front. Leng Mingyue was relieved to see that the fireball was blocked. The IQ of the 8th level zombies is no lower than that of humans. The sudden appearance of the alloy monster stunned the zombies. Leng Mingyue shouted, "Ring language." Everyone has been cooperating for such a long time, and they have a very tacit understanding. Moreover, Lingyu also saw the alloy monster and knew what to do. The spiritual power was fully activated to control the zombies. Leng Mingyue stepped forward quickly, and the spiritual power also wrapped the 8th level zombies and pulled them into the divine space in an instant. Lingyu spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out. Lingyan quickly gave Lingyu a few recovery spells, and Leng Mingyue helped Qin Feng over. "Let the ringtones heal." Then they drank spiritual spring water for the two of them. Big willows have a strong recovery ability, even if half of them are burned, they can grow back in a few days. Leng Mingyue was very angry when he saw that the two were seriously injured. Enter the divine space. Leng Mingyue is a god in the space of Godhead, who can control everything. It is dark, dawn, windy and rainy, and the direction of mountains and rivers is all a thought of Leng Mingyue. Leng Mingyue came in front of the 8th level zombie, and cut the zombie into 5 horses with one thought. The crystal nucleus was removed. After revenge, Leng Mingyue went out of the space again to observe the injuries of the two. Qin Feng looked very serious, and it is estimated that he will recover in 10 days and a half months after treatment. But Lingyu is a bit troublesome, and his mental exhaustion is too severe. Chapter 84. Lingyu was pale and unconscious. Lingchuan water is no longer useful. If there is trauma, Lingchuan water is very useful. Now the mental overdraft needs to find drugs or spiritual cores that can replenish the spirit. Both are very rare. Another point is to let her recover slowly by herself, which will be very slow, and it may take several years to fully recover. Leng Mingyue used the 6th level ability to control the 8th level zombie for 2 seconds. Only gave Leng Mingyue a chance. If it wasn't for Leng Mingyue to control the zombies, there would definitely be casualties in the team today. Leng Mingyue couldn't figure out how this zombie could be upgraded so quickly. Leng Mingyue hugged Leng Mingyue, and asked everyone to search on the top of the mountain to see if there was anything strange. The top of the mountain is not small. I searched for 2 hours and couldn't find it. At this time Qin Feng asked, "Boss, what should we do now? Should we go to Chang'an or return to Kyoto? There are many people in Kyoto. Will there be any medicine or crystal nucleus that can treat the ringing voice?" This reminded Leng Mingyue that this is a good way. Leng Mingyue took out the satellite phone and called Secretary Wang. Said, "The zombies we have been observing have been upgraded to level 8. Someone in our team was seriously injured." Secretary Wang was very surprised that the top 5 talents cultivated by the military with the highest level in the Kyoto safety zone have not yet broken through the 6th level. There are already level 8 zombies. Leng Mingyue took a picture of the crater left by the fireball that attacked Qin Feng. The fireball exploded on the mountain, and the crater was more than 30 meters in diameter. "This is rock, not land. Send the photo to Secretary Wang." Leng Mingyue said, "We now need drugs that can treat mental overdraft, or spiritual crystal nuclei. If there are these two, I will exchange 500 tons of food." Secretary Wang said, "I'll find these 2 things for you right away. Hang up the phone." Leng Mingyue suddenly found that the alloy monster was hit by the fireball of the 8th level zombie and showed signs of melting. Leng Mingyue is now in a coma. If this alloy monster gets out of control again, not easy to deal with. Leng Mingyue tried to collect the alloy monster into the space of Godhead. Include everyone in the Godhead space. Leng Mingyue exhausted all his abilities before and failed to melt the alloy monster, but now there are signs of melting. The 8th level fireball is powerful. Leng Mingyue has always wanted to melt this alloy monster and make some weapons. Now that there were signs of melting, I was helping him. Leng Mingyue started to heat the alloy monster with fireballs. Fireballs hit the alloy monsters one by one. Alloy monsters are getting more and more popular. After half an hour, Leng Mingyue was exhausted. After drinking the spiritual spring water, Leng Mingyue helped her recover. "I don't believe it anymore, I can't get along with you today. Continue bombarding with fireballs. It feels like the alloy monster has been bombarded with some impurities. Some crumbs." 2 hours later, the alloy monster was 1 size smaller. There is a feeling of being tempered. Leng Mingyue sensed it with mental power. Sudden. It seems that the Godhead space has endowed it with vitality. Endowed it with wisdom. Leng Mingyue is like a god of creation. It's like creating a new life. Suddenly, the human beings in the Godhead space were worshipping, and a large force of faith entered the body of the alloy monster. The current alloy monster is 2 meters high and humanoid. There are no facial features on the head. It looks weird. Leng Mingyue's spiritual power was entangled with the alloy monster. It's like teaching a baby how to talk, how to walk, how to eat. 10 minutes later, the metal monster made a voice, "Dad." Leng Mingyue is strange to everyone. Under what circumstances, they were bombarded with fireballs indiscriminately for nearly 3 hours. How can the alloy spirit monster speak? Leng Mingyue also looked confused. Someone explained to me. Leng Mingyue thought about it calmly. The alloy spirit monster should be a carrier, using the creative ability of the Godhead space, plus the power of faith. Created a completely new species. Well, this is all Leng Mingyue's guesswork. Leng Mingyue wanted to see if this alloy monster could listen to him. "Go and chop a tree for me." The alloy monster ran, went to the woods and cut down a tree and came back. Having received a zombie before, Leng Mingyue issued an order to kill that zombie again. The alloy monster blasted the zombie with 1 punch. Everyone looked at Leng Mingyue experimenting with alloy monsters in bewilderment. The alloy spirit came back and said, "Dad, I have completed the task." Leng Mingyue said, "Don't call me daddy, but call me master in the future." The alloy spirit said, "Good master." Leng Mingyue saw that everyone was puzzled. Said, "To be honest, I don't know why this is so. I will test it slowly in the future. So let's give it a name." Qin Feng said, "It can be completely obedient, can it be released to help us kill zombies?" Leng Mingyue said, "I can control it with mental power now. It must be no problem, 100% obedient." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Start with names. Optimus Prime, Megatron, Thanos. Everyone came up with a lot of domineering names. Leng Mingyue said, "Alloy spirits are silver. Or call them Big Silver." Huang Kankan covered her face with one hand and said, "I'll cook." Ling Yian said, "I'll take care of my sister and perform a few recovery techniques." Qin Feng said, "Zioxu, let's discuss when to have a child." Several people left. Leng Mingyue said, "Dayan, do you like this name?" "Like." Leng Mingyue said, "Dayan, you don't have a mouth to speak with. Do you need to eat?" Dayan's face is just a bare face, nothing is plain, and his speech is neutral, regardless of gender. A big mouth suddenly appeared on Dayan's flat face. Said, "Don't you have a mouth?" "I don't need to eat, but I have to eat crystal nuclei every day. Here's another foodie. I'll forget about your poverty." Chapter 85. At this time, Lingyu was awake, but still very weak. Leng Mingyue asked, "How do you feel?" Lingyu said weakly, "I'm fine, but my whole body is weak. I have a terrible headache." Poured another bowl of spiritual spring water. "Lingyu, this is an overdrawn mental power that seriously hurts Yuan. Let Lingyu have a good rest." Leng Mingyue let everyone out of the Godhead space, and they all appeared on the top of the mountain. Leng Mingyue said, "The last time I saw this zombie was in the middle of the 7th level, it is impossible to break through the 8th level in a month. And this group of zombies has been around for more than a year. It is impossible to surround the mountain here for no reason. This mountain must have a secret. Everyone look carefully at the top of the mountain. See if you can find anything unusual." Everyone searched separately. Always find it dark. No one found any clues. Entering the Godhead space, I saw Lingyu sitting. Ling Yian hurried over and said, "Sister, why are you not lying down? How do you feel?" Lingyu said, "There is nothing wrong with my body. It's just that there is a problem with my mental ability, and I can't use it now." Leng Mingyue said, "Don't worry about it, I will definitely find the elixir or spiritual crystal nucleus that can cure you. Even if I can't cure you, I can protect you for the rest of my life." Suzuki nodded with a blushing face. The next day, Leng Mingyue took everyone to search for another day. Qin Feng said, "Boss, we have searched this mountain several times. It seems that there is nothing you mentioned." Leng Mingyue said, "There must be. If we can't find it, we may be used up by zombies." Then the satellite phone rang. Leng Mingyue answered the phone. Secretary Wang's voice came from the phone and said, "Mr. Leng, we found 2 of the spiritual crystal cores you mentioned, a secondary crystal core and a tertiary crystal core." Leng Mingyue said happily, "I will arrive at the Kyoto base within 3 days. What I told you was 500 tons of grain. You found 2, and I plan to exchange them with 1,000 tons of grain." After a few polite words, he hung up the phone. Secretary Wang made another call and said, "Minister Li, I have already agreed with Leng Mingyue according to your request. He will exchange 1,000 tons of grain within 3 days." The person on the other side of the phone said, "He still has so much food. We must catch him this time and make him hand over all the food." Secretary Wang said, "Minister Li, would you like to talk to the big leader about this matter?" Minister Li said, the big leader is so busy that he doesn't have time. Don't worry, if this matter happens, your position will definitely be raised. Everyone entered the space of Godhead and saw Leng Mingyue cooking dinner. Huang Kankan said, why are you cooking? Go and rest. I'll do it. Leng Mingyue said, I have nothing wrong with my body now. It's just that I don't have supernatural powers. I'm an ordinary person now. Leng Mingyue's face was full of disappointment. Losing powers in the last days is the same as dying. Leng Mingyue said, don't worry, the Jingdu base has found the spiritual core. After getting it, use the spiritual power in the crystal nucleus to inspire you, and there is a high chance that it will be fine. Everyone was very happy to hear the news. But this itinerary will be changed again. Leng Mingyue said, from tomorrow onwards, you can practice in the Godhead space. It will be faster for me to travel alone. The snow here is relatively thick. It won't take long for Dabai to pull the sled. Nothing to say all night. The next morning, Leng Mingyue appeared on the top of the mountain alone, and the snow on the top of the mountain had covered his feet. Leaving here soon, Leng Mingyue is still not reconciled. I knew there was a baby here but I couldn't find it. Forget it, go to Kyoto first to get the crystal core and treat Leng Mingyue well. Then come back to find the baby. Before going down the mountain, I walked to the position of the 8th level zombie station. During the month of Qinfeng's upgrade, he has been observing that this zombie does not seem to have moved. Leng Mingyue also stood in this position, he wanted to see what the zombie could see from standing here. It's okay to stand here and look around. Leng Mingyue felt a small stone under his feet. Leng Mingyue took a closer look, and found that it was a snow-white stone the size of a quail egg. This whiteness does not mean that the stone is particularly white, but rather like snow. If you don't step on it, you can't see it with your eyes. What is this? Leng Mingyue picked it up and looked at it. It seems to be different from ordinary stones. But I can't see any difference. There is no time to waste time here. Arrive in Kyoto early, treat Leng Mingyue early. I wanted to throw away this little stone, it looked pretty good, so I put it in the space of Godhead and put it on the table where everyone had dinner. Leng Mingyue went all the way down the mountain, with full firepower, and rushed out of the zombie group. The snow here is not too thick, and the road is relatively familiar. Leng Mingyue took out a big pickup truck with snow tires. Galloped all the way north. Chapter 86. The snow gets thicker the further north you go. After driving for 2 hours, the car was too difficult to drive, mainly because the road was hard to find. Shout out Dabai from the Godhead space. Pull the sled, so that you only need to bypass the mountains, rivers, and large cities. Dabai pulled and ran quickly. Leng Mingyue can close his eyes and meditate. At noon, I gave Dabai a drink of spiritual spring water. Leng Mingyue ate some dry food, rested for a while and continued on the road. Run until dark. Dabai stuck out his tongue tiredly. Leng Mingyue said, are you learning rhubarb? Don't learn from it, it will be bad. Rhubarb, I'm lying on the gun. After giving Dabai his Godhead space, Leng Mingyue lay on the sled for a whole day, not feeling well, so Leng Mingyue decided to continue on his way. The ground was covered with white snow at night, and Dabai was asked to pull the sled the next day. Leng Mingyue took a nap on the sled and saw the Kyoto base in the afternoon. He took Dabai and took out a car. Drive to the gate of the base. The soldiers guarding the gate saw Leng Mingyue and hurried up to meet him. Said, Mr. Leng is back. Come in quickly. Leng Mingyue felt that this person was quite enthusiastic. But a few cars followed behind his own car. Leng Mingyue didn't pay attention either, and drove into the gate of the base. Before he had driven far, Secretary Wang should have been notified and drove out to meet him. Leng Mingyue said, where is the crystal nucleus? Secretary Wang said, don't worry, why don't you have a meal first? Leng Mingyue's face turned cold, and he said, I urgently need the crystal nucleus to save my life. Don't delay. Secretary Wang said, okay, then let's get the crystal nucleus first. The driver led the way. Leng Mingyue drove to keep up. The more you drive, the fewer people there are on both sides. This should be at the edge of the base. Leng Mingyue saw a military camp ahead, and Secretary Wang got out of the car and said something to the gatekeeper. Just let it go. After entering the barracks, Leng Mingyue found that these people seemed to be hostile to him. It shouldn't be. These people should thank themselves for giving the base so much food. Secretary Wang parked the car at the door of a very large warehouse and said, it's inside. Let's go in. Leng Mingyue nodded. After entering the warehouse, I found that there were about 100 people inside. In the middle stood a man. Secretary Wang introduced, this is Minister Li. Leng Mingyue frowned, is it necessary to alarm the minister when trading the crystal core? Minister Li said, I heard that you have a lot of food, should you hand it over during this crisis and contribute to the country? Leng Mingyue said, I have given a lot of grain to the base, enough for the base's people to eat until next year's wheat harvest. Do you know how big a pile of grain is? Minister Li said, so much food should be in the hands of the state. You have to know that there are still many survivors who starve to death every day in the base. The more Minister Li said, the more excited he became. As if he had found the commanding heights, he gave out to Leng Mingyue. Leng Mingyue looked at Secretary Wang and said, where is the crystal nucleus? Hurry up and replace it. I'm still waiting to save people. At this time, Minister Li spoke again, there is no crystal nucleus you want. Hurry up and hand over all the food in your hands. I can arrange a position for you in the military, and I will guarantee you enough food. When Leng Mingyue heard that there was no crystal nucleus, he immediately stared, turned to look at Secretary Wang and said, is there no crystal nucleus to trick me? Secretary Wang shrank his neck, not daring to look up. Minister Li said, that's right, I tricked you here and handed over the food. Before Minister Li finished speaking, Leng Mingyue stepped forward and slapped Minister Li on the face. It's not bad that Minister Li is a third-level supernatural being, otherwise, this slap would blow his head off. Minister Li leaned on the wall and stood up. The bones on the left side of the face have been exposed, and the flesh on the face has been blown away. Blood flowed all over. The 100 people standing behind stepped forward at the same time. Secretary Wang still wanted to redeem it. Said, Mr. Leng, don't do anything, the 100 people here are all the highest superpowers in the military, you just hand over the food, this is also for the country. Leng Mingyue stepped forward and kicked Secretary Wang in the stomach. Secretary Wang was only a second-level supernatural being, and his stomach was kicked and his intestines flowed out. 100 people surrounded Leng Mingyue. A soldier should be the leader of these people and said, Mr. Leng, first of all, thank you for the food you gave to the base. If there is no such food, many people will starve to death. But we are soldiers, and the orders we received I just can't let you out of this warehouse. Leng Mingyue said, I admire everyone very much. It is a bounden duty for soldiers to obey orders. I don't blame you, but you certainly can't stop me. After speaking, Leng Mingyue raised 2 huge fireballs with both hands, each with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The high temperature of the fireball made everyone retreat. A stunned green man rushed forward and was directly reduced to ashes by the fireball. Everyone was very scared. Leng Mingyue accelerated and rushed out of the warehouse. The gate of the barracks was closed, and a fireball from Leng Mingyue directly blew the gate away. There are too many people here to take the car from the Godhead space. Can only run fast on foot. Every now and then someone shoots. The bullet hit Leng Mingyue's body and he could only feel a slight pain. If there is someone intercepting in front, Leng Mingyue will shoot a fireball directly. If no one intercepts, Leng Mingyue will ignore them to watch the excitement from both sides. When we arrived at the gate of the base, we saw that 2 huge doors had been closed. In fact, Leng Mingyue can rush up the city wall and then jump out. But Leng Mingyue was angry in his heart, and he thought he was easy to bully without venting. These 2 doors are not made of alloy, but they are also made of fine steel, with a thickness of 30 centimeters. Leng Mingyue 2 fireballs. Smash 2 big holes in the 2 doors. The door is directly scrapped. After leaving the base, it was awkward to look at the city wall. 50 fireballs from the left side of the gate destroyed about 100 meters of the city wall, and then 50 fireballs went to the right, blowing up about 100 meters of the city wall. No one dared to intercept again. Leng Mingyue left gracefully. Little harm, highly insulting. Leng Mingyue walked to the back of a building where no one could see, and entered the Godhead space. After entering the space, I saw that everyone was whispering bells. Leng Mingyue's jaw dropped in shock when he saw the bell language. Chapter 87. Everyone gathered around Leng Mingyue came over and saw that Leng Mingyue was full of energy. What's the situation? This is not only the recovery of the overdraft ability, but also an advanced level. The ability users in the late 7th level all surpassed themselves. Leng said, after dinner, everyone is practicing. I saw a small snow-white stone on the table. I wanted to pick it up and have a look. Then the small stone entered my body and melted. It turned into mental power, and then my mental powers were fully restored, and then I broke through to level 7. I can feel that my body has not absorbed it completely. It is possible to break through level 8 after fully absorbing it. Leng Mingyue said, I found that stone from the top of the Ancestor Mountain. I feel the extraordinariness of the stone, but I don't know what it is. It seems that I have nothing to do with treasures. Leng Mingyue pretended to be sorry. Leng punched Leng Mingyue. Said, what kind of treasure is this? Leng Mingyue said, I don't know exactly what it is. But it must be a good thing. This zombie should have sensed it, and it is surrounded here. We also helped it. After reaching the top of the mountain, it advanced so quickly. It's good now. Leng was a blessing in disguise. The level has been improved, and chance is something that can't be found. Leng Mingyue said, then let's go to Chang'an now. Out of the Godhead space, let Dabai pull the sled to set off. Because I was not in a hurry, I arrived in Shizuang City after walking for a long time. Leng Mingyue slowed down and didn't go around directly. Call everyone out. These people went to Chang'an by themselves and there was no way to build it. So people are needed. Godhead space also needs population. Leng Mingyue decided to search everywhere to see if there were any survivors. Although it is difficult for humans to find food after the snow falls, the zombies move much slower. Let humans have a larger range of activities. No large safe zone was found in Shishi. It's close to Kyoto. It is estimated that those who came out early have all gone to Kyoto. But traces of human activities were also seen. Leng Mingyue wanted to find it bit by bit. Leng said, Brother Leng. About 3 kilometers away from the left, there are more than a dozen people. Leng Mingyue asked in surprise, how far can you sense with your full mental power now? Leng said, generally 5 to 6 kilometers. This sensing range is already very large. Leng led the way, and everyone walked towards the survivors. This is a residential area. These dozen or so people are on the 14th floor. There is no one guarding the place. A few people went up the stairs to the 14th floor. Leng Mingyue stood outside the door and could hear someone talking inside. Leng Mingyue knocked on the door. It was quiet in an instant. Leng Mingyue said, is there anyone inside? We are also survivors. After 2 minutes, the door opened a small gap, and inside was a bald head looking out. See how many people? 2 men and 4 women. Glad to have opened the door. Let everyone in. Entering the living room to see only 6 men. There is still a smell that both men and women can understand in the living room. On the front, there has just been a fierce battle here. The girls frowned. Women understand it, and Qin Feng and Leng Mingyue must understand it too. Leng Mingyue said, "We are from outside, ask some of you, are there any other survivor bases in Shishi?" The bald head said, "There used to be an official survivor base. Later, it was merged with the Kyoto base when it couldn't survive. We wanted to go there too, but we didn't have to hand in the food, so we didn't go. Stone City is relatively large. There is a wave in Dongcheng, which is estimated to be more than 100 people. There is a wave in Nanjing with about 50 people. I know that there are only 2 waves." Leng Mingyue found out what he wanted to know, so how to deal with these scumbags next. Leng Mingyue said, "Then let's go to Dongcheng, after all, there are many people there. Stand up and leave." The door was blocked by a little brother. The bald head said, "The 2 brothers want to leave, but I won't stop them. It's too cold outside, so the 4 beauties can stay here." She continued with a lewd smile, "It's been more than 3 years since the end of the world. I didn't expect there to be such a tender woman, she's so superb." The younger brother also laughed. Leng Mingyue said, "Shut them all up." The 6 men in the living room were directly tied up by Huang Kankan with sticks. The sound of fighting in the living room attracted the people in the bedroom. The door opened and 3 more men stepped out, tying their belts as they walked. Just as the 3 of them were about to speak, they were directly tied up, and their mouths were also tied up. Ling Yian and Murong Shui entered the bedroom. There were 5 women in it, all skinny, all naked. The 2 took out some clothes for several people to wear. After so long in the last days, the girls have gotten used to it. Life is hard for people in the last days, and it is even harder for women in the last days. There are also some problems with the spirit of the women, and they are a little dazed. Give them some food and water, and they will be included in the Godhead space. Let the villagers inside take care of it." Qin Feng wanted to kill all of these 9 men. Leng Mingyue stopped and said, "It's easy to kill them. But there is a way to make them more uncomfortable than death. These people have to use them. Make 8 people stunned and enter the Godhead space. Let them do some of the dirtiest and tiring jobs. Let the bald lead the way. Go to east side to find the 100 survivors." The bald head is very familiar, and he quickly led everyone to find this base. Leng Mingyue made her head dizzy and asked her to work in the Godhead space. "This base is guarded." Leng Mingyue took out several backpacks. Each person carries one, with a lot of food in it. The gatekeeper who came to this base asked, "Who are you looking for?" Leng Mingyue said, "It's up to you to decide." After a while, a heroic woman came out with some people. This base turned out to be decided by women. Leng Mingyue said, "We brought some food, let's go in and talk." Heard that there is food. The other party became happy. Some even cheered. Walking inside to take out food from the bag, Leng Mingyue counted more than 80 people. The leading woman said, "Why are you giving us food?" Leng Mingyue didn't make a fool of himself and said, "I want to recruit you." The woman sneered and said, "You are only 6 people, how can you recruit more than 80 of us?" Leng Mingyue said, "Follow me to eat every meal." The woman said, "Do you have so much food?" Leng Mingyue nodded. The woman said, "We used to have more than 100 people, but more than 20 of us starved to death because we couldn't find food recently. If you can guarantee that we have food, then we will recognize you as the boss. But you can't force women to do something they don't want to do." Leng Mingyue said, "Everyone pack up your things. Let's change to another place." Everyone has no objection. You can go anywhere you want to eat. Leng Mingyue asked again if there were any survivors who wanted to be taken away together. Women also know too. The woman said, "You don't need to go in person, I'll send someone to tell them to come directly." Leng Mingyue was very happy, this saves himself trouble. In this way, it may take longer to wait here, and some more food has been brought out. A total of more than 200 people gathered after dark. Tell everyone to keep full every day. Everyone is willing to follow. After eating, let everyone stand together. It also needs to cooperate with the bell language. Leng Mingyue used his energy to make everyone faint. Then Leng Mingyue brought people into the Godhead space. These people are not woken, let them sleep in the space. These people will build future bases. They will be released when they arrive in Chang'an. Everyone rest overnight. Continue to set off the next day. Go where there are survivors along the way. Go to a big city. Chapter 88. Everyone went all the way to find survivors. Across Shaanxi province. It took 10 days to reach Chang'an. Big and small cities are all around. A total of more than 3,000 survivors were found. I heard that you can have a full meal if you follow the walk, and they all agree without exception. After arriving in Chang'an, Qin Feng said, "Where shall we build a base?" Leng Mingyue took out a map. A few people circled the map and started looking for a suitable place. Leng Mingyue said, "It is best to have a mountain to rely on. Zombies are not easy to go up the mountain, and it is easy to defend but difficult to attack." Ling Yun said, "Will there be zombies coming to attack us? I don't think it will take long for us to kill all the zombies in Chang'an." Leng Mingyue said, "Our combat effectiveness is very strong, and it is not too difficult to clean up all the zombies in Chang'an, but don't forget, if there is a wave of zombies, it will be troublesome." After speaking, he clicked a location on the map. "It's nice here. Everyone gather around and look, listen." Huang Kankan said that this is a good place, and Qin Shihuang was buried here. "We came to Lishan Mountain, where the mountains are winding and the trees are verdant. It looks like a pale horse from a distance, so it got its name. The scenery is very good. Lishan is a famous tourist attraction, and there are many buildings on the mountain." Leng Mingyue took more than 3,000 people out of the Godhead space and put them in the open space. Didn't wake everyone up, let them wake up naturally. Don't care about these people. Leng Mingyue found a big house, cleaned the inside, and took out a lot of grain. A small amount of vegetables came out with meat. There will be more people in the future, so be careful when using space. Several people observed it. There are many houses on the mountain, but these 3,000 people cannot live on the mountain. Leng Mingyue has some headaches. How easy it is to kill zombies, there are too many trivial things to manage a base. Ling Yu said, "If you don't want to manage, find someone from among the survivors to manage. I think the female leader of the first wave of survivors in Shishi is good. Although there are not many people in the base she manages. But everyone is convinced of her, and she should be a good leader." At this time, the survivors have begun to slowly wake up. Everyone woke up confused. "Where am I? Who am I?" There were voices of talking, and gradually everyone woke up. Leng Mingyue spoke loudly, using some mental strength, "Welcome everyone to the Lishan safety zone. This is the Lishan base. When you get here, you will be able to eat every day. There is no threat of zombies. At the same time, you must follow the rules here. If anyone is disobedient, then I will feed you to zombies. Who can cook? Come out 30 people, cook the food first, there are pens and paper next to you. Write your name, what skills you have. If you are a supernatural person, write what supernatural power, what level." "I understand." Yet, everyone heard that they were very active when they had food. 20 women came out, and 10 men. Let them prepare meals. There are more than 3,000 people. I didn't finish writing until dark. At this time, the rice is ready, steamed rice. Tomato eggs, potato shreds. Very ordinary meals. These survivors gobbled it up. It's like eating delicious food. Leng Mingyue also ate 2 bowls of rice. It seems that this cook is good, and the fried food is delicious. Look at the word written. Too messy. It looks strenuous. Some characters are very beautiful. Leng Mingyue decided to ask someone who wrote well to write it again. Leng Mingyue called out whoever's handwriting was good. Usse, the first person she called was the female leader in Shishi. Is it God's will? Originally, I wanted to call some people who could write well. The first is her. Leng Mingyue came to the side with Usse and said, I saw your base in Shishi. It feels very good. Now I want you to manage the current base. Do you have the confidence to complete it? Usse was also very surprised. How could he establish a base for others to take care of things? Yu Chan was still in a daze. Leng Mingyue said, can't you manage it? If you can't manage it, I will replace it. Yu Chan blurted out, it can be managed. What are your requirements for the base? Leng Mingyue said, there is nothing here, everything starts from scratch, there is food and some meat in the big house over there. From tomorrow, you will arrange tasks and start building a base. Build a house at the foot of the mountain for everyone to live in, and there will be some meat in the house below. Walls need to be built to prevent zombies. Guards should be established to count the number of people with supernatural powers. Patrols should be established. Yu Chan listened carefully. Do that for now. Bring Usse to the crowd again. I found a relatively tall stone and took Usse up. A light was turned on below so that everyone could see clearly. Leng Mingyue said, this person is called Usse. He is now the deputy head of the base. We will arrange work for everyone tomorrow. Everyone should work hard and don't have any wrong thoughts. If there is only one wrong thought, there will only be one end, and I will feed you to the zombies. Then take out the registration booklet. Another 10 people with good handwriting were called to come over and let the rest find a place to rest and start working tomorrow. Let these 10 people recopy the booklet. It took more than 2 hours for one person to write information about 300 people. After finishing writing, everyone got a piece of bread and a pack of spicy strips. Hard currency is what you eat in the last days. 10 people left happily. Leng Mingyue greeted several people to start watching. Mainly to see if there are any special talents. Yu Chan is also watching. She turned out to have some background. Can quickly promote several people. Let this Lishan base quickly get on the right track. Chapter 89. Early the next morning, each person had a bowl of rice porridge and a corn bun. There is a big pot of pickles. Although it is simple and light food. But the survivors feel very happy. I used to eat the last meal without the next meal. Now there are simple tea and light food, and everyone is very content. It was dark yesterday, so I didn't pay attention, but today I saw that it was on the mountain. I don't even know how I got here. Of course no one explained to them. With dark circles under her eyes, Yu Chan came to the stone and watched the people below start assigning tasks. It seemed that the girl hadn't slept all night. Listen to the assigned tasks. Well organized and very nice. Leng Mingyue said to Usse, all people with supernatural powers will come to me soon. Usse nodded. After finishing the task, everyone went down the mountain. They all went to work. At this time there were more than 500 people on the mountain. In order to stabilize the base in the future, we must give these people a blow. Leng Mingyue glanced at Lingyu. Lingyu nodded, and his spiritual power covered more than 500 people. Many people could not stand still and fell directly. Lingyu continued to increase his spiritual power. At this time, there was only one person standing. Leng Mingyue said, very well, you will be the patrol captain from now on. The more than 500 people are under your control. Lingyu withdrew her mental power. This talent let out a sigh of relief, and he will soon be unable to hold on. Leng Mingyue said, to survive in the last days, the combat power must be strong. I can provide you with food, but you need to work hard to improve your combat power. Now divide into 2 teams. One team is patrolling the base. The other team goes out to hunt zombies. When hunting zombies, let Qin Feng lead the team to protect you. You must speed up your growth. If your evolution level is not as fast as zombies, then you won't be able to survive. Qin Feng set off with a group of people. The patrol captain came over and introduced himself. His name is Leng Mingyue. It is a 4th level ability user, the highest level among all survivors. Let Leng Mingyue lead the rest of the people to patrol, and at the same time help them build city walls and houses, sometimes with stones. Ordinary people need many people to move them. If you are an evolutionary, it will be very easy. It can also speed up base construction. There is no one on the mountain anymore. Leng Mingyue entered the room and lay down on the sofa. Thinking about it, I didn't want to build a base by myself at first. This is all forced. Leng Mingyue's consciousness has grown some more food in the divine space. Vegetable. In the future, I will take care of these people's food and drink. Why? It's so troublesome, it's all because of Secretary Wang and the minister. He made a big fuss at the Kyoto base. I don't know what's going on in Kyoto now. Chang'an is also a metropolis with a population of tens of millions. It also takes a long time to clean up. You need to increase your power. A larger population is needed. More supernatural beings. Thoughts were wandering. Ling Yian slipped into Leng Mingyue's arms. Leng big brother, you are being lazy here. Leng Mingyue started dishonest. Leng Mingyue said, I am not being lazy. I will think about the development of the base in the future. Ling Yian softened her body and said firmly, you left all your development to Yueshan. You are just being lazy. Leng Mingyue wants to take off Ling Yian's clothes. Ling Yian ran quickly and said, big villain, you dare to prostitute yourself in the daytime. Turn around and run away. At this time, Huang Kankan came out of the bedroom after changing clothes. Leng Mingyue picked up Kankan and went back to the bedroom. Huang Kankan was confused, what's going on? I just changed clothes. The clothes I just changed, this one is new, don't tear it. An hour later, Huang Kankan said, who in broad daylight made you so angry? Leng Mingyue is coming. Huang Kankan said, wait a minute. I'll call Lingyu for you. Lingyu was looking at the survivor information from yesterday. The door was opened by a branch, and the branch was entwined with bells and pulled out of the room. After being pulled onto the bed, Huang Kankan got up, found a new set of clothes, and walked into the bathroom. Leng Mingyue's side rekindled the flames of war. Huang Kankan hurriedly washed and put on her clothes and ran away. An hour later, Lingyu said, I'll go and call Ling Yian for you. After he started the fight, she ran away and was not in the house, Leng Mingyue said. When Lingyu heard that it was her younger sister who started the incident, she ran away. Lingyu said, I have a solution. Use mental power to scan. Ling Yian is teasing Dabai. Feed me with a few cabbage leaves. Lingyu uses mental power to control Ling Yian. Pulled into the house. Ling Yian wants to cry but has no tears. Lingyu said, the fire I provoked will be put out by myself. After speaking, he ran away. During the battle between Leng Mingyue and Ling Yian, Yueshan came in to ask Leng Mingyue about the food. The door was left open when Lingyu left. A faint voice came out. Yu Zhen was curious. He said, Brother Leng, are you there? There was a sudden silence in the bedroom. Leng Mingyue came out in pajamas, what's wrong? Yueshan said, there are too many people eating together, I think we should eat separately, do you think it's okay? Leng Mingyue said, you can decide on such a small matter by yourself. After Yueshan left, Leng Mingyue wants to fight the goblin. But when I got to the bedroom, there was still a bell, and I just ran away secretly. Hey! Yueshan spoiled my good deeds. Chapter 90. Leng Mingyue entered the space again when he had nothing to do, and put some supplies for some villages. Then I looked at the vegetables and food grown. The chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep raised are all breeding very fast. There are too many animals in the forest, Leng Mingyue will kill some. The next day Qin Feng said, there are so many people, I can't take care of them alone, and I can't kill zombies for everyone. Leng Mingyue decided. Let Huang Kenkan lead a team. Lingyu led a team, and now Lingyu's combat effectiveness is also very terrifying. The ringtone doesn't work. Pure support. Together with Ling Ian, Leng Mingyue leads a team. Go to the city and kill the zombies. Leng Mingyue discovered that in this last world, apart from killing zombies and collecting crystal nuclei, there is no point in doing anything else. Let these people cooperate. The melee is in the front, and the long range is in the back. The vigorous military training has begun. With the protection of several people, there were few casualties. The speed at which everyone collects crystal nuclei is also faster. Level up is also much faster. Half a month later, Leng Mingyue and his men had just cleaned up a wave of zombies when the satellite phone rang. Leng Mingyue had some accidents. Secretary Wang was kicked by himself. Even if he didn't die, he shouldn't recover so quickly now. Who called him? After answering the phone, a voice came out and said, "Is it Mr. Leng? I am the deputy base chief of the Kyoto base. I really saw it in the last life, and I can be regarded as the top figure of the pyramid after the Doomsday. I'm Leng Mingyue." The deputy base chief said, "I am very sorry, Mr. Leng, Secretary Wang and Minister Li deceived you into the capital before, and I apologize to you on behalf of the Kyoto base. Mr. Leng has paid a lot for the Kyoto base. To express his gratitude, after a meeting and discussion, I will give you the position of honorary deputy base chief of the Kyoto base. Do you think it is okay?" Leng Mingyue said, "I established the Lishan base in Chang'an. I will not return to Kyoto to be the deputy base chief." Leng Mingyue could feel the embarrassment on the other side. In his last life, the deputy base chief devoted his whole life to the base. The reputation is very good. I don't want to offend the old man either. Leng Mingyue said, "I set up a base here for no other purpose, and I don't want to fight against the Kyoto base. I just want more survivors to survive. If the Kyoto base is in trouble, I will still help." After hearing this, the deputy base chief breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Mr. Leng understands righteousness. Secretary Wang and Minister Li have already received the punishment they deserved. There is indeed an unsolvable problem when I called you this time." Leng Mingyue listened and didn't speak. The deputy base chief continued, "In Jin City, a level 7 zombie was found with 5 level 6 zombies, and a wave of zombies will soon form. The soldiers we sent over lost a lot, so we asked Mr. Leng for help. If a wave of zombies forms, the threat to the Kyoto base will be too great." After listening to Leng Mingyue, it turned out that there were high-level zombies. It's not too difficult to clean it up by yourself, the main thing is that you can earn high-level crystal nucleus income. But I don't want to let the Kyoto base go so easily, let them know that they can't easily offend themselves. Said, "I can clean up these high-level zombies, but what reward do you have to pay?" The deputy base chief was embarrassed again. What is most precious in the apocalypse must be food, but the food in the Kyoto base is all given by Leng Mingyue. In addition, the crystal nucleus is precious. Low-level opponents will definitely not want it. The high-level bases are not enough, and they will be distributed to the supernatural beings as soon as they are obtained. The deputy base chief said, "Mr. Leng, what do you need?" Now the crystal nucleus of the base has been used. There is nothing valuable. Leng Mingyue said, "Has the base made a second-generation alloy weapon?" The deputy base chief was taken aback. Leng Mingyue knew this kind of secret. Said, "It has just been developed and has not yet been mass-produced." "Very good, I want 10 second-generation alloy weapons." The deputy base chief said with a sigh of relief, yes. Leng Mingyue added, another 1,000 survivors. Mr. Leng wants survivors. Leng Mingyue said, my Lishan base has just been established and needs a large population. The deputy base chief said, I need to have a meeting to discuss it, and I will give you an answer tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Leng Mingyue was also thinking about it. There are too many survivors in the Kyoto base, and there is a great need for population here. Godhead space also needs population. We can only wait for tomorrow's news, the Kyoto base should agree. Chapter 91. Back at the base, Leng Mingyue called a few people for a small meeting. Let me tell you about the mission of the Kyoto base. A level 7 zombie with several level 6 zombies, Leng Mingyue and Lingyu are both level 7, Leng Mingyue is basically invincible at the same level. Huang Kankan said, this task is not difficult. Should we all dispatch it? Leng Mingyue said, now we also have a base. So we have to keep people at home. I'm definitely going. Who of you wants to go? Ling Ian said, I'll go wherever Leng Big Brother goes, and I can heal you if you get hurt. Leng Mingyue looked at Ling Yu. Ling Yu also nodded and said, I'll go with Brother Leng too. In case of emergencies, the two of us will be safer. Huang Kankan said, I won't go, I found a few good seedlings in the patrol team. The talent is good, and the combat awareness is also very strong, but it is too late to absorb the crystal nucleus. The level has dropped too much. I'm going to pick 20 people from the patrol team and train them as the base's top combat power. Qin Feng said, Boss, are you sure? If I am sure, I will not go. If Huang Kankan leads the team out, there must be someone at home. If zombies or survivors come, there will be someone in the house. Leng Mingyue said, our base has just been established, the nearby zombies have not been cleaned up, and the number of survivors in Chang'an City has not been checked, so you and Murong Shui are at home. I brought the ringtone and the ringtone, that's enough. We'll come back after we've dealt with the zombies. It shouldn't take too long. This time, we can bring 1,000 survivors back and arrange the place to live in advance. Arrange the important things, find Yueshan and talk to him, he will go out for a few days, if there is something that can't be solved, he can find Qin Feng or Huang Kankan. Leng Mingyue is very satisfied that Yueshan has managed the base in an orderly manner recently. Don't take care of those trivial things by yourself. At 8 o'clock in the evening, I received a satellite call from the deputy base chief in Kyoto. The Kyoto base agreed to Leng Mingyue's request. Leng Mingyue said that he will set off tomorrow to solve the problem as soon as possible. Leng Mingyue drove in the morning, Ling Ian sat in the co-pilot, and Ling Yu sat in the back. All the way east. We are going to leave Zhengcheng, then enter Shandong province, and then enter Jin City. Plan your route and set off early. There were not many zombies on the road, and Ling Yu directly controlled the zombies to disperse. It's going pretty well. After entering Shangzi, there are more mountain roads, and occasionally I can see some animals. It is convenient to bring bells. She can sense very far. If there are animals, she can directly control them with mental power and let Leng Mingyue enter the divine space. I just received a litter of little rabbits, and they breed fast. Ling Yu said, there are still survivors a few kilometers away in the mountains, and the survivors move much slower than animals. Leng Mingyue said, get all the ones within 1 kilometer, and come back when the ones are far away. After the end of the world, a large number of zombies are in the cities, in the countryside or in the mountain villages, there are still some survivors, and when the work is over, come around and collect more people. Dozens of people were collected along the way to enter the Godhead space. Let these people be the aborigines of the divine space. After leaving the mountain, Leng Mingyue checked the Lianhuo expressway. I don't know how far I can see the Yellow River under the high speed. Leng Mingyue was tired from driving, so he parked the car on the highway. Fortunately, it's the end of the world, there is no traffic police, otherwise points will be deducted and fined. Lingyu and Lingyan also got out of the car and relaxed. Leng Mingyue lit a cigarette and started smoking. Looking at the yellow river in the distance, there was a big splash. Lingyan said, "Leng big brother, look at the water monster. It looks so big." Leng Mingyue looked at the water splash more than 100 meters away. It was indeed not small. "I don't know if it was a water monster, but it must be a mutant fish." The mutated fish in the water seems to have seen the three of Leng Mingyue. Suddenly shot a water arrow. FK. Leng Mingyue took the two women to drive more quickly, and the water sword hit the car. This time Leng Mingyue drove an Audi Q8 with high-end equipment. There are not too many luxury cars in the Godhead space, and this section of the highway is not bad, so I took out a car to drive. As a result, it was directly scrapped by the water arrow. An angry Leng Mingyue said, "Go down and clean it up. Get out the rope. Go up and down from the viaduct to the ground." More than 100 meters away, Leng Mingyue arrived in one sprint. The mutated fish fired two more water arrows, but Leng Mingyue dodged them. Coming to the water's edge, Leng Mingyue hesitated. Should he go into the water to fight? The mutated fish fired a water arrow, and Leng Mingyue fired a fireball. It seems that the level of this mutant fish is not low. Water arrows doused 2/3 of the fireball. It may also be a 7th level mutant fish. "Lingyu, come here, can you control this fish with mental power?" Lingyu mobilized his mental power, controlled it, and dragged it to the shore, but the mutated fish broke free within a few meters. Lingyu said, "Fish may not have such developed brains, and their mental power is difficult to control." Leng Mingyue slaughtered a pig from the Godhead space, found a steel wire rope, and made a fishhook with a steel bar as thick as an arm. Lingyan said, "Good guy, a 200 jin pig is fishing." Leng Mingyue threw the pig into the water. Also poured some pig blood in the water. Several people stepped back. "Just wait until the fish is hooked." After waiting for less than 5 minutes, suddenly there was a big splash. The giant fish swallowed the pig in one bite. "Dive now." Leng Mingyue grasped the wire rope with both hands, and couldn't hold it any longer, step by step like walking in water. "This fish is too strong." Lingyu and Lingyan hugged Leng Mingyue's waist, and it was only with the strength of the three that they pulled. This is the creaking sound of the wire rope. Leng Mingyue was afraid that the steel wire rope would be broken, so he started to let go of the rope in his hand, and started to slip the fish like fishing. 3 people and 1 fish played for 2 hours. The fish turned white. Leng Mingyue pulled the fish to the shore, and with the assistance of Lingyu, wrapped the fish with spiritual power and entered the divine space. Leng Mingyue sat down on his buttocks, very tired. Even killing level 7 zombies didn't take so much effort. "It's too tiring to drop this one." Leng Mingyue also brought the second daughter into the Godhead space, and the fish was still flopping. After mutating, it can live without water for a long time. Lingyu said, "Brother Leng, there is something wrong with this fish." Chapter 92. Leng Mingyue looked at it. "Isn't it just big, and I will cook pickled fish for you soon." This fish is more than 10 meters long, and it is estimated to weigh more than 10 tons. This is too big. It's like a truck parked in front of you, still bouncing. Lingyu said, "This is not a level 7 mutant fish, I feel like a level 8 mutant fish." Leng Mingyue was just shocked by its bigness. After carefully sensing it, it was indeed a level 8 mutant fish. "This is worth it, it's an 8th grade. Fortunately, I didn't go into the water just now. If I go into the water, it doesn't matter who suppresses who." Leng Mingyue called Dayan over. "Try the fighting power of Dayan." Leng Mingyue gave orders to Dayan. "Hit the head of this fish." Dayan jumped up and punched the fish's head with a big hole. The fish lay down and did not move. Suzun opened her mouth wide. The fighting power of this big silver is too terrifying. The defense is astonishing, and the combat power is astonishing. The 8th level mutant fish was beaten to death with a single punch. Leng Mingyue said, "We took a chance. This fish was caught. If we really fought in the water, the 3 of us might not be able to beat it. This fish landed on the shore, and the fighting power is estimated to be reduced by 80 silver. The attack power is really good." De Yin took out an 8th-level crystal nucleus and wanted to put it in his mouth. Leng Mingyue hurriedly stopped it. "There are too few 8th-level crystal nuclei. The last time I received an 8th-level fire-type crystal nucleus, this is the second one." Leng Mingyue gave De Yin a handful of 5-level crystal nuclei. "Let's just make do with it, and I'll give it to you when there are more high-level crystal nuclei." De Yin sat on the hillside thinking again. Leng Mingyue cut off a large piece of fish with an alloy sword. "Let Lingyu cook boiled fish." Ling Yin said, "Do you only eat boiled fish? I want to eat grilled fish." Leng Mingyue cut another piece of fish and brought it to the grill, letting Ling Yin grill it by himself. The 3 of them had a big meal. This 8th-level fish can have the ability of a 5th-level crystal nucleus. And the taste is not bad. After eating and leaving the space, I changed another car and started again. The 3 rushed to Zhengcheng before dark. It stopped at the place where it was washed away for the first time. Leng Mingyue said to spend the night here today. 2 previously smashed RVs were also found. I used to spend the night in the Godhead space, it was safe and there was no snow. Today Leng Mingyue said that in order to commemorate the more than 1 year of separation, we will spend the night here today. It doesn't matter to the second daughter, she can spend the night anywhere, Ling Yin joked. "I hope we won't be separated from zombies tonight." Leng Mingyue said, "Even if there is another wave of zombies, I will not separate from you." After dinner, Ling Yu asked, "Do you want to leave someone alone to watch the night?" "If I had known earlier that I would have to keep vigil, I would have brought rhubarb, but this time I only brought dabai. No other pets, no, there is a big silver." Leng Mingyue also hesitated to release De Yin out of the Godhead space. If De Yin loses control, it will be very dangerous. "But I have some spiritual connection with De Yin, just like my own child. Should be no problem. Or try it." Leng Mingyue released De Yin and looked at De Yin warily. My mental power swept over De Yin, and I finally felt that I could completely control De Yin. De Yin sat on the ruins as if thinking. Leng Mingyue gave De Yin an order not to allow anything to approach the RV. Then he took his second daughter into the RV. Lingyu asked if the big iron lump was reliable at night. "No problem, De Yin has a little connection with my spiritual power." On the ruins, Leng Mingyue prepared red wine and steak. After such an emotional dinner, the Great War has begun. From the front to the rear, from the rear to the roof. The second daughter begged for mercy. Without Huang Kankan, they couldn't bear it. Suzun said, "Looks like we need to add more sisters, Leng big brother is too strong." Leng Mingyue said, "I'll talk about finding a sister later, I can't forget about it today." Just about to pounce on it. There was an explosion outside. Big silver stands in front of the RV. Leng Mingyue said, "This is really a place of geomantic omen." Chapter 93. I was disturbed by Yueshan last time, who is it today? I must chop him up. With a wave of his hand, Leng Mingyue took the 2 sisters into the Godhead space first. Afraid of a sneak attack by powerful zombies. Or a wave of zombies is breaking away. Leng Mingyue got out of the car wearing beach shorts. In front of De Yin were several survivors, 3 men and 1 woman, and a dog. It also appears to be a squad of survivors. Leng Mingyue was angry, "Why are you attacking me?" A man in the lead said, "I'm sorry. When we saw this big silver guy, we thought it was some kind of mutant beast, but we didn't expect it to be owned. Let's go now." Just now, the 4 of them used their strongest attacks to hit this iron lump, leaving no trace at all. The 4 knew that this was someone they couldn't afford to mess with. Even if the 4 of them were driven away, the second daughter would not let her continue her brutality. So just get to know these people. Leng Mingyue said, the person who hit me left just like that, doesn't he take me too seriously? They all regretted that they didn't sleep at night. Why did they come here to provoke this murderous god? The leading man said, this gentleman is very sorry. To express his apology, he took out 2 meatworms from the bag. This is our food for tomorrow. If the gentleman will forgive us, we are willing to give you these 2 worms. Leng Mingyue saw the 2 worms still moving, it was disgusting. Said, I eat a lot here, so much that I can't finish it. I don't eat these bugs. 4 people don't believe it. Leng Mingyue got into the car, took half a bag of rice, and threw it to several people. I'm from Lishan base. We manage meals there every day. Can be full. If you have nowhere to go, you can go there. Several people do not believe it. Said, we have also been to the Kyoto base. There is no food there. Leng Mingyue said, here is half a bag of rice, enough for you to go to Chang'an. The Lishan base has just developed. Now it is recruiting a lot of people. You can try it. Leng Mingyue turned back to the RV after speaking. The 4 took the rice and looked at it. Snow white rice. The girl here said, we haven't eaten rice for a year. We have nowhere to go anyway. Then go to Chang'an to have a look, if it is really better than our wandering. Leng Mingyue didn't care about those 4 people anymore. Call the 2 women out from the Godhead space. As a result, the 2 girls said they were tired and were going to bed. Leng Mingyue didn't force them either. Get out of the RV. Take out a cigarette and smoke it. Next to Dayan, smoking a cigarette. The stones in the ruins felt uncomfortable, and Leng Mingyue lay on top of Dayan. Leng Mingyue said to himself, Dayan, why don't you have facial features, it's weird like a frying pan. Dayan thought for a while. Almost the same facial features as Leng Mingyue appeared on Ping Bing's face. Leng Mingyue was startled, thinking he was looking in the mirror. Leng Mingyue did not expect that Dayan could change his facial features. Using spiritual power to communicate, let Dayan become the pre-apocalyptic star de Mimi. The facial features have gradually changed to 9 images. I looked at the big man who was 2 meters tall and covered in iron. It's King Kong Barbie. Continue to communicate mentally. The height is adjusted to 165 centimeters. The figure has been changed to lordosis and back warping. It's like a pinch game. It felt normal to not wear clothes when I was a big guy, but now I am a little bit against the rules. The skin is still silver. Old Leng Mingyue touched the steamed bun in front of him critically, it was so hard. Or alloy. The whole body is silver, which is not good looking. Leng Mingyue tried to communicate and changed the color to skin color. It really did, and slowly changed to skin color. Eyebrow. The hair really grows out. Include below. Exactly like a real person, invisible to the naked eye. The last thing is hard. The alloy can't be soft, try it. Hard on the inside and soft on the outside. It's done. Now it's really like a human being. After 4 hours of hard work, Dayan was turned into a real person. Leng Mingyue danced like a child. Leng Mingyue actually had a reaction when he looked at his work. He hurriedly found a suit of clothes for Dayan to put on. Then he brought Dayan into the Godhead space. Suzun got angry when she saw it. Said to my sister, this big pervert, he found another one in just a few hours. Leng Mingyue said, look who this is. Ling Yu said, this is a big star, you are really good, you can still find a star in the last days. Leng Mingyue took Dayan's hand and showed it to the second daughter, and the hand immediately turned into alloy again. The second daughter was surprised. Leng Mingyue said, Dayan changed his name from now on to Demi Mi. The second daughter holds the forehead. By this time it was daylight. Leng Mingyue wasn't sleepy anymore, and said, have breakfast, let's go on. Chapter 94. Start by car. Let Mingyue scan with mental power on the road, and look for survivors while walking. Really found a lot. If the survivor's ability level is relatively high, Leng Mingyue will give them a bag of food, tell them the location of the Lishan base, and let them go by themselves. If the ability level is relatively low, those who have no self-protection ability, old, weak, sick and disabled, they will be included in the Godhead space. It took 4 days to arrive in Tsu City. There are more than 200 people in the Godhead space. There are still more than 100 people with acceptable combat power. Give them food, let's go and see God's will. It was already afternoon when we arrived in Jin City. Leng Mingyue dialed the satellite phone. Talk to the deputy base chief. After the call was connected, he said, "We have arrived in Jin City, can you provide the location of the zombies?" The deputy base chief said, "We have received news that zombies have been moving near the sea." After hanging up the phone, Leng Mingyue took a sled and Dabai headed east. There are so many zombies in Tsu City. Very dense. It would be bad if it attracted so many zombies and started a wave of zombies. Let Dabai go to the outer ring to find places where there are few zombies. It is still difficult to find zombies in such a big city. The three found a high-rise and went up to the top of the building. This building has more than 40 floors. Start looking with binoculars. You can see the sea here. Look slowly, the three of them are not in a hurry. The vegetation is dense in the city, and zombies roam the streets. It was not easy to find. Leng Mingyue suddenly felt the building move. The three looked at each other. It shouldn't be an earthquake. How can the buildings move? These buildings are not too strong for so long in the last days. The building shook again. Leng Mingyue looked down and saw thick branches and roots growing crazily outside the building. This is a high-level mutant plant. Mingyue also sensed it and said, "This plant is so high-level, it may also be a level 8 mutant plant." Leng Mingyue heard that the level was so high, so he quickly put the ring tone and ring language into the Godhead space, and tried it with this mutant plant himself. Generally, mutated plants are afraid of fire, so Leng Mingyue threw 2 fireballs downstairs. Unexpectedly, the mutated plants downstairs sent out 2 fireballs while crawling downstairs. Counterbombed on Leng Mingyue's fireball. FK. The plant department has the ability of the fire department. The heifer rides a kite, it's awesome. Leng Mingyue thought of Yin. He shouldn't be called Mimi, he is not afraid of fire abilities. Leng Mingyue put the big power into a space. At this time, the mutated plant had already climbed to the top of the building. Leng Mingyue looked at it. What kind of plant is this? The branches are twisted and twisted, just like the leaves of a pothose. In the middle is a giant sunflower. A combination of 2 plants. The branch rolled towards Leng Mingyue, and Leng Mingyue dodged the branch and pulled it on the concrete pillar next to him, breaking the pillar directly, FK it. Leng Mingyue ran a few steps quickly. Pulling away the distance, the sunflower in the middle sent out 2 more fireballs. Leng Mingyue jumped to the side. This mutant plant can attack and defend. Can be near or far. Almighty, even more powerful than the big willow tree of Mingyue. Leng Mingyue saw Mimi was still sitting on the ground. Leng Mingyue gave the order to attack. Mimi stood up, and was blown away by the branch before he could move. When flying in the air, the sunflower also sent out 2 fireballs, and Mimi was directly blown farther. Falling from the roof of the 40-story building. Leng Mingyue rested his forehead and sighed softly. It seems that we have to exercise great power. Leng Mingyue hid in the Godhead space. The second daughter saw Leng Mingyue coming in and asked how it was. Leng Mingyue said, Mimi was KO'd and went downstairs. But I don't think I was hurt. I came in to hide. I'll go out after Mimi comes up in a while, this 8th level plant is so powerful. Mingyue said, if you can't beat it, you can still use the old method to pull into the space. Leng Mingyue was afraid that Mingyue would be hurt and said, "Wait a minute, let me see how Mimi is doing. If I can win, I don't need to take any risks. It should feel almost there." Leng Mingyue drank a bowl of spiritual spring water and left the divine space. After coming out, I saw that the naked Mimi was hammering and killing the mutated plants. A branch was torn off. 2 hands grabbed the sunflower and pulled it hard, thinking about tearing it off. There seemed to be no danger. Leng Mingyue released the 2 daughters from the godhead space, and took out a plate of grapes, eating grapes while watching. The second daughter was also surprised when she saw that Mimi was so powerful, but seeing that she was naked, both of them reached out to Leng Mingyue's waist at the same time. Leng Mingyue said, "It's wrong, I put clothes on it, and a fireball just burned the clothes." Mingyue was taken aback. Said, "This mutated plant is begging for mercy. I want to recognize you as the master." The IQ of the 8th level mutant plants is very high. Also afraid of death. Leng Mingyue actually prefers to collect mutant beasts or mutant plants, because he has too many secrets. Leng Mingyue let Mimi let go. He took another suit of clothes for it. Leng Mingyue has a more advanced way to identify the master, only the 8th level mutant beast or mutant plant can do it. Leng Mingyue makes the mutant plant reveal its own crystal nucleus. The mutated plant hesitated, and Mimi stepped forward. Forced to reveal his crystal nucleus, which can only be done after level 8, Leng Mingyue attached his spiritual power to the crystal nucleus, saving a restriction on the crystal nucleus. In this way, he can control this mutant plant. This method was also researched by a ghost after the end of the world. Leng Mingyue was very happy, and received a mutated plant with terrifying combat power today. That is to say, if you encounter a big power, you will be invincible in defense. Leng Mingyue said, "Give it a name." Mingyue said, "You must be named Xiaolu, or Xiakui." "Impossible, I want to give it a domineering name." Chapter 95. Leng Mingyue started to scratch his hair, and was taunted by the bell, so Xiaolu and Xiakui couldn't bark anymore. "I don't like to use my brain to name. What's the name of a mutated plant that combines pothos and sunflower and can spit fireballs?" Mingyue snickered to give Leng Mingyue a step and said, "Or call me Xiakui, it sounds nice." Leng Mingyue said, "Xiakui, the flower in the middle, let's call it Xiakuwa." Suzun burst out laughing. "This is cold medicine." Leng Mingyue grabbed Lingyan and slapped her butt twice. Suzun ran away clutching her a. Said, "Little Sunflower is good, the name Little Sunflower is great. I just wanted to ask you how much you charged for advertising." Leng Mingyue took out a bowl of spiritual spring water, and the small sunflower rhizome stretched out to absorb it in an instant. The broken piece of paper grew a little, and continued to wave the piece of paper at Leng Mingyue. "I want more." Leng Mingyue hit a bucket of spiritual spring water. Several rhizomes stick out into the water. Absorbed in 3 minutes. Shaking from side to side as if drunk. Put the little sunflower into the godhead space. A few people looked at this building. The battle between Xia Sunhua and Mimi just now cut off 3 floors of this building, leaving the roof in a mess. Take the second daughter downstairs and change places. I searched for 2 days and couldn't find it. Leng Mingyue's patience wears out. He took out his satellite phone and dialed. After answering the phone, Leng Mingyue said, "Is there a specific location for this zombie? I haven't found a level 7 zombie, but there is a level 8 mutant plant." The deputy base chief was very surprised. "Level 8, there is another level 8. Zombies and plants have evolved much faster than us humans, and we don't have a specific location. So our Kyoto base will also send some people to help you find zombies." After hanging up the phone, the deputy base chief hurriedly held a meeting of the highest level. After the meeting started, he said with a sad face, "Leng Mingyue found an 8th level mutant plant in Jin City. One sentence blew up the conference room. The 7th level can already destroy the base, and the 8th level is irresistible. One person said, "Will Leng Mingyue lie?" Many people in the conference room thought so, and they could call back alive when they encountered a level 8 mutant plant. The deputy base chief said, "It's basically true. It's not the first time they have encountered level 8 zombies. So we have to speed up the pace. If we can't catch up with the speed of zombie evolution, then there is only death." The three of Leng Mingyue are grilling on the roof of a building. "Since you can't find it, enjoy a meal first." Some mutated fish and some mutton were grilled. The mutton raised in the Godhead space is really fragrant. Leng Mingyue asked, "Will you drink wine or beer?" Ling Ian said, "You can drink, but you can't do bad things." Leng Mingyue, "Drinking has nothing to do with that." After eating, the three of them prepared to go to bed. Leng Mingyue said, "I drank too much, you two help me to drink." Standing on the left and the right, Leng Mingyue chuckled, picked up the two girls and threw them on the bed. Said, "Today you screamed and broke your throat, but no one came to save you." After 2 minutes, Leng Mingyue finally stripped the two of them naked and was about to pounce on them. Then the satellite phone rang. "FK. You can't fight earlier, you can't wait a few hours to fight again, and now the arrow is on the string." Leng Mingyue also knew that he would not call himself if there was no important matter. Line connected. The anxious voice of the deputy base chief came out, "Mr. Leng, just received the news that the 7th level zombies have crossed the provincial border with a large number of zombies. It is estimated that they will arrive at the base in a few hours." Leng Mingyue, I haven't found it here for a long time. I know, I'm going to the Kyoto base now. But now it's dark, and it's snowing again. I don't know when I can arrive, you guys organize people to resist first. I will step up here." He hung up the phone and told the second daughter that the situation was urgent and the zombie was 100 kilometers faster than he estimated. The zombies have already entered the capital, and they are still at the seaside. The snow here is also relatively thick, so we have to hurry. The second girl put on her clothes and entered the space of the Godhead. Leng Mingyue greeted Dabai, and pulled the sled all the way west. It will take more than 2 hours to reach Kyoto at the fastest, and the zombies estimate that it will take another hour or less to reach the base. I hope the zombies will attack later. Dabai pulled the sled all the way through the wind and snow. Chapter 96. 2 hours later, Dabai pulled Leng Mingyue to catch up with the last zombie. Because there are too many zombies, the zombie tide has drawn a long queue. Let Dabai pass by from the side. When we arrived at the base, we saw that the wave of zombies had begun to attack the city. There are too many people in the safe zone, and the zombies stimulated by the smell of a large number of survivors also speed up in the snow. The 7th level zombie is an earth-type zombie. The city wall that was knocked down by Leng Mingyue last time has been repaired, but a huge gap was directly broken by the 7th level soil ability. The zombies and the survivors fought at the gap, and a level 7 zombie pierced through more than a dozen people with a soil thorn. The base has cultivated 2 6th level abilities, one of the speed department and the other of the fire department. A fireball hit by a fire-type supernatural person did little damage to the zombies defended by the 7th level Earth-type master. The speed psychic is protecting the fire psychic. Did not rush out. There are several level 6 zombies around the level 7 Earth-type zombies, and most people really dare not rush up. Leng Mingyue called out the bell language. Lingyu can stand outside the zombie group and control the zombies. Leng Mingyue rushed into the group of zombies alone. A group of commanding people on a tall building are watching the battlefield here. Suddenly someone found Leng Mingyue and said, "There is a person rushing into the group of zombies." Everyone looked through the binoculars. Holding an alloy saber, Leng Mingyue rushed into the group of zombies like chopping melons and vegetables. Within 10 minutes, he approached the 7th level zombies. Lingyu used his mental power to control the 8 6th level zombies, and the 8 6th level zombies attacked the 7th level Earth zombies at the same time. Although it is a level 7 zombie, it is a legal system after all. The zombie was seriously injured instantly. Leng Mingyue came to the front with a knife in his hand, and chopped down a level 7 Earth zombie with one knife. The 8 level 6 zombies didn't move. Leng Mingyue didn't bother to kill 8 of them with 8 knives. By the way, put away the 9 crystal nuclei. There is no high-level zombie control anymore, and zombie attacks are not so concentrated. Some zombies scattered towards the distance. Leng Mingyue found Lingyu and brought Lingyu to the gap in the city wall. Leng Mingyue cleared up a large number of zombies with a few fireballs. The gap immediately became empty, and the two entered the gap. Zombies rushed up again from outside. Leng Mingyue took a look. The survivors suffered a lot of casualties. Leng Mingyue shouted, "Are there any Earth-type supernatural beings?" A dozen or so people stood up, all of them Earth-type. Leng Mingyue said, "Let's build an earthen wall together to close this gap." 10 minutes later, with the help of Leng Mingyue, the gap was finally plugged. Although there are still many zombies outside the city, but there isn't much of a threat anymore. A person came from behind, stretched out his hand and said, "I am the deputy base chief who talked to Mr. Leng before." Leng Mingyue said, "Hi, fortunately I'm not too late to come back." "It's not too late, I know that Mr. Leng came back from the sea. We expected you to come back in 3 to 4 hours. I didn't expect you to come back in more than 2 hours. It saved our base from losing a lot of people. On behalf of the base, thank you." Bow to Leng Mingyue. Leng Mingyue quickly hid to the side and said, "You don't have to be so polite, I am also hired by you. There are still zombies outside now, let's wait until the zombies retreat." The deputy base chief stepped back. Leng Mingyue stood on the city wall again, looking at the densely packed zombies under the city wall. When Leng Mingyue hits a fireball, it can burn a piece. Fighting until dawn, there are still many zombies in the city. Everyone on the city wall was exhausted and paralyzed. The walls are full of people who can attack from a distance. At this time, a neat group of soldiers came to the gate with alloy weapons in their hands. Leng Mingyue knew that it was dawn and it was time for close combat. Without high-level zombie commanders, these people can basically crush the zombies when they go out. Leng Mingyue also fought all night and was a little tired. He found the deputy base chief and said, "It's not just a few zombies this time. Mr. Leng saved the entire base." "Thank you very much, Mr. Leng." Leng Mingyue said, "In this way, I don't want more from you. 1,000 survivors will add 10 satellite phones to me. Now the general mobile phone has no signal, and only the military's satellite phone can still be used." The deputy base chief said, "You take a break first. Eat something, and we will have a meeting to discuss." Leng Mingyue waved his hand. The deputy base chief left quickly. "There are so many meetings, we have to hold meetings for every decision. I now have a base. Sometimes there are more tasks. It's hard to communicate. It is much more convenient to have a satellite phone." After eating and resting for a while, the news came in the evening. The zombies outside the city were cleaned up. At this time, the deputy base chief also came over and said, "After a meeting and discussion, we can only give you a maximum of 4 satellite phones. Because of this, our base is also very short of these. Now we are using stocks. We can't make satellite phones yet." Leng Mingyue said, "Okay then, let's make 4. It's getting dark now, I'll spend the night at the base, and I'll gather 1,000 people tomorrow morning, and I'll take them out tomorrow morning." Chapter 97. The next day, the deputy base chief sent Leng Mingyue to the gate of the base, and there was a group of people standing outside, probably the 1,000 people who followed him. Leng Mingyue scanned it with mental power. Fortunately, there are also evolutionaries and young people in it. If you give yourself the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, you can only put the Godhead space. Leng Mingyue came to the front of the crowd and said, "Hi everyone, I am the base chief of the Lishan base. Come with me, and you will be full for every meal." Everyone knew that the Lishan base could provide food before they came, and it would be too tempting to manage food. Everyone is very excited. Everyone followed Leng Mingyue and set off on foot. There are many cars in the Shenge space, but they cannot be taken out. Walking is very slow, and I have to take care of ordinary people and carry luggage. I walked very slowly, and I didn't walk dozens of miles until noon. Leng Mingyue found a ruin to block Lingyu and called out Lingyu. There were too many people, and Lingyu needed the cooperation. Leng Mingyue first asked Lingyu to scan with mental power to see if anyone was following him at the Kyoto base. Fortunately, no one was there. Kyoto just passed through a wave of zombies. Still processing the corpses of the zombies outside. Lingyu has cooperated with Leng Mingyue many times. Under the cover of mental power, everyone felt dizzy. Then when there was no resistance, Leng Mingyue included these 1,000 people in the Godhead space. Then use the power of the rules of the Godhead space to put everyone into a deep sleep. Leng Mingyue and Lingyu also entered the space of Godhood and had a meal. After dinner, Leng Mingyue has to hurry. Lingyan said, "Leng big brother, how boring you are traveling alone, how about I ride the sled with you?" After looking at Dabai, it shouldn't be a big problem to pull 2 people. 2 people can chat for a day. Dabai rushed to Lishan base with 2 people. It is going to cross Shaanxi province again. I go here every time I go out. At this time, Lingyan went to sleep in the space, and Lingyan came out. Lingyu uses mental power to find small animals, or survivors. In a mountain depression, there were more than 100 survivors. Take away, locusts cross the border. Everything of value was taken away. Because I am not in a hurry to go back to the base and walk slowly, sometimes I will go further into the mountains. Survivors can sometimes be seen here. The mountains are rich in materials, and there are many plants, mushrooms, or animals. It is much safer than in the city, and traces of reclaiming farmland can already be seen. It has been half a month since I returned to the Lishan base. By this time the weather was not so cold. The weather has started to warm up. The snow has begun to melt, and the road is particularly difficult to walk. Leng Mingyue decided not to go out recently. Kill zombies at home and train soldiers. Gave Yueshan a satellite phone. Gave Qin Feng one. I kept 2 spares in my hand. Charging is more troublesome. There is a diesel generator on the top of the mountain. Generate electricity when you need it. Close it when you are done using it. Very inconvenient. I found Yueshan and said, "Check, does Chang'an have its own power plant? Also, find out among the survivors if anyone understands this. If possible, connect the base to electricity." Yueshan sent someone to investigate. I have been looking for 2 months, but there is no suitable one, and there is a thermal power plant. Coal needs to be transported. Too much trouble. It is most convenient to find hydropower. One of the survivors was an electrical engineer with 2 apprentices. Finally, it is determined that the wind power point does not need to be maintained by many people there, and it does not need to be watched all the time. Leng Mingyue thinks it is feasible to install several large windmills on Lishan Mountain. The ice and snow have completely melted in 2 months. Get someone to grow some food in nearby fields. The base will be self-sufficient in the future. Even if it is paralyzed after leaving the Leng Mingyue base, it will not work. In 2 months, Chang'an cleaned up a quarter of the area. Leng Mingyue also took some animals from the Godhead space to raise. Pigs, sheep, chickens, ducks. Leng Mingyue has been regretting that he did not find the cattle. I really want to eat beef. Wind power is feasible. But there are no windmills, so we need to find out if there are any old ones that can still be turned. I haven't gone out for 2 months, and I'm going to go out for a walk. At this moment, the satellite phone rang, and Leng Mingyue saw that it was the number from Kyoto. I haven't contacted you for more than 2 months. It seems that there must be something that can't be solved with this call. Chapter 98. After connecting to the phone, the voice of the deputy base chief came out. Mr. Leng, I'm sorry to bother you. The other party is very polite. Leng Mingyue also said, the deputy base chief should call me for something. The deputy base chief said, that's right, we have something we can't solve and we're going to bother Mr. Leng again this time. Tell me what's going on, can I solve it? The deputy base chief said, we can talk all the time. It's because there is a satellite in the sky that is still working. Ordinary mobile phones can't be used because the base stations are all on land. Now they can't be used without maintenance. Recently, scientists have studied a satellite is used by ordinary people's mobile phones, and when this satellite is launched into the sky, our ordinary mobile phones can make calls. Leng Mingyue said, this is a good thing. Is there any problem? The power of the country is still strong. It is the end of the world and we can still think about restoring communication. The deputy base chief said, this satellite was developed in Kyoto. But if you want to launch it into the sky, you must be at the Jiuquan satellite base, where the rocket is, so you need to transport the satellite to Jiuquan. We also have manpower, but we can't guarantee safe transportation. There is only one satellite. If it is damaged, it is impossible to make a second one. So it must be foolproof. Leng Mingyue understood and let himself escort the satellite. Leng Mingyue said, the escort took a long time. Hearing this, the deputy base chief knew that it was time to negotiate terms. Said, there may not be high-level zombies on this road. We have already sent people to clean them up once. You can see what is missing in your base. There are some in the Kyoto base. Provide as much as possible. I don't need anything else, just need another 2,000 people. There should have been a meeting before the call. The population of 2,000 should be within the acceptable range. The deputy base chief said, okay, then come here quickly, we plan to leave in 3 days. After hanging up the phone, Leng Mingyue convened a meeting of the top management of the base. Said the content of the call with the Kyoto base this time. This task is not difficult, it can spray high-level zombies, but the satellite cannot be destroyed. Ling Ian said, it's fast and safe to transport directly into the space. Leng Mingyue said, the Kyoto base will definitely send someone for this transportation. Follow the car and walk slowly. Decide who will go. Qin Feng said, we found a lot of wind turbines in Shaanxi. The big windmills are still turning. The engineer said that they can be used, and they will be transported back soon to generate electricity for the base. Zioxu and I will not go. Let's transport the generators. Huang Kenken said, the little brother I brought, no, the fighting power of the few seedlings I brought is now improving very quickly, and will be the backbone of the base in the future. Leng Mingyue nodded. Do you want to bring your own ringtones and ringtones this time? Ling Ian said, I raise a lot of sheep and chickens in the back mountain, and I have to feed them every day. It's not dangerous, and it's not killing zombies, so I won't go either. Leng Mingyue looked at Ling Yu. Ling Yu said, my aunt's stomach hurts when she came. Okay, you are leaving me alone. Leng Mingyue caught Rhubarb, you must be fine, you come with me. Rhubarb, I protest. After dinner, Leng Mingyue got into the car and was ready to go, when the voice of Xuetuan appeared in Leng Mingyue's mind, you may be in great danger when you go out this time. Leng Mingyue was taken aback for a moment, he already had the ability in the middle of the 7th level. There are also small sunflowers. Great power. With so many whole cards, is there still danger? Leng Mingyue walked aside with Xuetuan in his arms and said, if I take the whole team, Xuetuan said that the whole army will be wiped out. Leng Mingyue was surprised. So dangerous? He asked again, are there high-level zombies? Sichuan shook his head, I don't know either. Then should I go? Sichuan said, this trip is also a great opportunity for you. If you can come back successfully, you should be able to upgrade to level 8, and there are many benefits. Leng Mingyue asked again, I hear you mean let me go. Xuetuan shook his head, I don't know either. I can only feel that it is very dangerous. Leng Mingyue said, don't tell everyone about this beforehand. Before departure, a large amount of grain was placed in the warehouse. I don't know how long this trip will take. A jeep was taken out from the space of godhood, and De Huang sat in the co-pilot. Kicked down by Leng Mingyue. I gave Lingyu a satellite phone, bid farewell to everyone, and set off with a kick of the accelerator. Knowing that there is danger, you have to go through it. If it couldn't work out, he hid in the Godhead space. Leng Mingyue felt that there would be no problem in surviving. Leng Mingyue set off alone without rhubarb. There are Big Mimi and Little Sunflower in my own space. 2 right-hand men. I came to Kyoto in 2 days, and walked around the city all the way, and the speed was still very fast. When we arrived in Kyoto, the deputy base chief received the notification as soon as he entered the gate of the base. As soon as Leng Mingyue got out of the car, the deputy chief of base arrived. 2 people shake hands. The deputy base chief said, the car is already being loaded. I'll show Mr. Leng. After loading the car today, you should take a rest and leave tomorrow morning. The 2 came to an experimental base. A spherical satellite with a diameter of over 2 meters has been installed on a military vehicle. In reinforcement. After turning around, the deputy base chief said, this time we sent 50 people to protect. Leng Mingyue said, if there is an accident, listen to them or listen to me. Forward. I inform them that any problems arise, they will listen to Mr. Leng. Leng Mingyue nodded in satisfaction. Had a good night's rest. Early the next morning, a military truck and 5 troop carriers. Leng Mingyue drove the jeep to leave. Satellites are not too heavy, but more precise. The car does not drive fast, generally at a speed of 60 to 80 miles. Each car is equipped with a walkie-talkie before departure. On the first troop carrier, a person said, you go to the colonel and don't let us listen to which civilian you let us listen to. The colonel was also very dissatisfied and said, I heard that he is very powerful in combat. Strong combat effectiveness does not mean strong command ability. The colonel said, okay, don't talk anymore. Pay attention to both sides of the road, and be careful of zombies and mutant beasts. Chapter 99. The road is about 2,000 kilometers. Take the northern line at high speed. Into Inner Mongolia. Although Leng Mingyue's mental power is not as strong as Lingyu, he can barely scan 1 to 2 kilometers. When it was getting dark, I found a place to camp. Safety comes first. Driving at night is too dangerous. There are soldiers vigil not run by Leng Mingyue. They have all entered the grassland, and I don't know if I can meet cows or horses. A large herbivore that produces a lot of meat. Leng Mingyue wiped his saliva. Decided to explore the grassland for a stroll at night. Finding the person in charge of the military this time, Leng Mingyue only knew that the other party was a senior colonel, and said, Mr. Colonel, I'll walk around. The colonel frowned and said, Mr. Leng is the most important thing to protect the satellite. I hope you don't go too far. Leng Mingyue felt the other party's helplessness. Did not say anything else, drove away. It was not quite dark yet. Driving casually in the grassland. I searched for an hour and found nothing. When I was about to turn back, I suddenly saw a few horses. When I got closer, it turned out to be a zombie horse. Alas, what a pity. Back at camp it was completely dark. After a simple meal, I lay down in the car. Someone is on guard outside, just sleep by yourself. It was a quiet night. Depart after breakfast in the morning. Leng Mingyue checked and found that it was the Xingba Expressway, which took only 2 hours. Saw the road ahead was destroyed. Dozens of meters were destroyed. Leng Mingyue got out of the car and went to the front to check. At this time, the colonel said, "Let's see if there is a road nearby that can be bypassed." The road was not damaged when I checked the road a few days ago. It should have been damaged recently. Such a terrifying destructive power must be very difficult to deal with. We need get out of here quickly. The soldier said, "If you want to make a detour, you need to go back 40 kilometers and get off the highway. Then take the national highway." Leng Mingyue said, "Do you have Earth-type supernatural powers in your team?" The colonel said, "There are 2 4th-level Earth-type supernatural beings. Let them come with me and fix the road here. Detours are too time-consuming." The 2 followed Leng Mingyue at the broken road. Leng Mingyue explained that everyone used their abilities together. It took the 3 of them half an hour to repair the distance of more than 10 meters. Cars can pass. The colonel looked at it, didn't speak, and got into the car. Leng Mingyue didn't mind, and got into the car too. "Don't mess with me, just deliver it quickly, and his task will be completed." The car is on the road again. Leng Mingyue has always been uneasy because of Sichuan's language. "Now I know that there are tigers in the mountains, and I prefer to go to the mountains. I know there is danger, but I don't know when it will appear." Leng Mingyue is more irritable. Until it got dark, the soldiers began to set up camp. Leng Mingyue roughly calculated that he only traveled a little over 1,000 kilometers in 2 days. At this rate it will take about 2 days. After dinner, Leng Mingyue sat on the roof of the car and smoked a cigarette. As the power level increases, the perception ability also improves, and Leng Mingyue can faintly feel that there is a sense of danger. There is nothing around, the parking place is very empty. If there are zombies or mutant beasts, you can see it. I don't know where this sense of danger comes from. Leng Mingyue found the senior colonel and said, "I feel something is wrong in the surrounding area, or else we should drive overnight." The colonel stood up immediately and said, "Are there any zombies?" Leng Mingyue shook his head. The colonel looked around and saw nothing. Said, "It's getting dark now, what we are pulling is too important. The satellite is too precise, if it hits the satellite, it will be scrapped. The 50 people we brought out are all level 3 to 4, and there are 2 level 5 supernatural beings, who are the top fighters in the safe zone. Ordinary zombies are not our opponents. We can protect you, don't worry." "Well, let's leave early at dawn tomorrow." Leng Mingyue laughed angrily. "Still can protect me." Leng Mingyue came to the front of the car pulling the satellite. Several people are guarding. Leng Mingyue didn't care that they went up to the roof of the car. "Lie down on the roof. These people can't hold the satellite at all. If there are high-level zombies or mutant beasts, first put the satellite into the Godhead space." After making up his mind, Leng Mingyue began to absorb the crystal nucleus. "Today we need to absorb more Earth-type crystal nuclei. The end of the day is getting longer, and there are more and more broken roads. Or when defending the city, the Earth ability can be used." 12 midnight. Leng Mingyue opened his eyes. Chapter 100. Leng Mingyue opened his eyes, looked around and saw that there was no movement, and scanned with his consciousness, but there was nothing approaching. But just felt a jolt. Leng Mingyue stood up from the roof. The night watchman around heard the movement and looked over. Leng Mingyue said, "Did you feel the vibration just now?" Several people shook their heads. "I shouldn't feel wrong, I must have been shocked just now. But I don't know why." Leng Mingyue jumped out of the car, lay on the ground and listened for a while, but there was nothing unusual. Leng Mingyue jumped into the car again. A few night watchmen watched Leng Mingyue come and jump up and down, not knowing what they were doing. After checking for a long time, there is no abnormality. Leng Mingyue thinks that no abnormality is the biggest abnormality. Leng Mingyue stood on the roof of the car and looked around with an infrared telescope. Nothing out of the ordinary. Leng Mingyue lay on the roof again. Is it true that I am suspicious? After 10 minutes, it shook again. This time, before Leng Mingyue could say anything, several people on duty all looked over. Leng Mingyue asked, "Did you feel the vibration?" Several people nodded. "Wake everyone up. All on alert." After everyone got up, the colonel came over and asked, "What's the matter, are there any zombies?" Leng Mingyue said, "I don't know if it's a zombie, but there must be something. The ground is trembling." The colonel sneered and said, "Aren't you too nervous? You will get nervous if there is any disturbance." After finishing speaking, he got on a personnel carrier, before closing the door. A giant worm suddenly broke out from the ground. He swallowed the troop carrier in one gulp. This giant worm is more than 5 meters in diameter. A fireball hit Leng Mingyue, and the giant worm was thrown back into the ground. At this time, 4 giant worms rushed out from the side. The giant worm is too big to be killed for a while, so Leng Mingyue first put the car that pulls the satellite into the Godhead space. These soldiers were left to be slaughtered. Leng Mingyue called Demimi out, and then began to bring soldiers and personnel carriers into the Godhead space. There were 50 people in total, and 15 of them were sacrificed in less than a minute. These people have seen too much. Leng Mingyue is not going to release these people in the future, let them survive in the Godhead space. Demimi has already rushed out, smashing the giant insect's body with a punch. Demimi is covered in green juice so disgusting. After the giant worm's body was pierced, it quickly retracted to the ground. There are 3 more who also want to run. Leng Mingyue shouted, "Catch one and don't let it escape." Demimi stretched out his hand to hug it and pulled it out. Under the huge force, it actually pulled out. Leng Mingyue also stepped forward, and the 2 worked together to put one into the space of Godhead. The other 2 ran away. Leng Mingyue returned to the Godhead space with Demimi. Demimi saw that she was fine and wanted to go to a daze again. Leng Mingyue said, "It's disgusting to be covered in green juice, go take a bath and change clothes." Demimi went to take a bath. Leng Mingyue observed the giant worm. "What is it?" In fact, the level of this bug's ability is not too high, only level 6, but its size is huge. After half a day of research, Leng Mingyue discovered that it turned out to be an earthworm with teeth. Normal earthworms have no teeth, but now this giant worm just has a mouth full of big teeth. Each tooth is 20 centimeters long. It looked appalling. Leng Mingyue used space rules to delineate a place for giant earthworms to live in. Let's keep them so big for fun. At this time, Demimi came back from the shower, but she didn't even wear clothes. Leng Mingyue's nose bleeds profusely. Quickly found a suit of clothes to put on. This time I didn't bring any girls with me when I went out, so I had a feeling for this alloy man. I am not perverted. In the future, I still don't let Demimi fight anymore, and I am also looking for guilt. If it was a big alloy before, it would be great. Leng Mingyue has a space. After leaving the space, Leng Mingyue didn't see it. Demimi came to the place where Leng Mingyue's nosebleed was flowing, pressed his hand on the blood, and absorbed it into his body. Demimi's eyes are changing. Chapter 101. Leng Mingyue came out of the Godhead space, and it was already dawn at this time, and he saw devastation outside. There are big potholes on the road. The road was also destroyed. Fortunately, Leng Mingyue's car was not damaged. Let me deliver the goods myself. It can also keep the satellite safe. Leng Mingyue drove on the road, took out the satellite phone and dialed it. The deputy base chief answered the phone. Leng Mingyue said, "Last night we were attacked by a giant mutant beast. The escort team was wiped out. The satellite was not damaged. I am now pulling the satellite and setting off alone. You inform the Jiquan base. I'll be there around noon tomorrow." The deputy base chief said, "Thank you, Mr. Leng. What kind of mutant beast caused the team to suffer such a big loss?" Leng Mingyue gave an approximate location, and said, "This giant earthworm is so powerful that it can swallow a troop carrier in one bite. I saw at least 4 of them escaped, and I don't know how many have yet to come out. I suggest not to take this path in the future. Hang up the phone and drive on the road by yourself much faster. Take a break at noon. Don't get to the base too early. The car pulling the satellite can't drive too fast. Don't let others suspect you. Had lunch and slept for a while. Set off again in the afternoon. Driven 800 kilometers today until dark. It will arrive tomorrow morning, but Leng Mingyue is not in a hurry. I prepared a big dinner for myself, but I was alone when I ate it, which was so boring." Leng Mingyue called out Xia Sunhua and Mimi. The little sunflower took back the branch, and now a sunflower is planted on the ground. Those who don't know it think it is an ordinary plant. During the meal, Leng Mingyue stewed a pot of pork ribs. Mimi actually sat down, took a piece from the hot pot with his hands and put it in his mouth, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. "FK. What's the situation? Come and see, everyone, the alloy spirit monster ate meat, yes, he also ate bones." Seeing Mimi's eyes that were staring blank before, they became flexible. Now Mimi looks like a real person. Not sure why there is such a change. While Leng Mingyue took a bite of rice and glanced at Mimi, he finished his dinner. "Something is wrong, but I don't know what is wrong." Leng Mingyue researched it very late, and he didn't know what happened to Mimi. "I got up late the next day, it was past 10 a.m. Leng Mingyue cooked some noodles for himself. After simply eating a little bit, we set off, and we should be there in 2 to 3 hours. It seems that the danger predicted by Sichuan is the big earthworm. The squad was wiped out. It seems that the danger is not so great. Don't think about it anymore, kick the accelerator and set off." It was very smooth. At a place 5 kilometers away from the base, I changed the car and drove the car pulling the satellite to the base. Should have been notified in advance. After driving in, someone took over the satellite car. The person in charge of the base greeted Leng Mingyue very warmly, and said, "Mr. Leng, please, thanks to Mr. Leng this time. You can take a rest here first." Leng Mingyue dialed the satellite phone and said to the deputy base chief, "I have safely transported the satellite to the base. I am going to go back now." The deputy base chief said, "It's already afternoon, and the engineers are stepping up to install it on the rocket. It should be launched tomorrow morning, please Mr. Leng to stay one more night. Can you come back after the satellite launch tomorrow?" Heard such news. It doesn't matter to Leng Mingyue, it's okay to stay one more day. Leng Mingyue called Lingyu again and told everyone that it had been delivered safely, and they would go back tomorrow morning. Let everyone feel at ease. There was nothing to say all night. At 7:50 in the morning, the rocket successfully sent the satellite into space. In Daxia, the mobile phone will have a signal immediately. Leng Mingyue is also very happy. Without information communication, human society cannot develop. Leng Mingyue approached the person in charge of the base and asked Leng Mingyue, "How long will the mobile phone have a signal?" The person in charge said, "After about 5 hours, the mobile phone will be usable and you can make calls." The rocket has been successfully launched. Leng Mingyue is very happy, and will be able to use a mobile phone in the future. Leave. Left the Jiquan base. The power of the country is still strong, and there is still such a great technology in the end of the day. Leng Mingyue returned the same way. This road is very familiar. Leng Mingyue drove for 5 hours to Alza League. Leng Mingyue wanted to see if the mobile phone could talk. First, I called Lingyu with a satellite phone, and asked her to find a mobile phone, and tried to call her by myself. After hanging up the satellite phone, I made a call with an ordinary mobile phone. The signal was not very good, but I could clearly hear what I was saying. Leng Mingyue was very happy. It would be nice to chat while driving. The task this time was also successfully completed. Although there was a small risk, I also successfully sent the satellite. At this moment, Ling Yian grabbed the phone and chatted with Leng Mingyue. While chatting, suddenly Leng Mingyue's car was blown up. While being blown away, I felt overwhelming coercion. What is this? Leng Mingyue looked up and saw a golden light piercing towards his head. Leng Mingyue wanted to hide, but the golden light was too fast, and when he saw it, the golden light had already reached his forehead. Leng Mingyue could feel that Jin Guang broke his scalp and skull, and when he was about to split himself in half, the fragments of Godhead appeared on the current fragments of Godhead in front of Jin Guang. When he was reborn, his Godhead was just fingernails. The size has now doubled. Now Jin Guang cut off a third of the Godhead fragments abruptly. At the same time, the golden light was also blocked. Leng Mingyue returned to the Godhead space with his last consciousness. Leng Mingyue lay down on the ground, blood flowed all over the floor. Leng Mingyue now has a golden glow in his blood. Before Leng Mingyue fell into a coma, he used the power of rules to control the forehead wound, preventing the wound from bleeding. Leng Mingyue fell into a complete coma. At this time, Xia Sunhua and Damimi came over at the same time. Regardless of Leng Mingyue, they are all sucking blood from the ground. The big Mimi sucks more, and the little sunflower sucks less. Damimi pressed both hands on the blood, and the blood was absorbed into the body along the palm. The little sunflower directly plunged the roots into the blood and absorbed it frantically. After sucking the one on the ground, he started sucking on Leng Mingyue's body again. After smoking all of them, I saw Leng Mingyue passed out. The little sunflower can only become a sunflower to guard. Damimi absorbed more blood, as if he had opened his wisdom, and took a bowl of Lingchuan water for Leng Mingyue to drink. Leng Mingyue's blood and consciousness, which were about to be exhausted, recovered slightly under the effect of the spiritual spring water. 1/3 of the space in the Godhead space also collapsed. Fortunately, it collapsed from the edge, which has little effect on the creatures in the space of the Godhead.